I'm home. I spoke absent-mindedly and opened the door to my apartment. It has been more than a month since I have seen this place, and nostalgia overwhelmed me. Just like Kaiba promised, he has people to fix the damages. All the furniture was brand new, and it seemed like they had been replaced with better ones. As I ran my finger across the new kitchen table, my mind subconsciously wandered to Kaiba, and my heartbeat quickened. We hadn't talked once after that day. Soon, school will start again, and that's when I will see him again and hear his answer. Moving robotically to my bedroom, I collapsed onto the bed and groaned. I buried my face in my pillows while staring at Kaiba's contact number. My finger hesitated on the call button as I desperately resisted the urge. Even if I stated that I would wait for him, it only made the feeling much worse. Aren't I pathetic? I uttered out loud. Someone that never experienced love crumbled just at the mere sensation of it. Clenching my fists, I took a deep breath and gathered my thoughts. I have to be patient, and I would look like an idiot for running to him now. But I can't help but wonder how he's doing. Slowly sitting up, I yawned tiredly and glanced at the time. It was already quite late, and the excitement of returning home gradually seeped away, leaving me fatigued. As I considered going to bed, the doorbell suddenly rang loudly, disturbing my peace. Frowning, I hurriedly moved to the door and opened it. However, to my confusion, I saw nothing waiting for me by the entrance. Sensing something amiss, I carefully closed the door and turned around. My instincts screamed at me, warning my body about an imminent danger. Tensing, I hurriedly summoned my spirit. Divine Dragon Lord fell. However, before I could finish, something cold and sharp was tightly pressed against my neck, and an arm wrapped tightly around my waist. SHHHHH. A raspy voice whispered, sending a shiver down my spine. From the corner of my eye, I caught sight of the man's appearance. He wore blue pants and a teal shirt beneath a black trench coat that billowed around him. His face was unforgettable, framed by wild white hair and bloodshot eyes, reminiscent of a deranged asylum inmate. The Millennium ring hung on his chest, its eerie glow casting sinister shadows in the dimly lit room. "It's you," I muttered and glared at Yami Bakura with disdain. Yami Bakura smiled, revealing his white teeth. "We meet again, Unisano. The last time we met, you caused me quite some trouble. By the way, I suggest you call those guys back. Unless you want to get hurt, that is." Confused by his statement, I glanced around and noticed my spirit surrounding him. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand hissed, its claws dangerously close to his heart, and starving Venom Fusion Dragon's stinger hovered menacingly near his spine. In front of us stood House Dragon Maid, her hand aimed at Yami Bakura's face, ready to gouge out his eyes. Staring at the spirits, Yami Bakura sneered, and he remained calm. "I recommended you not to do anything too rashly." He spoke to them. "If you even so happen to graze me, this knife will plunge into her neck." As if acting out his threat, Yami Bakura slowly dug the blade deeper into my flesh, and I winced in pain as blood gently flowed down my wound. The dragons roared in frustration as Yami Bakura took out several ominous stone tablets from his pocket. "Now, lock yourself in those," he ordered the dragons. Sensing their hesitation, Yami Bakura scowled, and with a swift motion, he swiped the blade against my cheek, leaving a cut that left my spirits trembling. "Don't make me wait any longer." I desperately pleaded with the dragons not to go along with his order. However, I could feel their will to fight diminishing by the second. Eventually, their expression crumbled into sorrow as each spirit picked up the tablets, much to my reluctance. One by one, dark energy emerged from the tablets, completely sealing the dual monster spirits away, and I felt our connection being cut off. Storing the tablets away, Yami Bakura smiled triumphantly as he approached me with confident steps. "Now that's taken care of," he muttered and lifted his Millennium ring. "You should sleep too?" Purplish smoke spewed from the ring, causing me to step back in shock. As I accidentally inhaled the ominous fumes, my consciousness began to fade. Struggling to stay awake, I eventually collapsed. With the last ounce of my strength, I frantically searched through the system for a card in my inventory. As the card dropped to the ground, I touched it and yelled, "Winged Dragon of RA!" Whoosh! A golden divinity blasted Yami Bakura across the room, and a giant dragon loomed over me. Roaring in anger, the Winged Dragon of RA charged at Yami Bakura with murderous intent, and Yami Bakura began to battle with the god. Thankfully, with Ra's appearance, I was momentarily able to regain a little bit of energy. However, even with the Egyptian god fighting beside me, I knew time was of the essence as the toll of summoning RA was already taking effect. Coughing in pain, I desperately reached for the phone that had fallen beside me. I frantically turned it on and began to type. Unable to check who I'm actually contacting, I resigned to hope and sent my message. Bam! A loud noise jolted me out of my concentration as I saw the winged dragon of RA being pushed back, its form slowly fading. Ensuring the message was sent, I quickly slid the phone under the couch to keep it out of Yami Bakura's sight. Desperately, I attempted to unsummon the Egyptian god and store the car back in my system. But before I could, Yami Bakura snatched it up, humming in delight. Damn! I cursed before everything went dark. Third POV. Meanwhile, in the Kaiba Corp headquarters of Domino City, Seto was attentively skimming through the various important documents. The memory of a few days ago was still messing with him, making Seto unable to sleep and exhausted. Recalling Yuna's smile as she confessed her love, Seto's face turned bright red as he touched where she kissed her. His heart beat rapidly, and he recalled the warmth of her hand, which held his hand. Smiling, Seto resumed his work, but he quickly stopped when a figure appeared in the room. "Brother," Noah said with a frown, "Yugi Muta has been trying to contact you." "Mutu." Seto's mood soured upon hearing his name. "Ignore it." However, Noah remained hesitant and coughed. He stated that it was very urgent. Apparently, Big Sister is in trouble. Seto froze, and he momentarily dropped his pen. Instantly, his expression turned solemn as he requested Noah to pull him through. "Kaiba!" Yugi yelled frantically. "Sano-san needs help." "Explain." Seto scowled and tapped the desk impatiently. "This better not be a joke. I won't be joking about these kinds of things." Yugi protested. "She suddenly sent me this text. I don't know what's happening, but it's very urgent." At his request, Noah brought up the message, causing Seto's expression to turn extremely grim. "Yuna, send help. In danger. Not much time." Reading the message, various scenarios went through his head. Seto's face turned extremely pale as he held his breath. "Track her current location now." He shouted, and Noah nodded. When he showed that her phone was still in her home, Seto then ordered Noah to search through every available camera near her street, finding someone walking suspiciously. A few minutes later, he witnessed the same person carrying an unconscious girl away. "Yuna," Seto's voice choked. "Where are they going? Tell me now." "To the Domino City Museum," Noah muttered in worry. Before he could even continue, Seto abruptly stood up. "I'm leaving," he declared with murder in his eyes. "We will go there as well." Yugi yelled through the call. "We will meet you there." Swiftly, he hung up as Seto marched out of his office. Without waiting for anyone, he took off running. Jumping into a car, he sped down the road, blatantly disregarding dozens of traffic laws. As Seto raced closer to his destination, he fervently prayed that Yuna would be safe. 10 minutes later, Yuna's POV. I slowly opened my eyes, disoriented and confused about my surroundings. Gradually, it all came back to me. Yami Bakura had knocked me unconscious in my own home. I tried to move, but my arms and legs were tightly bound, my entire body secured to a chair. Lifting my head, I cautiously observed my surroundings. Egyptian artifacts were displayed throughout the room, each one meticulously placed. When I glanced behind me, I saw the familiar giant stone tablet depicting the pharaoh and the 3 Egyptian gods. Domino City Museum. I mumbled, "Why am I?" As I was lost in thought, footsteps approached me, and my expression turned sour as I glared at the man standing before me. "Good evening," Yami Bakura greeted with a sneer. "You've finally woken up." Clicking my teeth, I glared at him with hatred. My spirits. What have you done to them? You mean them? He sneered and opened his trench coat as several tablets fell to the ground. Staring at my spirits, my heart twinges with guilt at their sacrifices, and Yami Bakura laughs. Gritting my teeth in helplessness, I asked anxiously, "What do you want from me? What do I want?" He smirked and held the tip of my chin. "I just need you to sit nicely and act as bait." Bait? My lips pursed to the word, and Yami Bakura's smile widened. Turning my chair around, he made me face the massive tablet of memories displayed against the wall. "I think you already know now. This stone tablet contains an immense power that can only be activated with the presence of the 3 Egyptian gods cards. Are you expecting the pharaoh will come?" I replied coldly, "You should have kidnapped someone else." Yami Bakura laughed as if I'd said a funny joke. "Do you really believe that? Of course, he will show up. He's the pharaoh, after all." "Then, don't you get it?" Yami Bakura laughed and stroked the side of my face with his finger. "I'm also after someone else." Realizing who he was probably referring to, I bit my lips in anger. "You." Suddenly, Yami Bakura grasped my neck, and his expression felt demonic. "Yes. What face would you make if I harmed the person you love?" My pupils trembled, and I thought about Kaiba getting hurt. Sensing my fear, Yami Bakura smiled and released his hold as I gasped for breath. "Unisano, you have always been the bane of my existence. You stopped me from getting the Millennium Eye and then defeated me in Battle City, forcing me to bide my time and regain my strength. Because of that, I had to use the cards I'd been saving, but even they proved more incompetent than I anticipated." Confused, I frowned at Yami Bakura's explanation. "Did you really think everything that happened over the past few months was natural?" "What are you talking about?" "Darts and Anubis," he said, crossing his arms and smirking. "Did you really think they appeared so randomly?" It wasn't difficult to influence Dart's mind to make him act rashly or to use some magic to revive Anubis prematurely. It was as if something had finally clicked, and I stared at Yami Bakura in shock. All this time, I have been treating the events happening as if they would definitely happen, just like the shows. However, because of that, I have never questioned why they would happen in the first place. "So, it is all because of him." My expression distorted. "What is your point?" I growled. "There's no reason to tell me all this." "Indeed, it is just my mindless ranting." Yami Bakura mused and approached me. "This is my revenge. Unisano. I will make sure you will truly pay." Glaring at Yami Bakura, he snorted and glanced at his phone. Smiling enthusiastically, he showed me the live camera footage on his screen of a familiar man marching into the museum. "Looks like the star has arrived." He laughed, and I struggled desperately against my restraint. As my fear finally came true, I heard loud footsteps approaching us from the distance. My gaze settled on the calm but fuming man standing before us. My heart skipped a beat as our eyes met before immediately turning to worry. "Yuna," Seto muttered quietly upon noticing me, and he clenched his fists as he glared daggers at Yami Bakura standing beside me. "Kaiba, be careful," I yelled, trying to warn him. However, before I could say anything more, I felt a sharp pain across my face as a crisp sound echoed in our ears. Grinning, Yami Bakura flicked his wrists and glanced at Kaiba, who was shaking in anger. "You dare." Hostage needed to stay quiet, you know? Yami Bakura laughed. Without responding, Kaiba activated his dual disc and pointed at him. "Shut up. I will make sure you regret this." As if anticipating Kaiba's response, Yami Bakura's smile widened as he followed suit, and the two began to engage in a fierce duel. Watching on the sidelines, I felt helpless and cursed in frustration. There's got to be something I can do. I thought frantically, and my gaze gradually wandered towards the stone tablets that stored my dual monster spirits. Dual monster spirits. Vitality slowly returned to my eyes as I opened my system in a hurry. Making sure I had enough credits, I began to mass buy cards. Even now, I am still unsure of why dual monster spirits will suddenly show up, but my highest hypothesis was because of 10,000 dragons' lingering power that connected the spirits during the purchasing process. So, Why not try to get a new spirit? Praying passionately, I continued to purchase cards, and my credits got lower and lower. Come on, you guys have always been fighting alongside me since the start, so please help me now. I begged desperately as the duel had already reached its climax. As I kept buying cards, I suddenly felt something in my heart. It was as if I could feel another emotion, one that was not my own. Realizing this, I exhaled with relief and glared at Yami Bakura. It's time for payback. Third POV. I will activate the spell Spirit Illusion and equip it to my Dia-bound Kernel. This way, I can summon a doppelganger with its same effect and attack. Besides the monstrous white demon, another monster with the same appearance appeared, and the two fiends hissed maliciously at Seto. Doppelganger token, Dia-bound Kernel, 1800 attack. Now, I will activate the second Dia-bound Kernel's effect and attach it to your Blue Eyes White Dragon. Then your dragon will lose attacks equal to Dia-bound Kernels. Blue Eyes White Dragon, 3000-1200 attack. Now, Dia-bound Kernel, attack and destroy the Blue Eyes White Dragon. Yami Bakura shouted as the demon fired dark magic and destroyed the dragon. Seto Kaiba, 1500 LP-900 LP. Watching the dragon collapsing to the ground, Yami Bakura smiled and stared at Seto with excitement. Unbeknownst to him, when Dia-bound Kernel destroyed Blue Eyes White Dragon, it had already stolen its power. 1. Are you not going to end your turn? Seto snapped, and he shrugged. There's no need to continue the duel any longer. Yami Bakura rolled his eyes. I have already got what I wanted from you. What? Seto fumed. You think I would let you get away with this? After what you've done, what would you do? Yami Bakura sneered. I have enough of this, Dia-bound Kernel. Kill him. To Seto's disbelief, it was as Dia-bound Kernel forcibly broke free from his game as the monster acted out of control and not to the Kaiba Corp's programming. Its body texture became more real as it lunged at Seto with the intent to kill. Clang! Suddenly, Seto's eyes widened as a man dressed in golden armor appeared, blocking the demon's strike with his massive sword. Staring at the man, Seto felt his appearance to be familiar before remembering the man as a duel monster, one that Yugi used. Watching the scene, Yami Bakura frowned and sensed something coming from behind. As he hurriedly dodged, a beam of magic struck the floor where he was previously standing. Turning towards Yuna, Yami Bakura saw a woman beside her. The woman was dressed in an elegant white robe, and her face was covered by a golden helmet. She skillfully wielded her long staff, creating several magic orbs that floated around her. Yami Bakura growled in annoyance as he summoned the rest of his dual monster spirits. Die! He screamed as they engaged in a fierce battle. Kaiba-sano. The two heard a loud voice as Yugi, along with the rest of his friends, finally arrived, and they stared at the scene in shock. Bakura, Yugi shouted. What do you think you're doing? Ah, Yugi, it's about time when you finally showed up. Yami Bakura grinned. Now I will take what's rightfully mine. Go, my spirits, retrieve the rest of the Egyptian god cards. The room was in utter chaos. Yugi and his friends desperately dodged the monster's attack while engaging in a fierce battle with Yuna spirits. Watching, Yami Bakura chased Yugi before cornering him. With a smile, he summoned his Dia-bound Kernel as it grabbed Yugi and held him in place. Dragon Knight of Creation tried to intercept, but was swiftly blocked by Yami Bakura's remaining spirits. Chuckling, Yami Bakura dug through Yugi's pocket, retrieving the two Egyptian god cards. Finally, it's time. Under the cover of his monsters, Yami Bakura leisurely approached the tablet of memories while dragging Yugi by the scruff of his neck. With the power of the three Egyptian gods, I will now activate your power. Suddenly, the carving of the Millennium puzzle shone blindly. To everyone's shock, Yugi groaned as the pharaoh emerged from his body. Yugi! Yami Yugi shouted frantically as he gradually floated towards the tablet of memories. Laughing, Yami Bakura's body began to do the same as they were absorbed into the tablet. The room instantly became quiet as they stared at the collapsed Yugi and Bakura in shock. The presence of the pharaoh and evil spirits in their bodies was nowhere to be found. Out of the blue, the tablet of memories began to glow once more, this time more brightly than before. Each picture began to shine as the light condensed into a single line, illuminating the dark room. To Yuna's shock, the light shot towards her at a blinding speed and pierced her chest. "Yuna!" Seto screamed and sprinted towards her. Feeling something strange, Yuna gasped as her vision distorted, and she fainted. The last thing she saw was her own transparent body floating toward the tablet of memories. Yuna's POV. Sometime later. Where the hell am I now? I thought when I finally regained my vision. I could still remember the sensation of getting sucked into the tablet of memories, as if I was being pulled by a massive vacuum cleaner. Looking around, I saw that everything was dark, and I hesitantly reached out, touching something cold. Metal bars. I muttered in confusion before continuing to move my hands. Eventually, I touched something soft, and I ran my fingers along the object. Suddenly, I felt movement as the thing I was touching flinched, and I finally heard the sound of breathing. I visibly froze and nervously raised my hand, feeling a small lip, a nose, and 2 eyes. Realizing I was touching a face, I frantically retracted my hand. Hic! A small whimper entered my ears, and I nervously approached the person. Sensing their fear, I tried to be as slow as possible. Strangely, I felt calm like never before, and as if the person before me was someone I had known for a long time. Finally, when I was close enough, I paused. A young girl sat in front of me. She had beautiful long white hair and baby blue eyes that were light, small sapphire jewels. Contrary to her majestic appearance, she was dressed in tattered and dirty clothes, showcasing her pitiful situation. "No way," I muttered in shock as the girl stared at me in fear and curiosity. "Kisara, who are you?" Kisara asked hesitantly. "How do you know my name?" I held my breath as her eyes scanned me from top to bottom. Too stunned to respond, we stared at each other in silence. What in the world? I thought. Out of all of the situations I encountered in this life, this was the one that left me speechless. Kisara. The name echoed in my mind, sending a shiver down my spine. My heart twisted painfully as memories of our last moment together flooded back. Before my thoughts could fully gather, a soft voice pulled me back to the present. Hello." Kisara's familiar tone trembled as she stared at me with wide eyes. Who are you?" As I stared at her frightened expression, a wave of sadness washed over me, the weight of her past pressing heavily on my heart. The cold metal bars I had touched earlier only deepened the pain, a reminder of her past of being a slave. I hummed softly, lowering myself to my knees until we were eye to eye. "I'm here to help you," I whispered, hoping my words could reach her. "Help me?" Kisara's voice faltered with doubt. I offered a small, wry smile, knowing the trust one sought wouldn't come quickly. As I slowly extended my hand, Kisara instinctively recoiled, retreating until her back pressed against the cold metal bars. I hesitated, then gently rested my hand on her head, feeling her tense and squirm beneath my touch. "I promise. I'm not here to hurt you," I soothed. "Please believe me." But as Kisara whimpered softly, my heart ached. How much pain had she endured in her childhood to be this afraid? As I continued to rub her head gently, I reached out with my other arm and pulled her into a tender embrace. Point one. At this time, she was still around Serenity's age, which only made me want to pamper her. When I hugged Kisara, she shivered. "You don't have to be scared now. I will protect you." Cuddling alongside her, I felt my clothes dampened by Kisara's tears as her gentle moans gradually turned into cries. Biting my lips, I continued to comfort her as she buried deeply into my chest. Bang, bang. Suddenly, a jarring noise echoed through the cage, and I snapped my head up. A thug stood outside, his face twisted in anger as he slammed a wooden bat against the metal bars. "Shut it, B*TCH," he shouted. "Can't you see I'm trying to sleep? If you make any more noise, I will come in and shut you up myself." Kisara, startled, nodded stiffly, fear paralyzing her. The thug, satisfied with his threat, wandered off, not even glancing in my direction. I watched him go, a bitter smile playing on my lips as I remembered the rules of the memories world. Gently, I wiped away Kisara's tears with my finger, trying to offer her some comfort amidst the confusion. I can only be seen by you, I explained and tucked her hair behind her ear, so just think of me as your guardian angel. Guardian angel? Kisara muttered quietly so as not to disturb the guards. Yes, I nodded excitedly. That's why Kisara doesn't have to be afraid anymore. I will make sure to protect you, and Kisara never has to be lonely ever again. Here in my declaration, Kisara began to cry once more. However, her sobs quickly died down as Kisara smiled. It was a very bright smile, as if she was able to lift some massive weights off her shoulders. Miss Guardian Angel, Kisara mumbled while still clinging to me. Do you have a name? My name. I chuckled and stroked her hair. My name is Yuna. Kisara quietly called my name and giggled to herself, gazing at me with her sparkling eyes. I tightened my embrace and promised in my heart that even if this may be a reality created by the tablet of memories, I would definitely make sure that Kisara would never lose her smile. A few days later, for the past few days, we were transported from a dark prison to a moving caravan. While still trapped in a cage, we were thankfully able to breathe in fresh air and look at the view of the desert. Observing the bandit group transporting us, I saw that there were no other prisoners except for Kisara. She explained that she was unfortunately kidnapped while wandering through the streets, which only fueled my anger towards these thugs. During our time together, I also managed to learn more about my condition. Like in the World of Memories arc, outsiders will remain in a ghost-like state that can only be seen by certain people in this trial. This was proven true as none of the bandits here noticed me. And as time went on, they considered Kisara was going insane since it looked like she was talking to herself most of the time. While in this state, I also don't need to eat, and I can perform some absurd feat like floating. At this rate, I might actually be a ghost rather than an actual person. As time passes, Kisara has become much more cheerful than before. She has become more talkative and enjoys our interaction. Even now, she was urging me to entertain her. Kisara whined and pulled my sleeve. I'm bored. I want a hug. Smiling wryly at her request, I spread my arms, and she eagerly embraced me. Purring like a cat, Kisara giggled happily when I patted her head. Yuna, Kisara muttered while looking into the distance. When will we get out of here? Staring at the rugged bandits, my lips pursed before smiling reassuringly. It should be soon. In a few days, there will be someone that will save you. Not Yuna. She tilted her head in curiosity, and I laughed. I could, but when you look back on it in a few years, you would much prefer it this way. I replied. Really? Kisara asked hesitantly. Yes, so please be a bit more patient. I soothed and stared at her innocent face. If the history plays out as expected, Kisara will soon be rescued by a young boy. Then they will meet again in a few years and fall in love. However, my hand subconsciously froze. Kisara will also soon meet her end after realizing her feelings in the battle of the evil god. Thinking about the boy, my emotions swirled into a complex mix of confusion. Kisara's destined savior was none other than Priest Seto. Astonishingly, Seto Kaiba was the modern reincarnation of that very same boy. Even if Priest Seto was only his past life, it felt like I was hooking up the girl I deeply cherish with the man I love. Yuna, noticing my complicated emotions, Kisara asked worriedly, Are you okay? I'm fine, I replied and lightly pinched her cheek. Seeing her relieved smile, I decided to ditch my whimsical thought. Who am I to judge? Kisara was the one that gave me the green light in the first place. Someone you will like will come to save you. I continued, but Kisara seemed a bit displeased as she pouted. I don't need to like another person. She groaned. I only need Yuna. Ku, my heart. Kisara's cute attack left me speechless, and I frantically shook my head. You must have other friends as well. It's good to have many friends. Is that so? Kisara muttered, albeit still a little reluctant. If Yuna said so, then I will believe it. Relieved that I was able to convince her, I continued to stroke Kisara's head as I stared into the distance, wondering when he would actually show up. A day later, it was nighttime when the slave traders finally made a stop. Fortunately for them, they were able to take a break from all the walking upon reaching an oasis amongst the desert sand. Hearing the laughter by the large campfire, Kisara subconsciously shivered, and I hugged her to keep her warm. "Yuna, aren't you cold?" she asked. "Don't worry about me. I can't feel it." I answered, "Come on, it's time for bed." Nodding, Kisara yawned and rested her head on my thigh. Patting her back, my expression grew solemn as I looked at her frail figure. I felt my patience was gradually running thin as I considered if I had really made the right choice. Just how long does she have to suffer like this? As time went on, the idea of slaying all these bandits using my spirits constantly crossed my mind. Despite losing connection with my dragons, Dragon Knight of Creation and Herald of Creation were more than enough to dispatch these cretins. While thinking of these dark thoughts, the bushes in front of us shook, and a boy appeared before us. Third POV. Earlier, Seto rode the horse through the dark desert night. The sound of the mount's hooves striking across the sand created a rhythmic sound in his ear. Raising his head, he stared at the night sky in silence, bathing in the comfortable moonlight. This wasn't the first time he had ridden to distant villages. Due to his father's early absence in his life, Seto matured quickly to support his mother by trading various products from to survive. Although the job was physically demanding, times like this were when he really enjoyed this type of labor, where it was only him on this peaceful night. When Seto lowered his head, he suddenly noticed a light in the distance. Being consumed by curiosity, he guided his horse towards that direction and eventually found a large camp. As Seto observed the group of men engrossed in their drinking, he decided it wasn't his concern and guided his horse to turn away. But just as he was about to leave, something caught his eye that stopped him in his tracks. At the edge of the camp, Seto noticed a crude wooden cage. Inside, huddled against the biting cold, was a young girl no older than him. Her tattered clothes offered little protection from a chill. At that moment, any neutral thoughts Seto had about these men plummeted into utter contempt. Slave traders. He spat with disgust and observed the girl with pity. Despite her unusual hair and eye color, the girl's appearance was striking. Watching her shiver helplessly as the men dined and drank without a care, a surge of anger welled up within Seto. Grinding his teeth in frustration, Seto began to question his judgment. Carefully, he guided his horse down the hill, dismounted, and slipped into the cover of nearby bushes. Moving stealthily, he edged closer to the cage, his determination growing with each silent step. When Seto was close enough, he emerged from the shadows and reached for the lock. The sudden movement caught the girl's attention, and she lifted her head, her round eyes widening in surprise as she met Seto's gaze. "SHHHH, I'm getting you out of here." Seto hushed and struck the lock with a rock. Clank! The flimsy lock shattered with a single strike, and Seto quickly swung the door open. He extended his hand toward the girl, who hesitated for a moment before cautiously taking it. He carefully helped her down, and as her bare feet touched the cold sand, she flinched as though the sensation was unfamiliar. "Come on, let's go," Seto urged, grabbing her hand as they began to run. As they fled, Seto noticed something odd. The girl seemed to be clutching at thin air with one arm, as if she were dragging something invisible behind her. They raced to where Seto had left his horse, but just as they arrived, a man stepped into their path, blocking their escape. "Where do you think you're going, brat?" he shouted angrily. "You're going to pay for this." As the man reached out, Seto snatched his wrist. Using the man's weight, Seto threw him onto the ground. "Go on." The man yelled in alarm, but Seto and the girl wasted no time. They scrambled onto the horse, and with a swift kick, Seto urged the animal into a full gallop. The horse surged forward, carrying them across the desert as the camp and its men grew smaller and smaller in the distance. "Are they still chasing us?" Seto yelled as the wind blew past his ears. "No," the girl replied, and he finally slowed down his pace. With an agile movement, he leapt off his horse and ran beside her. "Go now. Get away before it's too late." "Aren't you coming?" the girl asked, and Seto shook his head. I will be fine, he said, slapping the back of the horse as the animal sped up. Wait, what is your name? The girl yelled loudly. Seto. The boy responded while panting in exhaustion. I will remember this, Seto. I will definitely repay you, she shouted, her voice ringing out as the wind carried her words. Seto slowed down, watching her figure gradually vanish into the distance. He realized that he never even got her name, but something inside him told him this wasn't the last he'd see of her. Somehow, he knew their paths would cross again. Yuna's POV. Kisara, I think we can stop now, I said while floating beside her. I don't know how long we have been riding, but we were already very far away from the campsite, and it's safe to assume that we have successfully escaped. Kisara, I called once more when she didn't answer, and the horse suddenly came to a halt. Ah, yes, she jumped and blurted. Are you okay? I asked worriedly, and Kisara hurriedly nodded before averting her gaze. Her ears were slightly red as she fidgeted nervously in her seat. You're thinking about Seto, weren't you? I'm not, she stammered as I poked her teasingly. Well, you're hugging him pretty tightly when you're both on the horse earlier. I pointed out with a smile. Is this the first time you met a boy your age? Yuna! Kisara screamed while blushing, and she jumped off her horse and chased me. However, being able to fly, I easily dodged her whimsical attempt to grab me. When Kisara finally gave up, she collapsed as I sat beside her. I really don't like him, she muttered, and I nodded. Okay, I will believe you, I replied and stroked her head as she yawned. You have been riding for quite a while now. You must be tired. As the horse lay down, Kisara crawled towards the animal and gently leaned on its stomach. The beast snorted and sniffed her hair before going to sleep. As we listened to the beast's quiet breathing, Kisara held my hand as she smiled. Good night, I whispered, and she gradually closed her eyes. 5 minutes had passed before I made sure Kisara was finally asleep, and I carefully slipped my hand out of her grasp. Sorry, I apologized softly. I will be back soon. Rising to my feet, I calmly watched over her sleeping body. You can come out now, I called softly. At my words, Kisara's body shimmered, and Blue Eye's white dragon materialized before me. The dragon's piercing pupils locked onto mine as I extended my hand. The beast made no move to withdraw from my touch. Instead, it let out a gentle groan, its robust frame relaxing as it closed its eyes. You have been looking after Kisara all this time. Don't worry, I will take care of her, I said, and the dragon playfully nudged against my chest. Laughing, I patted Blue Eye's white dragon's head as we stared at each other. You know what we should do, right? Since he saved Kisara, we have to return the favor. Without hesitation, I leapt onto the dragon's back, and we soared into the sky. Meanwhile, third POV. It was utter chaos. Screams and fire filled the air as Seto sprinted down the street. His heart raced, and panic struck in his face. It was soon after rescuing Kisara that he found his village up in smoke. The slave traders, angered by loss, decided to unleash their rage on this unsuspecting village. Dodging several of the slave traders, Seto's mind was only filled with the thought of his mother. Bam! Suddenly, Seto was tackled and pinned to the floor. Lifting his head, he saw the same slave trader that he fought not so long ago, smiling maliciously. Grabbing Seto by the hair, the thug forced him to watch as they set fire to his house. Mother! Seto screamed in fear as the flames consumed the building. Tears streamed down his face as the bandits laughed. Turning around, Seto also saw the other villagers being captured one by one as they were put into chains. Being forced onto his feet, Seto's wrists were tightly bound before he was thrown towards the group. Mother! He mumbled in despair while staring at his burning home. But suddenly, Seto heard shouts as the bandits began to run in panic. A blinding light dispersed the dark smoke that filled the night, and Seto saw the shadow of a giant beast. It was a dragon with shimmering white scales and piercing blue eyes. Turning its head, the dragon's gaze made everyone freeze in their spot. Flapping its massive wings, the monster unleashed a deafening roar, and at that moment, the surroundings were quiet except for the dragon's low, rumbling growl. BOM. Seto's burning house exploded, and he saw a golden force field expanding from within. Standing in the barrier was a tall woman wearing a saintly golden and white robe. She had long blonde hair, and a mask covered her face. In her hand was a long magical staff, while in her other arm was Seto's mother, unconscious but alive. Using some unexplainable magic, the woman pushed the debris aside as she calmly walked out of the burning building. Snapping out of their shock, some slave traders charged with their swords. Clang! Before the attacks could land, a man dressed in gold armor blocked the blade with his great sword. With some elegant technique, the slave traders were swiftly cut down, showering the ground with blood. It was a scene you hear from a mythical tale as the dragon and the two warriors effortlessly defeated the remaining slave traders. When dawn arrived, the village was filled with bodies of the bandits that tried to attack. The man sheathed his massive sword and approached Seto with deliberate calmness. Seto's nerves were on edge as he looked up at the imposing figure, unable to read anything from the knight's hidden expression beneath his helmet. Without uttering a single word, the knight snapped the chains of the captive and set them free. Thank you. Seto knelt next to his mother and spoke stiffly. You should stay. Our village will definitely provide compensation. However, to Seto's expectation, the knight shook his head as he and the woman climbed onto the dragon's back. Without wasting any more time, they took off into the air, never to be seen again. Yuna's POV. Meanwhile, meat, I exclaimed excitedly. Kisara would love this. Storing the food into a satchel I found, I continued to search through the rest of the bandits' belongings. When I left the camp in a hurry, several valuable items remained, and I happily collected them all. From small tools to food and money, I took everything that could help Kisara survive. I even found a small dagger that she could defend herself with, in case I'm not around. I also tasked my two spirits to retrieve anything they could find from the corpses, so now we have enough supplies that would last us for a few days. When I finished looting, I called for Blue Eyes White Dragon. However, I received no response. Confused, I tried to shout, but it was as if the dragon's presence had disappeared completely. My face turned pale upon realization. I'm messed up. In a panic, I frantically flew back in the direction I came from. When I finally returned, I could only see the horse and traces of a small campfire. When I landed, I suddenly felt a presence that made my body tense. Awkwardly turning around, I saw Kisara staring at me with her arms crossed. Gee, good morning. I greeted her, and she scowled. Yuna. She mumbled coldly. You lied to me. Why? Yes. I stuttered nervously, and before I could fully process what was happening, Kisara closed the distance between us. In an unexpected burst of emotion, she threw her arms around me, and we both toppled to the floor. Like a koala, she clung to me with such a tight grip that I found myself unable to move, her embrace both comforting and immobilizing. How long are we going to stay like this? I asked, my voice tinged with confusion. Kisara mumbled in response, until I'm satisfied. Left speechless, I shut my mouth and stared up at the sky, pondering how things had taken such an unexpected turn.
Hey everyone, Quantum Audiobook here. Sorry for interrupting, but if you're enjoying this content, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your thoughts on this novel in the comments, and don't forget to like the video.
As the sun rose, Kisara finally loosened her embrace, setting me free. I couldn't help but gaze at her with a mix of curiosity and confusion, but Kisara seemed unfazed. With a carefree smile, she turned her attention to the food I had brought, happily indulging in it as if nothing unusual had transpired. By the way, Yuna, now that we're free, what will we do? She asked and took a big gulp of water. Well, I took some money from the slave traders, so I think we should go to a city first. I replied. Thankfully, we got a horse, so it shouldn't take too long. Kisara nodded in agreement, finishing the last bite of her breakfast before effortlessly climbing onto the horse. The journey ahead was calm and uneventful as we rode quietly across the desert sands. To pass the time, we engaged in light-hearted conversations, chatting about anything and everything, even if the topics were trivial. What made the ride truly enjoyable was the simple pleasure of having someone to talk to. For reasons I couldn't quite explain, I felt an unusual sense of comfort around Kisara. Her presence put my heart at ease, making our seemingly meaningless banter feel meaningful in its own way. Eventually, after a few hours of traveling, we arrived at a village along a river. Entering the village, we were able to purchase some information and secure a rough map. As swiftly as we arrived, we left the village and continued our journey to reach the city. So the capital is called Memphis. Kisara muttered and stared at the hieroglyphics on the papyrus. Kisara, you can read? I uttered in shock while examining the unintelligible symbols. I couldn't even understand a single word. Foo, 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 Kisara laughed, and her nose twitched. So even Yuna have something she can't do. Suppressing my urge to pinch her cheeks, I smiled nonchalantly. Besides that, when did Kisara learn to read anyway? Well, an old grandpa taught me when I was extremely young. She explained with a hint of nostalgia in her voice. I can't remember much about him, but the old grandpa said that it's a pretty common skill, so I should at least know this much. I don't think it's common at all. I muttered blankly, recalling that only a handful of people can count, let alone read, in this day and age. But still, that must be very impressive. I praised wholeheartedly, and Kisara blushed at my flurry of compliments. Kisara is really a genius. Of course, she said with a mischievous grin. Praise me more. Our laughter filled the air as we rode off, Kisara's enthusiasm propelling us forward. Now, where were we? There's no time to waste. With that, she urged the horse into a swift trot, and we continued our journey with haste. 3 days later, as we reached the top of a hill, Kisara's eyes widened in amazement. Wow, so that's Memphis. She breathed, taking in a vast cityscape that unfolded in front of our very eyes. Before us stretched a sprawling city, its vast expanse marked by endless rows of buildings that seemed to merge with the horizon. Enclosing Memphis were colossal limestone walls, their surfaces gleaming under the intense sunlight. Beyond the city's walls, countless farms and lush green fields dotted the landscape, adding a surprising vibrancy to the sandy terrain. Yet, what truly captivated us was the royal palace, standing majestically at the heart of the capital. Constructed from the finest marble, the palace embodied luxury and grandeur, its gleaming facade a testament to the wealth and power of the pharaoh. To think something like this existed, I muttered in admiration at the sight as Kisara eagerly nudged her horse. I will race you there, she exclaimed and rushed down the hill. Ah, Kisara, wait. This girl, really? With a small sigh, I frantically chased after Kisara, and she sped down the road. Soon arriving at the gate, Kisara was swiftly stopped by the guards. Halt! One of them said and approached her. Please state your identity. Intimidated by the spear in his hand, Kisara stammered awkwardly. Ah, I'm just visiting. I see, the guard nodded. However, you must first pay a small fee to enter. Would I have to pay again if I leave? Kisara questioned, and the guard shook his head and showed her a copper bar in his hand. Once you have paid, you will be given this item, which proves your identity, and you can use it to enter or exit the city at all times. He explained. Then I will pay. Kisara muttered and handed the guard several coins. When he finished counting, the guard happily gave her the copper bar and moved out of her way. Gently guiding her horse, we finally entered the city and held our breath. The road was bustling with life. There were dozens of street stalls on both sides of the road, creating vibrant colors and various delicious smells that made us feel like we were in paradise. Do you have anything you want to do first? I asked Kisara, who was quietly watching the moving crowd. Gurgle. At the rumbling sound, Kisara blushed and rubbed her stomach in embarrassment. Someplace to eat would be nice. Sure, you have only been eating plain bread for a while now. You should treat yourself. I agreed, and her face lit up with joy. Fortunately, it didn't take long for us to spot a small tavern nestled along the street. After securing the horse to a nearby wooden post, we made our way inside and settled into a cozy corner. To Kisara's delight, The food arrived shortly after we placed our order. Her eyes widened in wonder as she gazed at the plate of fish set before her. With a hint of hesitation, Kisara picked up her fork and carefully cut a piece of the fish. As soon as she took a bite, her eyes grew wide with astonishment, and tears began to well up. After days of bland rations, this fish was like an unexpected gift from the gods. "Okay." Kisara calmed down. I muttered as we began to attract some unwanted attention. Wiping her tears, Kisara swiftly devoured the remaining food, not leaving a single bit behind. When she sighed with satisfaction, she made an ah sound. "I should have left Eunice some." She mumbled apologetically, and I chuckled. "Don't worry about me, and I don't get hungry anyway." I explained with a small smile. "Besides that, now that we're in Memphis, we have to figure out our plans for the future. We first have to find a place to stay. While we can still sleep outside, it's about time we at least secure a comfortable shelter. Luckily, I'm pretty sure that this inn can lend out rooms, but it's some cost, of course." Kisara, but what about our money, right?" I took the words out of Kisara's mouth, and she nodded worriedly. "Unfortunately, we currently don't have a way to get money." "Then should I find a job?" Kisara proposed, and I stared at her frail frame with concern. "I'm scared that anything too labor-intensive might be dangerous for you." I muttered worriedly and affectionately patted her head as she bit her lips in frustration. "It's not your fault, so don't be upset." "Yuna," she mumbled, and I hurriedly stood up. Enough of that troubling thought. How about we go on a walk? Without waiting for her answer, I left through the door, letting her chase after me. Despite not showing directly, Kisara's uncertain future plagued my mind. Wandering through busy streets, I occasionally noticed Kisara glimpsing at the food stalls. However, knowing our financial situation, she could only walk past them with a heavy heart. Watching this scene, I could only clench my fists, frustrated at our current situation. "It's okay, Yuna." Suddenly, Kisara grasped my hand and muttered affectionately, "You being here is enough." Feeling guilty, I squeezed her hand with a sad smile. "I should be the one taking care of you." I promised that Kisara would always be happy. "But I am happy," Kisara argued. "In fact, I'm having the happiest time of my life, because I know that I'm no longer alone. I also know that you will always protect me." "Who couldn't be happy about that?" Kisara laughed sweetly. "I can safely say that nothing else could beat this moment now." "You." I slowly extended my hand. Tap. "Ouch. What was that for?" Kisara winced when I suddenly flicked her forehead. "Don't declare that so carelessly. You should save it when you get married." I chided, and Kisara stuck out her tongue. "I'm fine without marriage. What's so good about it anyway? How is it not? Marrying someone you love is really great, you know." I argued back, and she frowned. "What makes you say that?" "Don't tell me." Kisara gasped and stared at me with trembling eyes. "Yuna is married?" "No, I'm not." I blushed profusely as she continued to attack. "Then Yuna must also have someone she likes, right? Or else, all that talk about marriage and stuff has to come from somewhere." Kisara yelled, and I visibly stiffened. That. I averted my gaze, finding myself unable to lie. "Who is it?" Kisara sulked. "Whoever it is, I won't allow it." She huffed and crossed her arms, unaware that the very person she was rebelling against was the modern reincarnation of her lover. Enough," I exclaimed and covered my face. "Don't change the subject. So don't claim that this is your happiest moment so carelessly. There's definitely going to be a moment in the future that will be better than this." Still pouting, Kisara walked ahead of me as her cheeks inflated like a chipmunk. Laughing quietly, I followed behind her with an amused smile. "Is perhaps Kisara jealous?" "Who's jealous?" She sulked, and my smile widened even further. "Come on, don't be upset. Kisara will find someone she loves in the future. Should I also be jealous then?" "Oomph. I won't fall in love. Ever," she declared confidently, and I sighed. "Well, I'm not so sure about that," I muttered. Smiling wryly, we swiftly forgot about her previous conversation and resumed our exploration through the city. It was more enjoyable than I had expected, mainly because these were things that I would never get to see in my present life. As the sun began to set, We finally stopped outside of the giant palace. A flight of long stairs made of smooth sandstone ascended towards the tall building as if it were a stairway to heaven. Apparently, this flight of stairs leads to a temple. I explained while eavesdropping from the nearby. The palace is built behind it. That's where the pharaoh lives, Kisara muttered in awe. If it looks this majestic from the outside, I wonder how beautiful the inside actually is. Then should we go see? I asked and pulled Kisara by the hand. With my assistance, we quickly ascended the stairs and found ourselves standing before an awe-inspiring Egyptian temple. The grand entrance left us momentarily speechless, its sheer size and intricate details overwhelming. The walls were adorned with vibrant carvings etched with meticulous precision. Massive statues acting as pillars lined the walls, their towering forms supporting the vast ceiling above. As we stepped inside, we entered a spacious room filled with the soft glow of candles and ancient scriptures. The air was thick with reverence as countless people knelt in prayer, creating a serene and sacred atmosphere. This is the public area, and the palace should be revealed deeper inside. I hypothesized, glancing at the soldiers guarding the doors leading further into the temple. Then I guess it can't be helped. Kisara sighed exasperatingly. Should we just go back? Staring at her disappointed expression, I felt determined as I took her hand. Going outside of the temple, I led Kisara all the way to the back, where there were fewer people. Finding an area along the walls, I suddenly embraced Kisara. We will definitely see it, I declared as we began to float. Why? Yuna, Kisara yelped nervously. We will get in trouble. Don't worry, let's have a small peek, I replied, my curiosity surging, wanting even to fulfill a little bit of her desire. We really shouldn't be doing this, she mumbled, but her excited expression betrayed her. As I carried Kisara to the top, I carefully let go, and she landed gently on the temple rooftop. Thankfully, there seemed to be nobody in sight, and we were able to relax our guard momentarily. Moving closer to the edge, Kisara and I both gasped. In the distance, we could see the royal palace in its entire glory. At the front was an expansive, vacant courtyard filled with luscious greeneries, and further were giant buildings constructed purely made of white quartz, giving it a divine appearance. Even if we couldn't see the interiors, this much felt more than enough. Smiling, I glanced at Kisara's dumbstruck face and laughed. See, I told you it was worth it. Yuna, Kisara muttered, do you think we could ever step foot in there? I don't know, I answered honestly. But who said we can't try? Well, if we do, let's do it legitimately. Kisara chuckled. It wouldn't be good if we get arrested. That's true, I agreed with a nod. Kisara stood up, her eyes locked on the royal palace in the distance. Just wait. I will definitely see what's inside, she declared, her voice full of determination. That is my promise. With a confident gaze, Kisara placed her hands on her hips and smiled, the sunlight reflecting brilliantly in her crystal-clear eyes. For a brief moment, we were so caught up in the intensity of her vow that we completely lost track of our surroundings. Suddenly, a voice interrupted our thoughts. You know, it began, you can't just get in there on empty promises. Swiftly turning around, Kisara and I spotted a boy with a bald head and sharp features. He was dressed in a delicate white linen robe, and several golden bracelets adorned his arms. Observing Kisara calmly with his bright blue eyes. Who are you? Kisara questioned nervously. I should be the one asking that question. The boy frowned. How did you sneak past the guards? This is a restricted area, you know? Kisara squirmed and averted her gaze. Eventually, her eyes wandered to the edge of the roof. I climbed. Up here. You climbed. He made a stupid expression. I find it hard to believe. Fine. Even if you really did somehow climb all the way up here, you still haven't answered my question. Who are you? Kisara. She introduced herself. From your appearance, you're commoner? The boy grasped his chin. Like I said, this is a restrictive area, and you shouldn't be here. Oh, hold on, Kisara interrupted him. It's common etiquette to introduce yourself to. Caught off guard by her statement, the boy froze before laughing in disbelief. You really are a weird one. Fine, my name is Shada, and I am Shimon Muron's apprentice, who's one of the 6 sacred guardians. Shada smiled proudly, and Kisara tilted her head. Sacred guardians? Who are they? As if lightning struck, Shada froze in shock and stared at Kisara, as if she were the strangest person in the world. Do you really not know? When Kisara innocently shook her head, Shada sighed. All right, there's no point in explaining. If you don't even know, just follow me. I will escort you out. Wah! Wait. Kisara stopped Shada while glimpsing at the palace. You said that I can't get into the palace through empty promises. So please tell me how. Turning around slowly, Shada observed Kisara's sincere expression. So you're really serious about that? Well, it's not like it's impossible. First, you could become a royal servant who cleans the royal palace. However, that doesn't seem to work since you look fragile, but if you really did climb all the way up here, then it might be possible. But to even become a royal servant, you needed trusted backing, where you couldn't even remotely get close to the pharaoh or anyone important. Shada continued, and Kisara frowned. Is there any other way? You can also be a priest, but that takes years of learning and religious rituals. Shada explained. From the looks of it, you wanted to have a fast way, right? Seeing her hesitant nod, Shada sighed. There's only one way then. Become a scribe for the pharaoh. A scribe? Kisara tilted her head in confusion. It's like you record and write important documents. I explained quietly, they're basically civil servants. But that's also very difficult. He continued, you must know how to read and write thousands of different hieroglyphics. Then, you must also learn how to calculate mathematics and use accounting skills. However, they could be learned later on if you're chosen, that is. And that's why it's also the fastest way. Shada stated with a smile. Every year, an exam will be held that will select new apprentices from hundreds of applicants. Can anyone participate? Kisara asked, her eyes gleaming at this opportunity. If you have enough money, then yes. Shada nodded. We can't just have anyone participate since ink and papyrus are pretty expensive, after all. I have personally passed this test. He bragged. It's true for me to say that it's a very difficult test, and out of 200 people that participated last year, only 10 passed. Then Shada must be pretty amazing. Kisara mumbled, clearly impressed. That's why you should show me more respect. He grinned. Since you're such a good listener, I won't tell anyone about today if you just leave here now. Hesitantly, Kisara glimpsed at me in the corner of her eye. Seeing me nod, her shoulders briefly relaxed, and she obediently complied with Shada's terms. On the way down the roof, I asked several questions through Kisara, and Shada answered all of them, clearly happy that someone was showing so much interest in their job. With Shada's presence, we were quickly able to pass the guards, and soon, we arrived at the temple's entrance. Just don't do something so reckless again. If you hurt yourself, no one could be able to find you. Don't worry, like I said. Next time, I will go in legitimately. It's really nice meeting you, Shada. I will see you next year. Kisara waved, and we began to descend stairs. Yeah, see you. Huh, next year? Wait, don't tell me you're really serious about participating in the exam. Of course, why would I promise something if I'm not going to do it? Kisara tilted her head as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Leaving Shada stunned, Kisara ran down the street. I could feel both our hearts beating with anticipation. Yuna, that exam, we're definitely going, right? Yeah, I nodded. Such an opportunity. How could we miss it? At that moment, our hearts were perfectly in sync, united by a shared determination. I vowed that through the upcoming exam, I would make Kisara's name known to the world. With the fire of our resolve burning brightly, time seemed to blur, and before we knew it, an entire year had flown by. An entire year has passed in the blink of an eye, and despite the short time, I watched Kisara grow from a young, innocent girl to someone that's more mature and that's getting more beautiful by the day. Even though I was ecstatic by her growth, I also felt a sense of dissonance with myself. Even if a year had passed, I haven't found myself aging one bit, which was another reminder of the situation I'm in. It was safe to say that I'm definitely not in the world created by the tablet of memories. Instead, this might really be the past. Yet, that only filled me with more questions than before. Why was I brought to the past and met up with Kisara? Why did the tablet of memories select me? And last of all, the question that I have always overlooked, why did Holacti choose me? What's so important about me other than being good at dueling that I was brought to this world? Even answering one of those questions would satisfy my overflowing curiosity, but the possibility of achieving the answer in my current state was incredibly low. Finding myself lost in these mindless thoughts, the days gone past felt like a daze. As I was lost in my thoughts, the door to our room slowly opened, and Kisara's face appeared from the doorframe. It's time for us to go. Ah, yes. I nodded and hopped down from the windowsill. Glancing at the room, I felt a sense of pride for how long we had come. With a clear goal in mind, Kisara worked passionately and was able to secure a job helping the inn owner with cooking, washing, and cleaning. While the pay was a bit low, we were able to secure a room at the corner of the tavern and have been living here since then. What's wrong? Kisara asked, sensing my quietness. Is everything okay? Noticing her worried gaze, I hid away my concern with a smile. Don't worry, I'm all right. Instinctively, Kisara fell into my embrace and hugged me tightly. Yuna has been really quiet lately. You would also stare into the distance and not move much. Is that so? I uttered in surprise, unaware of my behavior. I think I'm just a bit tired, that's all. But, like I said, you don't have to worry. I comforted her, and she pursed her lips. Kisara, you really don't have to worry, okay? I'm feeling fine. As if reassuring her, I kissed Kisara on the forehead, and her grip on my clothes tightened. Wanting to divert her attention, I gently held her shoulders. Honestly, I'm more worried about Kisara. Today's finally the moment you've been waiting for, so I'm quite anxious about whether something will go wrong. There's nothing to fear. Kisara confidently stood up. I have practiced very hard, and I will definitely do my best. Even if I don't know the answer, Yuna would just help me cheat, right? Kisara gazed at me with complete trust, and my smile twitched in disbelief. I take everything back. She has not matured one bit. But one thing she got right. I would have helped Kisara regardless, but it just didn't feel very pleasant for her to point it out so blatantly. Sigh. Try not to rely on my help too much. It wouldn't be good if the answers were wrong. I explained, and Kisara nodded solemnly. Despite the challenging exam, I know that I don't have to worry. During that time, Kisara worked really hard. From writing hieroglyphs in the sand to buying wooden boards and clay tablets for her to use. There were even times we sneaked back onto the rooftop to try and find Shada again, so he could give her some materials to work with. Do your best, Kisara. Nobody could look down on the hard work you put in. Even if Kisara failed, I won't stop being proud. Yuna, Kisara muttered with emotions, and she hurriedly wiped her eyes. Then we have no time to waste. I will definitely pass this exam. With excitement, Kisara leapt out of the window. As she fell, I caught her hand, and she gently touched the ground in a fluid motion. Why would you do that? Just use the stairs. I yelled, and she smiled mischievously. Before I could scold her, Kisara ran off, and the sound of her laughter echoed down the busy street. Sighing for the 10th time today, I dashed after her. Fortunately, with her back turned, Kisara wasn't able to see my embarrassing, warm smile. An hour later, by the time we arrived, the place was already teeming with people. The exam was set in the very temple where Kisara had made her promise. Watching the crowd, we noticed the people lining up in a long queue and talking with several people sitting by a booth. Realizing that's where she should sign up, Kisara quickly entered the line and waited patiently for her turn. When Kisara finally reached the front, she hesitantly approached one of the booths. Hello. She greeted awkwardly, and the man sitting by the table raised an eyebrow. Are you here to take the Royal Scribe exam? The man questioned, and seeing Kisara's nod, he wrote down something on the papyrus. Do you have anyone referencing you? If not, you must pay a fee to participate. Already being briefed by Shada, Kisara obediently placed a small bag filled with coins on the table. When the man thoroughly checked the amount, he nodded and wrote down Kisara's name before handing her a small wooden tablet. All right, this is all for now. You may leave. He ordered, and Kisara was ushered away. Still, in a state of confusion, She moved to the place where other people had also finished their registration. It's a little strange, I commented while staring at the registration process in confusion. I thought it would be a bit more complex than this. Nodding along, Kisara carefully observed the small wooden tablet given to her. Instantly, she gasped and quickly covered her mouth. Noticing her reaction, I grabbed her hand and led her to a corner where we were alone. "Yuna, look at this," Kisara exclaimed and showed me the wooden tablet. On it was a small inscription of hieroglyphics, and she began to read out what it said. "As the Ra's eye is at its peak, go to the sacred ground of our God's earthly home. Stand where the shadow stretches longest, and you will find what you seek." I frowned at the confusing words, and Kisara grasped her chin deep in thought. This must be a puzzle of some sort. But why would they give us this? Kisara muttered before gasping. "Unless..." "Yuna, do you think the test already started?" "What do you mean?" "Well, think about it. There has to be a reason that we were given this. But if my suspicion is correct, this is telling us the location of our test site." Walking back to the group, we began to notice people examining the small tablet. Some seemed to have already realized the truth and moved calmly to their venue, while others were still left confused. "To think the eliminations have already begun," I uttered and tapped Kisara's shoulder. "Have you figured out what ours meant?" "It first said that at Ra's eye at its peak," Kisara explained. "Ra's eye is also commonly known as the sun. So when the sun is at its peak, it is midday, right? Then, when it said God's earthly home, do you think they mean the temple?" I said excitedly. "Also where the shadow stretches the longest. That typically happens when the sun is setting and the sun sets in the west." Nodding eagerly, Kisara climbed the stairs to the temple. Once we were by the entrance, she turned left, following several other people who seemed to have also solved the puzzle. When Kisara finally stopped walking, we arrived at a courtyard connected to the main temple. Inside, multiple low tables were placed neatly in rows, further strengthening our confirmation that Kisara had gone to the right place. As we admired the surroundings, a man dressed in clean robes approached the group. "For now, find a spot to sit down and await further instructions." He spoke calmly and gestured at the vacant desks. Following the man's order, Kisara found a spare desk all the way in the corner and knelt. Unlike those modern school desks, the tables were longer and shorter, so everyone had to sit on their knees. "There's not as many people as I thought," I muttered while observing the room. With the numerous tables set for the participants, only 2/3 of the empty seats were filled. Suddenly, shouting came from the outside, and I curiously left Kisara's side to observe the commotion. Moving to the courtyard, there were a couple of people angrily shouting at the staff we talked to earlier. "What do you mean you can't let us in? We have paid the registration fee. Are you scamming us?" A person in front of the crowd yelled with a red face. "Unfortunately, sir, this is merely the protocol. You all have already been informed of the location and time on the wooden tag." "How am I supposed to know that?" the man roared. "You wrote this incoherent mess and expect us to understand? Unfortunately, there's nothing I can do. I apologize if you couldn't understand the words written. I could only wish you'd be more attentive next year." "Why you?" The man barged out of the crowd and tried to assault the staff member. However, before his arms could reach him, several guards blocked his path. Intimidated by their sharp weapons, the group of people could only clench their fists in frustration. One by one, they eventually left, unable to do anything but remember their mistake and try again next year. Feeling strange about the merciless eliminations, I moved back to Kisara and held her hand. Watching her innocently tilt her head, I smiled worriedly. "Things would really be fine, right? We should now begin," the staff announced while standing at the center of the courtyard. With a small wave, several more staff entered, carrying various papyrus scrolls and wooden boards. "You will each be given a wooden plaque that contains all the questions you must answer and a papyrus scroll that you can write with. During the examination, you may request for more scrolls, but only a maximum of 3 times. If you are caught cheating during the exam, you will be immediately disqualified and banned from participating in this exam in the future. Are there any further questions?" he asked and nodded with satisfaction when everyone shook their heads. "Good, you have 2 hours. I wish you all luck." Taking out a giant hourglass, he flipped it, and the sand began to drop. Instantly, everyone grabbed their pens and unfurled their scrolls. Kisara's face tensed with tension as she nervously dipped her pen into the bottle of ink, and the Royal Scribe exam had officially started. Third POV. Ho ho ho. There are a lot more examinees this year. An elderly man laughed and stroked his beard with amusement. Walking through the quiet temple, he curiously observed each testing site, watching the potential new scribes diligently writing on their test papers. Stopping in one particular courtyard, the man hummed and glanced at his apprentice, who was watching a participant in the corner. Following his gaze, the elderly man smirked when he saw that his young disciple was staring at a girl. Shada, did that young lady catch your eye? No, Master Shimon. Shada shook his head stiffly. She's merely someone I know, and I didn't expect her to really show up. Staring at Kisara's writing on the scrolls, Shada felt a strange sense of satisfaction. It wasn't long ago when he overheard her bold claim of stepping foot into the royal palace, and having the will to carry out that promise was admirable. Additionally, at first, Shada merely provided some spare resources out of a whim, but as time went on, he could see her talent in this role, and gradually, his advice became more serious as well. Is this whom you've been giving those teaching materials to? And here I thought you were getting engrossed in your studies. Shimon spoke with disappointment, and Shada frankly shook his head. No, Master Shimon. How could I ever? Of course, I have already reviewed and memorized everything before giving it away. The boy yelped with a pale face, causing Shimon to laugh. Realizing he was being tricked, Shada stared at the ground with embarrassment. Thankfully, remembering their current environment, Shimon's laughter soon died down. So how is she? Does the girl show any potential? Shimon questioned, and Shada frowned. Kisara has a lot of talent. From what I can tell, she indeed has some background in literature despite her commoner background, and her speed of learning is remarkable. That's so. Shimon smirked. Then she must be impressive if my disciple praises her. But we must not look down on the others as well. In the end, no matter how much you praise someone, it's meaningless if they couldn't overcome the hurdle of this test. Yes, Shada agreed with a complicated expression, but I hope your judgment of her is correct. Shimon replied sincerely, I would like to meet the one that my disciple personally trained. After all, feeling embarrassed, Shada averted his gaze, but deep down, he couldn't help but agree. Yuna's POV. Oh, this guy's answer is pretty good. Kisara, listen closely. This person's calculation seemed a little strange. Kisara's answer is probably correct. Kisara, I think this is wrong here. You forgot to subtract this number. I frantically corrected her mistakes and continued to pace around the room. Despite knowing that I might break her concentration, I couldn't control myself at the thought of her failure. However, my worries were also misplaced as Kisara answered the questions with ease. Thankfully, most of these questions were related to literature, which Kisara was able to solve due to her past. Additionally, the test contained several mathematical questions about general arithmetic. But with my help, within 1 year, Kisara learned how to calculate numbers and was able to perform some decent algebra skills. Although some questions were quite tricky, it's not something a little bit of the ghost, over-your-shoulder method couldn't solve. Because of my non-physical form, I could sneak a peek and write the answer on Kisara's scroll with my finger. This was the perfect crime, and I could never get caught doing it. Cheating? What was this cheating you're talking about? This was merely a skill, yes? An ability that Kisara worked very hard for. Laughing cheekily at my brilliant idea, I continued to watch over Kisara, and time quickly passed by. There are 10 more minutes left. The staff member announced suddenly, and everyone's pace became faster than before. She increased her speed, and Kisara was able to complete the remaining questions. When she finally reached the last question, she paused as her pen hung inches above the scroll. What's wrong? I asked, and Kisara frowned. This question, she whispered, her voice barely audible, and gestured with the tip of her pen. I don't know how to answer this. Is it something we haven't learned? I questioned anxiously, and Kisara shook her head. She stammered in a flustered tone. It's asking why I want to become a scribe. A moral question? I tilted my head in surprise. This was something unexpected. Unlike the regular exam questions, these questions were very strange. Unlike having a correct answer, they were something to judge someone's character. Since people can easily lie about their answers, I don't really know how they were able to tell if they were dishonest. But if they asked something like this in the first place, the testers should have a method. As the sand continued to drop to the bottom of the hourglass, Kisara bit her lips as she continued to hesitate. Gently, I placed my hands over her shoulders, and she flinched. Just relax, there are no wrong answers. Just write what comes to your mind. Nodding stiffly, Kisara began to write, and before we both realized, the remaining sand in the hourglass dripped down. Thankfully, Kisara seemed to be satisfied, and a small, relieved smile bloomed on her face. Now, everyone, place your pens down, and we will come and collect the exam materials. The staff member explained. The number of people participating was lower than expected. Thus, please be patient. Your results will be announced soon. Gradually, people begin to stand up from their sitting places. Following the other testers, Kisara left the courtyard. As the sunlight struck her face, Kisara finally released the tension in her body. I don't know what, but I feel more nervous leaving the exam than being in it, Kisara muttered. Well, that's just the way it is. I patted her head. Well, whatever the result was, it doesn't matter. Smiling reassuringly at Kisara, I held back the anxious sigh. I hoped things would really go well. Third POV. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Gee, Grand Vizier! The examiner screeched in shock at Shimon's sudden appearance before quickly bowing. W, what brings you here? Can you show me all the test scrolls? Actually, give me the one that was used by an examinee named Kisara. Shimon explained, and the man nodded hurriedly. Handing him the papyrus scroll, Shimon hummed as he opened it, revealing all of Kisara's answers. Master, Shada muttered as Shimon continued to read through the answers in silence. Huh, not bad. Shimon chuckled to himself. There are some minor mistakes, but most of the questions are correct. Typically, it was customary for people not to get all answers correct. However, instead of having specific questions wrong, there were many small mistakes, only making a part of the question correct. It was as if more than one person was working on this one scroll. But unbeknownst to Shimon, he didn't realize how accurate that hypothesis actually was. As Shimon continued to scan the remaining answers, he eventually reached the final question, which Shimon found to be the most interesting. Just as Yuna has predicted, it has no accurate weight. However, it was indeed a method to test a person's character. Since the test was already difficult enough to leave only a few people as candidates, they could freely get help from the Millennium scale, which can determine a person's sincerity in their writing. How interesting! Shimon stared at Kisara's answer, and he felt his curiosity truly piqued. Shada. Yes, master. Shada lifted his head as Shimon handed him the papyrus scroll. Go and find her. Shada, why, yes. Find Kisara and bring her to me. Shimon ordered while stroking his beard. I want to see who she really is. My master wants to see you. That was the first thing Shada said to us upon his arrival. Confused, Kisara nodded stiffly and began to follow him back into the courtyard. Moving deeper into the building, Shada eventually led us to a closed door, and I sensed a presence inside. Master, I have brought her. Shada knocked on the door before turning to us. Please enter quietly. Are you not coming in with us? Kisara asked, and he shook his head. He only requested you, and I will be waiting outside. But please don't be disrespectful. My master is the Grand Vizier. One wrong word can get you in a lot of trouble. Shada explained. Gee, Grand Vizier. Kisara gulped nervously and shivered. At Shada's urging, she hesitantly opened the door and stepped inside. Immediately upon entering, a pleasant fragrance hit our noses, and an elderly man sat at the center of the room. Dressed in clean white robes, the man has spiky gray hair styled upwards and a wrinkled face with brown skin. On his neck was the familiar Millennium key. While it looked like an ordinary ornament in Kisara's eyes, I knew its power and couldn't afford to relax. However, That's not the main thing I was focusing on. He looked just like Grandpa Mudo. I thought to myself and stared at him with discomfort. Even if I knew that he was not the same person, their appearance and behavior were so similar that it left me in a daze. It felt like everyone I know has forgotten about my very existence. That I was alone, stranded in this passage of time. While I was able to endure at the beginning, as time went on, I could feel myself losing a sense of reality. Before I realized it, a single tear dripped down my face, and I struggled to control my emotions. Noticing my distress, Kisara glanced at me worriedly, but was unable to act in the presence of the elderly man. Worry about me later, I insisted. Focus on what is happening now. But Yuna, she mouthed. No buts. I hushed. Just listen to what he has to say. Despite feeling reluctant, Kisara eventually nodded under my firm refusal. As the man finished his tea, he smiled calmly. Please relax and sit down. Kisara mumbled dejectedly, and I felt guilty for scolding her a little too hard. When she sat down, Kisara immediately held my hand in comfort. My name is Shimon Muron, and as you heard from my disciple, I'm the current Grand Vizier of the Great Pharaoh. Shimon introduced himself with a friendly grin. I'm Kisara. Kisara greeted uncomfortably. What am I doing here? Thud. Suddenly, we heard a scrambling noise outside, and I assumed Shada must have collapsed in exasperation at Kisara's manner of speech. Reaching the same conclusion as me, Shimon chuckled. Don't worry about your etiquette. Just speak like you normally do. As for why you're here, I'm merely interested in the girl that Shada spoke so highly about, Shimon explained, and we heard another loud noise outside of the room. Master, our relationship isn't like that. Shada spoke in a flustered tone from beyond the door. Oh, then what's all that statement of her intelligence? Shimon pointed out. You were praising her passionately earlier. Please excuse me. I realized I had something to do, so I had to leave prematurely. Shada frantically replied and ran away as we heard his footsteps fading into the distance. Caught off guard by this interaction, Kisara suddenly burst into a small giggle. When she finally regained her composure, she stared at the floor and blushed. Sorry. Shimon chuckled and smiled wryly, unbothered by her reaction. As I was saying, your test results have piqued my interest. Taking out a papyrus scroll, Shimon calmly spread it open, revealing Kisara's answers. You see, I noticed something peculiar with your response. Unlike the other examinees, your response seemed to cover all aspects of a question, as if you put everyone else's idea and merged it into one. How interesting is that? Shimon smiled as Kisara and I tensed. No way, he didn't catch on, did he? I sweated nervously as Kisara took a deep breath, sharing the same sentiment. Is that bad? Fortunately, Shimon still seemed oblivious to our cheating. No, quite the contrary, he explained. This shows that you have an objective view of the situation. Other than administrative tasks, a scribe also has to write various documents, from legal contracts, religious texts, and royal records. There will definitely be times when you won't agree with what was written. When those moments do come to fruition, you must separate your opinions from facts. Shimon said solemnly, so having a different perspective of things is indeed a favorable skill. Listening to his explanation, Kisara sighed with relief and laughed nervously. I'm not that impressive. However, Shimon interpreted this the wrong way and smiled. It's okay to show some pride since it's only the two of us here. At this point, Kisara's eyes spun dizzily, unable to comprehend the situation. Realizing that the elderly man before her was getting scammed in real time, we both felt pity while unable to speak up because our future were at stake. Besides that, I'm also interested in your calculations. Shimon continued and pointed at the numbers on the page. The method of inventing an imaginary variable to solve the problem was something unorthodox, but still exciting nonetheless. This time, Kisara seemed to agree since it was a method I taught her, and it was obvious that she was happy that my teaching was being praised. Does this mean I'm qualified? Kisara's pupil gleamed with anticipation as Shimon slowly closed the scroll. As for your achievements in the exam, you are indeed qualified. However, he continued with a pause. There's also another requirement that you must pass for you to be chosen. Without further explanation, Shimon reached for the Millennium key hanging by his neck. Kisara, would you kindly hold this for me? He chuckled, and the room's atmosphere became tense. Third POV. Shimon smiled calmly, his expression unreadable. As Kisara stared at the key, he noticed her hesitation in his instructions, as if she knew the details of the Millennium key. In truth, other than being interested in Kisara, Shimon found her to be suspicious. She was a girl with no background that suddenly appeared seemingly out of nowhere. While other commoners hoped they could get lucky with the exam, Kisara's answers seemed to fit every criterion of a scribe that Shimon was looking for. Is she a spy? Shimon thought to himself. Her appearance was already much different from a normal Egyptian. But who would need to send a spy? Was it the Romans? Shimon wasn't sure, but all will be revealed when she touched the Millennium key. After much consideration, Kisara carefully reached out her tiny hand. As her fingers came in contact with the artifact, Shimon instantly felt their consciousness connected. However, before he could enter his mind, he froze. Floating behind Kisara was a beautiful young woman with blue hair. Like an angel watching over her shoulders, the woman carefully embraced Kisara's back, openly displaying her affection. Is she a spirit? Shimon analyzed and glanced at the girl before him. Kisara was still staring at Shimon strangely, as if unaware of the woman behind her. As he continued to gaze at the woman, she suddenly lifted her face from Kisara's white hair and frowned. Noticing Shimon's gaze, the woman's brow furrowed before widening in surprise. Her lips pursed as she observed Shimon wary and the arms wrapping around Kisara tightened. Before Shimon could even think, cold energy swept through the room, and his body instinctively flinched as sweat beads down his face as if responding to the woman's wariness. A dormant being seemed to awaken with Kisara, and Shimon felt as if a new pair of beastly eyes were watching his every move. Another one. Shimon stiffened with alarm. Such strength. As Shimon focused more, he could vaguely discern the creature's shape, and he saw the shadow of a dragon looming over Kisara with protectiveness. Both the woman and the dragon were glaring at him, as if telling Shimon that one wrong move would spell his demise. Despite the openly displayed hostility, Shimon sensed the pureness of Kisara's mind. There was never a scheme against the pharaoh or anything like that. In fact, her thought was so uncontaminated that it felt unreal. Was that why those two cherished her so much? Shimon thought and glimpsed at the woman and dragon watching over her. Mr. Shimon, Kisara mumbled uncomfortably. How long do I have to hold the necklace for? Shimon snapped out of his daze and glimpsed at her. Recalling her innocent and pure mind, he slowly retracted the Millennium key. To his relief, the woman and dragon's presence vanished, allowing Shimon to breathe. Are you all right? Kisara asked worriedly, noticing his cold sweat. Do you need some rest? Don't worry. I merely overexerted myself. That's all. Shimon took a sharp breath and wiped the sweat from his face. I'll be fine after a few minutes. As for the second test, I believe you have passed. Surprised, Kisara jumped and slapped the table. Oh, really? Of course, he smiled wryly. As of now, you have officially become an apprentice scribe. In fact, just like Shada, I will teach you myself. Kisara's face lit up with joy as she struggled to control herself from celebrating. Thank you. You don't have to thank me. And teaching is also merely a hobby of mine. Shimon chuckled. I look forward to your growth. Yes. Kisara smiled brightly as Shimon patted her head. This is all for today. Please come back tomorrow, and everything will be arranged before then. With Shimon's reassurance, Kisara quietly left the room. Outside, she saw Shada waiting for her. So how did it go? Foo. As of today, we are officially rivals, Kisara confidently announced, and he frowned. Don't get too carried away, and you are technically my junior. Shada poked her forehead and teased. So you better show me some respect. Pouting, Kisara crossed her arms before breaking into a sheepish grin. After a few more minutes of bickering, they bid each other farewell. Running home, Kisara's steps were light as we both felt excited of our now bright future. Yuna's POV. Yuna, we did it. We really did it. Kisara stammered excitedly. However, noticing my perpetual frown, she anxiously tilted her head. That's good, right? I'm sorry, I'm just lost in thought. I explained before quickly smiling. You did great. I'm so proud. Keeping the smile plastered on my face, I stroked her head out of habit while recalling what happened in that room. He definitely saw me. My hand flinched. Worried about Kisara's safety plagued my mind. As soon as she held the Millennium key, Shimon's gaze instantly turned from blue eyes, white dragon and eye. Despite his good intentions, I couldn't overlook the off chance that associating with him would harm Kisara. But being taught by Shimon himself was also amazing. Ugh, I bit my lips as the pros and cons weighed heavily against my conscience. For now, it may be best if I watch. If something truly bad is happening, I will intervene. Yuna, Kisara spoke softly and hugged my body. Lifting her head, her face showed a hesitant expression, and her voice barely a whisper. Earlier, you were crying. Yes. I nodded, and my smile subconsciously disappeared. Shimon just reminded me of someone I know. Then why would Yuna cry? Kisara questioned. Was he someone bad? No. I chuckled and played with her hair. Just like Shimon, he's kind and caring. I think the reason I cried was because I felt lonely. I reveal my honest thoughts. Kisara, you must know that I'm not from here. Gradually, I began to open up my heart. I talked about where I really came from, what happened to me, and what is the situation I'm currently in. As I talked, I felt the sadness resurfacing, and my vision became blurry again. I missed Kaiba. I missed Makuba. I missed Serenity. I missed Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. I missed Starving Venom Fusion Dragon. I missed the Dragon Maids. I missed home. I wept and tried to wipe my tears, making a mess of myself. Unable to control my body, I finally released the pin-up emotions and cried. Kisara's POV. Yuna. My body trembled at the sound of her cry, and I didn't know what to do. I clenched my fists in my helplessness as I couldn't relate to her pain. From her story, I realized that all the time she had been supporting me, I wasn't able to reciprocate that same kindness to her. Instinctively, I crawled and embraced Yuna, trying to use my tiny body to wrap around her. As I witnessed her sorrow, I also felt like crying too. I'm sorry, Yuna. Words kept flowing out of my mouth as I stammered anxiously. It's because Yuna stayed with me that she couldn't go back home. Suddenly, 2 hands cupped my face as Yuna pulled my face close. She glared at me with her red eyes, and I shivered at her angry expression. Don't ever say that, she growled. Kisara was never at fault. But Yuna... No buts. Yuna yelled and pinched my cheeks. You should never apologize for something you have never done. Biting my lips, I nodded helplessly, and she released my face. In an awkward silence, I glimpsed at Yuna, who was hugging her knees with her back facing me. Unsure of what to do, I awkwardly tapped her with my hand. Yuna, I called and patted my thigh. Can you come here? Under my invitation, she gently laid her head on my lap, and she glimpsed at me in confusion. Remembering how Yuna always does it, I carefully stroked her hair with a serene smile. There, I muttered with a slight blush. Everything will be all right. Kisara, I don't think this is necessary. Yuna stuttered in embarrassment and covered her face. But it always worked with me. I argued confidently. So why wouldn't it work with Yuna? Speechless, Yuna watched me untangling her hair. With a giggle, I also wiped the remaining tears from her eyes. Yuna always looked after me, but never looked after herself. It's unfair to show my weakness to Yuna all the time, and you don't do the same. I pouted, and she averted her gaze. Kisara, I have enough worries, Yuna mumbled. It's not good if I add it anymore. Cool. I frowned and exacted my revenge as I pulled on her face. You're all what I'm worried about. I told you before, as long as you're with me. I don't care what happens. Yuna opened and closed her mouth in resignation. I'm sorry for being so troublesome. I should be the one saying that. I sighed. So it's okay for Yuna to cry once in a while. I will make sure to hold you together. Touched, Yuna smiled softly, and her eyes curved in satisfaction. Then I will do just that, she muttered. My shoulders relaxed, and I felt relieved that her mood had improved. Still maintaining my smile, I brought Yuna to the bed and forced her to lie down. Now, after you've cried, you have to sleep to regain all the lost energy. Despite not needing sleep, Yuna eventually closed her eyes under my firm insistence. Crawling into the bed and embracing her, I patiently waited as she fell asleep. Remembering the other times Yuna fell asleep, I must wake her up forcefully or else she would really sleep for a long time. When I was confident that Yuna had fallen asleep, I sat up and held her hands. I'm sorry, Yuna. I apologized. Despite having talked openly about your problems, I still hid mine. Suddenly, light glowed from my hands as I felt my strength leaving my body. Staring at Yuna's face, I watched as her pale skin gradually regained its usual vitality. That's all better, I muttered and snuggled in her arms. Gazing at her healthy face, I smiled with relief. This would always be a secret of mine, since Yuna would definitely get mad if she found out that I had been giving her some of my ba. She herself doesn't even realize her worsening conditions because I was able to replenish her energy discreetly. I accidentally gave Yuna a bit more than I was planning. I took a tired breath, but it was worth it if she would get better. It wasn't difficult for me to notice her depleting ba. While ordinary people can always replenish their life energy, Yuna's would constantly be drained away. That's why Yuna don't have to know. I will make sure that you can continue keeping me safe, so don't go anywhere. Just keep loving me, okay? I smiled, closed my eyes, and drifted off to sleep. As Kisara was accepted, time passed by like a flash. After arriving at the Rendezvous spot the next day, Kisara was admitted promptly as an apprentice scribe of Shimon Muron, the Grand Vizier. Naturally, there were protests due to her unknown background, but the power of the Grand Vizier shut that down. With no more hiccups, Kisara was able to adapt and find her place in this massive palace. As an apprentice, her status improved significantly, and she secured a dorm room at the corner of the palace and gained a much more stable salary. Under this better environment, Kisara absorbed everything she was taught, and under my very eyes, she grew beautifully as her body matured, even reaching my height. Although I was disheartened that I couldn't hug her like before, I felt proud that I was able to witness her growth firsthand. Time continued to pass as we survived together in our new life. Day, Kisara, it's time to wake up. I quietly nudged and she groaned. Come on, you have lessons in the morning. Hearing the word lessons, her eyes fluttered open and she yawned. Morning. When she got out of bed, I carefully helped her dress in her outfit. Sighing, I adjusted her sleeve while Kisara still struggled to keep awake. What did I tell you about sleeping so late at night? But I almost finished the book. Kisara whined. It was just getting good. I clicked my tongue playfully and finished brushing her hair. Before she could say anything, I stuffed a small piece of bread into Kisara's mouth and pushed her out of the door. As we exited the room, Seto was already waiting outside for us, and they greeted each other with familiarity. Have you completed the work master given to you? He questioned as the two walked down the hallway. Of course, who do you take me for? Kisara smirked, and Seto snorted. Seto, a smart, immature girl who still doesn't seem to understand how the real world works. What did you say? Kisara exclaimed, and tried to glance at me as I averted my gaze. Sorry, but his statement perfectly described you, Kisara. As the two bickered, they finally arrived outside of Shimon's classroom. By the way, apparently, the final sacred guardian has been chosen. Since we're Master Shimon's disciples, we will also attend the ceremony. Is that so? That sounds fun. Kisara readily agreed, and we put that thought to the back of our minds as the day began. A few hours later, when Kisara's classes finally ended, she followed Seto and Shimon as they walked to the inner courts of the royal palace. Like a curious child, Kisara's eyes darted around in admiration at this new level of luxury she was seeing for the first time. It was really different compared to the outer courts. She exclaimed in shock. Sho, you have to be careful. You never know what you say may offend someone important. Seto warned, and Kisara nodded frantically before covering her mouth. Relax, just be respectful as always, and you'll be fine. Shimon laughed reassuringly, and Kisara calmed down. As we stopped in front of a closed door, Shimon instructed the pair to mimic his movements before opening the imposing entrance. The moment the door swung open, we were met with a breathtaking sight. At the center of the room stood a towering throne, approached by a bright red carpet that stretched all the way to the door. On either side, massive quartz pillars supported the grand space, each flanked by heavily armed guards. Ornate golden decorations adorned the room, further emphasizing the opulence of the throne room. Sitting on the throne was an elderly man around Shimon's age. Unlike his friendly and kind appearance, the man's features were sharp and severe, but not in a wrong way. Instead, he gave out the presence of a great and powerful leader who instinctively wants you to obey his words. Besides, the man was a young boy around Kisara's age. Dressed in similar clothing to the pharaoh, the boy with gold and red hair stood proudly with his head raised high. "Yami Yugi," I muttered before shaking my head. "No, right now. He's Adam, the pharaoh's son." Knowing the content of the show, I was fully aware of Yami Yugi's real name. However, I always refrained from mentioning it due to being afraid of really messing up the storyline. But looking at him now, I felt a strange sense of excitement as I was able to watch the backstory of the most famous character in my favorite anime alive. We greet the great pharaoh and the young lord. Following Shimon, Shada, and Kisara both bowed in silence as they held their breath in anxiety. "You may rise," the man spoke calmly, and the three carefully raised their heads. As the man stared at Shimon, his serious expression disappeared, and he chuckled with amusement. "Welcome, Shimon. I see you have brought your apprentices with you." "Yes, Your Highness. I hope they could get some experience on the ordination ceremony today. I plan to have one of them succeed the Millennium key one day," Shimon explained as Kisara and Shada exchanged surprised glances. The pharaoh stroked his beard and nodded. "That is fine. Also, how many times have I told you to address me as Aknamkanon? As I stated before, I simply can't do that." Shimon rejected, and Aknamkanon clicked his teeth. Moving beside the throne, Shimon continued to exchange words with the pharaoh as Kisara and Shada curiously listened to the conversation. "I heard that the new sacred guardian was a young priest who arrived not so long ago. Is that true?" Aknamkanon asked curiously. "Yes, as rumors said." Shimon nodded and stroked his beard. "I heard he was someone quite outstanding. I also heard he's—" Shimon leaned close to his ear before whispering something unintelligible. "Is that so?" Aknamkanon frowned. "That would be interesting." "Yes," Shimon agreed before smiling softly. "How is a young lord?" he said to Adam, who perked his shoulders. "I have been working hard to follow my father's footsteps." The prince answered, "I wish to be as great as him." "I believe you will reach your goal." Shimon nodded, causing Aknamkanon to laugh. "Adam still have a long way to go." He smirked and glanced at Kisara and Shada. "If only he could learn a bit more discipline, like your students." "F.A. Father." Adam blushed in embarrassment, and Shimon chuckled with a proud smile. "Haha, I'm merely a lucky teacher," Shimon replied humbly, and Kisara's nose twitched at the pharaoh's praise. "Kisara, the pharaoh really just praised us." "Quiet. What if he hears us?" Shada hushed, but he couldn't control the smile on his face. Finally, after a few more minutes of waiting, the rest of the sacred guardians arrived one by one, each of them adorned with their own unique Millennium items. "I believe everyone is here." Aknamkanon returned to his serious expression, and his voice echoed deeply in the throne room. "It is time to ordinate the last of the sacred guardians." For quite some time now, the seat has been vacant, but finally, the artifact has chosen its new wielder. "Bring him in." Slowly, the door of the throne room opened, and a young man entered. Dressed in bright blue priestly garments, the man bowed deeply. "I greet your majesty." Nodding in satisfaction, Aknamkanon raised his hand, and the servants swiftly arrived in the room. With professionalism, they carried a small cushion, and resting on the cushion was the still unowned Millennium Rod, the artifact that gleamed coldly in the light. Immediately, All the other sacred guardians began to chant, their voices resonating deeply in the room. One by one, their Millennium items shimmered and glowed, reacting to their voices. Standing up from his throne, Agnamkanon brought his hands close to the Millennium puzzle on his neck as the artifact activated. "State your name, young priest." "My name is Seto." The man announced his name as Kisara, and I simultaneously froze in disbelief. It has been so long since I worried about the events that would happen in the story as I was looking after Kisara. It has completely glossed over my mind that Seto will show up again. From the start, I always had hoped these two would fall in love with each other, but that plan soon changed when I wanted instead to have Kisara live happily. While the process remained the same, the goal changed completely. "Seto." My eyes gleamed sadly, and I felt the heaviness in my heart. Even when I thought I had overcome my homesickness, it came back stronger than before. "He's not him," I muttered repeatedly to myself. "He's not my Kaiba." I didn't feel anything when he entered the room. My heart didn't beat for him. That's why my eyes gleamed while looking over Kisara's shoulder. "Kisara, I promise that you will definitely find love. With me here, there will be romance." With newfound determination, I continued to watch the ordination as my mind crossed various ideas on how to bring these two together. "Seto," Agnamkanon's voice spread through the surroundings. "Do you swear on your honor and soul to carry out your duty as a sacred guardian?" "I do." "Do you swear that you will use your powers to protect the citizens of Egypt and serve the pharaoh with your entire being?" "I do," Seto muttered, and Agnamkanon nodded in satisfaction. "Then very well. As of today, I declare you, Priest Seto, as the 6th member of the Sacred Guardian." Carefully standing up, Seto raised his head, and he froze. Lifting her head, Kisara and Seto found themselves staring at each other in silence. The gazes lasted mere moments as the young priest snapped out of his shock and reached for the Millennium Rod. His hand touched the artifact, and the Millennium glowed faintly as if registering its new owner. "This concludes the ordination. You will soon receive your new duties as a sacred guardian. As of now, you may all leave." One by one, each sacred guardian bid their farewell to the pharaoh as the ceremony ended, and the members went back to their respective duties. Kisara's POV. When we left the throne room, Shimon turned around and smiled at us. It was very intriguing, right? Seeing our nod, he laughed. "Let's call it early for today. I will see you both tomorrow." Still in a state of disbelief, my feet remained planted on the ground, and Shada nudged me on the shoulder in concern. "What's wrong? Did you see a ghost? Or something?" He joked. "Sorry, I was just surprised by the ordination." I lied and smiled wryly. "I remember that there's something I have to do, so let's talk later." "Is that so?" Shada frowned, sensing that I was hiding something. "Then find me if you encounter any problems." "Yes, I will, thanks." I smiled, and he also soon departed as I stood in the hallway alone. Thinking about the scene that transpired moments ago, my face turned complicated while Yuna patted my head. "It's really him, right? The one that saved me a few years ago?" I asked, and Yuna assured my suspicion with a light nod. "What should I do?" "Since Seto just became a sacred guardian, it will be difficult to approach him." Yuna voiced out her concerns. "Let's just keep our distance for the time being." With nothing else left to do, Yuna proposed a visit to the library, and I eagerly agreed. But as if speaking of the devil, someone suddenly snatched my wrist before I could even take a step. "Wait," a voice uttered, and I stared at Seto, who tightly held my wrist. "You're here, aren't you? The one that the slave traders captured." My mind went blank by his sudden appearance, unable to formulate a word. "Why aren't you answering me?" He clicked his teeth with a frown. "Are you really going to act like nothing had happened?" "How should I address you?" "Sir," I stammered nervously, trying to gauge his reaction. "Just address me like how you address people normally." Seto sighed. "Then let me ask again, are you Kisara?" "My name, you remembered." I uttered in shock before blushing in embarrassment. "I'm sorry. I don't know how to respond. I never expected to meet you again." "Likewise," Seto hummed as we bathed in an awkward silence. I never thought about what I would say when I met Seto again years later. He was someone I should be grateful for, which makes it even more challenging to find a fine line on how to treat him. Kisara, are you listening? Ah, yes. I jumped slightly, realizing that Seto was still staring at me. I quickly bowed. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Your mind is straying, he pointed out, and I laughed awkwardly. I apologize. I was still in a state of shock. I don't know how to feel, I replied. I was never able to thank you properly yet. If it weren't for Seto that day, I would have still been a slave, or worse, I probably would have had an early death. I smiled softly. I will never forget this debt. While I believe that Yuna would never let my life go down that path, it was ultimately Seto who saved me, and I will always be grateful for that. But Yuna, I never questioned her judgment, not even once. However, I couldn't help but wonder why I should be in Seto's debt. Looking back at her, Yuna's eyes matched mine, and she smirked. I suddenly felt a bad feeling as her pupils darted between me and Seto. Hold on, isn't this a perfect opportunity? She mumbled to herself. You know what, Kisara? She rubbed my shoulders with an ecstatic look. How about treating him to a meal? That should spark things up. Spark what up? I screamed internally while still maintaining a smile. Foo, foo, foo. Yuna imitated my laughter as her eyes curved like a crescent moon. Just listen to your big sister, okay? She laughed ominously as I shivered at what was in her mind. Yuna's POV. It was nighttime when I slowly opened my eyes. Feeling Kisara's arms wrapped around my body, I broke into a smile and quietly escaped from her embrace. Yuna, Kisara groaned, and I quickly stroked her head. To my relief, her expression softened, and she returned to sleep. Carefully opening the door, I left the room to get some fresh air. Moving freely in the empty courtyard, I stared at the moon with a bittersweet smile. To think the guy could have an expression like that. Under my careful instructions, Kisara offered Seto a meal, and he readily agreed. They spent the entire afternoon together. At first, both of them were pretty awkward, but with some patience, I noticed the two enjoying themselves as time went on. Sighing, I ruffled my hair. Let's just see how things go. Kisara really was having fun, so I have no right to step in. I smiled wryly. Now I'm suddenly missing Kaiba, too. As I was lost in my thoughts, I noticed footsteps coming closer towards me. Unbothered by the new presence, I nonchalantly turned my head and was surprised to see Priest Seto walking by. What's this guy doing here? I frowned and floated beside him. However, as I moved, my body accidentally nudged the vase placed beside the railings. The vase fell to the ground and created a loud, shattering sound that spread throughout the quiet palace. Who's there? Seto shouted, wary, his eyes scanning his surroundings. Cautiously approached the broken vase, he stared at it with suspicion. Enough playing around. Show yourself this instance. Let's just go back. I muttered with a chuckle as Priest Seto continued to patrol around the vase like a blind bat. As I was about to leave, I felt a chill and instinctively dodged as a spear stabbed the spot where I originally stood. Stepping back, I turned around and spotted a tall centaur wielding a long spear in his hands. Beside the monster was Priest Seto. On his wrist was a golden device resembling the dual disc from modern times. Halt, trespasser, Seto glared at me. How dare you step foot into this place? He saw me. I frowned as he waited for an answer. As I moved, Seto's eyes seemed to be trained on me, and I sighed. Can you see me right now? I questioned, and Seto made a stupid expression. Then who else am I referring to? Seto growled. Now state your name, thief. TSK. I clicked my teeth in annoyance. I'm not an enemy. I find that hard to believe. Seto muttered, fine. If you don't tell me who you are, then I'll just beat it out of you. Mystic Horseman attack. The dual monster's spirit charged at his command, and I summoned my spirits to defend. Bang! Mystic Horseman's spear was blocked by the Dragon Knight of Creation's sword, knocking him back. Seto groaned as he felt the force of my knight through his spirit. While Seto does possess a Millennium item, my spirits were still more powerful. As he glared at my spirit, Seto's eyes widened upon his familiar appearance, remembering that the Dragon Knight of Creation was one of the spirits that saved his village. Now, we're stuck at a standstill. While Seto was still cautious of my presence, he found himself unable to attack his savior. "Stop!" I finally called out as the Dragon Knight of Creation lowered his sword. "I have no intention to fight." After much hesitation, Seto also gestured as Mystic Horseman calmed down. "You still haven't answered any of my questions yet. Who are you, and what are you doing in the palace?" Knowing that Seto no longer had any intentions of attacking, I relaxed and nodded. "You can think of me as a spirit. Certain people could see me. I think that you could only see me because of the Millennium Rod." I pointed at the staff in his hand. "A spirit? How am I supposed to believe that?" Seto scowled. However, his question was soon answered as soldiers finally arrived at the scene of the commotion. When they noticed Seto, they quickly saluted. "Sir, we heard a disturbance. Is there anything wrong?" To Seto's disbelief, the soldiers completely ignored me, even when I was standing right next to them. Eventually, Seto could only dismiss the soldiers with a complicated expression, and when we were finally alone, he stared at me as if he tasted something disgusting. "I see." He managed to muster these two words, and I smirked. "Besides that, the reason I'm here was none other than to look after Kisara. That's all." I smiled playfully, and Seto's face tensed at the mention of her name. I couldn't help but mess with him a little. "Other than you, Kisara was the only person who could see me, and I took care of her." I explained, "Since Kisara started living in the palace, it's natural for me to come along too." "Seto, but that doesn't explain." This explained everything. I interrupted him with a firm tone. "Besides, why would human logic apply to me?" Fully embracing my spectral form, my words left Seto too stunned to speak. "But you're still trespassing." Seto tried to argue, but was immediately cut off. "Oh, doesn't that mean your spirit is trespassing too?" I replied. "In a sense, I'm Kisara's spirit." In the end, Seto found himself unable to refute anything I said. Ultimately, he could only relax his caution, and my words finally seemed to get into his head. Typically, I would have excused myself and left while I still could, but I couldn't help but want to mess with him a little. As I said before, as for Kisara's spirit, I would usually always stay beside her, even today. I was there. I smiled ominously. "You're quite fond of my Kisara, aren't you?" "Seto, I don't blame you, honestly. Kisara is very beautiful, and I have always hoped that she would find a good man. However, I wiped my non-existent teardrops, but after today, I was unlawfully attacked. How should I explain it to Kisara? Her only family member was unjustly attacked in the middle of the night." "Hold on." Seto stammered, and his composure began to crack. It was so scary." I muttered and hugged myself. To think he actually has such unpure intentions. "I apologize." "Sorry, what did you say?" "I didn't hear you," I replied nonchalantly, and Seto knelt on the ground. "I apologize for my actions. I truly am sorry." Seto responded while his head was lowered with shame. I guess I will let it slide this time." I giggled and ignored Seto, gnashing his teeth in frustration. When I finally stepped away, he carefully raised his body, his face a mixture of anger and embarrassment. "I've been away for quite some time now. I don't want to worry Kisara," I said. "Let's just forget what happened tonight. As long as you keep quiet, I will ignore your moves on Kisara." "Cease with these obscene thoughts," Seto demanded with a flushed face. Taking a deep breath, he nodded with bitterness. "I will overlook this incident today." "Great," I smiled in satisfaction. "Let's end it here for today. If I'm not there when Kisara wakes up, she'll get worried, and the longer I talk with you, the more I feel my blood pressure rise." "Please wait." Seto stopped me. "Can you not tell her? I don't want to think of me as weird." "Okay, fine," I muttered as I stared at his handsome face. Turning my back towards him, I held in the sigh that was about to escape my lips. "I'm actually hoping for your success. I could only give her so much happiness, but Kisara deserves much more." With a sad smile, I glimpsed at him. "Don't disappoint me, Seto. Make her fall for you, okay? Like I did with him." Without waiting for his reply, I flew away, escaping from sight. When I made it back to Kisara's room, I carefully sneaked back into the bed. As I crawled in her arms, her expression finally relaxed, and I giggled. Who cares about the trial of memories anymore? I thought with a confident smile. However, unbeknownst to me, that brief notion would indeed come and bite me in the future. As time passed, Kisara finally reached adulthood, much to my pride. When she got older, her work ethic also grew, and she became much more intelligent than before. However, ultimately, it was Shada who inherited the Millennium Key and became a new member of the Sacred Guardian, taking Shimon's place. While it was regretful, another opportunity was open for her. Since Shada will become a Sacred Guardian, Kisara will naturally take the role of the Grand Vizier. But that would still take some time, and Kisara has been preparing for this by attending as many meetings as possible. With this, she was also able to get much more familiar with Adam, Aknamkanon, and the other Sacred Guardians. Mahid, one of Adam's close friends and the wielder of the Millennium Ring. Kareem, a calm and loyal man who wields the Millennium Scale. Anakadin, a mysterious old man who wields the Millennium Eye. Isis, a kind and intelligent woman and the wielder of the Millennium Necklace. Finally, Seto and Shada, who possess the Millennium Rod and Key, respectively. Otherwise, Kisara's life has been uneventful, except for one thing. With my approval, Seto became much more proactive, interacting with Kisara every chance he got. Even a blind man could tell that he had fallen for her upon first sight. To my relief, his hard work was not fruitless endeavors, and Kisara gradually became more conscious of him. Seeing their timid and cute romance firsthand, it was indeed a new form of entertainment, and the amount of teasing materials seemed to never end. However, this also came at a cost. As their affection for each other grew, I found Kisara to be less dependent on me than before. While I was disappointed, it was something I had already come to accept when I went through with this plan. Eventually, I will leave Kisara, so if she could have someone else to be there for her, I can go home without worrying. As I was thinking of these sad thoughts, I heard Kisara's happy humming while putting on her clothes. "Are you going out on a date with Seto again? He's just taking me somewhere to eat." Kisara blushed as I approached her. While I haven't aged at all in these 5 years, Kisara now could be considered an adult, outgrowing me in many physical aspects. I'm definitely not jealous or anything. Sighing, I patted her shoulders. "Isn't that just a date?" Before she could refute it, I gently poked her cheek. "What's there to hide? Are you really going to lie to me?" I muttered and feigned a sad expression. No, Kisara screamed and blushed. "I just feel embarrassed." "Of course." I nodded and embraced Kisara as her head rested against my chest. "I'm really happy for you." "Yuna," Kisara mumbled before staring at me with an anxious look. "What's wrong?" I playfully messed with her hair. "Worried about the date?" "No, it's not that." She shook her head. "Remember what we talked about 5 years ago when we first arrived in Memphis? I said that I never wanted to find love." Yeah, what about it?" I tilted my head, feeling that the conversation was going towards something strange. "When you said that it is a beautiful feeling, I didn't believe you, saying that Yuna is enough for me. But now I don't think I can be happy without Seto, too. Isn't that a good thing?" I replied in a confused tone. "That means that Kisara has more people she can trust now." "Yes, but Yuna, didn't you love someone too?" She stared at me with a pained expression. While I could barely imagine myself without Seto, how would Yuna feel if she was separated for years? Gradually, the smile on my face faded as Kisara mentioned a sore spot. Realizing her mistake, her expression turned into horror. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." I flicked Kisara's forehead and stopped her rambling as I softly stroked her head. It felt awful. I answered, "But it's ultimately something I've gotten used to." "Kisara, promise me that you will cherish this moment, because you never know what will happen." I lectured, and she nodded solemnly. "Good, now go and have fun. I will be waiting here." Reluctant to leave her spot, I finally pushed Kisara out of the door. "Don't be late now. You can't have Seto waiting." With a smile, I waved, and she finally left. When I couldn't hear Kisara's footsteps anymore, my smile disappeared as I fell onto the bed. Since it would be inappropriate to go along on Kisara's date, I found myself having a lot of free time with nothing to do. "So bored," I muttered while staring at the ceiling. Well, as long as nothing bad happens. I thought to myself. However, I didn't realize how wrong that was until later. Third POV. This is delicious. Kisara muttered softly and carefully placed the food in her mouth. Closing her eyes, she thoroughly enjoyed the taste with a satisfied smile. I'm glad. Seto chuckled with relief. I was worried that it might not suit your taste. As long as it's Seto who's introducing the food to me, I will always do my best to enjoy it, Kisara replied with a smile, and he coughed in embarrassment. Observing the woman sitting opposite him, Seto felt a rosy sensation in his chest. As the 2 years passed by, he felt his affection towards Kisara grow, and much to his joy, he realized that she also felt the same way. There's still some time before we must return to the palace. Would you take a walk with me? Seto asked. Of course, Kisara agreed, and they eagerly left the restaurant. Carefully holding her hand, Seto matched Kisara's slow pace as they walked through the peaceful street. Occasionally, their shoulders will bump into each other, sending a tingle down Seto's spine. However, as he glimpsed at her face, Seto could every so often notice her subtle frown. Is there something on your mind? Seto asked as Kisara let out a troubled sigh. It's nothing. I'm just worried about my friend who I talked about. Seto nodded, already knowing what friend Kisara was referring to. He could still remember the first time he met the spirit. She was unnaturally strong, able to summon other spirits to fight on her behalf. Additionally, he felt suspicious of her identity when she declared that she had a relationship with Kisara. All doubt was cleared when Seto saw the spirit with her arms around Kisara's neck as they wandered through the palace. While his relationship was still awkward, Seto felt glad that such a powerful being was watching over her. Yet, Seto finds it amusing that Kisara is the one who's constantly worried about her. Did something happen with your friend? Seto calmly inquired, and Kisara smiled sadly. You see, my friend actually has someone she loves. But due to circumstances, they were separated for a long time. She explained with a sigh, I just wish there was a way to comfort her. In my opinion, just being with her is enough. Seto replied with a knowing smile. From the sounds of how much you worry about your friend, she sounds like someone very close to you. Yes, Kisara averted her gaze and blushed. Thanks. I think I know what I have to do. It's about time we went back. We have been walking pretty far. Indeed, Seto agreed before glancing around. But let's take our time. Enjoying each other's presence, they slowly made their way back towards the royal palace. When they finally reached the foot of the temple, Seto stopped with a regretful sigh. He truly wished that this moment could last longer, but was hindered by their duties. I had a lot of fun today. Kisara smiled kindly. Kisara. Seto reached out his hand, caressing her cheek. He carefully leaned closer, and Seto felt her breath against his skin. Kisara's eyes quivered in anticipation as she watched his lips inching closer toward her own. However, just as Seto was about to advance, a guard frantically ran down the temple. My lord! He shouted urgently, and the two froze. Scowling deeply, Seto clicked his teeth and glared at the guard in annoyance. What is it? As the guard approached him, he whispered in his ear. Seto's eyes widened, and his face transformed from shock to horror in a matter of seconds. Understood. I will be there immediately. He muttered coldly. Seto. She touched his shoulder. What's wrong? However, she had never expected the following words to come out of his mouth. The Pharaoh is dead. Yuna's POV. A few days later, the news of the Pharaoh's death spread like wildfire, creating chaos in the palace. Physicians said that he passed away due to illness, but that barely explained everything. It was around this time that Adam and Aknamkanon finally discovered the method to create the Millennium items, which was created through the death of 99 people. Unable to bear the guilt, the old pharaoh sacrifices himself to the Egyptian gods as penance, which ultimately lead to his death. Now, the seat of the pharaoh was vacant, leaving Adam to claim that spot. In the throne room, all of the sacred guardians were kneeling in one place. Behind them knelt Kisara and other important figures as they watched Grand Vizier Shimon approach Adam on the throne. In his hand was a crown with an elaborate design, wings on the side, and the symbol of the Millennium items at the front. Gently, Shimon set the crown on top of Adam's head and announced loudly, "In the name of our ancestors and the people of this land, I now place this crown upon your throne, symbolizing your authority and our loyalty to our new king. All hail the new Pharaoh, the exalted ruler of Egypt. Long live the Pharaoh!" Everyone chanted in unison. Their voices spread deafeningly. As the crowd cheered, I suddenly felt a massive headache assault my mind. Clutching my head in pain, Kisara glimpsed at me with worry as I groaned uncontrollably. It was as if a sense I had lost so long ago reappeared. To my disbelief, a sudden luminous screen manifested before my very eyes. The trial of memories has begun. The message that appeared before my very eyes shocked me to my core. My body froze as I watched Adam also groan and clutch his head while sitting on the throne. Instantly, I grasped Kisara's shoulders and yelled, "Kisara, what's the Pharaoh's name?" "The Pharaoh." Kisara, with her head bowed, frowned. Isn't it just the Pharaoh? I don't remember him having any other name." Things have definitely changed. Despite having a friendly relationship with the Pharaoh, she completely forgets his name, whom she has known for 2 years, in a matter of seconds. "No, he has a name, remember? It's—" I paused in a daze, finding myself unable to utter his name. No matter how much I tried, I also couldn't remember. "Yuna, are you okay?" she mumbled as my breath quickened, and I began to hyperventilate. "Yuna, I'm fine," I muttered through gritted teeth, suppressing the panic shaking my heart. It was also at this time that light also returned to the Pharaoh's eyes, and he blinked in confusion. That was when I knew that the trial had truly begun, and he was no longer the actual Pharaoh, but Yami Yugi himself. "Pharaoh, is something the matter?" Shimon asked worriedly when Yami Yugi opened his eyes. Immediately, confusion plagued his face, and his eyes wandered around the room. Eventually, Yami Yugi turned to Shimon before blinking in disbelief. "Grandpa." "Pardon?" Shimon instinctively replied as Yami Yugi continued to look around in a state of shock. "Kaiba, is Shizu as well? What are you both doing here?" he uttered sheepishly, staring at Seto and Isis. However, when Yami Yugi spotted me, excitement returned to his face. "Sano, is that you?" "Pharaoh," Seto interrupted him with a solemn expression. "Please regain your composure. I understand everything must be overwhelming for you. But right now, you need to remain calm." Remembering his situation, Yami Yugi coughed awkwardly and nodded. "I apologize." However, his pupils were still trained on me. "Yami Yugi, what are you doing here?" "Me. I will explain later." We talked with our eyes as Yami Yugi refocused on Seto's conversations. Still stroking Kisara's head, another system message appeared before my eyes. Task 17. Assist in passing the trial of memories. Reward %**. Frowning at the vague message, I stared intently at the reward section on the screen. While the question marks were easy to interpret, the reward for completing the task felt strangely ominous. Nonetheless, Yami Yugi should pass the trial, whether with or without my involvement. What's more important right now is to keep Kisara safe. So, I might have to get help from Yami Yugi after all. Meanwhile, third POV. Sano. Seto screamed desperately, shaking her shoulders. Untying the restraints, Seto took a sharp breath as he clasped her hand before slipping from his grasp. "Yuna." Seto's mind was in turmoil, and he stared at the tablet of memories in confusion. No words could describe his sense of confusion, unable to grasp what was happening. "Yugi." On his last wits, Seto begrudgingly turned his head towards the boy and his friends. "Tell me what is happening." Stunned, Yugi began to explain everything about his other self, and how everything they've been through was for the purpose of unlocking the Pharaoh's memories. Now, they were able to reach the tablet of memories, which was the key to unlocking his memories and getting him home. I don't know why Sano-san was also brought into the trials. He muttered with guilt. "I'm sorry, Kaiba." Seto gritted his teeth in helplessness, and he extruded an atmosphere too intimidating for anyone to approach. As the group were at a loss for what to do, a figure materialized from thin air, surprising everyone. "Shoddy," Yugi spoke in amazement, and the robed man nodded calmly. "What are you doing here?" "Greetings, young Yugi," Shoddy responded. "As you may already know, the pharaoh must pass the trial and relive the events in the past to unlock his memories. However, this journey may be a blessing and a curse. The pharaoh could finally learn about his past, but to do so, he must defeat the great evil that threatened the world all over again. This is an ultimate shadow game, where one wrong move could result in his death." Hearing his explanation, everyone gasped, and their faces were plagued with worry. Licensing at the side, Seto's pupils trembled, realizing that Yuna was sent to that same trial as well. "Then you must end this," Seto snapped. "Yuna is in there." When he tried to grab Shoddy, his hand merely phased through the man's body, leaving him stunned. "What in the world are you?" "Unfortunately, my mortal life has already come to pass, and I remained as a century-old spirit that wandered through this world. My earthly body was unfortunately destroyed by a tomb raider named Bakura." Everyone. Like the pharaoh, Bakura was also an ancient spirit who battled the pharaoh long ago, and his goal was to use all of the Millennium items to bring that great evil to the real world. Hold on then. Didn't the pharaoh manage to defeat Bakura once? Can't he do it again? Joey questioned. Just because he has won once doesn't mean that he can do it again. That's right, Shoddy agreed, which was why you have to stop Bakura within the trials. Ow! Seto urged impatiently as he pointed at Yugi. There's only one way to enter the realm of the pharaoh's memory. All it lies is in the Millennium puzzle and the tablet of memories. With worry, Seto turned to Yugi in desperation. Holding the Millennium puzzle, Yugi nodded with resolve and stepped forward. "Please, tell me how." Under Shoddy's instructions, Yugi raised the Millennium puzzle in his hand. Suddenly, the artifact glowed as both the puzzle and tablet reacted simultaneously, creating a bright golden portal. "Once you enter, you can't return unless the pharaoh reigns victorious," Shoddy spoke solemnly. "There's a possibility that you may die in there." Yugi and his friends glanced at each other with concern as they gulped nervously. However, their anxious thoughts were broken as Seto clicked his teeth. "What is there to hesitate about? I don't care about the consequences. I'm going." "Kaiba," Yugi muttered worriedly, causing Kaiba to snort. "Don't tell me you're running away? Here, I thought that you guys were at least brave." "Oh, what did you say?" Joey snapped. "There's no way we're leaving the pharaoh alone." "Shall we go now?" Shoddy asked, and the group approached the gateway to the past. Staring at the portal, Kaiba clenched his fists, his head subconsciously turned to the girl lying on the floor with her eyes closed. "Yuna," he mumbled with a deep sense of concern. Taking a deep breath, Seto unhesitantly moved, and with determination, he stepped into the portal. Evening, when the crowning ceremony ended, a grand banquet commenced to celebrate the new pharaoh. The hall was filled with government officials and influential figures engaging in lively conversations and laughter while soothing music played in the background. In the corner of the throne room, Kisara stood quietly, carefully holding a goblet of wine. Her lips pursed, and her eyes full of worry. She observed me intently. "Yuna, what happened earlier? You look distressed." "It's nothing," I lied, averting my gaze. "Yuna." "Kisara, I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to hide anything from you. I just needed some time," I responded, my expression pleading. "My head is just a mess right now." Kisara frowned, her expression complicated. Sensing that I didn't want to discuss it further, she sighed quietly and nodded. "Then I will wait. I know you would never mean me harm, Yuna. You must have your reasons." "Thank you, Kisara." I patted her head affectionately. "I will definitely tell you when the time is right." Smiling sheepishly at my remark, Kisara took a long sip of her wine to hide the blush on her face. As we quietly talked, I noticed footsteps approaching. Turning our heads, Kisara and I watched as Priest Seto calmly walked toward us. "Look who's here," I smirked. I'll walk around for a bit. There's no need for me to ruin this moment now. Leaving Kisara under Seto's care, the smile on my face faded as I moved away. Slipping through the crowd, I approached the throne, where Yugi sat quietly. Beside him was Shimon, discussing various matters while he nodded absent-mindedly. Noticing my presence, Yugi's eyes widened. I gestured at Shimon with my finger. Understanding my intentions, he awkwardly cleared his throat. Shimon, may you leave me be for a moment? Of course, my liege. Call me if you need anything. Once Shimon finally left, I stood beside Yugi with my arms crossed. Sano, is that really you? He questioned hesitantly. Look ahead. You don't want to be seen as a strange pharaoh. I ordered. Only you and a select few can see me, I explained. My presence is invisible to the naked eye. I'm still so confused. Yugi muttered, grasping his head. What happened? Why am I here? And what's with your different way of speaking? I averted my gaze, sadness in my expression. Unlike you, who have just arrived, I have been here for 5 years already. Yugi's eyes widened in shock. I don't know why I was brought to this world as well, and I have no idea how to leave. I'm sorry to hear that, Yugi said with pity. Don't be, I chuckled. Although I miss everyone, I've gotten used to this life. Don't worry, Pharaoh. I will make sure you pass this trial, so we can leave this place. Understood. What do you need me to do? I only have one condition. I raised a finger and pointed at Kisara. For the entirety of this trial, you must keep her safe. Who is she? Yugi inquired, and my expression softened. Her name is Kisara. She's Shimon's disciple and will soon become the next Grand Vizier. More importantly, she's someone who made these 5 years enjoyable. I consider her my family. So promise me you'll keep her safe. Of course, the pharaoh nodded. As a king, shouldn't I at least do that much? Seeing his confident expression, I relaxed and smiled gratefully. Thank you. By the way, since you've already been here, Sano, shouldn't you know my name? Yugi asked curiously. Can't we just pass the trial now? I don't think it works like that. I smiled wryly. Earlier today, everyone here knew your actual name, but as soon as the trial started, they all miraculously forgot it. Even I couldn't remember, no matter how hard I tried. I see. Yugi stroked his chin, lost in thought. Then there must be something we have to do beforehand. His eyes flashed with realization. Bakura. Excuse me. Bakura. Yugi exclaimed, staring at me. Bakura also entered with us. Thanks to the pharaoh's reminder, I recalled that we were not alone in this trial. In fact, the most crucial task was to defeat Bakura, who would use the Millennium Ring to summon the evil god, Zork Necrophades. Suddenly, the door to the throne room burst open, and a guard rushed in. Instantly, the music and laughter ceased, replaced by a dreadful silence. Panting in pain, the guard raised his head and gasped for breath. We're under attack. Before he could finish, the guard winced as he fell to the ground, an arrow piercing deeply into his back. Immediately, screams and panic filled the air. Cloaked figures emerged from beyond the door, spreading through the room and engaging in fierce combat with the royal guards. To Yugi's astonishment, my body moved instinctively, and I soared over the crowd. Locating Kisara, I saw priest Seto protecting her as he battled one of the attackers using his spirits. Without hesitation, I summoned the Dragon Knight of Creation, and the warrior slashed the figure from behind. With the path cleared, I dashed toward Kisara. Stopping beside priest Seto, who was trying his best to pretend not to see me, I said, I will look after Kisara. Go and protect the pharaoh. Understood. Seto whispered back and ran toward the throne. You know what's going on? Kisara exclaimed in panic as I grabbed her hand. There's no time to explain. Just get away from the door, I urged, leading Kisara toward the back of the room, where the other guests had gathered. Once I ensured Kisara was safe, I sent the Herald of Creation to look after her. The Dragon Knight of Creation followed me as I headed toward the commotion. Cutting down enemies in our path, we eventually arrived at the throne, where a significant battle was taking place. A crazed laughter echoed loudly, and fighting the sacred guardians was a young man with white hair. He wore a red flowing robe, exposing his muscular chest, a kilt, and slippers. A 4-stitch scar marked the skin under his right eye, and his purple pupils revealed a glint of madness. Laughing, the man scanned the crowd nonchalantly, causing the sacred guardian's expressions to tense. Bakura. Yami Yugi gritted his teeth at the sight of the familiar figure. "Good evening, Pharaoh." Yami Bakura smiled mockingly. "I hope you enjoyed this moment, but it's time to get on with this trial, shouldn't we? What are you planning?" Yami Yugi snapped, rising angrily from his throne. "Isn't it obvious? To get revenge." He sneered. "You shall pay for what you have done." "What?" The pharaoh frowned. "What nonsense are you sprouting? You seriously have no idea, do you?" Yami Bakura's voice trembled with fury. "The Millennium items you all cherished were made with the blood of my family." Yami Yugi's eyes widened, unable to comprehend the unsettling truth. "Enough!" Anakidin interrupted, voice filled with anger. "Seto, destroy him." Stepping forward, Priest Seto activated the device on his wrist. The plates unfolded like wings, revealing 3 slots. "I call upon Battle Ox." A beam of light shot down from the ceiling, striking his dual disc. The device glowed, and a figure began to materialize, taking the shape of a minotaur wielding an axe. "Now, Battle Ox, attack that man." "Truly pathetic. Do you think a spirit like that can stop me?" Yami Bakura grinned. "Diabound, destroy that weak thing." It was as if the room had suddenly darkened, and a heavy pressure enveloped us all. Behind Yami Bakura, a gray humanoid demon materialized. It had a solid, muscular build and a lower body like a serpent. The monster's face resembled a mask, with gray streaks running down its eyes and horns jutting from the sides of its head. Seeing the creature, the sacred guardians gasped as the spirit unleashed a powerful energy. Just how much hatred does this man have to create something so foul? Shada muttered grimly. "Priest Seto, I'm afraid this beast is not something you can face alone." One by one, each member raised their dual disc toward the air, summoning their spirits for battle. Kareem called out, "I summoned Bastist." Isis followed with Spiria. Shada added Zelua. Aknadin declared Gadius. Mahad chimed in Illusion Magician. Various beams of light shot down from the sky, creating a stunning scene that left Yami Yugi speechless. When the light vanished, a group of spirits of varying sizes and forms stood ready. "Do you think this is enough to stop me?" Yami Bakura laughed arrogantly. "Diabound, destroy them." Bringing its palms together, an intense energy gathered in its hands. Watching this, I subconsciously frowned, sensing the familiarity of that energy. "Blue Eyes White Dragon." I muttered to myself, my eyes widening in realization. It reminded me of when Kaiba tried to rescue me in a museum. Yami Bakura's Diabound had destroyed Kaiba's Blue Eyes White Dragon before claiming he had gotten what he wanted, ending the duel prematurely and ordering his spirit to kill Kaiba directly. Before I could act, Diabound unleashed a white beam, striking the group of spirits. Kareem's Bastist and Aknadin's Gadius were obliterated while the other spirits were flung across the room. "Such power," Priest Seto muttered. "Kareem, support me. I will summon my mystic horseman." Beside Battle Ox appeared a centaur-like beast. As the spirit was successfully summoned, Kareem hurriedly stepped forward with his Millennium Scale. With the vast power of the Millennium Scale, I invoke the spirit of Mystic Horseman and Battle Ox. Kareem yelled as the 2 spirits transformed into light and began to merge, combine and fuse into rabid horsemen. Galloping out of the light stood a giant beast, a fusion with the upper body of Battle Ox and the lower body of Mystic Horseman. "Rabid Horseman, attack!" Priest Seto shouted as the spirit swung its axe. "Do you think that's enough?" Yami Bakura sneered. "Stop him, Diabound." The demon deftly dodged Rabid Horseman's axe, its snake-like appendage coiling around the monster's wrist with crushing force. But Priest Seto remained unfazed, his eyes darting to Mahad. "Now's your chance, attack." Illusion Magician, bind Dia bound now. Mag commanded. Recovered from the initial attack, Illusion Magician waved its staff, casting a glowing magic circle that imprisoned Dia bound in place. For a moment, hope flickered, but then Dia bound roared, unleashing a devastating shockwave that shattered the magical binds and obliterated Rabbit Horseman and Illusion Magician in an instant. Spiria, defend us! Isis cried out desperately. The small spirit valiantly generated a shield, but it too was quickly overwhelmed. The sacred guardians were thrown against the walls, their bodies crumpling to the ground. Panic surged through me. At this rate, they would all perish. Go, Dragon Knight of Creation! I shouted, my voice cutting through the chaos. The knight, undeterred by the odds, charged at the monstrous Dia bound with unwavering resolve. Just before Dia bound could finish off the sacred guardians, the Dragon Knight of Creation leapt onto its back, plunging his sword into the spirit's spine. Unfortunately, the blade couldn't pierce deeply under Dia bound's tough skin, and the monster thrashed wildly, trying to throw him off. Pharaoh, I shouted, snapping Yugi out of his daze. Do something. What do I do? He stammered. TSK, I don't know. Just try and call the Egyptian gods or something. I yelled back, watching as the Dragon Knight of Creation struggled to hold his ground. Hurry! Unisano! Yami Bakura exclaimed, a sinister smile spreading across his face. What a pleasant surprise. I should have known when I saw that familiar spirit. I forced a nervous smile. Bakura, you always know how to annoy me. What can I say? I have such a likable face. He sneered, his eyes glinting with malice. My luck seems to be good today. Not only do I get to kill the Pharaoh, but I can kill you too. Dodging Dia bound's attacks, the Dragon Knight of Creation returned to my side. Thankfully, the spirit was still holding up. If he fell now, I doubted my soul could handle the backlash. Come on, Pharaoh. If you don't get your A** off that chair, I'm really going to die here. As if responding to my thoughts, Yugi finally stood up. He glared at Yami Bakura before glancing at his wrist, where a Jia Dank rested comfortably. Stepping next to me, his expression was full of determination, though doubt still lingered in his eyes. Am I really able to pull it off? Summoning an Egyptian god? Yugi questioned, and I frowned. Aren't you the Pharaoh? I retorted. If you can't summon the Egyptian gods, who can? You? Yugi replied, causing me to close my mouth. Well, the winged dragon of RA has always helped me, but besides that, I glanced anxiously at Kisara. Just try, okay? Nodding, Yugi closed his eyes in deep concentration, trying to connect with the gods. Meanwhile, Dia bound resumed its relentless attack. Cursing under my breath, I summoned both the Herald of Creation and the Dragon Knight of Creation in a desperate attempt to shield us, but the strain was taking its toll, evident as blood dripped from my lips. Galeskara's defend the Pharaoh. Suddenly, a brown dragon burst into the fray, tackling Dia bound with a mighty roar. The dragon bit down on the demon's shoulder, dragging it across the floor in a ferocious struggle. Are you all right? Priest Seto asked, returning to the battle. I apologize for taking so long. Apologize later once we win, I muttered, unsummoning the Dragon Knight of Creation and wiping the blood from my mouth. I will cover you. Together, Priest Seto and I launched a coordinated assault on Dia bound. With the immense weight of Galeskara's, the dragon managed to knock the demon back while the Herald of Creation bombarded it with powerful magic. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Yugi's eyes snapped open. Raising his arm, he glared at the sky with unwavering confidence and resolve. Legendary gods of Egypt, please hear my call. In the name of every pharaoh that came before, I now beseech thee. Awaken, mighty obelisk, and rid the sacred palace of this darkness. I summon Obelisk the Tormentor. Roar! A thunderous howl filled the air as ominous gray clouds gathered outside, blotting out the sky. Lightning struck the ground as a blinding light shot down and enveloped Yugi. Gritting his teeth, he endured the divine energy as the light condensed, flowing into his Dank. As the brilliance subsided, Obelisk the Tormentor stood in all its colossal, awe-inspiring glory. God, Shimon muttered, a mixture of fear and awe in his voice. As if under a powerful enchantment, everyone in the room began to lower their heads, bowing before the imposing figure of Obelisk the Tormentor. Yami Yugi's eyes were resolute as he pointed at Diabound across the room. Obelisk the Tormentor, destroy him. The god roared and swung its colossal arm. Diabound retaliated, and their fists collided with a thunderous impact, generating a massive shockwave that swept everything in the vicinity away. The confrontation lasted only seconds before the Egyptian god's strength prevailed, sending Diabound crashing to the ground. Surrender now, or face annihilation, Yami Yugi commanded, his voice echoing with authority. Yami Bakura's face twisted into a crooked smile. Surrender? Don't make me laugh. Yami Bakura scowled as Diabound pulled itself in the rubble. Without hesitation, Diabound attacked once more. However, instead of aiming for Yami Yugi, Diabound lunged at the defenseless crowd. Obelisk, block it! Yami Yugi shouted. The Egyptian god moved with lightning speed, intercepting Diabound's attack. A massive explosion shook the room, filling it with smoke and debris. When the dust settled, Yami Bakura and Diabound had vanished, leaving behind only the lifeless bodies of the cloaked figures as a grim reminder of their presence. I gasped for breath as the tension finally eased. Good job, I said with a laugh, but my relief was short-lived when I noticed Priest Seto staring at me strangely. Feeling something warm trickling down my lips, I wiped my mouth and stared at the blood on my hand in silence. I chuckled weakly. How the hell am I going to explain this to Kisara? The room started to spin, and before I could say another word, darkness overtook me, and I collapsed. Third POV. Next day, while Yuna was still unconscious. We can't sit here any longer. Your Majesty, we must send the army to capture that man now. Akhenaten said and angrily slapped the table. And what happens after? Do you think the soldiers could defeat the spirit that man possesses? We will just be sending innocent lives to die. Ma had retorted with his arms crossed. Then what do you suggest we do? His mere existence is a threat to this kingdom. Akhenaten argued, causing the other sacred guardians to frown. As Priest Mahadev said, the soldier's strength is not enough. This time, it was Shada who intervened. I hate to admit, but even with all 6 sacred guardians present last night, we were still defeated. So, in the end, the problem lies in strength. Priest Seto muttered, voicing out everyone's thoughts. Thankfully, I already have a solution for that. Akhenaten smiled. Thanks to some insight from Shada's Millennium Key, I was able to recreate a device that can test the heart of individuals. With this, we can find people with power spirits residing within them. He explained and placed an item that looked similar to the Millennium Key, but much smaller. When someone touches this, the brighter it glows, the more powerful the spirit that resides within them. Then what will happen with those people? Seto questioned, not liking where the conversation was going. Of course, we will extract the spirits from their body, allowing us to use it to battle, Akhenaten announced, and the other sacred guardians blinked in disbelief. Priest Akhenaten, Kareem said with a hesitant expression, I assume you're aware that monster spirits were formed through a person's life energy, and extracting the spirits could result in the person's death. While this procedure is done with death row inmates, you're saying that we should do this to civilians. I understand your concern, Akhenaten replied calmly, but it is a sacrifice we have to make. If we don't stop Bakura soon, more people will die. The sacred guardians' expressions were complicated. They understood Akhenaten's implication, and while they were unsettled about taking innocent lives, they also knew that if they didn't do something, Bakura would create more chaos that they might not be able to handle. We are to protect the innocent, not kill them. Isis spoke with difficulty as her pupils trembled. But we have no other choice, Akhenaten continued. Remember last night, we've barely won thanks to some unknown person's help. While I was thankful for their assistance, I can't find myself trusting them. Priest Seto, what are you saying? From those two spirits' strength alone, I believe it's worth the sacrifice. That dragon-like knight and mage will be a great asset. Priest Seto, Kisara, and Yugi's eyes widened as they realized who that unknown person Akhenaten was referring to. "You can't!" Kisara yelled with a fearful expression. "Akhenaten, young miss, I know that you may be the next Grand Vizier, which is why you must put your emotions aside and think rationally. I don't condone this. This is inhumane." Kisara argued fiercely, causing the old man's eyebrows to twitch. "Then would you willingly let everyone die instead?" "Enough!" Yugi sighed and interrupted the argument. "I agree with Kisara. There must be another method. I don't want to discuss this any further." Meeting adjourned. "Understood." Akhenaten muttered regretfully as everyone stood up. He still felt regretful, and resounding in his heart, he thought that this was the best method. As he was lost in thought, Kisara's body suddenly nudged the item to the ground. With an apologetic expression, she handed the artifact back to Akhenaten before quickly exiting the room. When Akhenaten was about to store the item away, it suddenly flashed a brilliant glow, so blinding it left him stunned. "Lord Akhenaten, is something the matter?" A servant asked carefully, noticing his daze. "It's nothing." Akhenaten answered and left the room. Unbeknownst to the servant, his final expression before leaving the room was chillingly cold. It was night when I finally regained consciousness. As I cautiously opened my eyes, the soft rustling of the wind greeted me, its cool breeze brushing soothingly against my face. I lay there for a moment, taking in the unfamiliar yet comforting sensation of the bed. I tried to shift, but something heavy weighed down my right arm. Looking over, I couldn't help but smile wryly. Kisara, sound asleep, had nestled against me, her head resting on my arm. A sigh escaped my lips, a mix of affection and dread. I could already imagine the lecture I'd receive when she woke up. But then, something strange caught my attention. Our hands were clasped, but there was more. Slowly, I lifted them, eyes narrowing in confusion as I noticed a soft, golden glow pulsing from her palm, flowing into mine like a warm current. I touched the glow with my free hand, feeling its gentle warmth seep into me. Instantly, the last traces of drowsiness vanished. I knew better than anyone what was happening to my body, and somehow I was healing right before my eyes. I hurriedly retracted my hand in shock, but the sudden movement stirred Kisara, causing her eyes to flutter open. We locked gazes in a moment of tense silence. "Kisara, you need to let go of my hand," I muttered, worry creeping into my voice. "Why should I do that?" she shot back sharply, making me flinch. As I sat up, I caught a clearer view of her face, and my heart sank. Dark bags hung beneath her eyes, and her cheeks were hollow as if she hadn't eaten or slept in days. Deep wrinkles etched her skin, and all I could see was a deep frown etched across her features. "Your life energy, it's flowing into me?" "Yes, so you must let go now," I urged, panic rising within me. But her mood only darkened further. "Kisara, please. Do you think I don't know that?" she scowled, her frustration palpable. "I'm not dumb, you know." "Then why?" I screamed, but my voice caught in my throat as I noticed a single tear escape down her cheek. "Why? Why do you think, huh?" For the first time, Kisara's anger erupted, and I felt the total weight of it bearing down on me. How could I just let Yuna die? Stunned into silence, I could only absorb her barrage of words. "Yuna, you're a very selfish person." It felt like cold water had been thrown over me, and her accusations sank deep into my heart. "You always keep everything to yourself, pushing me away from the truth. Even now, you never thought about telling me about your condition." "To protect you," I managed to say, my voice thick with emotion. "To protect," Kisara echoed, grasping her head as a bitter laugh escaped her lips. When she finally calmed down, the sorrow in her eyes pierced me. "Last night when you collapsed, I really thought you died." Her voice trembled, a mix of anger and pain. I was so distraught that I couldn't even focus on anything. I couldn't sleep, I couldn't eat. I couldn't even think. I was so worried. "So please stop hiding things from me," she begged, her eyes searching mine with desperate earnestness. Each word twisted my heart, flooding me with guilt. I hate it so much. Tears streamed down her face, splattering onto mine. Each drop felt like a sharp knife stabbing into my soul, revealing the foolishness of my actions. What I thought was protecting her was only causing her more pain. Okay, I murmured slowly, fighting to control my emotions. I will tell you, unlike in the past, when I only explained things vaguely, I laid everything bare, tears streaming down my face. I spoke of my past life, how I was actually from the future, and how this entire ordeal might be a trial inside the pharaoh's mind. As I recounted my story, I watched Kisara's expression shift to one of utter disbelief. She seemed unable to process what I was saying. "So Yuna is from the future?" she muttered, dazed. "That's crazy, but it's the truth," I replied, wrapping my arms around myself as a wave of vulnerability washed over me. "It's everything I know, I promise." With a heavy sigh, Kisara laid down beside me, her gaze fixed on my anxious face. "Do you think this is real? Are you sure that everything here isn't part of the trial?" "I don't even want to think about it," I confessed in a whisper. "I want to believe that the times we've spent together will really change your past. I want to believe that you will never suffer again. Even if this may not be just an illusion of the past, the softness of this bed, the sound of my heartbeat, and being here with you, everything feels real to me. Isn't that what matters?" She smiled wryly, and we stared at the ceiling in silence. Unaware of how much time had passed, Kisara opened her mouth once more. "Why will you go so far for me?" she asked hesitantly, confusion clouding her eyes. "I've never done anything for you in the first place. Actually, in the future, Kisara has saved me a couple of times," I answered, my heart warming with the memories. "You might not be there in the physical world, but you appeared several times in my unconsciousness. You even helped me battle an Egyptian god." "Really?" Her eyes widened in disbelief, and a blush crept across her cheeks. "I could barely hurt a fly." "Well, I'm not sure about that." I chuckled, knowing the power of the blue eyes' white dragon lying dormant in her soul. I believe that Kisara is very, very strong. Before long, our tears had dried, replaced by soft laughter that filled the room. To my surprise, it felt as if a massive weight was being lifted from my chest. "What should we do now?" I asked, my spirits lifting. "It's already very late. Let's talk tomorrow," she replied, extending her hand from under the blanket. Instinctively, I hid my hand behind my back and shook my head. "I can't, Yerba." "Enough already," Kisara chided, frustration lacing her tone as she snatched my hand. Instantly, a comfortable warmth spread throughout my body, but the guilt caused my pupils to tremble. "Don't worry about me," she reasoned, her grip firm yet gentle. "My ba can always replenish in time, but you can't." "But still, I feel awful taking your life force like this," I protested, my voice thick with concern. "Besides, if everything follows the original timeline, the trial will soon be over in just a few days." "Yes, but you still need strength to fight back," she insisted, pulling me into a tight embrace. "We just have to hold on for a few more days." We exchanged sad smiles, both realizing that our precious time together was slipping away. "Even if our time together might be short, let's make sure the last few days count," Kisara said, her grin widening. "Let's achieve our happy endings." "And in," I nodded, wrapping my pinky around hers. "Let's do just that." The next day, early morning light spilled into the room when Kisara woke up. She quickly dressed and made her way to the entrance of the palace. Remembering our discussion, she hurried along, finding Priest Mahid leading a group of soldiers. It seemed that while I was unconscious, events unfolded just as they had in the original timeline. Mahid had volunteered to lead Yami Bakura to the Valley of the Kings, hoping to set a trap and ambush him. But that plan, as history dictated, had ultimately failed and led to his death. "Lord Mahid," Kisara called out, her voice steady as she approached. He stopped his horse beside her. "Lady Kisara," Mahid greeted formally, his tone respectful. "What brings you here this morning?" Due to the recent events, I wasn't able to rest comfortably, causing me to wake up at an earlier time, she replied. So, since I'm awake, I hope to grant you and the soldiers my blessing for a safe journey. Her words caused Mahed's expression to soften. Thank you, but I'd prefer if Lady Kisara remained in good health. We wouldn't want Lord Seto to worry again, he teased, eliciting a blush on her face. I felt like I should do at least this much. Kisara mumbled, glancing down. I wasn't able to do anything when Bakura attacked, nor did I contribute to the meeting. Well, I find that simply not true, Mahed said with a smile. In fact, I believe Lady Kisara made the most significant contribution to that meeting, and all the Sacred Guardians would agree. If you hadn't voiced your concerns, we might have all been swayed by Lord Akhenaten's proposal. You reminded us that, no matter how difficult the situation, we must always prioritize the people first. That is our duty. Is that so? Kisara played with her hair, a shy smile creeping on her face. Anyway, please be careful, Lord Mahed. I don't mean to be disrespectful, but wouldn't it be safer to bring at least one more Sacred Guardian with you on this expedition? I hope you'll reconsider your plan. It might be too risky. I appreciate your concern, but Lady Kisara, you don't need to worry, Mahed replied, his smile reassuring. We can't delegate too many forces to this attack in case the palace is invaded again. But the danger is too high, she exclaimed, her emotions taking over. Lord Mahed, please think this through. I'm afraid that Bakura won't be someone you can handle alone. Not to your disrespect. I understand, but while we can't split off any more of our strength, we also can't just sit idly doing nothing. Now that I'm prepared, I believe I won't be easily defeated like before. He met her gaze, firm in his resolve despite her protests. Although I'd like to continue our conversation, I must depart. I see, Kisara murmured, biting her lip in frustration. Then promise me that if it gets too dangerous, you will retreat. That I shall, Mahed replied, nodding before flicking the reins. His horse began to move, and as Kisara watched him and the soldiers head off, a heavy sigh escaped her. No matter what, Lord Mahed seems determined to carry the mission through, she said, a frown tugging at her lips. Despite her hopes for him to reconsider, it was too late. The army quickly became a distant speck on the horizon, swallowed by the vastness of the landscape. Her worries lingered in the air, an unshakable weight pressing down on her. Unfortunately, our fears soon became a painful reality, as ever since that day, Mahed never returned. Next day, third POV. The palace was thrown into utter chaos. While Bakura's initial attack had shaken the people, they managed to recover quickly. However, the disappearance of a Sacred Guardian was an entirely different matter. Your Majesty, we can't waste any more time. Akhenaten shouted, urgency lacing his voice. We have to go and search for powerful spirits to combat this great evil. Lord Akhenaten, we can't approach this recklessly, Shada countered, frowning. The citizens are already feeling unrest. We can't add more fuel to the fire. Yet this is a risk we have to take. Akhenaten pressed. Lord Akhenaten, Kisara interjected, still shaken by Mahed's death. Her voice trembled with anxiety. Please reconsider. There has to be another way. Lady Kisara, I'm afraid you might truly be unaware of our current situation, Akhenaten replied cynically. Sacred Guardians are mighty pillars of Egypt. Even with one of them missing, it could significantly weaken the kingdom's defenses. I didn't mean it like that. Kisara mumbled anxiously, her voice faltering under the weight of the situation. Enough, Seto interrupted before she could apologize further. He shot Akhenaten a scornful glare. Lord Akhenaten, I believe you have spoken too far. Lady Kisara merely voiced all of our concerns. I see, Akhenaten replied, his tone shifting. Then, Lady Kisara, what do you propose we do? His question hung in the air, and all eyes turned to her. Kisara grasped her chin, lost in thought, as she quietly listened to Yuna's whisper by her ear. Nodding to herself, she lifted her head with confidence. During the attack on the palace, Bakura mentioned this was revenge related to his village. Taking a deep breath, she continued. Based on this, I went to the royal records and did some digging. I found intriguing information in the documents. Her voice took on a solemn tone. Around 2 decades ago, the population in the village of Kul Aina suddenly vanished after they stopped paying taxes, and no other contacts have been made since. She paused, allowing the gravity of her words to settle before continuing. It was also around that time the Millennium items were introduced. I believe there is definitely a correlation, and we might find answers if we investigate that village. I see. Seto nodded with a proud smile. Then I believe there's no need for further discussion. I propose we first try Lady Kisara's suggestion. If they're truly correlated, we should be able to find something that gives us an edge. One by one, the others in the room voiced their agreement with Kisara's plan. Smiling with contentment, Yami Yugi surveyed the crowd. Then we should follow Kisara's plan. If there are any objections, speak now. When he glanced at Akhenaten, the old man quickly averted his gaze in resignation. Good. Then we should leave as soon as possible. The pharaoh stood up, commanding authority. Meeting dismissed. As the meeting adjourned, Kisara, Seto, and Yuna found themselves strolling quietly through the courtyard. The soft rustle of leaves accompanied their footsteps, a moment of respite amidst the chaos. Thanks for standing up for me. Kisara mumbled gratefully, her voice barely above a whisper. It's the least I could do, Seto replied, his tone warm. I'm just glad you're still trying to find the best solution to our problem, while we were all just sitting idly without any plans in mind. Don't say that, Kisara countered. The sacred guardians all have their duties to manage. I have to put in that much effort, right? Smiling, Seto gently grasped Kisara's hand, causing her to blush as her heart raced at his affectionate touch. How sweet, they heard Yuna's sly voice behind them. Flushing with embarrassment, Kisara quickly let go of Seto's hand and coughed awkwardly. Don't mind me. Just imagine I'm not here. That's a little hard, don't you think? Seto chuckled, a teasing glint in his eye. The day Yuna went unconscious, Kisara fully realized that she wasn't the only one who could see her friend. The revelation that Seto was also aware of Yuna's existence had initially made her feel betrayed. However, after Yuna's explanation, Kisara forgave him, understanding that there was no point in staying angry over something so trivial. As the three continued walking, the sound of whimpering caught their attention from a distance. Curious, they approached the commotion and spotted a young girl crying in the corner of the courtyard. She had long brown hair that was sporadically arranged, jutting downward in all directions, a small nose and lips, and large green eyes filled with tears. Her outfit consisted of a shoulderless, sleeveless top and a miniskirt adorned with various bracelets around her wrists and ankles. That's Mana, Lord Mahid's disciple. Seto explained, the atmosphere growing solemn. As Kisara watched Mana weeping quietly, a wave of pity and guilt washed over her. She glanced at Yuna, who looked equally dejected. Don't blame yourself. It's not your fault. But if I had only tried to convince Lord Mahid harder, Kisara muttered, her voice filled with regret. Then maybe he might have survived. Nobody can achieve everything. Sometimes you have to do what you can, Yuna replied softly. Kisara stared at the ground, lost in thought, grappling with her emotions. Without waiting for further encouragement, she approached Mana and sat beside her. Smiling softly, she began comforting her with a gentle voice. She's amazing, isn't she? Yuna remarked as Mana's sad whimpers gradually faded, giving way to shy giggles as Kisara affectionately patted her head. Yes. Priest Seto nodded, watching Kisara with awe. His expression shifted, and he nervously clenched his fist. Miss Yuna, may I ask you something? What is it? Yuna replied, curious. After this is over, I wish to ask for Kisara's hand in marriage. He whispered anxiously, his eyes wide with hope. I hope that you will grant me your approval. Me? Yuna stammered in shock. Why would you ask me? Then who else? Seto shot back, making Yuna fall silent. You're the most important person to Kisara. I see. Yuna nodded awkwardly, a hint of suspicion in her eyes. Marriage? Are you messing with me? This better not be a joke. Miss Yuna, I would never jest about something like this. Seto answered solemnly, his gaze steady and intense. I hope you will give me a serious answer as well. As Seto waited in silence, each passing second heightened his unease. Eventually, Yuna shrugged nonchalantly and smirked. Well, it's fine, I suppose. As long as Kisara is happy, then I have no further objections. Thank you, Seto muttered with relief, his heart racing with excitement. Don't get too relaxed yet. Kisara herself hasn't agreed in the first place, Yuna replied calmly, her eyes turning to Kisara with a loving gaze. Marriage, huh? Yuna smiled to herself. Kisara, you have to live now. I can't let you miss out on such a bright future. Meanwhile, inside one of the private research rooms, Akhenaten bit his nails in frustration as he stared at the device on the table. Why couldn't the pharaoh understand that desperate times call for desperate measures? He muttered to himself, glancing at the soul-scanning invention that he had put so much expectations into. We can't just follow a baseless speculation. Such a method will only lead us to our doom. His voice echoed in the empty room, a stark reminder that, despite his growing frustration, he was left with no one to share his attitude. Lost in thought, Akhenaten's gaze remained fixed on the device, oblivious to the strange stillness around him. The air felt charged, thick with an unshakable tension, as a shadowy figure appeared silently on the windowsill. Bam! Before Akhenaten could react, the figure lunged forward, grabbing him by the neck and pinning him against the wall with alarming speed. Now, relax. I'm not here to kill you this time. Bakura smirked, his grip easing just enough for Akhenaten to catch a breath. Why? You, Akhenaten croaked, eyes filled with a mix of hatred and disbelief. There's no point in struggling. You can call for guards, but they won't be coming, Bakura warned, his voice laced with a menacing chuckle. What do you want? Akhenaten growled, his heart pounding as he faced the man who had brought chaos to their lives. Well, I find you to be the more logical out of the bunch, Bakura replied, a glimmer of interest sparking in his eyes. You will definitely be useful. What? With a wicked grin, Bakura released him, sending Akhenaten crumpling to the floor. He gasped, coughing as he tried to regain his composure, but the sight of Bakura opening his coat, revealing the Millennium ring hanging around his neck, stole his breath. Akhenaten couldn't finish his sentence, shock rendering him momentarily speechless. So it's true. With a flick of his wrist, dark energy oozed from the Millennium ring, slithering across the floor like a living thing. Akhenaten's instincts kicked in. He summoned his spirit, but it was futile. Diabound quickly subdued the monster, overpowering Akhenaten with an overwhelming sense of despair. Struggling frantically, Akhenaten felt the dark energy seep into his chest, paralyzing him as pain shot through his body. He collapsed, gasping as the rage and frustration that had consumed him twisted into something darker, something more sinister. Instead of fighting, a strange inclination to submit crept over him. Finally, as the dark energy dissipated, Yami Bakura watched with a satisfied smile. He delivered a swift kick to Akhenaten's body. Stand. With great effort, Akhenaten pushed himself up, his body trembling as he knelt before Bakura, the words escaping his lips almost involuntarily, "My lord." Yami Bakura's smile widened, a glint of wicked amusement dancing in his eyes. This is getting interesting. Yami Bakura gazed at the kneeling Akhenaten, a sly smile curling at the edges of his mouth. His mind was already crafting his next move. But before he could finalize his plan, he sensed a presence outside the room and let out a soft chuckle. So, they've come uninvited, he murmured, casting a glance at the man bowing before him. Akhenaten. Yes, my lord. Akhenaten replied, his tone devoid of any emotion. What is that pitiful pharaoh up to these days? Yami Bakura asked, his curiosity laced with amusement. They intend to explore the village of Kal-Aina, hoping to gain an advantage over you. Is that so? Yami Bakura laughed, a sinister glint in his eye. Listen closely. Smiling, he began to explain his schemes. When he finished, Yami Bakura took a deep breath and smirked. Do you understand? Yes, my lord, Akhenaten replied, nodding as he slowly rose to his feet. Suddenly, the doors to the chamber burst open, and soldiers flooded into the room. Bakura! Yami Yugi's voice thundered, raw with fury. I knew I'd sensed your presence. He strode in, flanked by the 4 sacred guardians, each gripping their Millennium items, their expression filled with hostility. Without a moment's hesitation, Yami Bakura lashed out, kicking Akhenaten in the stomach and sending him hurtling towards the group. Unaware of his betrayal, Seto instinctively caught him as he fell, and Akhenaten let out a pained groan. What have you done? Yami Yugi demanded, his fists clenched tight. A slow smile spread across Yami Bakura's face as he moved toward the window. Ah, Pharaoh, I was hoping you'd make an appearance. You see, I uncovered something interesting during my little adventure, and I thought you'd enjoy the surprise. With a flourish, he lifted his hand, revealing the Millennium ring dangling from his fingers. Yami Yugi's eyes widened, and beside him, Isis gasped, covering her mouth in horror. Mahat, she whispered, stricken. No, you vile creature. Seto roared, rage flashing in his eyes. Battle Ox, I summon you. The towering spirit leapt forward, axe in hand, but Jabbound appeared, its claws intercepting the attack with ease. It seems I've overstayed my welcome, Yami Bakura taunted, stepping onto the windowsill. Until next time. Without a backward glance, he let himself fall, and with a silent command, Jabbound followed, its claws digging into the sandstone wall to slow his descent. After him, Yami Yugi ordered, charging out of the room, the others close behind. Akhenaten, still weakened and clutching his side, was quickly sent to the infirmary, while the remaining sacred guardians raced to pursue Yami Bakura into the night. A few minutes later, Seto, Kisara murmured, worry evident in her eyes as she watched him saddle his horse. Seto placed his hands on her shoulders, his expression softening. Stay here. The guards will protect you. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Kisara managed a small smile, brushing a gentle kiss on his cheek. Then I'll await your return. Be careful. I will, he replied, a hint of embarrassment coloring his face as he quickly mounted his horse. Just as he prepared to leave, Yuna appeared, halting him with a raised hand. Miss Yuna, hold on. I need to tell you something. Yuna floated close, casting a cautious glance at Kisara, who stood a few steps away, then whispered urgently, Akhenaten, don't trust him under any circumstances. Seto blinked, caught off guard. Excuse me, I mean it. Yuna insisted, her voice low and intense. He's no longer on our side. Be on your guard. Seto nearly lost his balance, gripping the reins tightly. Are you certain? Do I have a reason to lie? I'll deal with him here, Yuna replied, arms crossed resolutely. Just make sure you return as soon as possible. Seto nodded solemnly. Understood. With a final glance, he nudged his horse forward and rode out of the stables. Outside, Yami Yugi and the other sacred guardians awaited, their expressions steely. The pharaoh urged his horse forward, his voice resolute. Let's go. We have no time to waste. At his command, the horses broke into a gallop, the sound of thundering hooves echoing across the desert sands as they raced down the streets of Memphis and out of the city. Yuna's POV. Yuna, will Seto be all right? I don't doubt the strength of the pharaoh and the sacred guardians, but Bakura, he's so dangerous, Kisara said anxiously, her gaze distant and worried. Smiling gently, I patted her head. He'll be fine. Don't underestimate him. My tone softened, but my gaze shifted coldly as I glanced back at the palace. Yuna, what's wrong? She asked, catching my change in expression. It's nothing, I began, pausing before letting out a small chuckle. I'd promised to be honest with Kisara, and I couldn't break that promise. It's Akhenaten. I don't trust him. Lord Akhenaten, Kisara gasped, her reaction mirroring Seto's earlier surprise. I can't say for sure, but go find Shimon and stay with him, just in case, I instructed. With a nod, Kisara turned and hurried off to meet her teacher. Once she was gone, I floated over the palace walls, moving swiftly until I reached the treatment room. Ensuring the hall was empty, I wedged a heavy shelf across the door to block any unexpected visitors. Inside, the room was lined with beds draped in thin veils for privacy. In the far corner, only one bed was occupied. I slipped past the curtain, revealing Akhenaten asleep and oblivious. In the original timeline, Yami Bakura used the Millennium Ring to bring out the darkness in Akhenaten's heart, turning him against Yami Yugi and setting off a chain of disastrous events. Typically, I would have overlooked his betrayal, but he'd played a hand in Kisara's death. It's nothing personal, Akhenaten, but between you and Kisara, I'd choose her every time. I summoned the Dragon Knight of Creation, his presence solidifying by my side. Responding to my silent command, the Dragon Knight raised his sword and swung down. Clang! The sharp ring of metal echoed through the room as a shadowy figure emerged from Akhenaten's own shadow, intercepting the strike with an axe and shield. The beast resembled a jackal, its two heads covered in matted fur and crude armor. Snarling, it pushed the Dragon Knight back, drool dripping from its jaws. Akhenaten's eyes flickered open, and he sat up slowly, his gaze cold as he scanned the room. His expression showed no surprise, only a dark, calculated awareness as he took in the scene. Who goes there? How dare you attempt to assassinate a sacred guardian? Akhenaten's voice rang out, filled with indignation. I cursed under my breath. Was he feigning unconsciousness this whole time? No matter, I'd hoped to do this quietly, but that was no longer an option. With a frown, I commanded my spirit to strike again. The Dragon Knight of Creation thrust his blade forward, aiming directly at Akhenaten. Two-headed jackal, defend! Akhenaten shouted, and his spirit moved swiftly, intercepting the blade with its shield. But I'd anticipated this. Without hesitation, I summoned the Herald of Creation behind him. Boom! In a flash, my spirit raised her staff, launching a blazing fireball that engulfed Akhenaten's position, tearing through the room. As the smoke cleared, my stomach tightened. Akhenaten was still standing. Behind him lay the remains of a charred spirit, hastily summoned to absorb the blow. Akhenaten grimaced, coughing as blood trickled from his lips, yet his eyes burned with cold fury as he glared at the spirits surrounding him. Fine, he sneered, his gaze shifting, searching the room for me, unable to spot me standing in the middle of the room. If you don't show yourself, then I'll just destroy both of your spirits here. The sound of approaching footsteps echoed in the corridor. The guards are on their way, I thought, clenching my jaw. My ba was draining fast, and time was slipping through my fingers. Attack again, I ordered, sending both spirits forward. Working in perfect harmony, the knight and mage pressed Akhenaten back, forcing him closer to the crumbling wall under their relentless assault. Enough! Akhenaten bellowed, a surge of dark energy erupting from his body, blasting everything around him. The room's walls shattered, revealing the crimson sunset beyond. As the Dragon Knight of Creation charged through the wreckage to reach him, a black appendage shot from Akhenaten's shadow, swatting the knight back. A sinister smile twisted across Akhenaten's face as a purplish shroud of darkness wrapped around him, pulsing with unnatural power. Fully assimilating with the darkness in his heart, he's no longer shackled by his duty, and a dark magical power flowed around him. I no longer need to hide, he said, his voice dripping with malevolence. I serve a new master, one who shares my vision and intelligence. The walls were blown apart, and the soldiers caught sight of Akhenaten's transformation from both inside and outside the palace. He raised his arms, addressing the evening sky. Now, I shall see my lord's will fulfilled. Herald of Creation, stop him! I yelled, desperation seeping into my voice. The mage moved quickly, casting a spell, but it was too late. Shadows twisted around Akhenaten, forming an impenetrable barrier, then enveloping him entirely until his figure was obscured within a sphere of darkness. I watched, helpless, as the shadow sphere shrank into nothingness, taking Akhenaten with it, leaving only me and my spirits in the shattered remains of the treatment room. Third POV. Meanwhile, out in the vast desert of Egypt, Yami Yugi and the sacred guardians raced fiercely in pursuit of Yami Bakura. The desert sand, though rough, had not yet swallowed his trail entirely. "Pharaoh, look," Seto called, pointing toward the distant figure of Bakura riding ahead of them. Yami Yugi's eyes narrowed as he felt the familiar surge of power from when he'd summoned Obelisk, the Tormentor. Drawing upon his Jiadank, he channeled his Ba into the device, which began to glow with intense light. "Almighty protector of the sun and sky, I beg of thee, please heed my cry. Transform thyself from an orb of light and bring me victory in this fight. I beseech thee, grace our humble game. But first, I shall call out thy name, winged dragon of Ra." The sky overhead seemed to brighten as if the day had broken anew, and a deafening roar filled the desert air. A colossal shadow descended, and the mighty winged dragon of Ra spread its wings over the sands, its brilliant light reflecting across the barren landscape. The god's gaze locked onto Yami Bakura, and it released a blazing beam of orange energy from its jaw. "Jiabound, block it," Yami Bakura commanded, crossing his arms as Jiabound threw itself in front of the attack. It absorbed the fiery blast, and with its free hand, it seized a boulder from the distant dunes, hurling it back toward the oncoming party. The winged dragon of Ra retaliated with another beam, splitting the massive rock in two, the fragments raining down like jagged meteors. "Watch out," Shada shouted, summoning his spirit. "Zelua, protect us." A majestic humanoid bird appeared behind Shada, its wings unfurling. With a sweep of its arms, it sent a barrage of wind blades, shredding the debris to dust. As they pressed forward, the outline of abandoned buildings began to emerge over the crest of the next dune. Dilapidated and dark, the village stood eerily silent, its ancient structures showing no signs of life. Yami Bakura spurred his horse ahead, disappearing into the shadowed alleys. As he faded from view, the quietness of the place sent a chill down everyone's spine. "Is that the place?" Isis asked, her frown mirroring the unease of her companions. Yami Yugi raised a hand, signaling for caution. "Stay alert. He's leading us here for a reason." Their horses slowed to a trot as they reached the heart of the empty village. The square was desolate, with only the distant whisper of the desert wind breaking the silence. The guardians exchanged tense glances, each one feeling the heavy weight of the quiet, eerie atmosphere surrounding them. "This will take too long if we explore the village together. I propose we split up," the pharaoh announced, his tone calm but firm. "Seto and Kareem, you'll form one group. Shada, you and Isis will form another." Seto frowned. "And what about you, Your Highness?" "I'll go alone," Yami Yugi replied, silencing any protest with a determined look. "No objections." Reluctantly, the sacred guardians nodded. Without delay, they each set off into the dark village, beginning their search for any secrets this shadowed place might hold. A few minutes later, Seto walked in silence down the abandoned streets, his thoughts drifting. Yuna's warning about Akhenaten gnawed at him, and the fact that Akhenaten had remained back at the palace weighed heavily on his mind. "Is something on your mind, Lord Seto?" Kareem asked, noting his companion's distraction. Seto shook his head. "Just a trivial concern." "It's nothing." Kareem gave him a wary look. "Regardless, we must stay vigilant here," he cautioned. Seto sighed, then nodded, pushing his worries aside. Yet, even as he tried to focus, his thoughts kept returning to Yuna's words. Then, unexpectedly, they both spotted a figure moving in the distance. "Halt!" Kareem shouted, taking a step forward. "State your name and business." The figure came closer, revealing a familiar face. "Lord Kareem, Lord Seto, it's me, Akhenaten," Kareem exclaimed, astonished. "What are you doing here?" Seto's face darkened, and he raised a hand. "Stop! How do we know you're the real Akhenaten? You were recovering back at the palace." With a steady smile, Akhenaten spoke calmly. "After recovering, I immediately came to assist. I couldn't allow the pharaoh to face danger while I stayed behind. Your words seem reasonable enough, but they're not proof, Seto said, his voice sharp. He glanced at Kareem. Kareem, if you would. Kareem nodded, stepping forward and lifting the Millennium scale. As it glowed, the scale began to tremble violently, both sides swaying under intense pressure. The two guardians watched with bated breath until the scale finally tipped, landing heavily on the side of darkness. In that instant, time seemed to slow. Seto moved just as Akhenaten's lips twisted into a wicked grin. Shadows rose from behind Kareem, forming a sharp spike that struck him in the side. "Traitor!" Seto shouted, his voice filled with a mix of fury and betrayal. Before Seto could react, a horde of monsters flooded the street. Kareem clutched his wound, gasping, "Lord Seto, you have to get out of here." "And leave you behind?" Seto retorted, his voice laced with anguish. Kareem managed a weak smile. "Go. The pharaoh needs to know the truth. You must tell him. Akhenaten has betrayed us." Seto hesitated, fists clenched, but he knew there was no time. With one final look, he turned and retreated, his heart heavy. Watching him go, Kareem straightened himself, a fierce resolve lighting his eyes. "I am a sacred guardian, and I will fulfill my duty, even if it costs my life." I summoned Curse of Dragon. The creature appeared, a slender dragon with golden scales and jagged spikes. Kareem raised a hand, his voice resolute, "Destroy them all." The Curse of Dragon unleashed a wave of fire, enveloping the street in a sea of flames. Elsewhere in Kul Aina, Yami Yugi's footsteps echoed as he wandered deeper into the village, his sense of unease growing with each step. The Millennium puzzle around his neck pulsed as if trying to warn him of an unseen danger. At last, he reached the edge of the village, where the ground sloped up to a towering cliff face, forming a natural wall against intruders. A dark cave entrance lay before him, and his instincts urged him forward. Ignoring the chill creeping down his spine, he entered, pushing through the shadows until he reached the end of the passage. What he saw there left him speechless. The cavern was a vast void, as if a great force had hollowed out the heart of the mountain, leaving behind an empty hall that echoed with a chilling silence. At the center loomed a massive stone carving that dominated the floor, its design resembling a sarcophagus with ominous intent. Intricate slots were meticulously carved into the stone's forehead, eyes, chest, hands, and lower body. Yami Yugi's brow furrowed in unease. What could be hidden beneath that sarcophagus? A deep sense of foreboding gripped him, a foul presence that made the hair on the back of his neck stand on end. Suddenly, he felt a chilling aura behind him. He scowled and turned slowly, confronting Yami Bakura. "What is this place? What is that stone carving?" "This is the mortuary temple," Bakura replied, his voice dripping with malice as he stepped closer. "That," he gestured menacingly at the carving behind Yugi, "is the Millennium Stone. It was forged from the blood, flesh, and bones of 99 souls from this village." Yami Yugi's eyes widened, shock rendering him momentarily speechless. "You can't be serious." "It is the truth," Bakura sneered, his twisted smile betraying his glee. "These so-called divine items are birthed from the death of my family. Is this why you're doing this? For revenge?" Yami Yugi's voice was thick with anger and pity. "Yes," Bakura replied coldly. "Even in death, my people will not be forgotten. Their darkness festers beneath that stone, waiting for release. I will gather all the Millennium items and unleash what lies within." "You think I'll let you succeed?" Yami Yugi shouted defiantly, clenching his fists. "I understand your pain, but I won't stand by and let you bring this to fruition." "Too late for a reason," Bakura hissed. "You will all perish." With that, they both activated their Dyadank, the air crackling with energy. "Dime!" 5 minutes later, "Your Highness!" Frantic voices echoed from outside the cave as the sacred guardians finally arrived, having learned of the dire situation from Seto. A heavy weight of sorrow fell over them as they mourned Kareem's sacrifice. They burst into the chamber to find chaos. Craters pockmarked the ground, and in the midst of the wreckage, Yami Bakura and Yami Yugi fought fiercely. Debound, coiling like a serpent, lunged at Slifer the Sky Dragon, tightening its grip around the Egyptian god's neck. The Guardians longed to intervene, but an overwhelming tide of monsters surged into the room, blocking their path. Yami Bakura's minions poured in, a relentless wave that kept the sacred guardians at bay. Amidst the turmoil, Bakura cast a sly glance at the pharaoh. As much as I'd love to prolong this little game, it's time to end it. Akhenaten. From the shadows, Akhenaten emerged and attacked Yami Yugi, leaving the pharaoh reeling in confusion. With his opportunity seized, Yami Bakura slipped past the fray, approaching the Millennium Stone at the center of the room. He began to chant, his voice rising with dark intensity. "Stop him!" Seto yelled, desperation filling his voice as the Guardians attempted to thwart Bakura's plan, only to be met by swarming monsters shielding the Thief King. With each incantation, the Millennium items gleamed ominously, their power waning as the connection to their wielders weakened. The room trembled with energy, and when Bakura concluded his chant, a devastating shockwave erupted. A piercing scream erupted from Akhenaten as the Millennium Eye was torn from his socket, while the other artifacts broke free from the Sacred Guardian's grasp. Even Millennium Puzzle, Yami Yugi's steadfast companion, was ripped away. The Millennium items flew toward the sarcophagus, slotting into place with a resounding finality. Boom! The ground shuddered violently, and a massive chasm opened beneath everyone, plunging into an unfathomable abyss. Grinning maniacally, Yami Bakura spread his arms wide, proclaiming, "At last, take my soul and body as a sacrifice. Bring evil upon this land. I call upon you, the one true God, Zork Necrophades." Dark tendrils wrapped around Bakura and debound, dragging them into the void. From the darkness, a colossal purplish arm emerged, clawing its way into the world. It was a grotesque figure adorned with twisted horns, bat-like wings, and a massive dragon appendage jutting grotesquely from its chest. The creature towered over Slifer the Sky Dragon, its monstrous head smashing through the ceiling, shattering stone as moonlight flooded into the chamber. It glared down with blood-red eyes, and an icy shiver raced down the spines of all who beheld it. The sensation was far removed from the overwhelming presence of the Egyptian god. This was something primal, something far more terrifying. For the first time, the pharaoh and the sacred guardians felt genuine dread. Zork Necrophades, the great evil god, had been resurrected, paralyzed by genuine fear. The sacred guardians found themselves unable to move. The evil god loomed over them, its emotionless snarl conveying their insignificance as if they were mere ants beneath its feet. When Zork Necrophades stirred, the sky rained debris, jolting the pharaoh and the sacred guardians into action. They barely scrambled to safety before rubble crashed down where they had stood moments before. The guardians exchanged a quick glance, all arriving at the same conclusion. They needed to retreat, or they would meet their end here. Before they could act, the rubble shifted, and Akhenaten emerged from the debris. Rage filled the Guardian's eyes, particularly Seto's, who had personally witnessed his betrayal. "Lord Seto," Shada called, but Seto was already sprinting toward the Millennium Stone. He seized the Millennium Rod, channeling its power, and fired a projectile at Akhenaten. But to Seto's shock, a shimmering barrier appeared, deflecting the attack. Looking up, Seto found Zork Necrophades staring at him, freezing him in place. The god then turned his gaze to Akhenaten, who was still struggling to recover, his wounds bleeding onto the floor. Sensing the god's attention, Akhenaten straightened and bowed deeply, his voice rasping as he spoke. "My lord, please grant your loyal servant an order." "Akhenaten, you traitor!" Seto shouted, clenching his fists as he felt Zork Necrophades' oppressive presence weigh down on him. Zork Necrophades narrowed its eyes and sneered, its mouth revealing rows of jagged teeth. The god raised a finger, and a beam of dark energy shot forth, striking Akhenaten. The man gasped as unspeakable agony coursed through him, his body warping and transforming. His nails grew into claws, his skin darkened, and his form stretched taller, towering over Seto. Akhenaten's single remaining eye glowed blood red as the Millennium eye returned to his other socket. His tattered robes morphed into dark purple armor, a flowing cape draping from his shoulders. His face, now half concealed by a black and white mask, bore a single line down the center, with the Millennium eye gleaming ominously through it. From behind the mask, a wild red mane spilled out, framing his withering face in a twisted ferocity. As the pain finally subsided, Akhenaten took in his new form. Whatever was left of his uncorrupted soul had vanished, leaving behind only a demon in his skin. He flexed his transformed body, a dark chuckle escaping his lips as he reveled in his newfound power. He felt invincible, as if even the pharaoh himself would stand no chance against him. Seto clenched his teeth as Akhenaten's gaze settled on him, brimming with a twisted satisfaction. "Lord Seto," Akhenaten spoke, his voice now a deep, resonant growl. "Join me." "What?" Seto's eyes widened in disbelief at the absurdity of the offer. He stared at Akhenaten's outstretched hand, a surge of anger rising within him. "Don't make me laugh. Why would I ever side with a traitor like you?" Akhenaten's mouth twisted into a smirk. "A traitor, yes," he murmured, his laughter echoing with a sinister edge. "But in time, you'll understand the truth." With a simple gesture, Akhenaten raised his hand, summoning a portal beneath Seto's feet. Before Seto could react, the ground vanished, and he plunged into the darkness, Akhenaten following close behind. Yuna's POV. "This is bad, really bad." I clutched the sides of my head, pacing anxiously around the room. "Yuna, please calm down," Kisara urged, her voice steady but concerned. "Calm? How can I be calm?" I shouted, letting out a deep sigh as I dropped into a seat, staring at the message before me. Task 17. 1 assist. In passing the trial of memories. 2. Defeat Zork Necrophades. Reward #%*. The mission had changed, which could only mean one thing. Yami Bakura had succeeded in summoning the evil god. Although this was inevitable, a part of me had hoped they would prevent it. "Here, have some tea," Kisara murmured, gently sliding a teacup toward me. I accepted, taking a long sip before sighing again. Worry furrowed my brow as I grasped Kisara's hand, muttering, "This has to go, right? It just has to." I bit the tip of my thumb, trying to stifle the rising sense of dread. My instincts were screaming, but I couldn't understand why. Soon, though, I'd have my answer. "What's that?" Kisara asked, pointing to something outside the window. I squinted, seeing something dark floating in the distance. "Are those people?" I murmured, realizing there were two figures in the sky. One of them raised an arm, conjuring a sphere that began hurtling toward us. My eyes widened. "Watch out!" I yelled, diving toward Kisara and pushing her to the floor. Boom! Third POV. A massive explosion rocked the palace, obliterating an entire side of the building. "No!" Seto screamed, struggling violently against his bindings. As he watched the dark energy slam into the room where Kisara was, despair and rage surged through him. He felt as though his very soul had been torn from his body. I will kill you," Seto howled, his bloodshot eyes locked onto Akhenaten with seething hatred. Akhenaten met his glare with a calm smirk. "With your current strength, you couldn't even scratch me." He glanced at the flames spreading from the explosion. "And if you keep struggling, she won't be the only one to suffer from your actions." As they descended to the ground, Akhenaten summoned Zork's dark power to dispatch the remaining soldiers. Seto could only watch, helpless, as they fell one by one. When silence settled over the area, broken only by the crackling flames, Akhenaten turned back to Seto, releasing the magic that held him captive. Seto crumpled to the floor, slowly rising, his eyes hollow and lifeless. "Seems you're finally in the mood to talk," Akhenaten observed. "The girl you care about, she's not entirely gone." Not yet, at least. At the mention of Kisara, Seto's expression hardened. Akhenaten's smile was hidden beneath his mask as he knelt by a fallen soldier, infusing the corpse with dark magic. Instantly, the soldier's eyes snapped open, and he sat up, blank and lifeless. "This is the power of the great god," Akhenaten said proudly. "Even death bends to its will." Seto stared at the reanimated soldier, his voice filled with disgust. "You call that living?" Akhenaten chuckled. "I only provided him a fraction of my power. With enough, I could restore his memories and heal his injuries in an instant." With a snap of his fingers, the soldier collapsed, lifeless once more. "Why?" Seto muttered, a mix of confusion and horror clouding his face. "Why would you do this?" "Because the current pharaoh is unfit to rule," Akhenaten replied, his eyes gleaming. "Someone stronger, someone more worthy, must take his place. That person is you." Seto scoffed, clenching his fists. "Do you really think it's that simple? I'm a commoner. I don't come from a noble family." "Oh, but you do," Akhenaten said, his voice filled with twisted delight. "After all, you are my son." "What?" Seto's eyes widened, disbelief flooding his expression. "It may sound absurd, but it's all true," Akhenaten began, his tone unexpectedly solemn. "I left you and your mother long ago, knowing that my sins in creating the Millennium items could one day endanger your lives. I worried, but I took comfort in seeing you grow into something far beyond my expectations." He paused, letting the words sink in. "As the brother of Akhenaten, the previous pharaoh, you are more than qualified to claim the throne." Akhenaten extended his hand, his voice thick with a promise that seemed almost enticing. "So take my hand. Join me. You can bring her back, and you'll wield powers beyond your wildest dreams." Seto stared at the outstretched hand, his mind clouded with grief and confusion. The agony of Kisara's loss weighed heavily on him, and in his haze, he could see only the sweetness of Akhenaten's offer, missing the poison lurking beneath. Meanwhile, Yuna's POV. "Are you okay?" I asked Kisara, gently holding her shoulders as we steadied ourselves. A golden barrier shimmered around us, cast by the Herald of Creation just in time to shield us from the explosion. "Yuna, you're bleeding." Kisara's voice was shaky as she noticed the blood trickling from a cut on my head. I reached up, fingers brushing the wound. "It's just a scratch," I assured her. "Probably some shrapnel." After confirming we were both unharmed, I instructed the Herald to expand the barrier, pushing aside the debris trapping us. As the dust settled, I took in the wreckage around us. Kisara's belongings lay in ruins, but we had more significant concerns. "What was that just now?" Her voice trembled, fear mingling with shock. "Don't worry," I said. "I'll go check it out. Just stay here, all right?" But as I turned to leave, Kisara grabbed my hand, her grip surprisingly firm. "I'm coming with you," she insisted. "I know I may not be much help, but I want to try." Her resolve was unwavering, and I found myself nodding. Leaving her here alone didn't sit right with me either, so together, we ventured through the devastated halls. Along the way, we encountered several servants and guards trapped beneath rubble. With the Herald's aid, we quickly freed them, the barrier protecting us as we worked. "I hope teacher is all right," Kisara murmured, glancing at the injured we passed. "He will be," I replied, trying to reassure her. "Shimon was a sacred guardian once. He knows how to handle himself." She nodded, and we continued toward the place where we'd last seen the dark figures looming in the sky. The palace, once so peaceful, now lay under a heavy, ominous silence. We walked cautiously, finally arriving at the central courtyard just outside the palace's main entrance, where the tension hung thick in the air. There, we stumbled upon two figures facing each other in the distance, and we quickly hid ourselves behind the debris. Squinting her eyes, Kisara quietly gasped and covered her mouth. "Seto," Kisara murmured, her voice trembling. I frowned, my gaze fixed on the figure beside him. "That's Akhenaten." I spat, the memory of his new appearance from the show flashing my mind. In reality, he looked even more menacing. Kisara's desperate eyes met mine, and I sighed quietly to myself. Here goes nothing, I whispered, summoning the Herald of Creation to conjure a ball of fire, launching it toward Akhenaten. But before the attack could hit its mark, Akhenaten raised a barrier, and my fireball collided harmlessly against the dark shield. I stepped forward, positioning myself protectively in front of Kisara, who quickly huddled behind me. "Who dares?" Akhenaten muttered, his gaze fixing on us. "Ah, so you survived," he sneered, noticing Kisara behind me. "And you must be the one who attempted to assassinate me earlier." "Well, it's nothing personal," I said with a nervous smile. "So don't hold a grudge." "Likewise," Akhenaten replied, raising both arms. "Let's finish what we started." Just as I took a step forward, a dark beam shot toward me. I dodged just in time, looking up to see it hadn't come from Akhenaten, but from the man standing behind him. Seto. Kisara yelped in disbelief. "What are you doing?" Seto stood there, pointing the Millennium rod at me, his expression vacant. His pupils were cloudy and unfocused, as if he were nothing more than a puppet. "He can't hear you," Akhenaten chuckled, relishing the moment. "His mind is trapped within his own body, completely under my control." I glared at Akhenaten, my resolve hardening as I ordered the Herald of Creation to fire another shot. This time, Akhenaten deftly sidestepped, and the fireball erupted behind him in a shower of sparks. "Yuna, please handle Lord Akhenaten." "I'll deal with Seto," Kisara proposed, her expression serious. I stared at her, concern flooding my thoughts. "I promise I'll be careful," she insisted, determination gleaming in her eyes. "Just don't get hurt." I sighed, knowing I had to trust her. Turning my focus back to Akhenaten, I reminded myself that the faster I defeated him, the sooner Kisara would be safe. Summoning the Dragon Knight of Creation, I felt a surge of power course through me as we faced the evil mage, who began to ascend slowly into the air. "Then let's begin," he sneered, a dark energy crackling around him, and under my command, my two spirits charged fearlessly into battle. Third POV. The Dragon Knight of Creation leapt into the air, swinging his sword in a powerful downward slash. Akhenaten countered with a shield of dark magic, effortlessly blocking the attack and knocking the Dragon Knight back. Laughing cruelly, Akhenaten pursued him, but the Herald of Creation swiftly intercepted him with a barrage of magic. Seizing the moment of hesitation, the Dragon Knight counterattacked, reappearing behind Akhenaten with his blade. Such a rudimentary strategy. Akhenaten scoffed, and without warning, a black spike shot out of the shadows. The Dragon Knight was forced to defend, but the sheer force of the spike sent him crashing into the wall. As Akhenaten closed in on the vulnerable knight, the Herald of Creation fired magic desperately to cover him. "Dragon Knight of Creation, return," Yuna shouted, quickly unsummoning her spirit. Akhenaten, sensing the change, immediately shifted his focus toward her and dashed forward. In a panic, Yuna resummoned the Dragon Knight of Creation just in time. He stood firm in front of her, ready to protect his master. Boom! Akhenaten unleashed a black, pulsating laser that struck the Dragon Knight in the stomach. The knight crumpled under the force, bursting into shards. Yuna gasped, the backlash from losing her spirit leaving her breathless. Though she could sense the Dragon Knight of Creation's essence lingering, he needed time to recover, leaving her with only the Herald of Creation at her side. Struggling against the pain, Yuna commanded the Herald to attack once more. The magic struck Akhenaten's blind spot, landing a hit, but it was hardly enough. She watched in horror as Akhenaten's injuries healed almost instantly. "It's useless," he taunted, his voice dripping with disdain. "You can barely keep up with two spirits. What's the point when you have only one?" With a chilling smile, Akhenaten brought his hands together, summoning dark spikes that had previously assailed the Dragon Knight, and the attack rushed towards her. The Herald of Creation responded with a magical shield, but it was too late. Akhenaten summoned blades of darkness, launching them toward her with deadly precision. Yuna braced herself, knowing that she had to find a way to endure or risk losing everything. Yuna's POV. Yuna coughed a mouthful of blood as the herald of creation was defeated. Collapsing from exhaustion, she glared at Akhenaten, who was slowly descending from the sky. "Like I said, it's useless," Akhenaten stated condescendingly. "No matter how much you try." Gritting her teeth in frustration, Yuna attempted to stand, but her legs buckled beneath her, and she groaned in exasperation. "Seems like you still don't understand. I will show you that everything is truly hopeless." Akhenaten raised his hand, aiming not at her, but at Kisara, who was desperately trying to stop Seto in the distance. Dark energy gathered at Akhenaten's fingertip, spinning and condensing ominously. "No!" Yuna yelled. In a moment of desperation, she grabbed a broken sword from a fallen soldier nearby and hurled herself at the evil mage. Caught off guard by her sudden burst of energy, Akhenaten was momentarily stunned as the blade plunged into his arm. The dark energy dissipated, and the spell was interrupted. Akhenaten instinctively bent over, anger flashing across his face as he turned to Yuna. Seizing her neck, Akhenaten lifted her effortlessly off the ground. With a single swing, he hurled her toward a wall. Dragon Knight of Creation!" Yuna screamed. A half-summoned knight appeared behind her, still not fully recovered. He wrapped his only arm around her just before they crashed into the palace wall. Upon impact, the Dragon Knight of Creation exploded, and Yuna wasn't able to shield herself from the collision. A sharp pain shot up her back, and she coughed out even more blood. Struggling to remain conscious, she watched Akhenaten approach, his hand gathering dark magic. "Congratulations, you have volunteered to die first." "Screw you," she cursed hatefully. "Is that really your last words?" Akhenaten scoffed. "Very well, die." In that moment, Yuna's gaze met Kisara's in the distance. Her friend's eyes widened in horror as she dropped everything and sprinted toward her. "No, go away." Yuna's lips moved, but no sound escaped. She desperately tried to crawl away from the path of the projectile. Yet it was clear that her body would not obey. "Damn," she thought, staring at Akhenaten's face and wishing she could punch him just once before she died. Her vision began to fade to darkness as the magic in Akhenaten's hand expanded, the anticipation of her death weighing heavily on her mind. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out from a distance. "Blue Eyes White Dragon! Attack! Burst stream of destruction!" A deafening roar shook the sky, and a brilliant beam collided with Akhenaten, sending the mage flying backward. Kisara," Yuna uttered in a daze, expecting to see her friend protecting her. "The Blue Eyes White Dragon, did you?" But when her vision cleared, she gasped in disbelief. A figure stood before her, dressed in a long white sleeveless coat, black shirt, and pants. His brown hair framed a broad back that shielded her as he faced Akhenaten, fists clenched, and a distinctive dual disc on his arms shining with various lights. "No way," Yuna mumbled, her voice barely a whisper. "Who are you?" Kisara asked warily, glancing back at Yuna. "Which insolent?" Akhenaten hissed, his injuries beginning to regenerate rapidly. "Take that historical brain of yours and listen closely." The man spoke coldly with his arms crossed. "My name is Seto Kaiba. I will make sure that you genuinely regret that you're still alive." "Is that really you?" Yuna whispered, her voice trembling. With a shaky hand, she reached out. Kaiba," she groaned, pulling herself from the rubble. As she stumbled forward, Seto rushed to catch her, his face tightening with concern. "Your face." His eyes darkened as he noticed the blood smeared on her lips. It was as though the floodgates of her emotions had finally burst. For 5 long years, Yuna had devoted herself to caring for Kisara, burying thoughts of her home deep inside. But now, wrapped in Kaiba's arms, she broke down, tears streaming uncontrollably. "Does it hurt?" Kaiba asked gently. "Idiot. Stupid. Dumb." She pouted and gripped his shirt. "Why are you so late?" Kaiba smiled wryly and patted her head. "I'm sorry, but I'm here now." From a distance, Akhenaten watched the intimate moment with a scowl. His pride was wounded from being ignored, and he secretly cast a spell. But before it could take effect, blue eyes white dragon lunged at him, and Akhenaten barely dodged the attack. Frowning, he turned to Kaiba, who was glaring at him with the corner of his eyes. His expression was eerily cold, and that same hostility was transmitted through blue eyes white dragon's growl. "Just sit still. I'll handle this," Kaiba commanded. Yuna frowned, wiping the last of her tears. "I'm not going to just sit back. I've got a score to settle," she hissed. Knowing her stubbornness all too well, Kaiba gave a curt nod. "Fine, but take a breather for now." He sighed, resigned, as Yuna reluctantly sat down. Reaching into his coat, Kaiba pulled out several clay tablets and handed them to her. "These belong to you, don't they?" Yuna's eyes widened as she picked up one of the tablets, her surprise quickly turning into a bright smile. "Thank you." She clutched them tightly to her chest, her heartbeat quickening with excitement. Her fingers traced the familiar symbol of a dragon etched onto the tablet, and her grin deepened. With her eyes closed, she could feel the energy of the beings trapped inside, their presence pulsing through her. Determined, Yuna opened her eyes and, with a resolute nod, shattered the tablets against the floor. Whoosh! Suddenly, a radiant light poured from the cracks in the tablets, flowing into Yuna's body. Clenching and unclenching her fists, she fell whole, like a missing piece of her had finally returned. Yuna, Kisara, appeared from the side, rushing to hug her tightly. "I really thought. I'm all right," Yuna reassured her with a warm smile. "I just need a short break. But shouldn't you be focused on Seto?" "I've tried." Kisara bit her lip in frustration. "No matter what I do, nothing's working." Yuna's gaze shifted to Priest Seto, who stood in the distance, motionless like a puppet. With Akhenaten entirely occupied by Kaiba, his control over Priest Seto had weakened. "Keep trying. I know you can do it, Kisara," Yuna said with confidence. "I'll make sure Akhenaten doesn't interfere." "Okay." Kisara nodded, letting out a relieved sigh, but her curiosity got the best of her as she glanced at Kaiba. "By the way, who is he? He looks so much like—" Yuna scratched her cheek, laughing awkwardly. "He's, my Seto," she said, smiling bashfully and avoiding eye contact. "I see," Kisara mumbled, her expression shifting to a pout. "So that's the guy you choose over me, huh?" Yuna sighed. "Just go and save your Seto." As Kisara was about to leave, she called out, "Wait, could I borrow some ba, please?" Kisara's frown melted into a smile. "Only if you promise to kick his ***, duh." Yuna grinned, nodding as they clasped hands. "Good luck, Kisara." "You too." With that, they split off, each preparing to face their respective battles. Meanwhile, Akhenaten barely evaded Blue Eyes White Dragon's devastating beam, only to be pursued again as the dragon lunged forward. Soaring into the air, Akhenaten conjured multiple black spheres and hurled them toward the dragon. With a mighty sweep of its wings, Blue Eyes White Dragon deflected the spheres, which exploded harmlessly against its scales. In a flash, the dragon burst through the smoke, its jaws snapping at Akhenaten, who narrowly dodged once more. "All that talk, and all you can do is run away," Kaiba taunted, his voice laced with arrogance, and Akhenaten's face twisted with rage, a vein pulsing on his forehead. Despite his calm exterior, Kaiba could feel his insides boiling with fury. When he arrived through the portal in the dead of night, he split off from Yugi and the others, who were searching for the pharaoh. Sensing something, Kaiba slowly made his way towards the palace in the city, and inside, he was relieved and horrified by what he had seen. Spotting Yuna about to die, his body spun into action. Uncertain of the logic behind his actions, Kaiba trusted his instincts. He summoned Blue Eyes White Dragon, and with a deafening roar, the monster unleashed a blast that sent Akhenaten flying. Only after confirming that Yuna wasn't seriously injured did Kaiba finally allow himself to slightly lower his guard. But the seething hatred he felt toward Akhenaten remained. Kaiba was determined to make him pay. Gritting his teeth, Akhenaten fired off a series of magical attacks in rapid succession. Yet, None of them could pierce the impenetrable scales of Blue Eyes' white dragon. "Ku, what a powerful spirit," he muttered through clenched teeth. Desperate, Akhenaten raised his hands to the sky. Dark chains erupted from the ground, wrapping tightly around the dragon's limbs. Blue Eyes' white dragon howled in fury, thrashing against the bindings, but the more it struggled, the more chains reinforced its hold. Seizing the opportunity, Akhenaten hurled several black blades directly at Kaiba. Blue Eyes' white dragon tried to shield its master with its tail, but only managed to deflect half of the incoming projectiles. Kaiba barely managed to dodge, but the black blades still grazed his side and face, leaving fresh cuts in their wake. As he touched the wound on his cheek, his scowl deepened while Akhenaten's confidence surged. "Without that spirit protecting you, you're just like any other weak mortal." Akhenaten sneered. Kaiba smirked coldly. "Yeah, and without your magic tricks, you're just an old man who's outlived his usefulness." You bastard!" Akhenaten roared, his anger blinding him. His attacks grew more savage, each one fueled by rage. Kaiba's wounds multiplied as he struggled to evade the relentless onslaught, the cuts on his body deepening with each strike. Whoosh! Kaiba rolled to the side, just as Akhenaten's assault tore apart the ground beside him. Blue Eyes' white dragon struggled to break free, but the chains tightened with each movement, trapping the mighty creature. "What will you do now?" Akhenaten cackled, his voice dripping with malice. "Now die!" Despite the grim situation, Kaiba remained unfazed. With calm precision, he dodged every one of Akhenaten's attacks. His mind was clear, and he knew he needed to buy as much time as possible. After all, who said he was fighting this battle alone? Boom! Suddenly, a bright orange flame blasted into Akhenaten's back, sending him crashing to the ground with a scream. The sheer force pinned him to the floor. As the flame subsided, Akhenaten turned with a furious glare toward the source of the attack, his mask barely hiding his shock. He expected to see Blue Eyes' white dragon free from its chains, but instead, a completely different dragon soared above him. Its golden scales shined in the air, contrasting sharply with Blue Eyes' pale form. Its underbelly was silver, and sharp spikes and horns lined its back and joints. The dragon's blood-red eyes locked onto Akhenaten with seething contempt before letting out a deafening roar. In one mighty blast, it shattered the chains that bound Blue Eyes' white dragon. "Did I keep you waiting?" Yuna asked, stepping beside Kaiba. "You might still be hurt," Kaiba said, his voice edged with concern. "I can handle this a bit longer." "And let you fight alone?" she teased with a small smile. "You look like you were barely hanging on. Besides, this will end faster if we fight together." Kaiba couldn't argue with that. He gave a nod, and Yuna's smile brightened. Just then, Akhenaten struggled back to his feet, his breath ragged, and it was clear his regeneration had slowed. "Let's finish this," Kaiba muttered. Together, they commanded their dragons to strike, determined to end the battle once and for all. Kisara's POV. "Seto, please, snap out of it." I shook his arms desperately, but he remained as lifeless as ever, his gaze vacant. "Boom!" I screamed, instinctively covering my head with my hands as a golden dragon crashed to the ground nearby. Its deafening roar echoed as it shook off the debris clinging to its back before charging at Lord Akhenaten once more. Yuna and that man, they're fighting with everything they've got. I mumbled helplessly, my voice trembling. And here I am, useless. Staring into Seto's empty eyes, I felt a deep pang of loss. My fingers tightened around his hand as frustration bubbled up inside me. "There's got to be something I can do," I muttered under my breath, my mind racing. As my eyes darted around frantically, I spotted something, the Millennium rod gripped tightly in Seto's hand. Its surface shimmered in the night, reflecting my troubled face. With a sense of urgency, I reached for it. Seto flinched, and my heart leapt in surprise. But I didn't hesitate. I grabbed the Millennium rod, and instantly a blinding light exploded from it. Before I could comprehend what was happening, everything went dark. The world around me fell eerily silent. I looked around, confused and disoriented, and found myself standing in what could only be described as a black void, empty and isolating. Not a single soul in sight. Uneasily, I began to walk through the void, one hand outstretched, searching for something, anything. My heart pounded in my chest as I ventured deeper into the darkness, when, at last, something appeared in the distance, an object faint but tangible. However, as I drew closer, I quickly realized that what I saw wasn't an object, but a person. Seto, I yelped, rushing toward him. He sat hunched on the ground, hugging his knees, lost in a daze. Concerned, I placed my hands on his shoulders and gently shook him. Seto, are you okay? At the sound of my voice, his fingers twitched, and he slowly lifted his head. Kisara, thank goodness. I found you, I exclaimed, relief flooding through me. I don't know where we are right now, but if you give me some time, I'll figure something out. Seto stared at me, a frown creasing his brow as the light slowly returned to his eyes. Suddenly, he straightened his back and stood up, confusion etched across his face. What is this? Seto, you're not Kisara, he muttered coldly, his breath shaky with tension. I saw the explosions and flames. Kisara is dead. What? No. Yuna and I survived. Look, I frantically waved my hands. I'm really okay. How can I believe you? He shot back, his skepticism palpable. You might just be a figment of my imagination. You have to believe me, Seto, I urged gently. I'm safe. I reached out my hand and lightly patted his shoulder. If you don't believe me, then let me tell you something only we would know, I offered, forcing a smile as Seto looked at me in confusion. During our first date, there was a bandit robbing a stall on the street. Trying to impress me, you decided to personally apprehend the robber, but you tripped over a dog. Suddenly, Seto covered my mouth with his hand, his face flushing with embarrassment. Stop. I believe you. He pulled me into a tight embrace, and I felt his tears soaking into my back. I thought I lost you. I should be the one saying that. I laughed, relief washing over me. I'm so glad you're okay. Once he had calmed down, Seto released me and glanced around, confusion creeping into his expression. Where are we? I'm not sure. I was brought here when I touched the Millennium rod. I replied, wearing a thoughtful expression. But it seems we're blocked from the outside world. I see. Seto muttered. Then there must be a way to escape. As we pondered our next move, a black mist suddenly enveloped us. A hollow growl echoed through the void as the mist gradually morphed into a figure. You, Seto shouted at Akhenaten, who materialized before us. He quickly positioned himself between me and the looming threat. Yes, me, Akhenaten hissed, his voice laced with malice as he clutched the side of his face. As if there isn't enough trouble already. How dare you defy me now? Despite his anger, his disheveled appearance and occasional tremors suggested he was more weakened than before. Yuna and that man were evidently giving him more trouble than I had anticipated. Yet, even in his weakened state, Akhenaten's power was undeniable, and I could feel my body tense. Fine, I'll get rid of you too. I can always revive you once I eliminate them all. With a furious roar, Akhenaten unleashed a massive wave of magic. Pushing me aside, Seto was struck square in the chest with the force of his attack. Seto, I cried out as he was thrown into the distance. Coughing, Seto grasped his chest in pain, clearly unable to fight. He tried to stand, gritting his teeth against the agony, but Akhenaten kicked him back to the ground as if toying with him. Just as I prepared to rush to his side, Akhenaten's figure suddenly materialized in front of me. He gripped my neck and lifted me off the ground, leaving my legs flailing helplessly. It was you who always hindered me. Unlike everyone else, I won't indulge in your delusions. Delusions? I retorted through strained breaths. It's you, Lord Akhenaten, who can't accept that there may be another way to save everyone. You can call me naive, but I won't give up until I've truly done everything I can. His annoyance flared, and I felt his grip around my throat tighten. Then die while you continue to live in your fantasy. As my ability to breathe slipped away, my mind began to fragment. Time slowed and my senses dulled. My heartbeat thundered in my ears, drowning everything else out, while a numbing sensation spread through my limbs, my fingertips tingling. Amidst the haze, I couldn't shake the image of Seto's pained expression as Akhenaten harmed him right before my eyes. A searing anger ignited within me as I stared at Akhenaten, growing stronger with each passing second. Heat coursed through my body, and I instinctively reached out, grabbing Akhenaten's wrist. My fingers tightened around his arm until an unnatural sound echoed through the air. Suddenly, Akhenaten was blasted away by an unseen force, and I crumpled to the floor. Groaning, the heat within me continued to rise, and my pupils trembled. This rage wasn't my own. It felt like someone or something was channeling anger on my behalf. Confused, I placed my palm on the ground, only to quickly retract it in shock. Imprinted on the floor was a massive claw print, marked by 4 sharp claws. Slowly, I rose to my feet, my body swaying dizzily as I grasped my head. A sharp pain assaulted my mind, and a feminine voice whispered in my ear. "Let me out. I will protect you." "Who are you?" I mumbled to the voice. "Your spirit and soul. Your forever guardian. Summon me. Call upon my name." Words continuously flowed into my head, and I frowned. Gradually, I lost control of my lips, and I uttered in a trance. With scales white as the moon and eyes blue as the sky, please respond to my desperate cry. Let my enemies succumb to your might. I summon you, Blue Eyes White Dragon. Take flight. Whoosh! A surge of energy enveloped me, accompanied by a thunderous roar. I turned to see a majestic dragon, its white scales shimmering in the light as it flapped its mighty wings. At that moment, I felt an unbreakable connection to this divine creature. "My spirit," I whispered in awe. Regaining my composure, I fixed my gaze on Akhenaten, who was momentarily transfixed by the sight of my Blue Eyes White Dragon. Raising my finger to point at him, I declared, "Blue Eyes White Dragon, attack." Without a moment's hesitation, the dragon unleashed a brilliant blast of white energy, incinerating Akhenaten in a dazzling display of power. Third POV. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Akhenaten coughed violently, blood pouring from his mouth and streaming down the crack of his mask. He could feel the remnants of the consciousness he had injected into Seto being obliterated, leaving his mind in disarray. Before he could react, a large stinger pierced his body. Hissing mischievously, the starving venom fusion dragon hurled him toward the divine dragon Lord Felgrand. How had it come to this? Akhenaten had always believed his power was unrivaled, that not even a sacred guardian could stand against him. Yet here he was, being tossed around like a rag doll. While he thought he could manage when it was only Blue Eyes White Dragon and divine dragon Lord Felgrand, Akhenaten couldn't believe his eyes when Yuna summoned a second dragon, pressuring him even further. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand and Starving Venom Fusion Dragon. Yuna shouted as the 2 dragons opened their mouths, revealing a fierce glow of orange and purple. Blue Eyes White Dragon. Wipe him from the face of the earth. Kaiba commanded, and the white dragon responded in kind. In a synchronized assault, the dragons unleashed their devastating breaths, merging into a swirling tempest of white, purple, and gold. In a final, desperate bid for survival, Akhenaten screamed and conjured a pale black shield, bracing for the impending onslaught. Boom! He gritted his teeth as the heat from the 3 attacks seared his arms. Ignoring the pain coursing through his body, Akhenaten poured all his power into reinforcing his shield. If he could survive this onslaught, he might find a way to escape and recover. As the shield held firm, a slow smile crept across Akhenaten's face. Yes, as long as I maintain this spell. But he had forgotten that Yuna and Kaiba weren't the only ones fighting against him. My spirit, Blue Eyes White Dragon, attack Lord Akhenaten. Kisara shouted fiercely, having awakened from Seto's mind. Gah! Akhenaten screamed, hastily conjuring another shield behind him. Perish, you traitor! Priest Seto roared, launching a powerful spell with his Millennium rod, blasting the already weakened shield. With attacks converging from all sides, the barrier Achnidin had painstakingly constructed shattered under the relentless onslaught. A blinding explosion erupted, illuminating the night sky and momentarily turning it into day. When the sky returned to normal, Achnidin's body dropped down from the sky. His body was completely charred, and his limbs were broken. His regenerative ability has stopped working, and he can only wait until his body shuts down completely. Hey, Chow, you kept talking about our efforts being useless. Yuna approached him and muttered coldly, but in the end, it was your greed and the power that you borrowed being useless. Why? You. Achnidin gasped, and Yuna turned her back towards him. Take your last moments to reflect. She spoke calmly and walked away to where Kaiba and Kisara were waiting. No, I will at least take you with me. Achnidin threw himself towards Yuna. Purplish flames gathered in his hands. Die. However, already expecting this, Yuna merely sighed in disappointment. House Dragon Maid. Finish him. Before Achnidin's attack could land, a tall woman in a servant uniform appeared and punched him in the face, shattering his mask. Breaking his guard, the maid grasped his collar with one hand while clenching her fist with the other. With a smile, House Dragon Maid tossed him into the air and unleashed a loud cry. Aura, 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 1. In just 3 seconds, Achnidin was struck dozens of times in various areas of his body. With one last punch, his was sent flying into the air. With a thud, Achnidin's corpse lay on the ground, and his body began to emit steam, gradually returning to its original form before he was given Zork's power. Farewell. Yuna nodded briefly at his corpse before turning seriously at her friends. Despite the fierce battle that occurred moments ago, she knew that there was no time to relax. Zork necrophades will soon arrive, and they have a lot to prepare. Walking towards Kaiba, Yuna dismissed her spirits and took a deep, steadying breath. Her face had gone pale, and she could feel the toll her power had taken on her body. With a resigned sigh, she touched her upper lip and frowned as a thin line of blood trickled down from her nose. "Tisk," she muttered, clicking her teeth in frustration as she wiped it away. Now was no time to falter. The most crucial battle lay just ahead. But as she took her next step, the world tilted sharply, and her vision blurred. Her body overcame with exhaustion, and she collapsed. Yet, before Yuna fell, Kaiba quickly caught her. "You need rest," he ordered. "No, I'm fine." She tried to insist, but before she could protest further, Kaiba lifted her effortlessly into his arms. Heat rushed to her cheeks as she found herself cradled in a princess carry. "Put me down. I'm probably too heavy." "Not at all. You're light," he replied, his gaze steady, intensifying her blush. "But stay still. If you fidget, it'll only make it harder to hold you." And then, Yuna nodded in embarrassment, sinking into an awkward silence as he walked. The gentle rhythm of his steps swayed her, each movement lulling her closer to sleep. Soon, her heavy eyelids fluttered closed, and she gave in, letting the weariness finally take her. "Kaiba," Yuna murmured in a daze, her voice faint and distant. "Are you there?" "Yes, I'm here." Kaiba's reply seemed to reach her as she smiled softly, half-conscious, and a hum escaped her lips. Without thinking, she nestled her head against his chest, and he tensed, caught off guard by the closeness. "I'm glad. I missed you," she mumbled, her words slurring as sleep began to overtake her. "I don't think I can hold on for another year." Kaiba's steps faltered. Her words lingered in the air, too raw to ignore. He looked down at her, a seriousness darkening his gaze. "Yuna, just how long have you been here in this place?" She giggled softly as if hearing something funny in his question and lifted a sleepy hand, holding up 5 fingers. Guess that makes me older than you now. Kaiba. Before he could reply, her eyes fluttered closed, her breathing softened, and she drifted off, leaving him standing in silence. Staring at her sleeping face, Kaiba lowered his head in a complicated emotion. I'm sorry, he muttered under his breath, the words slipping out before he could stop them. I'm so sorry. Though it wasn't his fault, Kaiba felt the weight of responsibility pressing down on him. If only he'd arrived at the museum sooner, or if only he'd stopped Bakura before he activated the Millennium Stone, perhaps all this could have been avoided. Yuna shifted slightly in her sleep, and Kaiba's hold instinctively tightened. For a moment, a small, almost imperceptible smile tugged at his lips. If Yugi and the others could see him now, they would be shocked, maybe even a little horrified, to see that familiar, steely expression soften. Yuna! A sudden voice cut through the stillness, jolting Kaiba back to the present. He looked up, watching Kisara hurrying toward him, her gaze fixed entirely on Yuna's peaceful face. When her eyes met him, Kisara hesitated, standing awkwardly before him. She's just asleep, Kaiba reassured her, and Kisara visibly relaxed, letting out a breath she'd been holding. Thank you, she stammered, nodding. It's already late, and I think we could all use some rest. Kaiba glanced down at Yuna once more, his expression unreadable as he quietly nodded in agreement. Kisara gestured for Kaiba to follow. Together, they passed Priest Seto, who was waiting silently nearby, and the 2 men locked eyes, both freezing up in place. I appreciate your help in the battle against Akhenaten, Seto said in a formal tone. I did what I had to do, Kaiba replied coolly. They continued to look at each other, both feeling a strange, unnerving sense of nostalgia. This guy looked too much like me, Kaiba thought, a subtle frown crossing his face. They say life may be full of coincidences, but this is just too much. Seto mused, equally perplexed. Come on, what are you two standing there for? Kisara broke in, her voice cutting through the silence. Let's go. Both men, suddenly aware of how awkward they looked, cleared their throats and hurried to follow her. Inside the palace, they found Shimon tirelessly organizing the panicked crowd. Relieved to find Kisara safe, she explained the situation that led to the subsequent battle outside. Shaken from Akhenaten's betrayal, the elder sighed heavily, a shadow of sorrow crossing his face, but he quickly regained his composure and arranged rooms for Seto and Kisara to rest. Priest Seto offered a brief farewell before retreating to his chambers, while Kisara led Kaiba down a corridor to a modest room, a far cry from the lavish quarters that had been lost in the battle. It was the same kind of small, simple room she had once occupied as an apprentice, and the familiarity brought a soft smile to her face. Here, she murmured, patting the bed. Kaiba, moving with uncharacteristic gentleness, laid Yuna down as if she were made of glass. His expression softened as he stepped back to watch her rest. Watching Yuna sleep, Kisara stroked her hair gently, a fond smile softening her face. Kaiba stood nearby, feeling an unspoken hesitation. It wasn't his place to interrupt this quiet moment. You must be wondering who I am, right? Kisara finally broke the silence, glancing up at him. Kaiba gave a slow nod, though his gaze was full of questions. Kisara, however, chuckled softly, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Foo. Sorry, I was just surprised at how much you two are alike. You even have the same name. Anyway, please call me Kisara. She paused, and her expression grew serious. You must be confused, but before I explain, tell me, how much do you truly know about Yuna's situation? Kaiba took a moment, choosing his words carefully. All I know is she's been here for a long time. Kisara nodded, a trace of sadness in her eyes. Yes, 5.5 years to be exact, but the reality is even harsher. In all that time, only a select few could even see her. Her voice grew soft. For 5.5 years, Yuna has been like a ghost, visible only to me, drifting through these halls with no one else to talk to. She paused, looking at Kaiba. It's much like you. Kaiba's eyes widened slightly as the truth dawned on him. The entire time he'd been here, only Kisara and Seto had acknowledged him, while the rest of the palace staff seemed to overlook him entirely, as though he were invisible. I always wish she could have more people to share her days with, Kisara continued, her voice thick with regret. But no matter how hard I tried, I could only ease the emptiness of her loneliness so much. But I will keep filling that void, no matter how long it takes, Kisara said with quiet resolve. Yuna has given me a life I could never have dreamed of. She's like a sister to me, someone I deeply cherish. Gently caressing Yuna's face, Kisara let out a soft laugh. You know, she spoke of you sometimes. There was always this nostalgic, almost regretful look when she did. Kaiba swallowed, his pulse quickening. What did she say about me? Kisara's lips curved into a mischievous smile. Stubborn, blunt, prideful, snobbish. She recited, watching his reaction. Oh, and let's not forget that air of superiority you apparently carry around. Kaiba shifted, looking away. That, foo-foo. She also said you're kind, honorable, dependable. Someone who'd do anything to protect those he cares about, Kisara continued softly. She hoped, one day, to be part of that small circle of yours. Kaiba's chest tightened. Is there more? With a playful smirk, Kisara shrugged. That, you'll have to ask her yourself. But Seto, her expression softened, the teasing replaced by a gentle seriousness. I hope you're truly the man Yuna believes you are. Kaiba took a moment, her words sinking in, resonating deeper than he'd expected. Before he could respond, Kisara chuckled. It's late. Would you like me to get a chair for you? No need, Kaiba replied, masking his emotions. I'll find somewhere outside. He moved toward the door, hesitating for a brief moment to glance back at Yuna, her face peaceful in sleep. His expression shifted, a hint of something complicated passing over his features before he stepped into the hallway, letting the door close behind him. Yuna's POV. Sometime later, I groaned, blinking as I slowly came to. I yawned and sat up, still half-dazed. Yuna, you're awake. Kisara's voice was soft beside me, and I turned to see her closing the book she'd been reading. Kisara? How long was I out? I asked, rubbing my eyes. Only about an hour, she said, leaning in to hug me. You can sleep more if you want. Thanks, but I don't think we have that luxury. I murmured, feeling a wave of worry. Kisara's smile faded, and I felt her hug tightened. Do you think we can win? She asked softly, her voice laced with fear. I mean, we're fighting a god. I let out a long breath, unsure how to respond. Honestly, I don't know. Kisara's gaze fell, but I forced a smile, trying to sound reassuring. But we've already beaten him once. What's to stop us from winning again? Kisara nodded slowly, though I knew she was as anxious as I was. You're right. There's no point in being anxious if we're going to fight either way. After a moment, she released me, and I stretched, still feeling tired from everything that had happened. By the way, where's Kaiba? Oh, he said he'd rest outside, Kisara replied. As we reached the door, she gave me a sly look. I'll leave you two alone. I need to discuss our strategy with my master. I blushed, seeing her smirk, and gave her a playful pinch on the cheek. Don't tease me. You're just as bad when it comes to Priest Seto. I don't know what you're talking about, she replied innocently, nudging me toward the door. You should hurry. You should have seen his face when he was holding you. Before I could respond, she pushed me out of the room, leaving me standing there, flustered but smiling. Huh, what are you talking about? I shouted after her, but Kisara was already out of sight, leaving me with more questions than answers. With a sigh, I shook my head and started down the hallway. Even this late at night, the palace was buzzing with soldiers, their eyes wary and on edge. The battle with Akhenaten had shaken everyone to the core, and the signs of destruction still lingered, a constant reminder of the fight that had taken place. Thanks to Shimon, things seemed to have calmed somewhat, though I was sure a few people had seen our dragons soaring in the sky, and the rumors must have already spread. After wandering for a bit, I finally spotted Kaiba sitting alone on the steps leading down to the courtyard where the battle had unfolded. Akhenaten's body had already been removed, but the stone floor was scarred, marked by craters, claw scratches, and scorch marks from our battle. I walked up beside Kaiba and sat down quietly, watching him as he gazed up at the full moon hanging high in the sky. After a moment, I broke the silence. Didn't peg you as the type to enjoy this type of thing. It was always typical for me to work late into the night, Kaiba replied, his eyes finally shifting from the moon to me. So, sitting here, getting lost in thought, it's refreshing. But his expression held a weight I couldn't ignore. His gaze was anxious and almost hesitant. After a pause, he finally spoke. That woman, Kisara, she told me what you went through. Ah, I see, I replied, scratching my cheek with a nervous smile. I mean, I've had time to get used to it, right? And look on the bright side. I can finally talk normally now. Kaiba chuckled, but the sadness in his eyes didn't waver. True, but that's not really how you feel, is it? His words struck right through me, and I quickly turned my gaze away, hugging my knees tightly. What do you think? I retorted softly. Kaiba seemed to wrestle with his thoughts before he spoke again, his voice almost a whisper. Sano. No, Kaiba, it's not your fault. I interrupted with a sign. We never expected something like this to happen in the first place, so I don't want to hear any self-deprecating talk from you. All right, Kaiba nodded, falling silent. The weight of our conversation lingered between us, and I turned my gaze back to the moon. Since being trapped in this place, I had lost count of how many times I'd stared at the moon. Yet, no matter how often I looked, it never bored me. Each time felt like discovering a new facet of that giant rock floating in the night sky. I always think about you guys during moments like this. I murmured out of the blue. Sometimes I wonder if I never return, if maybe I should have tried to talk to you all more. With a smile, I leaned against Kaiba's shoulder, and I felt him stiffen in surprise at the contact. Makuba, Serenity, Noah, I really missed all of you. When I saw you again, I felt happier than I had in a long time. Kaiba's gaze turned serious. There's so many things I want to tell you, but I know we don't have much time. The evil god will be here soon. Can you try? He asked softly, sincerity radiating from his words. I met his intense gaze, caught off guard by the genuine curiosity behind it. Despite his usual composed demeanor, there was a vulnerability there that drew me in. Yeah, sure. But don't get mad if it's a bit boring. I won't, he responded solemnly, and I nodded. Well, here goes. After the Millennium Stone took me, I started, my mind flickering over the past 5 years. 10 minutes later, thankfully, Kisara knew how to read and write. That gave us some hope, I added, remembering the early days. I'll never forget how ecstatic I was when she passed the exam. Her whole life transformed right before our eyes. I continued a hint of pride in my voice. 20 minutes later, it was surreal, though. Seto, he's so much like you, but entirely different, you know? I hesitated, trying to capture the memory. But in the end, it was Kisara he fell for, and I promised myself I'd support her, no matter what. I continued recounting everything I could think of, and Kaiba listened intently, occasionally asking questions. With each passing moment, I felt my cheeks heat up, and I found myself enjoying the act of storytelling more than I expected. That's pretty much it. I finally wrapped up, taking a deep breath. How was it? You truly cared about that Kisara woman, don't you? Kaiba said, a wry smile playing at the corners of his lips. What? Don't get jealous now. I joked, inching a bit closer until her shoulders touched. I intended to lighten the atmosphere, but to my surprise, Kaiba remained stoic, and I sensed my playful banter was starting to backfire. Sano? No, Yuna. Kaiba suddenly spoke up in a solemn tone, drawing my attention. Yes. I jumped slightly at the mention of my first name. When this is over, I will give you my response then, he declared with a seriousness that took me by surprise, as long as your feelings remain the same after all this time. You. I froze at his statement, my heart racing as I buried my face in my knees. Remain the same? As I recalled everything that had happened in the battle, I realized my feelings had grown even stronger than before. If you let me down, I will never forgive you. I warned, the thought of being hurt again sending a shiver down my spine. I couldn't even bear to imagine that I'd been played this entire time. I promise, my answer won't disappoint you. Kaiba smiled, and I felt my cheeks flush. The warmth spread through me, making me feel both giddy and nervous. Quickly backing away, I searched for an excuse to escape the moment. I remembered I have something to do. Standing up, I turned to walk away, but his laughter rang out behind me, and I couldn't help but pout in response. What's so funny? Do you know how embarrassing your words are? Are you actually trying to drive me? R-O-A-R-O-R. Suddenly, both of us froze when a deafening roar shook our entire surroundings. The calming atmosphere of the night has disappeared, replaced with an indescribably dread that consumed us. Turning our heads, we gazed into the distance, where a massive black mass was approaching us. Yuna, I nodded with a grim expression. Zork Necrophades is here. Man, the battle stations. The captain's voice boomed across the ramparts, sparking a frenzy of activity as soldiers moved frantically along the fortress walls. In the distance, a colossal figure lumbered toward the city. Each of its thunderous steps sent shockwaves through the earth, and its massive, shadowy frame cast an ominous silhouette against the horizon. Protruding from the god's stomach, a dragon's head roared ferociously, unleashing torrents of purplish flames that scorched the air. "Look, there's the pharaoh," one of the soldiers cried out, pointing to a distant figure in front of the evil god. Gritting his teeth, Yugi and the sacred guardians rode hurriedly, their faces grim with desperation and weary. After the treacherous Akhenaten abducted priest Seto, the guardians fought tooth and nail to escape. Bursting from the cave, they were met with a horde of enraged beasts, driven to madness by the presence of Zork Necrophades. Despite their exhaustion, the guardians rode on for hours, relentlessly pursued by the sinister Zork. The realization dawned on them that the malevolent god was toying with them, maintaining menacing proximity yet staying just out of reach, savoring their terror. As they neared the city, the gates swung open and the guardians surged inside. Yugi, pushing his horse to the limit, finally reached the palace and collapsed from his steed, gasping for breath. "Your Majesty!" Shimon exclaimed, rushing to his side to support him. "Shimon, gather the troops." Yugi rasped, struggling to speak. "Don't worry, my lord. Priest Seto has already briefed us on the situation. All the citizens have been evacuated, and the soldiers are on standby, awaiting your command." "Priest Seto is here," the pharaoh muttered. "Then is Akhenaten defeated?" "Yes." Shimon nodded calmly, though the pain of betrayal shadowed his expression. "I see," Yugi said, straightening himself and casting a determined gaze towards the looming figure of Zork Necrophades in the distance. "Prepare for war." Outside, Zork Necrophades surveyed the soldiers mounting the walls with an ominous smile. Relishing the unfolding chaos, he conjured dark magic in his hands, summoning dozens of portals from which monstrous beings began to pour out. "Fire!" The soldiers yelled, and hundreds of flaming arrows shot into the sky, illuminating the night like a fiery constellation. As the arrows rained down, a chorus of beastly screeches echoed through the desert. The soldiers cheered, their spirits momentarily lifted, and readied themselves for a second volley. However, the sheer number of monsters surging through the portals overwhelmed the archers' speed. "They're climbing the walls!" The guards screamed as creatures with razor-sharp claws scaled the stone surfaces. In a desperate defense, the soldiers thrust their spears at the ascending beasts, each clash a brutal struggle for survival. Zork Necrophades watched the intense battle with a twisted sense of glee. The human's anguished screams were a symphony to its ears. With a snarl, he extended a finger, and wisps of dark magic coiled from his fingertip, slowly forming the shape of a man. When the magic dissipated, Bakura stood there, clenching and unclenching his fist in a daze. He distinctly remembered sacrificing himself to summon Zork Necrophades. How was he alive? He looked up and met the gaze of the evil god's red, dilated pupils. A torrent of knowledge surged into his mind. Slowly, a sinister smile spread across Yami Bakura's face as he nodded in understanding. Your wish is my command. I promise to kill the pharaoh with my own hands. He vowed. Fixing his gaze on the distant palace, Yami Bakura laughed menacingly. With an ominous grin, he began his unhurried march toward the city, his mind consumed by the singular thought of Yami Yugi's demise. Yuna's POV. Your Majesty, the North Gate has been breached, a messenger announced, wiping away cold sweat from his brow. Tell the soldiers defending that area to retreat. Yami Yugi commanded. We will fight them in the streets. The messenger quickly hurried off to relay the pharaoh's orders to the generals, leaving the rest of us alone in the room. Pinching the bridge of his nose, Yami Yugi struggled against his exhaustion as he surveyed the battle from the balcony. Kaiba and I will help, I declared, and Kaiba nodded. Thank you, Yami Yugi replied with a weary smile. We will need all the assistance we can get. By the way, where are Yugi and the others? I asked, noting their lack of presence. I don't know, Yami Yugi admitted, shaking his head. As expected of them, Kaiba muttered, crossing his arms. Running away like cowards. Kaiba, I hissed, and he quickly shut his mouth, averting my gaze. Despite my recrimination, even I could feel slightly annoyed by their absence. Though much had changed in the trial, I remembered this time when Yugi and his friends went to the Valley of the Kings, where they would discover the pharaoh's true name. In the end, we just have to stall for time. I mumbled to myself before looking at Yami Yugi. All right, we'll do what we can. Without waiting for a reply, we both left the room, ready to provide as much help in the battle as we can. Walking quietly with Kaiba, we found Kisara waiting outside as she nervously paced around the corridors. Kisara, I called gently with a smile. Please stay here and look after the pharaoh. What will you be doing? She asked, worry etched on her face. Kaiba and I will go clear out the monsters, so remain here. We'll be back soon. Hugging Kisara, I smiled reassuringly. I promise I will look after myself. So please, stay here and protect the pharaoh, all right? Fine. She nodded reluctantly. Even my Seto is going to fight. I feel troubled being the only one staying. That's all the more reason you should stay, I explained. With every soldier busy defending Memphis, there's no one to protect the pharaoh. If he gets hurt, it will be all over. Don't worry, I truly won't be out for long, I assured her, and we left the palace. Once outside, we were greeted by an inferno engulfing the city, mingled with the screams of beasts and humans. Watching an unattended horde rush towards the palace, I clenched my teeth and stepped forward. Stretching out my arm, I felt the spirit residing within my soul and chanted coldly, Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand, burn them all. Whoosh! Suddenly, the entire street was engulfed in flames as a colossal figure soared overhead. As the beast tried to find another route around the wall of flames, their path was suddenly blocked by Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand, who landed with a thunderous thud. Its red pupils glowed menacingly as it surveyed the monsters like prey, and with a deafening roar, the dragon incinerated the beasts to ashes. Once the coasts were clear, I unsummoned my dragon. Guh! I groaned, feeling a wave of dizziness assault my head. You should have let me handle it, Kaiba muttered with a severe expression, and I smiled wryly. I'm just venting. Don't worry, I'm fine since I'm not coughing blood yet. I joked, but Kaiba's mood darkened, and he lifted me over his shoulder in one smooth motion. I've changed my mind. I'm taking you back to the palace, Kaiba said nonchalantly, heading back. Wait, put me down. I'm really fine, I protested. But before I could complain further, my voice was suddenly drowned out by a deafening roar. Simultaneously, we turned our heads to see Zork necrophades breaching the walls. The evil god's massive frame shattered the stone structures effortlessly, advancing towards the palace at the city center. Our expressions turned grim as the god approached. Do you have a plan? Kaiba asked, his face tense. Right now, we can only stall for time, I replied. The longer we hold Zork necrophades in place, the higher our chances of winning. That's our best and only option. Sighing, Kaiba gently set me down. All right, but stay close to me. Okay, I nodded, summoning Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand and Starving Venom Fusion Dragon as the two dragons materialized behind me. You ready? Yeah. Kaiba smirked, activating his dual disc. Drawing 4 consecutive cards, he held them aloft. I will use the spell, Polymerization, fusing the 3 Blue Eyes white dragons in my hand to summon my loyal servant, Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. As the 3-headed spirit manifested behind Kaiba, I smacked my lips enviously. Forget about using spells. I couldn't even properly summon my spirits without keeling over. Sighing, I smiled helplessly and nodded. Let's go. We shouted simultaneously, and the 3 dragons took to the sky, eager to test their strength against a god. 20 minutes later, amidst the battle, the dragons fought savagely, attacking Zork necrophades with their breaths and claws. However, no matter how much damage they inflicted, Zork necrophades' wounds healed easily and only caused the spirits to grow tired until they finally made a mistake. Watch it, Kaiba shouted, pulling me towards him when Starving Venom Fusion Dragon crashed to the ground where I was previously standing. The dragon groaned, struggling to stand before collapsing in agony. Oh no, I murmured sadly, stroking the dragon's neck. Take a break, you did well. At my soothing voice, Starving Venom Fusion Dragon grunted before closing its eyes and returning to my soul. Biting my lips, I turned my head and watched Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand and Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon soaring through the air. Circling Zork necrophades, the 2 dragons unleashed blinding beams of light upon its colossal form. Yet, regardless of their massive firepower, the evil god seemed unfazed, retaliating with an indescribable amount of dark magic. Shadowy tornadoes swirled around Zork, and tendrils made of black, pulsating mass lashed out, demolishing buildings effortlessly. Nothing is working, I heard Kaiba mutter under his breath. Clenching my fists in frustration, I couldn't refute his words. It truly felt like everything we did was useless. Careful, I yelled as a stray tendril suddenly lashed towards us. In a swift motion, Kaiba drew another card from his dual disc and raised it into the air. I summoned Kaiser Seahorse. In an instant, a dark blue warrior materialized before us, taking the brunt of the tendril's strike. Kaiba collapsed, and I frantically supported him. Take a deep breath. Let your soul recover, I urged, patting his back. However, there was no time to rest. I quickly threw us to the side, just before another tendril struck. Gritting his teeth, Kaiba dug through his deck and pulled out a spell card. Ring of Defense. A protective shield spread around us, and moments later, a dark beam of black magic shattered the barrier, sending us flying. Kaiba, I screamed. He hugged my body as we skidded across the ground. Staring at his back, I saw blood-dripping burns through his ripped clothes. Summoning Nurse Dragon Maid, I watched as the young maid pulled out a first aid kit from thin air before swiftly attending to his wounds. Noticing Kaiba's incapacitated state, the 2 dragons' attacks became more ferocious, trying to distract Zork necrophades for as long as possible. We can't beat this, I mumbled resignedly, seeing that none of our attacks was effective. When Nurse Dragon Maid finished her procedures, Kaiba managed to open his eyes, and I sighed in relief. Sitting up, he clutched his head in pain and spoke with exhaustion. We must go back to the palace. To regroup. Agreeing, I called Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand, and we climbed onto the dragon's back. Together, we flew over the city, watching the chaos unfold below. The soldiers were on a full retreat as the number of monsters didn't seem to decrease one bit, and they flooded further deep into the city. The city, I said miserably, it's all gone. With the amount of time I've spent here, I have grown quite fond of this place, and it was disheartening to see it going into ruin. While dwelling on the sad sight, I sensed something in the corner of my vision. Instantly, I pushed Kaiba down as dozens of sharp blades flew over our heads. Staring behind us, I spotted Zork necrophades manifesting black swords and launching them towards our direction. The god's other hand gripped Blue Eye's ultimate dragon's necks. The dragon was covered in wounds as it hung limply at Zork's mercy. Snap! Clenching its fist, Zork necrophades snapped its neck, and the dragon burst into dust. Immediately upon its death, Kaiba keeled over and gasped in agony. Unfortunately, the god didn't even give us moments to recover as blades continued to fly past us. Roar! Suddenly, Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand howled as several blades struck the dragon's body, digging deeply into its flesh. Succumbed to its injuries, we began to fall. With a thunderous noise, the dragon crashed into the ground, and we were thrown off. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. I cried and crawled toward my spirit. Opening one of its eyes, the dragon groaned sorrowfully before vanishing into particles of light, as if apologizing to me that it couldn't fight harder. At the backlash, I immediately vomited a mouthful of blood, staining my clothes and hands. Moving my head, I spotted Kaiba lying not so far from me, who was unconscious from the crash. Blood dripped down from the wound on his head, leaving a long trail that flowed down onto the floor. Kaiba, I whimpered, and my vision became hazy. Before long, I collapsed, and everything turned dark. Third POV. Yuna! Kisara screamed as she rushed out of the palace, with Yami Yugi following close behind her. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand's crash shook the entire building, driving the two towards a commotion. Once outside, they both saw Yuna and Kaiba lying by a pile of rubble, their eyes closed with blood all around them. It was truly hell outside. The soldiers were making a desperate last stand at the top of the stairs. The sacred guardians fight fervently amongst the crowd, pushing the monsters back with their spirits. While everyone was shocked by the sudden appearance of the dragon, they didn't have time to even react, as they could only focus on defending against the crazed beasts. Approaching the two, Yami Yugi placed his fingers by their necks and sighed with relief. They are still alive. Goodness, Kisara muttered and covered her mouth. Your Highness, we must get them to safety. However, Yami Yugi shook his head. I'm afraid we don't have the time to do that. He spoke grimly and glared at Zork necrophade standing before them. Its tall frame easily towered the long set of stairs that led to the palace, causing the two to look up until their necks hurt. Roaring, the god swept his arm, sending a group of soldiers and monsters flying, but before the men fell to their deaths, they were rescued by Blue Eye's white dragon, who Kisara had summoned just in time. My lord, Shimon shouted while staring at the rampaging god. Please buy me time. Understood. Yami Yugi called upon Slifer the sky dragon, and the dragon relentlessly attacked Zork necrophades, trying to get its attention away from the elderly man. As the battle raged on, Shimon closed his eyes and channeled his Ba as he tapped into a spirit that was locked deep into the chasm of the Egyptian temple. In the past, this spirit alone was able to turn the tide of the entire invasion. Legend have said that it defeated thousands of soldiers in a single night. But from its power came a considerable risk, so it was sealed away into 5 separate slabs. Shada, pass me the Millennium key, he urged, and Shada hurriedly handed Shimon the artifact. Recalling the familiar sensation of the artifact in his hand, Shimon channeled the key's power and unlocked all 5 seals. Kook! Suddenly, under Kisara and Shada's panic, Shimon coughed a little bit of blood as he felt his life force diminishing. I'm getting too old for this. Gritting his teeth, he continued to spend his life force as 5 portals began to form in the air. Instantly, Yami Yugi and the Guardians felt an ominous energy coming through the portals that seemed to connect into the shape of a pentagon. From the sides and bottom portals, golden limbs made of stone emerged from the gate. On the limbs' wrists and ankles were shackles that once bound the being in place. Finally, the portals all merged into one, and the spirit's face finally revealed itself. It has a muscular body adorned in armor, with various Egyptian symbols and characters. Its face was stuck in a stern expression with a glowing, fierce expression while wearing a pharaoh's headdress with an ornament of a serpent. Fully emerging from the portal, the spirit roared deafeningly, and its height quickly matched Zork Necrophade's, and the two beings glared at each other. Exodia, the Forbidden One. Yami Yugi muttered in shock as he was finally able to learn the origin of Yugi's grandfather's secret cards. As I call upon you, O spirit, Shimon shouted as the statue's eyes gleamed with fury. Unleash your power right here and now. Exodia, the Forbidden One, obliterate. With a thunderous roar, a dazzling light gathered in Exodia's palm, radiating immense power. With a fierce push, Exodia unleashed a brilliant beam that struck Zork Necrophade square in the chest. The god let out a spine-chilling howl and stumbled backward, reeling from the impact. Seizing the moment, Exodia charged forward, refusing to give Zork Necrophades any chance to recover. Boom! Exodia's fists came crashing down like hammers, eliciting a furious roar from the evil god. Struggling to regain its footing, Zork Necrophades lunged, only to be seized by the horns and hurled across the city like a rag doll. It's working, Kisara exclaimed excitedly. Yet, her excitement was short-lived as she glanced at Shimon's pallid face. Controlling Exodia was taking a heavy toll, and Shimon's exhaustion was becoming palpable. As Exodia closed in on the fallen Zork Necrophades, the dragon head protruding from the malevolent god's stomach lashed out, sinking its teeth into Exodia's arm. The colossal statue struggled to free itself, but before it could break free, Zork Necrophades summoned a massive tendril, striking with incredible force. Boom! Exodia crashed into the palace, obliterating the ancient and beautiful structure that had stood for centuries. Cracks spread across Exodia's body as Shimon fell to one knee, the strain of controlling the spirit taking its toll. Although Exodia's wounds healed, the energy it had consumed was alarming. Gritting his teeth, Shimon struggled to rise, his gaze fixed on Zork Necrophades in the distance. The injuries inflicted upon the evil god had already regenerated, and Zork Necrophades grinned wickedly. While one drew from the boundless power of darkness, the other relied on the life force of a single human. As Shimon's condition deteriorated, Kisara and Shada pleaded with him to unsummon the spirit. Yet they both knew that Exodia was the only force keeping them in the fight. In a bid to aid their struggle, Yami Yugi quickly commanded the Egyptian gods to join the attack on Zork Necrophades. With these powerful reinforcements, a glimmer of hope rekindled in their eyes as they saw the evil god being visibly pushed back. Yet, behind you, Kisara suddenly screamed. Stab! To everyone's shock, Shada coughed up a mouthful of blood as a sharp claw pierced through his stomach, lifting his body into the air. When the claws retracted, Shada dropped to the ground, revealing a sizable gray demon with horns and a snake-like lower body standing behind him. Suddenly, a familiar, crazed laughter echoed from the rubble. Yami Yugi's expression instantly darkened as he glared at the figure emerging from the debris. Bakura, he spat, his voice filled with loathing. Good evening, Pharaoh. Are you surprised to see me again? Yami Bakura sneered, his eyes glinting with malice. How are you here? Your life was sacrificed to summon Zork Necrophades. Yami Yugi questioned, his voice edged with suspicion and disbelief. Yes, for a normal human, that is. Yami Bakura chuckled before explaining in a sly tone. Pharaoh, we are not so different. What are you sprouting about? Yami Yugi uttered in confusion. As you may already know, Pharaoh, in the past, you were fortunate enough to best Zork Necrophades and seal both yourself and the god within the Millennium puzzle. At that time, you believe it was the end, but that was far from the truth. With the last of its power, Zork Necrophades fused a part of its soul with Thief King Bakura, whom you slew, and placed that new soul into the Millennium Ring, biding its time for revival in the real world once again. Laughing maniacally, Yami Bakura spread his arms wide. That time is now. Then Bakura this entire time. He's merely a mindless host for me to manipulate. similar to your pathetic companion that freely lends his body to you. Yami Bakura spat in disgust. But that's not the point now. I will finally have my revenge. Lost in thought, Yami Yugi stared at Yami Bakura in a daze, grappling with the weight of this revelation. However, Kisara's urgent cries jolted him back to reality. Shada, Shada, she screamed and held him in her arms. Just stay awake. I will go and find a doctor. No, Shada croaked, his voice weak as he stopped Kisara from trying to help. Slowly, he lifted one trembling hand and gently tapped her forehead with a wry smile. Already too late. Don't say that, Kisara cried, her voice cracking as tears streamed down her face. Look, if I just stop the bleeding, we can buy enough time to get the wounds stitched up. Kisara tried to act optimistic and maintain a calm smile. However, as the blood continuously flowed through the holes in Shada's chest, her expression cracked, and she bit her lips to suppress the tears. Kisara, Shada interrupted, his voice barely above a whisper as he coughed. Just stop talking. You must save your strength, Kisara yelled and pressed her palms against the wound. Focus on staying awake. Stop. It's useless now. Shada muttered and weakly removed Kisara's hands. Kisara, don't mess up now. You guys better win. Shada, with a faint chuckle, his eyelids slowly fluttered closed. And with one final, labored breath, Shada passed away, his body still warm in her arms. It all happened so suddenly. Kisara sat frozen, her hands trembling as she cradled Shada's lifeless body. Her lap was soaked with his blood, and she shivered uncontrollably, her mind struggling to process the loss. But before she could even mourn, a wicked laugh echoed through the air. Bakura's Yugioh struck again, this time aiming straight for her. Boom! Suddenly, a massive fist swung into the path of Yugioh, halting the demon's advance. With a furious roar, Yugioh staggered back, but Shimon's voice cut through the chaos. Snap out of it, he shouted, his words strained with effort as he coughed. We can't lose focus now. Kisara flinched at the intensity of her master's tone, but as she looked closer, she noticed a single teardrop fall from Shimon's eye, a silent testament to the grief he couldn't fully contain. Despite his determination to remain strong, even he could not escape the sorrow of their loss. Without wasting any more time, Shimon commanded Exodia to swiftly turn around and punch Zork Necrophades in the face, shattering one of its horns. In retaliation, Zork Necrophades unleashed a torrent of dark magic, sending a cascade of explosions rippling across Exodia's body. Before the spirit could even recover, the evil god gathered a massive amount of power and hurled a colossal vertical blade toward Exodia. Obliterate! Shimon roared, his voice filled with desperate strength as Exodia fired another beam of pure energy from its palm. The blade collided with the beam, cleaving it in two with a deafening crack before slashing into Exodia's form. The statue howled in agony as a deep gash tore vertically across its body, running from its face all the way down to its lower body, leaving a trail of burning light in its wake. Light seeped through the wound as Exodia's body split apart before bursting into the sand. Car! Shimon screamed and grasped his chest, his heart bursting from the insurmountable backlash to the death of Exodia. Master! Kisara yelped with a pale expression, unable to comprehend everything that was happening. Gritting his teeth, Shimon fought against the overwhelming darkness threatening to consume him. His vision blurred, but his gaze remained fixed on his last remaining student. With every ounce of his remaining strength, he extended his trembling hand, holding out the Millennium key. Take it! Kisara froze in shock, but under Shimon's urging, she hesitantly reached out her palms. Placing the Millennium key in her hands, Shimon nodded with satisfaction. Protect the pharaoh. Fulfill your duty. As Shimon fell forward, Kisara quickly caught her master and hugged him tightly. Live, with one final whisper, the light in Shimon's eyes dimmed, joining Shada in the afterlife. Kisara sobbed, her heart shaken tremendously at the sudden death of her master and best friend. Gently setting Shimon's body on the floor, Kisara brought the Millennium key close to her chest. It was about time for that old geezer to croak, Yami Bakura remarked in the distance, causing the pharaoh and Kisara to flinch. Bakura! Yami Yugi shouted ragefully and directed Obelisk the Tormentor towards his opponent. However, the Egyptian god's path was stopped by Zork Necrophades, who grinned maliciously. It's pointless, Pharaoh, Yami Bakura. You cannot afford to send away even one god. Now you're completely defenseless. Debound charged, and Yami Yugi rolled to the side as the demon's claws left a deep mark on where he was standing just a few seconds ago. As Yami Yugi was about to reach for the sword at his waist, Debound was suddenly blasted by a white beam, sending the demon crashing into a pile of debris. No, you won't be fighting the pharaoh. Kisara spoke calmly as Blue Eyes White Dragon roared behind her. Your opponent will be me. Despite her tranquil tone, her pupils showed an indescribable fury and hatred. Yami Bakura clicked his teeth and frantically called upon Debound, and the demon burst out from the rubble. However, Kisara seemed unfazed, and she stared at the spirit as if it were a pest. Slowly raising her right hand, her voice devoid of any emotions as she uttered a single command towards the white dragon. Kill him! Blue Eyes White Dragon rampaged towards Yami Bakura, destroying everything in its path. He barely managed to dodge the dragon's onslaught, shock flooding his senses as he was caught off guard by the spirit's overwhelming power. In a panic, he summoned his other spirits to defend him, but they were obliterated in an instant by a single swipe of Blue Eyes' claws. What kind of spirit is this? Yami Bakura thought in disbelief. How could it be this powerful? Debound! He bellowed, calling his demon in a desperate bid to counterattack. Debound emerged from the shadows, launching a surprise strike. But the attack easily bounced off Blue Eyes White Dragon's wings, leaving him stunned. Who the hell are you? Yami Bakura snarled warily. Kisara, who was consumed with anger, paused before glaring at him. There is no need for you to know who I am, but I will tell you one thing. I will make sure you pay. Yuna's POV. Meanwhile, ugh, my head. I grunted in pain and opened my eyes. Enduring the sensation, I sat up. My entire body was screaming in agony as if needles were stabbing into my skin. Beside me was Kaiba, who was still unconscious from the injuries. Checking his pulse, I was relieved to be able to feel a heartbeat, and I began analyzing the situation on the battlefield. The soldiers were fighting fiercely against the wave of monsters. Yami Yugi attacked Zork Necrophades with his Egyptian gods, and Kisara, to my surprise, I found her engaged in an intense duel with Yami Bakura using her Blue Eyes White Dragon. Their battle was the flashiest out of everyone, with Debound firing dark magic, which was countered by Blue Eyes White Dragon's beam, and the whole fight seemed like an unorthodox light show. As the battle went on, it was clear to everyone that Yami Bakura was losing ground. The strength of Blue Eyes White Dragon was impossible to ignore, and Debound was nothing compared to the mighty dragon. Wanting to join the fight, I called upon the spirits residing in my soul. Starving Venom Fusion Dragon and Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand were still in no condition to battle, which only led to House Dragon Maid being the best option. When the beautiful maid appeared, she quickly caught my fragile body. Go and support Kisara. I ordered, and the spirit nodded. Carefully setting me back down, Dragon Maid clenched her fists and dashed towards Yami Bakura at a blinding speed. Sensing danger, Yami Bakura instinctively leaned away as clouds of dust blew past him. Boom! House Dragon Maid's fist shattered the wall behind him before slowly turning around with murderous intent. Yuna! Kisara exclaimed while Yami Bakura's expression soured. Smiling tiredly, I ordered the House Dragon Maid to attack once more, and Debound frantically rushed towards the maid to defend its master. However, Blue Eyes White Dragon had already anticipated Debound's movement and blasted the demon away with its white breath. Bam! House Dragon Maid's fist struck Yami Bakura's face, and his body was sent ragdolling across the floor. Instantly, I felt all the pain I went through become worth it as I was able to get a front row seat to a well-deserved beating. Or, Yami Bakura gasped and clutched his bleeding nose. Why, you dare! He staggered awkwardly and glared at me with anger. Unfazed by Yami Bakura's hostility, I commanded House Dragonmaid, who grabbed him by the collar of his shirt. Dia-bound, still roaring furiously, was pinned down beneath Blue Eyes White Dragon's feet, unable to move. You really dare. Bam. Shut up, I uttered with disgust, and House Dragonmaid punched him again with her free hand. You have no idea how much I have been through. Bam. Scum. Bam. Trash. Bam. With each swing from House Dragonmaid, Yami Bakura's face became more of a bloodied mess, and he groaned in a daze. But you know what angers me the most is that you kept harming people I care about. I hissed. Coo. So what? Are you going to kill me? Yami Bakura snorted, and I scowled. No, I answered, and House Dragonmaid released him, but she will... Gesturing behind him, Yami Bakura nervously turned around and gazed at the massive jaw filled with sharp teeth. Before he could react, Blue Eyes White Dragon bit down, not leaving even a single trace of him behind. Yuna. Kisara collapsed on her knees. Her chest heaved with exhaustion, and she stared at the ground in a daze. As I approached her, Kisara slowly looked at me and bit her lips. Yuna. Shimon and Shada. Nodding quietly, I reached out my hand. We can't stop now. I know this is hard, but for their sake, we have to keep fighting. So Kisara, after we win this, let's cry our hearts out. Together. Staring at the outstretched hand, Kisara took a deep breath and slapped both sides of her face. Grabbing my hand, I gently pulled her up and patted her shoulders. I bet they are very proud of you. Smiling, I hugged her. Now let's win this thing. As the war raged on, the soldiers desperately stabbed or slashed the monsters. Yet, as time went on, the soldiers began falling one by one due to exhaustion. The only reason they were able to last this long was thanks to priests Seto and Isis, who were gasping for breath as the two needed to fill in the spot that Shada had left behind. Despite the presence of the evil god, they fought on because everyone knew that their pharaoh was fighting a more intense battle than any of them. BOM X5. A barrage of explosions rang out in the sky like fireworks when the three Egyptian gods unleashed their great attacks on Zork Necrophade's massive body. Zork Necrophade's roared deafeningly as it tried to snatch the pesky gods from the air. Slash. Suddenly, Zork Necrophade's vision went dark when two fast figures flew past its face. Flying side by side, Blue Eyes White Dragon and Dragon Maid roared, leaving cuts around the monster's joints and hindering its motion. However, despite the damages inflicted, the gods' wounds healed just as fast, leaving them in a losing battle of attrition. Why won't it just die? Yuna growled in frustration. Yami Yugi gritted his teeth, finding himself agreeing with Yuna's statement. No matter what they threw at God, Zork Necrophades would instantly recover and return fiercer than before. As if it was the final straw, Yuna collapsed on all fours, sweat beating down her face. Sano, recall your spirit and rest. Yami Yugi suggested while glancing at her. We can't afford to lose manpower. Yuna retorted while wiping the blood off the edge of her lips. I will try and support you both. As the fight continued, Kisara and Adam began focusing on all of the attacks. At the same time, Yuna ordered her dragon to target the weak spots and distract Zork Necrophades, allowing the others to deal with maximum damage. Ignoring their exhaustion, they kept fighting. Suddenly, they heard a loud explosion echoing on the side of a battlefield and several familiar voices. Dark Magician, Dark Magic Attack. Dark Magician Girl, Dark Burning Attack. Red Ice Black Dragon, Infernal Fire Blast. The sounds of the monster's cries reached their ears. Looking into the distance, the pharaoh spotted several figures running towards him, and he broke into a relieved smile. Partner! Yugi yelled happily, his friends following behind him. Arriving by the pharaoh's side, Yami Yugi chuckled upon meeting his companions again. Without wasting any more time, He quickly explained the current situation. Nodding with complex emotions, Yugi began retelling their experience in the Valley of the Kings, where they went through various traps and hidden passages before finally reaching the last tomb and finding Aknamkanon's grave, where Adam's name was inscribed on the wall. Unfortunately, we couldn't make heads or tails of the thing, Joey explained while scratching the side of his head. Confused, Tia showed Yami Yugi her phone, where she took a picture of the wall. That's... The pharaoh stared at the hieroglyphs in a daze. Whoa! Joey and Tristan exclaimed as suddenly the phone in Yami Yugi's hand shone brilliantly. Memories began flooding into his brain, and the pharaoh clutched his head in agony. Slowly opening his eyes, he stared at Zork Necrophades quietly, slowly digesting everything in his head. Partner," Yugi called hesitantly as Yami Yugi stood up. "Why, you're crying." Touching his face, Yami Yugi felt something wet on his finger, finding himself in tears. The memories of his friends and family became vivid, and he subconsciously reminisced on those memories. However, that moment became short-lived when he remembered they were currently in a fierce battle. "Yugi," the pharaoh smiled gratefully, "thank you." With a determined expression, he approached Zork Necrophades as the Millennium puzzle began to unveil. "I call upon the power of my artifact to once again seal this darkness and send it back to its eternal prison. I, King Adam, shall banish you once more." Golden chains burst out from the Millennium puzzle, wrapping around each of the god's limbs. Zork Necrophades struggled as it was gradually dragged towards the artifact. The pharaoh, Adam, gritted his teeth as he fought God in a tug-of-war. One struggled to capture and seal it into the Millennium puzzle, while the other tried to break free. Everyone watched with anticipation, cheering for Adam in their hearts. "Is this it?" Yuna mumbled hopefully. But the following sound made her heart drop. Crack! It was so subtle that she could have missed it if she wasn't careful. But the sound only grew louder and louder as it became more evident. Suddenly, the chain snapped, sending Adam skidding across the floor. "Ow!" Adam muttered, confused by the ineffectiveness of the spell. However, when he saw Zork Necrophade's eyes, he noticed that the god had expected the spell the entire time. That's when a sudden realization hit him. Just because he regained his memories, what's stopping Zork Necrophades from remembering theirs? It was clearly connected to Yami Bakura in some way, so it was natural for the god to be aware of what was happening this entire time. With a malicious grin, Zork Necrophades brought its palms together, creating a blackish sphere. The sphere grew, easily reaching the size of the palace, and with a roar, it launched the projectile in their direction. Boom! An unknown amount of time later, fierce dark magic exploded all around them, and all Kisara could hear were the soldiers and monsters' fearful cries as they were wiped without a trace. Releasing her barrier, she gasped, collapsed on all fours, and observed her surroundings. Dragon Maid unfurled her wings, revealing Yuna panting for breath. In her arms was Kaiba, who remained unconscious from his injuries. Behind her was Adam, who used Slifer the Sky Dragon to protect him and his friends, while just beside him were Seto and Isis, who were also able to shield themselves with their Millennium items. Out of hundreds of people fighting for their lives, with just a single attack, Zork Necrophades was able to wipe out almost all of them. Simultaneously, Dragon Maid, Shu, and Slifer, the Sky Dragon, collapsed, wounds littered all over their bodies, and Yuna and Adam collapsed along with them. Kisara froze, and she found herself truly in a hopeless situation. People she relied on were either dead or close to death, and she burst into tears. Never in her life has she ever found herself at a loss of what to do. "Adam!" Yugi shouted as the pharaoh groaned and tried to stand. Knowing the sacrifice required for them to win, he tightly gripped the Millennium puzzle with resolve. Was this truly the purpose of the trial? Now that Adam has discovered his name, must he follow his previous fate once more? Yet, no matter how much he thought about this, Adam couldn't figure out whether his judgment was correct, nor did he have the time to find another solution. There's a forbidden spell, one that was used in the last resort, Adam explained, This is because the price that you must pay to activate the spell is more than just your life. Thank you for finding my name. He spoke sincerely at Yugi, but I must apologize that all your efforts will be in vain. Wait, my friend, don't tell me. Yugi gasped in shock before shaking his head. No, there has to be another way. I'm sorry. Adam smiled wryly and stood up, but his wounds caused him to falter, and he dropped the Millennium puzzle. However, before the artifact fell to the ground, a slender hand suddenly reached out and caught the Millennium item. No, he is right. There is another method. Kisara muttered confidently and stared at Adam with a firm resolve. Your Highness, please use my soul instead. Kisara, you can't be serious. Seto shouted and shook her shoulders in a mixture of disbelief. Your Majesty, use me instead. That won't work, Seto. Kisara smiled sadly and shook her head. Your ba is almost used up already, but I still have more than enough. I won't allow it. Seto screamed while clutching his face. No, have someone else do it instead. Despite his childish complaints, no one could reprimand him, knowing what he would lose. Seto, Kisara sighed and hugged him. Lost in her embrace, Seto burst into tears and gripped her wrist tightly. In the past, I always have to rely on you or Yuna to protect me. Now, for the first time, I was able to protect both of you. She muttered softly, I'm sorry, Seto, for being selfish. Kisara, wait. Sleep. Before Seto could react, Kisara activated the powers of the Millennium Key. Deliberately, this caused him to fall unconscious when his guard was down. Turning to Adam, she pleaded earnestly, Please, Pharaoh, we don't have much time. Please allow this faithful servant to fulfill her duty towards this country one last time. Do you truly understand the consequences? Adam questioned solemnly. This is not death. Your entire existence will be erased, and your soul will not reincarnate from the afterlife. Unlike Yami Bakura, who was an extension of Zork Necrophades itself, Kisara's identity will be completely removed from this world. It was as if she never existed in the first place. Of course, and I'm prepared for what will happen. Kisara smiled reassuringly. So please don't be guilty. Biting his lips, Adam nodded reluctantly, and the two held out their hands, holding the Millennium puzzle. With trembling breath, Adam began to chant, and a golden ring formed around them. Realizing what was about to happen, Zork Necrophades tried to stop them, but a massive golden shield formed around the entire palace. The god hissed and stared at Isis, standing in the corner. Blood dripped down her nose as she burned her life force on casting the shield. With each strike of its fists, cracks formed on the barrier, and Isis endured. Seeing Kisara's resolve, a raging fire burned in her heart, and she must also do everything she can to protect and honor her decision. As the chant reached its climax, Adam gently stepped back as the magic circle surrounded Kisara. With a sad smile, she raised the Millennium puzzle into the air as a warmth engulfed her. Slowly, Kisara felt energy leaving her body, and her eyelids dimmed slightly. The circle expanded and formed a wall of light all around her, and her body glowed in a beautiful hue. This is fine, she muttered quietly to herself. This way, everyone will be safe. Kisara closed her eyes in acceptance as the spell gradually reached its finalization. However, suddenly, a figure burst into the wall of light, catching Kisara off guard, and she hurriedly caught the person in front of her. Why, Yuna! She yelped in shock, and her calm expression vanished. You idiot! Yuna screamed angrily. Why would you do such a thing? No, that's not the point. You have to go away right now. Kisara stuttered in a panic, and Yuna scoffed. Go where? She shouted. Do you really think I would let you do this? Yuna, please. Under Yuna's dejected gaze, Kisara wavered, and she bit her lips. Idiot! Yuna hugged her tightly. Are you really going through with this? Yes. She nodded with determination. If I don't, I will lose everyone, which was something I dread even more. Trying to act like a mature adult, Kisara stood by her decision. Yuna was speechless at Kisara's tone, and her fingers trembled as she held onto the corner of her sleeves. But you won't just die. You will disappear. Tears fell down her eyes, and she cried, "Why would you go this far? Yuna, there's never going to be a true happy ending without a form of sacrifice," Kisara explained slowly. "But to be able to save everyone with just my measly soul, that's more than a happy ending for me, and I will do anything to achieve it." Listening to her explanation, Yuna shook her head. "No, that's not my happy ending." Suddenly, Yuna reached out and clasped their hands together. "But like you said, Kisara, I will also do anything to achieve my happy ending." "Why?" "Yuna," Kisara uttered in surprise as their bodies pressed against each other. "What are you doing? What do you think?" "I will sacrifice myself too." When she raised her head, Kisara saw her bright smile, with tears streaming down both of her eyes. "Kisara, I promised you that I would always be by your side, and I refuse to break that vow. But you will get wiped out as well." She shrieked and tried to pull away. "That might be the case," Yuna agreed readily. "But if there's the possibility that I can use my soul to share this burden with you, we might be able to survive." "How can we trust that?" Kisara yelled. "That's crazy." "It is, but I'm willing to try if that means you will be able to survive." Yuna stated softly, "I won't let my family die." "Yuna," Kisara mumbled, and the fear she was hiding finally showed through her gaze. She found the bravado that she put up was crumbling, and the two tightly embraced each other for comfort. Both of them were terrified, but they didn't run away as they were ready to sacrifice for each of their goals of saving everyone. "Sano!" Yugi and Adam shouted in a panic when they noticed that Yuna wasn't leaving the magic circle as the golden light became blindingly vibrant. Looking at her friends, she smiled and shook her head. Stroking Kisara's hair, she saw her fingers slowly turning into particles of light. Despite the threat of being wiped out of existence, the sensation felt soothing and warm. "Don't worry, we will definitely see each other again," Yuna whispered, and Kisara grinned. "Yeah." She cried with happiness. "Thank you for everything." "Thank you as well." Yuna laughed. Together with one last embrace, Kisara and Yuna burst into light, and they vanished into specks that floated towards the stars. Whoosh! Zork necrophades finally busted through the barrier, but it was already too late. A blinding light engulfed the entire city. Instantly, all the injuries everyone had suffered began healing at a rapid pace. To Adam and his friend's shock, even the people who had passed away started to wake one by one as if their death was a lie. Suddenly, to Adam's shock, the three Egyptian gods appeared before their eyes. Their figures turned white as they fused into the shape of a woman with wings. Her height easily matched Zork necrophade's, and her body was adorned with gold-colored ceremonial battle armor. On her head, she wore an ornamental helmet that resembled the head of the winged dragon of Ra. Sensing the powerful energy from the new foe, Zork necrophades howled and lunged fearlessly. However, to everyone's shock, the woman calmly waved her hand, firing a flaming beam that pierced through God's chest like paper. Such malevolent darkness. "You shall be purged." Before Zork necrophades could react, a wall of fire surrounded the evil god, and it roared as its flesh burned fiercely. No matter what it does, the flames won't seem to go away, and they are convulsed in agony. "Begone!" With a clench of her fist, Zork necrophades was instantly burned to a crisp, leaving not even an ounce of the god behind. "My name is Holacti, the creator of light, the goddess of this world. My poor children, due to my incompetence, I allowed such a creature to spawn on this mortal plane. I have reverted all the damage this creature has done. I'm proud of all of you. Please rest now. You have won." With a final farewell, Holacti closed her eyes and vanished. When they finally registered what had happened, the soldiers raised their weapons and cheered, hugging each other with joy while some burst into tears as their friends who they thought had died came back to life. However, Adam and others couldn't find themselves celebrating. Staring at the spot where Yuna and Kisara previously stood, they felt a sense of loss as they stared into space absent-mindedly. The trial of memories has been completed. A monotonous voice echoed in their heads as a bluish portal manifested behind them. While it should have been joyous for Yugi and his friends, none of them were able to smile, knowing what sacrifices have been made to complete this trial. Why? Your Majesty. Adam glanced beside him and saw Shimon standing up shakily, his fatal wounds completely healed. What happened? Shimon. Adam muttered and hurriedly supported the elderly man. It's over. We have won. With shaky breath, he explained the appearance of the goddess who annihilated the evil god. I see. Shimon smiled with relief, but he frowned when he observed his surroundings. My lord, do you perhaps know where my student is? I'm quite worried, and I want to make sure she's safe. Adam froze, and he averted his gaze, unable to answer his question. Kisara. Another familiar voice shouted in worry. Kisara, where are you? Turning towards the source of the commotion, Adam watched Seto shout nervously before quickly approaching him. Your Majesty, where is Lady Kisara? That. Adam paused before lowering his head. Like a broken record player, only 2 words flowed out of his mouth. I'm sorry. Meanwhile, POV. Where am I? I muttered out loud and opened my eyes. Everything was utterly dark, and my body twitched in fear at this silent blackness. Step, step. Suddenly, I heard footsteps behind me, and I turned around before collapsing onto my knees. Tears streamed down my face as I hesitantly called out to the woman gracefully approaching me. Kisara, I mumbled with a choked voice, my shoulders slumping with relief. Raising her head, Kisara smiled lovingly as we embraced each other. What happened? Did we survive? Where are we? Dozens of questions burst out of my lips as I held her warily in this environment. Aki, Kisara spoke softly, it's okay. Why are you calling me that? I questioned anxiously, confused by her strange choice of words. However, when I observed my appearance, I found myself back in my original body, where I still lived on Earth. I found my outfit changed into a simple gray uniform. My height shrunken, and my hair color changed from ocean blue to black. Touching my face and hair, I could feel the familiar round glasses and twin braids hanging down my back. This is, I muttered in a much quieter and timid voice, my old body. What's happening to me? Suddenly, our surroundings were filled with light. In front of us stood a tall woman shining with a divine light, and it wasn't long for me to grasp her identity. Holacti, why are you here? Aki, Kisara grasped my hand. It's all right. Following her gaze, my eyes widened as I stared at my body. No, to be more accurate, the body of Yunisano with her back facing us. Without turning around, Yuna walked deeper into the darkness, and I subconsciously tried to follow her. However, Kisara stopped me, tightly holding onto my hand. What's going on? I asked uneasily, and Kisara smiled wryly. It's up to Yuna now, she muttered. We can only cheer her on the sidelines, but in time, we will learn the truth. Nodding, we watched Yuna's figure become distant, eventually disappearing into the darkness. Still smiling, Kisara led me towards Holacti, and the god welcomed us with open arms. It's really okay. I heard Kisara comforting me. In time, we will get that happy ending we wished for. Sometime later, the sound of the school bell chimed rhythmically, and beautiful pink petals gently fell from the cherry blossom trees. At the start of the new school year, the students excitedly caught up with each other on their holidays, creating a warm atmosphere throughout the entire school. However, in one of the classrooms, the atmosphere inside was nothing but depressing. It was all because of one person sitting in the front row. His silence and gloominess spread through the entire classroom, causing the other students to remain quiet with tension. Clenching his fists, Seto stared at his desk in a daze. His mind kept thinking about a certain girl who had been worrying him for the last few days. Hey, Kaiba. Suddenly, someone called his name, and he slowly lifted his head. Meeting Yugi's anxious gaze, he stared at him and his friend standing behind him. What do you want? Is Sano awake yet? He asked anxiously. We were all really worried about her. Seto flinched when Yuna's name was suddenly mentioned. Instantly, his mood worsened as he was reminded of that incident. It has already been 1 week since they have returned from the trial of memories, and Yuna has not shown a single sign of waking up. The doctors couldn't identify the cause, and Seto could do nothing but wait. Every day, he stayed by her side, and as time passed, the anxiety in his heart continued to grow. Clicking his teeth, Seto stood up, not wanting to continue the conversation. As he barged past Yugi and his friends, Seto suddenly stopped beside Bakura, who fidgeted nervously. Before anyone could react, Seto lifted him into the air by the collar and glared at him with utter hatred. "Wait, Kaiba! It's not Bakura's fault. It was the evil spirit residing in the Millennium Ring." Yugi tried to reason with him. "Calm down, would ya?" Joey shouted while he and Tristan tried to pull him away. "What will Sano-san feel about this?" Suddenly, Seto let go, and Bakura dropped to the floor. Lowering his arms, he slowly turned to Joey coldly. "What did you say?" "I'm just saying you're not thinking straight right now. Sano-san probably won't be impressed if she heard you beating up people." Joey blurted out, and his friends frowned at his inability to keep quiet. Fuming, Seto lashed out with his fist, but it was suddenly stopped when his wrist was caught in midair. Kaiba, Adam, who had suddenly taken Yugi's place, spoke firmly, "Stop this at once." "Or what?" Seto gritted his teeth and broke free from his grasp. "I understand your anger," Adam muttered dejectedly. His face showed a complicated emotion when his gaze fell onto Bakura, but we must not vent our anger this way. Staring at Adam's eyes, Seto saw his deep understanding as they both shared the same regret. Clicking his teeth, he left the classroom, pushing past the homeroom teacher who had just arrived. Walking through the hallway, Seto sighed with melancholy. Over time, Seto still found himself saddened by Yuna's situation. However, that's not what's bothering him. What pained him the most was not being there. Throughout the entire battle, he remained unconscious while Yuna willingly sacrificed herself for the sake of others. By the time he regained consciousness, it was already too late. If only he were awake. If only he were stronger. Will things turn out differently? Clang crash. In a fit of rage, Seto punched the nearby window, completely shattering it and scaring the students nearby. "I will have someone fix this," he said to a nearby teacher, who nodded frantically. Suddenly, the phone in Seto's pocket buzzed. "What?" He growled but froze when he heard the message. Without even waiting for the other person to finish speaking, Seto rushed out of the school, for words kept repeating in his head. "Yunisano is awake." 20 minutes later, bam! The door to the hospital room burst open as Seto rushed into the room. His chest heaved with exhaustion, and his eyes fixed on the person sitting on the hospital bed. Immediately, he wrapped his arms around Yuna, hugging her tightly. "Yuna," he muttered with relief, "you woken up?" However, when Yuna didn't respond, Seto noticed her staring at him strangely. Her expression was stuck in a frown as she gazed at Seto's face. "Your hands." A cold but soft voice echoed throughout the room. "Get off, Yuna," Seto exclaimed when she pushed him away. "My first name." Yuna scowled. "We're not that intimate." Seto paused, caught off guard by her curt attitude. "Why? Yuna, what's wrong?" Seto asked nervously. Reaching out his hand, he was stunned when Yuna slapped it away. Her face was full of discontent and disgust. "Stay away. Do you not remember me? You're Seto Kaiba." To Seto's disbelief, she easily answered the question, "A classmate from school." "Is that really all?" Seto uttered in a devastated tone, but Yuna merely clicked her teeth. "Is there more?" She retorted, "Now leave." With Yuna's sharp urging, Seto eventually left the room, his heart filled with shock and disappointment. An hour later, outside of Yuna's hospital room, Seto stared at the nervous doctor before him. "Based on the tests, we can safely conclude that Miss Sano suffers from a form of memory loss." "Then how is she able to remember my name?" Seto questioned suspiciously. "To be exact, she has forgotten everything that happened in the last year." The doctor gulped. "We couldn't figure out the cause of this symptom, and there doesn't seem to be any damage to her brain. When we disclosed this information to Miss Sano, she showed a great amount of distress, and apparently, the last memory Miss Sano had was when she was resting in her residence." "Is there really no way of helping her remember?" Seto asked, and the doctor hesitantly shook his head. "Unfortunately, at this time, there is no real treatment for memory loss. The doctor sighed and took off his glasses. We can only prescribe her antidepressants to help with her severe reaction towards the news. Excusing himself, the doctor quickly escaped from Seto's scrutinizing gaze. Staring through the one-way window of the testing room, he watched Yuna calmly sitting in the hospital bed. Beside her was Makuba, who was showing her videos through his phone. "Big sister, this is you in that video. You were one of the best duelists in the world," Makuba said passionately, causing her to frown. "Duelist?" Yuna questioned and watched intently on the phone. It was a video of her dueling against Zane Trustdale in the Grand Championship. It was truly a serene sight, with monsters appearing on the field, battling each other fiercely. When Yuna's eyes turned to her on the screen, she scowled in disbelief at her confident attitude, which was the direct opposite of her cold and distant personality. "How is that me?" she questioned doubtfully. "No, that's really Big Sister," Makuba reassured. As Yuna continued to watch the video, she remembered the name of the card game she was playing. It was a very popular card game that she had seen people in school playing. However, she never imagined herself playing that game as well. As Yuna continued to scroll through the countless videos on Makuba's phone, she suddenly froze when she stumbled upon a single photo. "Ah, that!" Makuba yelled in a panic and took the phone away from her. However, it was too late, as Yuna had already seen everything. The picture was taken secretly from a distance, but two figures could be seen clearly. It was an image of Yuna and Seto walking side by side in Kaiba land. Their hands were tightly intertwined as they smiled bashfully at each other. Yuna's mind went completely blank in shock and disbelief. She finally understood why Seto was acting strangely earlier. "That photo," Yuna mumbled callously. "My relationship with Kaiba. What is it?" Makuba rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly. "Big bro didn't tell me much." "But, spill it." You guys." Makuba's face became slightly red with embarrassment. "Kissed." The sudden bombshell caught Yuna completely off guard, and she stared at Makuba in shock. Covering her lips, she felt an immense discomfort, and anxiety washes over her. Yuna couldn't believe she had ever acted this way. It was the opposite of her normal behavior, and the thought of it left her with disgust. Touching her lips, Yuna's pupils trembled, and a terrifying thought crossed her mind. What if it isn't a simple memory loss? Even if she couldn't remember, there's no way that she could change this drastically over a year. It's like someone else had taken over her body instead. What if she's right, and there's actually another person controlling her body like a puppet? That person had changed her life so drastically in such a short amount of time, and Yuna was afraid that they might come back. "Please leave," Yuna suddenly spoke icily while bringing her hands close to her chest. "Big sister," Makuba whimpered on the verge of tears. "Go." Under her firm pressure, Makuba eventually left the room. When the door closed behind him, Yuna gasped for breath as she stared at her hands, which showed faint blood when she dug her nails into her palm. At that moment, Yuna could feel her hands instinctively trying to reach out and pat Makuba's head, which only left her nothing but uneasiness. Suddenly, the door opened and Seto reappeared. Knowing her current state, he hid his anxiety and calmly stood by the door. "The doctor said you can be discharged this afternoon," Seto explained while staring at Yuna, who had her face buried in her pillow. "Would you like me to assign someone to take you home?" "Why go so far?" Yuna lifted the corner of her face and muttered, "I'm not the same person. Not the one that you know." "It may look like that to you," Seto replied while glancing into the distance, "but you're still the same, in my opinion." "I'm not," Yuna denied loudly and sat up. Running her hand through her hair, she glared at Seto with annoyance. "I'm not her. Yuna, I want to be alone." Yuna crossed her arms and averted his gaze. "I will go home myself." Nodding, Seto showed a pained expression before smiling wryly. "I understand. Please be careful, and I will see you at school." Bidding farewell, Seto exited the room. Staring at the door, Yuna bit her lips in frustration. Although the interaction was short, she could feel her heart beating excitedly at his presence. Hours later, by the time Yuna arrived home, the sun was already setting down. When she entered the living room, She was once again stunned by her other self. The room was completely refurbished with brand new furniture and electronics. Compared to her original living environment, this could be considered a full upgrade. Frowning subconsciously, Yuna entered the bedroom and was relieved to find it like how she remembered. However, there were some items that she had never seen before sitting on her desk. Picking up the dual disc on the table, her body felt an extreme familiarity with the device. Beside her were several dual monster cards stacked on top of each other, forming a deck. Observing them, Yuna did not understand the premise of the card game, so she eventually set them aside. She had considered maybe throwing them away, but her instincts were screaming at her not to do that. Finally, Yuna found her phone that had been gathering dust next to her dual disc. Typing in her password, she was glad that it managed to open before scrolling through it to check if it had been tampered with. When Yuna entered her bank account, she almost dropped the phone when she saw the number of zeros behind a single number, disbelief that the millions worth of USD were her own. Thankfully, other than the money, there weren't many things changed, and Yuna sighed. Turning her attention back to the dual monster cards, Yuna hesitantly picked up the first card on top of the deck. It was a picture of a golden dragon with red eyes, Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. She read out the name, unable to grasp the complex emotions in her heart. Suddenly, Yuna touched the side of her face and felt the tears streaming down her eyes. Confused, Yuna stared at her finger at a loss. "Why?" Yuna mumbled while collapsing onto her bed. Overwhelmed with exhaustion, she felt sleepiness creep in as Yuna went to bed crying, and in her hand was the card Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand, resting tightly between her fingers. A few days later, for the following week, Yuna quietly attended school. Ignoring Yugi and his friends who tried to greet her, she focused on the lessons taught by her teacher. However, a year of being absent has greatly affected her psyche, causing her to be always tired and in a moment of agitation. She has no idea what her other self has done to the people around her, and Yuna does not bother to find out. Thus, it continued to act its cold, usual self, keeping a safe distance from anyone who tried to approach. It had always been this way ever since her parents died, and Yuna was content to keep it like this. Yuna had already stopped feeling lonely because, in the end, people would only disappoint her again, like how her distant relatives never tried to support her after her parents' death, or how her friends were never there when she needed them the most. 1. Yuna pondered absent-mindedly before her gaze wandered to the boy sitting at the front. Yuna must admit that Seto has been bothering her mind as of late. Keeping his promise of not annoying her, Seto has been leaving some subtle hint of kindness when she's near him, and when their eyes met, Yuna could always see a sense of longing in his gaze. However, each time he tried to approach her, she would heartlessly push him away, leaving him heartbroken. Even if she had truly said some hurtful things, Seto would have attempted to talk to her again the next day. Confusing, Yuna muttered under her breath. Even after all she had done, why hasn't he moved on yet? As the school bell rang, signaling the end, Yuna quickly left. Passing by Seto's desk, she could feel his eyes trained on her like a hawk. Feeling disturbed, she hurriedly exited the classroom door and made her way home. Once home, Yuna tossed her backpack to the side. She dragged her body to her bedroom. For several days now, she could not get any sleep, lost in the nightmares of her body being controlled without her knowing, doing things without her consent. Every time, she would wake up in the middle of the night drenched in sweat, unable to fall back to sleep unless she takes the medicine provided by the doctors. Upon entering her bedroom, Yuna sank onto her bed. Opening her eyes, she glanced at the dual monsters cards on the table. After the emotional outburst from holding the Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand card, Yuna discovered several other cards that create a similar reaction. Placing neatly side by side, Yuna ran her fingers along each card. She doesn't understand why these cards could make her feel this way or this deep relationship she had with each one. The only way to get an answer was to ask her other self. But Yuna was afraid of losing control of her body once more. "Just who are you?" Yuna mumbled sadly. "Why can't I remember anything? Who was the Yuna during that 1 year?" Before Yuna could get lost in her thoughts, the doorbell in her house suddenly rang loudly. When she opened the door, There was a man with light brown skin in front of her. He's dressed in white and cream robes with a turban over his head. Dangling around his neck was a large golden key. Lady Sano. The man greeted Yuna with a smile. It's about time we talk. Who are you? You'd come to the wrong place. Yuna hissed suspiciously while peeking through the small slit of the door. But I believe I have, Lady Sano. The man corrected calmly. If you would only let me come in, I will explain everything to you. Not interested, Yuna responded swiftly. When she tried to close the door, Shadi suddenly stuck his foot through the crack, stopping her. I sincerely hope you will reconsider, Shadi suggested with a smile. After all, the main focus of our conversation will be about your other self. Yuna's body immediately stiffened, and she stared at Shadi in disbelief. Struggling between the shock of his declaration and his trustworthiness, she carefully opened the door and allowed Shadi to enter. Guiding him to the living room, Yuna and Shadi sat at the dining table as they stared at each other. Speak now, Yuna demanded sharply. Her gaze was full of caution towards the man who was able to uncover her deepest concern, and she nervously rubbed her wrist under the table. Before we begin, I wish to inform you that I bear no ill will towards Lady Sano, Shadi announced, and held up both hands in surrender. If you're not trying to hurt me, what's the point of doing all this? Yuna questioned, unable to comprehend any other reason what Shadi would do with the critical information other than blackmail her. Well, I'm simply repaying a favor. Shadi smiled wryly while staring at his calloused hands. For your other self, that is, taking a sharp breath, Yuna bit her lips with a complicated emotion. Having her suspicions fully confirmed, Yuna felt a shiver down her spine. The fact that there was someone out there controlling her, acting as her, being her for a full year, made Yuna's skin crawl. Why? Why should I believe you? She scowled warily. You're just going to get her back, aren't you? Clenching her fists, Yuna felt a wave of immense anger and frustration. You're like the rest of them. For days, people have approached her and interacted with her. However, Yuna knew that they were not here for her, but for the other Yuna who had befriended them for the past year. All these relationships that she wasn't aware of made her want to vomit. However, what angered her the most was their disappointment when they realized she was not the same. It was wrong. Why did she have to sit through their dissatisfaction? Why was she the one being punished for this unexplainable event? As Shadi remained silent, Yuna fumed, and the discontent in her heart came bursting out like a tsunami. This is my body, mine, she screamed and stood up. How could I just give it away? I didn't ask to get possessed. Why can't I live in peace? It's not fair. Crying, Yuna sank back in her seat and grasped her head in shock. Why do I have to go? Yuna wept in despair, her tears staining the table. She was the original owner of her own body, so why does she have to give it up for a mere stranger? It simply wasn't fair. Watching her cry, Shadi hummed sadly. Extending his arm, he handed Yuna a handkerchief, and she wiped her eyes. Lady Sano, we have no intent of forcing you to donate your body to your other self. This will be the same for everyone else. How can I believe that? Yuna muttered with doubt. You can't, Shadi smiled and shook his head, but instead believe in your other self, because she will never wish for you to sacrifice yourself, Lady Sano. The other me, Yuna muttered in a daze. What is she like? That's something I can't answer for myself. Shadi answered honestly. Perhaps you may ask her associates. That's not possible, Yuna replied, knowing her awkward relationship with the others. Then that's something you can ask her yourself. Shadi smiled sincerely, which is my purpose here today. Yuna's expression contorted. Right now, the man sitting before her was giving her the impression of a professional scammer. Staring at his outstretched hand, Yuna clicked her teeth. Despite how shady it was, Yuna couldn't suppress her curiosity. She wanted answers. She wanted to know why her body was taken over and wanted to find out the truth. So, will you accept my help? Shadi asked. Fine. Yuna groaned and shook his hand. Laughing, Shadi stood up. Great, by the way. I recommend you take some time off school. After all, we will be going overseas. Yuna, forget about being a professional scammer. Shadi's label has suddenly upgraded to a manipulative human trafficker. Whatever you're imagining, I assure you it won't happen. Shadi hurriedly added under Yuna's judgmental gaze. All right, she nodded warily, and he sighed. Let's go tomorrow, he said, and moved to the door. Prepare all the necessary necessities. I don't know how long it will take. With a brief goodbye, Shadi left, and Yuna was once again alone in her home. Feeling that the conversation still felt surreal, she anxiously stood up and stared at the closed door. Right, I need to prepare. Snapping out of her daze, Yuna swiftly entered her room to pack. Where her hands stopped at the duel monster cards, Yuna frowned in a state of hesitance. Finally resigning to her instinct, Yuna carefully stuffed the cards into her bag, feeling that there was something more to them than she was led to know. I will definitely find out the truth, Yuna mumbled to herself. No matter how long or grueling this journey may be, Yuna will only be satisfied when all of her questions get answered and when she finally meets her other self. Days later, just as Shadi explained, Yuna found a message at her front door telling her to leave Japan first thing in the morning. Having never gone onto a plane, let alone another country, Yuna was obviously tense. However, when she arrived at the airport, Yuna was stunned to find that her boarding area was in the VIP section of the airport. While double-checking her ticket, a woman suddenly approached Yuna with a benevolent smile. Miss Sano, we have been awaiting you, the woman said and bowed respectfully. Please call me Ishizu, and I will be the one escorting you on your journey. Mr. Shadi has already briefed us on the situation, and we will be meeting him in Egypt. Egypt? Yuna furrowed her brows in surprise. We're going to Egypt? Yes, that's right. Ishizu chuckled with amusement. Don't worry. I will make sure that Miss Sano will stay safe for the entirety of the travel. Nodding, Yuna stared at Ishizu strangely when she sensed her over-friendly attitude. It wasn't hard for her to figure out that the person in front of her also knew more than she led Yuna to believe. Your relationship with me, what is it? Yuna questioned. How much do you know? Well, I wasn't able to register the full situation, Ishizu admitted with an embarrassed smile. But I'm aware that Miss Sano currently can't remember anything that transpired in the past year. That means we've met before. Correct. Yes. Ishizu nodded and chuckled. Our family is forever in Miss Sano's debt, which is why we're assisting Miss Sano with everything we can. Once again, someone was helping Yuna due to her other self, and it left a bitter taste in her mouth. What did I do to deserve such hospitality? You saved my brother from going down the wrong path, Ishizu explained, and Yuna's face showed a slight disappointment at the answer. It may sound simple, but the world will be quite affected if his plans succeed. Let's continue our conversation once we're in the air, Ishizu suggested and led Yuna into the plane. Inside, Yuna was once again blown away by the over-the-top luxury, unlike the typical rows and rows of seats in a normal plane. The One She's features multiple rooms, ranging from bedrooms, large wardrobe, and private toilets. Miss Sano, please sit here. Upon Ishizu's beckoning, Yuna sat down on one of the large seats. Her lips subtly crept into a satisfied smile at the comforts of the fabric. I'm glad you enjoy it, Ishizu pointed out, and the small smile quickly wiped off her face, returning to her usual impassive expression. Sitting in silence, the plane finally took off, and Yuna stared out the window in awe. Watching her city grow smaller and smaller, the clouds eventually covered her vision, and Yuna regretfully tore her gaze away. Turning her head, she finally stared at Ishizu, who was observing her keenly. What was I like? What is our relationship? Taking a long sip of her wine, Ishizu calmly thought about Yuna's question. Yet a strange thought crossed her mind, and she smiled playfully. Well, Miss Sano and I were quite close. Ishizu spoke mysteriously. In fact, I tend to treat Miss Sano like a younger sister of mine. I see, Yuna muttered, unsure how she should feel about this new information. Of course, Miss Sano was quite also adorable. Ishizu continued and lied shamelessly. You were always quite affectionate and enjoyed embracing me whenever we met. That, Yuna squirmed uncomfortably, seemed unlikely. But it is true. Ishizu insisted and placed down her glass. Would you like to try? Maybe this can help you remember something. Holding out her arms in invitation, Yuna stared at Ishizu in discomfort and didn't know how to react. I will pass. That's a shame, Ishizu laughed. I was actually looking quite forward to it. Realizing Ishizu was merely messing with her, Yuna scowled deeply and blushed with embarrassment. Don't joke about such things. Ishizu giggled and took another sip of her wine. Who says I'm joking? During a trip, you even slept on my lap once. Stop it, Yuna mumbled, unable to tell what was true and what was false anymore, as Ishizu's laughter echoed throughout the flight. 16 hours later, when the plane finally landed, Yuna stepped out of the aircraft with a gaunt expression. Despite the over-the-top luxury, traveling for the first time still left her exhausted. Just below the steps, Yuna noticed two men waiting for them. These two men are my brothers, Merrick and Odeon. They will also be helping you throughout the journey. Nodding, Yuna scanned both of their faces. She thought about the troublesome brother that Ishizu was referring to, and her eyes subconsciously wandered to Merrick. Is there something on my face? Ignoring his question, Yuna turned to the large jeep awaiting them. Where are we going? Well, Ishizu chuckled and pulled out a map of the Sahara Desert. This is where we will be going. Pointing at a certain spot on the map, Yuna frowned in disbelief, and she felt stupid for thinking that they would be going somewhere normal. Let's go, Ishizu urged and closed the map. Get ready, it's going to be a long ride. Without any more explanation, she urged Yuna to get in the car, and they set off to the place where she would get her answers. A day later, traveling for quite some time, they finally stopped at an oasis in the desert. Stopping the jeep, Yuna and the Isthers stepped out as they stared at the patches of greenery amongst the dry sand. This is the location we were told to bring you. Odeon's voice trailed off, but there doesn't seem to be anything here. Taking a deep breath, Yuna carefully climbed down the hall and approached the oasis. Confusion spread across her face. Was this really the place? Wandering through the desert floor, Yuna suddenly stopped when her foot hit something hard. Wiping away the sand underneath her feet was a tough sandstone brick floor running all the way between two trees. With Merrick and Odeon's help, they cleared the branches, revealing a cave. The entrance was damaged from years of weathering, leaving only a vertical opening. I hope Miss Sano isn't considering entering that cave. Ishizu spoke with concern. It looks quite dangerous. Kneeling by the entrance, Yuna shined her flashlight into the hole. Thankfully, it wasn't that deep, and Yuna was able to see the bottom. As her curiosity outweighed the risk, Yuna confidently tossed her bag into the hole. We'll be back soon. Despite Ishtar's protest, Yuna leapt down, and she let out a soft groan when she landed inside. Waving her flashlight around her, Yuna found an entrance leading deeper inside the cave, and she carefully entered. Walking silently, she discovered more man-made structures, such as sandstone pillars, remnants of mounted torches, and hieroglyphics carved on the walls, assuring her that she may be in the right place. After exploring for 10 minutes, Yuna finally reached the end, and she held a sharp breath. Before Yuna was a large square room. Torches were mounted around the walls, and hieroglyphs were carved out of every nook and cranny of the room. As her eyes wandered to the center, Yuna paused in awe as a statue of a woman stood before her. The statue was created intricately, and the woman truly looked beautiful with her hands clasped together in a prayer. This, Yuna mumbled in shock and subconsciously approached the statue. Noticing a set of small hieroglyphs at the foot of the statue, Yuna gently ran her fingers along the text with a hint of melancholy. Kisara. Suddenly, a voice hushed, and she quickly turned around, finding Shadi standing behind her, donning a solemn expression. It's you. Yuna frowned and stood up. What did you say? Kisara. That was her name, Shadi continued. That is the text written on the statue. Repeating the name to herself, Yuna felt an overwhelming sadness. Unable to understand the sudden surge of emotions, she sighed and turned her attention to the other hieroglyphs all around the room. These texts, what are they? Epitaphs, Shadi explained. All these are words left by people after her sacrifice. Curious by those epitaphs, she urged Shadi to read them out, and she listened patiently while a twisting emotion formed in her heart. My only wish is to see you again. I want to see your smile one more time. I love you, Seto, a compassionate idiot. Even in the end, she thought about others first rather than herself. Shada, you have left too early, my dear. I regret that I wasn't able to teach you any more lessons. Shimon, a hero that we should all strive to become. Isis, we will never forget what you have done. I promise to protect the city you sacrificed for. Thank you, Adam. From nobles, soldiers, and even servants, every inch of this room was chiseled with a small message for the woman for whom this tomb was built. What did Kisara do? Yuna asked softly. The greatest sacrifice of all. Shadi answered. Her death saved this world. Suddenly, the Millennium key hanging by his neck glowed, catching the two completely off guard. Along with the statue, both began to emit a blinding light. What's happening? Yuna yelled, but before she could get an answer, her entire vision went white. When Yuna regained consciousness, she found herself in a completely different room. This one was smaller, sleeker, and undeniably modern. The stark white walls, a bed neatly tucked into the corner, and the glow of a bright computer screen created a sense of strange familiarity. As she absorbed her surroundings, the sound of a clattering keyboard and mouse reached her ears. Hey, Aki, this guy is using Dimension Shifter on me, a woman yelled, slamming her hand on the table. I can't take this anymore. They have to be cheating. There was a quiet rustling from the bed, and a girl poked out from under the covers. Don't you have a call by the grave in your hand? Just use that. She mumbled softly, and her large, round glasses were slightly askew, giving her a sleepy, unimpressed look. I did, but then they used that ghost bell and haunted mansion or whatever, the woman wailed, her frustration boiling over. In the next moment, her face fell completely. They're playing Kashtira, too. Just give up already, the girl replied indifferently. Such is the fate of a blue-eyes white dragon player. Don't insult the power of my spirit, the woman huffed, pouting dramatically as she stood up. Her white hair cascaded over her shoulders as she grabbed the girl and yanked her out of bed. Okay, Kisara, stop, Aki yelped, struggling as Kisara mercilessly squished her cheeks and tugged at her face like a mischievous sibling. Watching the chaotic scene unfold, Yuna furrowed her brows, unsure of what to do. Slowly, she stood up, her movements careful. But the instant she did, both Kisara and Aki froze mid-action and turned their heads toward her in unison. Sorry, you have to see that, Kisara exclaimed softly and released Aki, who hurriedly darted behind her back. Straightening the wrinkles in her dress, Kisara greeted Yuna with a smile. It's nice to finally meet you, Yuna-sano. Controlling her expression, Yuna examined the woman more carefully. Staring at her face, Yuna recalled her appearance. She looked eerily similar to the woman from the statue she had seen earlier, and it wasn't difficult to deduce her identity. You're Kisara, Yuna called out, and the woman smiled gracefully. Yes, that's right, Kisara replied, bowing slightly. She gestured toward the girl behind her. This girl here is called Aki. We have both been waiting for you. Hello, Aki waved timidly, and Yuna nodded in return. Kisara's smile deepened as she flicked her wrist lightly. In an instant, the entire room dissolved around them. Yuna blinked and found herself seated at a table in an endless white void, with Kisara and Aki calmly sitting beside her. We are currently in a different dimension where time flows differently from the real world, Kisara explained, patting her chest. In fact, we are not even here physically, but spiritually. I don't understand, Yuna mumbled, her confusion clear. How is any of this even possible? Kisara gave an apologetic smile. It's difficult for us to explain as well, but it feels as though fate has brought us all together here today. Yuna remained silent, unsure how to respond. Fate? Who could believe in something as abstract as that? Yuna tore her gaze away from the amused Kisara and focused on the girl sitting timidly across from her. Aki fumbled with her glasses, shrinking behind Kisara, her face a mix of nervousness and guilt. As Yuna looked into Aki's eyes, an overwhelming sense of familiarity washed over her. With each anxious fidget from Aki, Yuna's eyes widened. At that moment, she realized what her instincts had been trying to tell her. "It's you," Yuna muttered, her voice barely a whisper. Aki visibly shrank back. "You're the one who stole my body." A heavy silence settled over the room, thick with tension. It was so palpable it felt as though the atmosphere could be sliced through with a knife. Kisara froze, her pupils trembling as she watched the intense stare between Yuna and Aki, unsure of how to intervene. Dozens of different scenarios had played out in Yuna's mind when she finally met her other self. Her face shifted through a myriad of complicated emotions as she grappled with how she should feel. Should she be angry, sad, or frustrated? Yet, none of those emotions surfaced. Instead, only one word lingered in her mind. "Why?" Yuna asked, her voice trembling with a mixture of loss and confusion as she looked at Aki. "Yuna, Aki paused, unable to continue, her words caught in her throat. She glanced at Yuna's face, terrified of her reaction, and tears began to fall. "I'm sorry, Aki," Kisara mumbled, her voice filled with worry as she gently patted Aki's back. But she quickly shook her head, struggling to hold her composure. "It's okay. She deserves to know everything," Aki said, taking a deep breath. Wiping away her tears, she turned to Yuna, her expression resolute. "It all started when I died." "Hold on, died?" Yuna interrupted, her confusion evident. "What do you mean?" Aki took a shaky breath, trying to steady herself. "I'm not originally from this world," she explained. "I lived on another Earth, one very similar to this, though with some minor differences. In that world, I suffered an accident and passed away. But the next thing I knew, I woke up in your body with all my memories intact." Yuna stared in disbelief, but Aki pressed on, her voice softening. "At first, I was excited for a second chance at life, a chance to explore this new world. For the first time in my existence, I could make friends and have people who actually cared about me. For the first time, I wasn't lonely. I know it's wrong, and you have every right to be mad at me," Aki murmured, her voice breaking. "My life had already ended, and it's not fair for me to take someone else's just to satisfy my greed. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry," Aki finished, her gaze fixed on the ground. She fidgeted nervously, too afraid to look up and see Yuna's reaction. Yuna, listening to her, found herself at a complete loss. If what Aki said was true, then she never intended to possess anyone, let alone Yuna. But still, it was unfair. Yuna had lost a year of her life, and that loss weighed heavily on her heart. In the end, the question lingered in Yuna's mind. Who should she blame? Both of them were victims, caught in an accident neither had ever asked for. Despite the confusion and hurt, Yuna found herself unable to direct her anger at Aki. It was as if her own body was silently pleading for forgiveness, making it difficult for Yuna to hold any resentment. Yuna's voice faltered, and she looked away, struggling to find the right words. "I know it's not your fault, but I also don't think I can accept your apology." Yuna hugged herself tightly, her voice shaky as she admitted. "It was scary. In the blink of an eye, I suddenly lost a year of my life. Knowing that, during that time, my body was doing things on its own without my control, it's terrifying. However," Yuna paused, gathering her thoughts. "I know Aki isn't a bad person. I've heard about the things you've done, and that's why I want to try and forgive you." Stretching out her hand, Yuna found herself saying words she never expected to. "Will you be my first friend?" Aki flinched, her eyes wide with shock as she gazed at Yuna's outstretched hand. Hesitantly, she took it, but in an instant, she pulled Yuna into a tight hug, tears streaming down her face. The embrace was so sudden that Yuna froze for a moment, awkwardly patting Aki's back. "Foo, foo, foo," Kisara chuckled from the side, watching the scene unfold. "I'm glad things turned out well. Aki's been thinking about this for quite some time now." "Shush." Aki blushed in embarrassment, and Yuna couldn't help but smile, sharing in the warmth of the moment. "Is this what it's like to have friends?" Yuna wondered, feeling a sense of excitement she had never experienced before. It feels nice. As the atmosphere grew warmer, everyone returned to their seats at the table. Aki took a deep breath and began to recount everything that had happened during the year Yuna had been possessed. At first, Yuna could only blink in disbelief at the absurd fairy tale Aki was telling. Duel monsters weren't just a game, but a battle involving spirits from other dimensions. Villains used gods to try to take over the world. It all sounded so insane that Yuna would have sworn she was listening to the plot of a cartoon. That's pretty much what happened, Aki said, her voice steady despite the surreal nature of her words. After I sacrificed myself, hoping Kisara's soul would survive, we both ended up here. But I still don't understand. Yuna mumbled, her confusion deepening. Why were we all brought together? Why didn't Aki possess anyone else? Because I deemed it not to be. A voice echoed in all three of the girls' ears, catching them off guard. Their surroundings went white for a moment, and when their vision cleared, they found themselves face to face with a tall woman floating before them. She wore a luxurious white robe adorned with a ceremonial golden chestplate. Luminous wings extended from her back, shimmering with divine light. On her head, a large crown with intricate designs glowed softly, marking her unmistakable divine status. Holacti, the creator of light, Aki muttered under her breath. Yuna turned to her, wide-eyed, seeking an explanation. She's the goddess of this world, Aki added softly, her voice filled with awe. Go, goddess, Yuna stammered, still in shock, her gaze fixed on Holacti in disbelief. Please rest easy and speak comfortably, Holacti said with a gentle smile, her presence exuding warmth. I won't be offended by such a petty reason. Holacti-sama. It was Kisara who spoke up first, her voice steady despite the weight of the situation. Could you tell us why we're here? As you guessed earlier, this place is my domain, detached from the real world, Holacti explained, her voice soft yet resonant. The reason I'm here is to present my gift to the one who saved the world and fulfilled a promise I made long ago. I don't understand what promise, Aki asked, her curiosity piqued. Was it one made with 10,000 dragon? Holacti shook her head gently, her smile softening. The promise was made not with my brother, but with my dear niece. You may know her as the Dragon of the Blue Eyes. At that, Kisara's eyes widened in realization, her heart pounding as the weight of Holacti's words settled in. The blue eyes white dragon. She muttered and clutched her chest. But it still doesn't make sense. What kind of promise did blue eyes white dragon make with a Holacti-sama? A promise for a second chance, the goddess said softly, her gaze turning sympathetic as she stared at Kisara. Are you aware of your original fate in the past? Yes. Aki told me that Lord Akhenaten killed me when the darkness of Zork necrophades corrupted him, Kisara replied, a discomfort nod accompanying her words. Indeed, Holacti confirmed, her voice tinged with sorrow. But there is more to the story. After the pharaoh sealed himself along with a malicious creature in the Millennium puzzle, peace was restored to the world once more. However, everything changed when the new pharaoh, known as Seto, took control. Holacti continued, her tone grave. Unable to handle the loss of his lover, the new pharaoh sought powers no mortal should possess. In his grief and desperation, he resorted to dark magic, forcibly summoning me from the depths of my slumber, awakening me after millennia of rest. Aki and Kisara both gasped, their hands instinctively covering their mouths in disbelief. The notion that Seto would resort to such extreme measures was unfathomable to them. They exchanged looks, struggling to comprehend the depth of his actions. He demanded the revival of Kisara, an act that defied the very nature of life and order itself. Holacti continued, her voice steady but heavy with the weight of the past. Of course, I rejected his demands. To tamper with fate in such a way was unforgivable, and I planned to curse him for his sin. However, I stopped, Holacti said, her tone softening slightly. And to my surprise, not only did the mortal beg me to reconsider, but my niece also pleaded with me as well. I had never seen her so attached to a human that she would defy me like that. But I assume that's not enough to change your mind. Yuna interrupted, her frown deepening as she tried to understand the complexity of the situation. Holacti nodded in acknowledgement. That's right. Although I adore my niece, I still couldn't bend the rules I had established eons ago. Some things, no matter the plea, must remain unchanged. Then why did you do it? Aki asked, her voice tinged with disbelief. I can't imagine what Blue Eyes White Dragon could have done to make you break your own rule. Holacti let out a soft sigh, her expression distant. Knowing my firm stance on the matter, my niece did something that had never been done before. She willingly challenged my authority as a god. Gathering spirits weaker than her own, Holacti continued, her voice laced with admiration. She fearlessly waged a battle against me. She even had my nephew, whom you may know as the Dragon of Gold, join in the fight. All for a single human, Holacti said, her gaze softening slightly as she looked at Kisara. I couldn't understand why she would go this far to save Kisara, and, unfortunately, such earthly attachment was beyond me. But her resolve shone through, unlike anything I have seen. Kisara's voice trembled as she processed the weight of Holacti's words. So you broke your own rules because of your affection for Blue Eyes White Dragon, she whispered, her tone a mix of disbelief and awe. Holacti chuckled softly, the sound almost melodic. Yes, you could say something like that. The goddess's eyes softened as she gazed at Kisara. Instead of breaking the laws of the world, I offered an alternative. I vowed that Kisara's soul would be reincarnated after several millennia, alongside the reincarnation of the man you once knew. But even with that, it was not a simple solution. By that time, Zork Necrophade's magic had already ravaged your soul. Holacti continued, her voice grave. It could not be easily restored. The damage was too great, even for me. If I were to repair it, Kisara would no longer be herself. She would become an artificial being forged from my power. So, I chose a different path. I fragmented what remained of her soul into several parts. One part contained Kisara's identity and memories. Another part allowed me to create a vessel, one that would house her soul once it was restored. And the final piece was sent to another world to regrow what had been lost. Kisara's current form was too fragile to withstand the energy of this realm. Kisara, Yuna, Aki. Holacti's gaze softened. These fragmented souls are the three of you. The sudden revelation caught them completely off guard, and they stared at each other in shock. Such an outrageous explanation seemed to solve all the remaining mysteries in their mind. This is why Aki was able to possess Yuna's body when I manually retrieved her soul from the other world. So the reason I died was... Aki paused, staring at Holacti in disbelief. I do apologize, but if I had let you remain longer, it would have been much harder to bring your soul back into my possession. Hold on. If what you're saying is true, why can't I remember anything? Yuna asked, confusion etched on her face. Like I should be able to recall getting merged. Although all three of you share the same essence, you have developed distinct identities. Forcing Aki's soul into your body would have caused a severe backlash, potentially destroying both of your psyches, Holacti explained. This was why I sealed Yuna away for the time being and let Aki acclimate with this world before slowly unlocking each memory one by one and merging you three together safely. Holacti continued, but that was the original plan. Suddenly, Holacti gazed at both Aki and Kisara with an exasperated expression before shaking her head with a wry smile. I was still surprised by Kisara sacrificing herself to protect Aki during your battle against the boy who took control of one of my children. Aki told me about that before, but how come I don't remember any of it? Kisara mumbled in confusion. That's because you're not the same Kisara as the one that's supposed to be used. The original Kisara's soul has completely vanished, leaving a vacant spot. Due to this problem, I had to slightly alter the trial of memories that was made for the pharaoh. It was changed so that Aki would personally travel back in time and stay with you, who was still alive. This would allow Aki to gradually absorb parts of her soul and replace the original Kisara. However, both of you derail from that plan once more. The goddess sighed loudly, causing Aki and Kisara to flinch. They stared at Holacti nervously, fearing that they had offended the god in some way. The pharaoh and his companions were supposed to find another method to summon me, revolving around using their powers to fuse the 3 Egyptian gods, Holacti began. But without the battle with the dark spirit named Bakura inside the Valley of the Kings, which would lead them to the correct method, the course of events was altered. Since Kisara had survived, Yami Bakura went to find the pharaoh directly instead, resulting in the incorrect spell being discovered. Kisara muttered, almost to herself, "Funny how life works. But if I died, I might never be here now." She smiled softly, a mixture of relief and sadness in her eyes. That may be the case. By staying together for 5 years, Aki has gathered more than enough Ba from Kisara to copy your personality later. But that's where you're wrong, Aki said, shaking her head. Kisara is Kisara, and no one, not even a clone, can replace her. That's why I will always save her, no matter what. Which is what you did. If you had not also jumped into the summoning circle, Kisara would not have survived. At Holacti's explanation, Aki puffed up her chest with pride, and Kisara smiled sheepishly. Watching the two laughing joyfully at each other, Yuna sighed and turned to the goddess with a solemn expression. So are you saying that the past has changed? If you refuse to revive someone, why are you so willing to change the past? Isn't that worse? She pointed out. Indeed, but that is not how time traveling works. There won't be an effect without a cause. Just because the past was changed doesn't remove the original events. It is merely padded over it, as the past needed to happen for you to change it. But if the timeline were removed, there would never be a need to change the past, and that means Aki would never be there to save Kisara, so that the original event would transpire anyway. Such an interesting paradox, isn't it? Holacti laughed in amusement while the 3 tilted their heads in confusion. Then what will happen to us now? Yuna asked while suffering from a headache from all the information. As I mentioned earlier, I'm here to fulfill my promise. With all the preparations complete, I will now repair your soul and merge the 3 of you into one. The 3 girls exchanged tense glances, various concerns evident in their eyes. Summoning her courage, Aki stepped forward and asked the question that had been on their minds. If we merge, what exactly will happen to us? Holacti smiled gently, her presence radiating calm reassurance. Since Yuna is the main body, she will incorporate the memories and experiences of Aki and Kisara. However, she continued, that's only the surface. In reality, all your memories, skills, and personalities will be seamlessly fused into one cohesive identity. You will become a new person, embodying the essence of all 3. The girls looked at each other, processing this news. Does that answer satisfy you? Holacti asked, her gaze soft and understanding. Yes, that's fine. Aki smiled with relief, and Kisara nodded in agreement. Hold on, Yuna interrupted abruptly. How are you two so calm about this? The goddess said it's like I'm stealing your memories. Well, it's not like we're dying, Kisara explained with an awkward laugh. Besides, it's not like we have any unfinished business left in this world. What are you talking about? Of course you do, Yuna shouted, pointing at Aki. What about your friends? What about Kaiba? Is that what you're worried about? Aki laughed sheepishly and blushed. Smiling, she gently poked Yuna's cheek. As Kisara said, we're not really leaving. That means my relationships with everyone will become yours as well. But what if I don't even like Kaiba? Are you really willing to bet everything on me? As Yuna's panic escalated, Aki burst into laughter and pulled her into a tight hug. She gently patted Yuna's head, a comforting smile on her face. You know, she whispered, the old Kisara once told me something I couldn't understand until now. What did she say? Yuna asked, her voice trembling. It's okay. I don't mind if you like him, because I'm you. Aki spoke softly, her words a warm reassurance. She then stepped back and turned to Holacti. With a wave, she called out, Goddess Sama, We're ready now. Holacti's serene expression remained unchanged. Then please stay still. It may feel a little strange. A brilliant light enveloped them, and their bodies glowed with a golden hue. Cheer up. It's not like we're being erased, Kisara said, noticing Yuna's sad gaze. Although our time together was brief, we were both so glad to have met you. Kisara smiled warmly, holding Yuna's hands. I know you have your problems, but I hope that once you merge with us, you may find yourself trusting people again. Releasing her hands, Kisara stepped back, making way for Aki, who calmly tapped Yuna's shoulder. My memories will be very useful to you, since there's some stuff that will happen in the future you need to prepare for. Also, I'm giving you my dueling skills. You will understand how important they will be soon. Will we meet again? Yuna asked, tears streaming down her face. Despite her sadness, Aki and Kisara clutched their stomachs in laughter. What are you talking about? We're not going anywhere. Kisara giggled. In fact, we're going to be closer than ever before. Finally, Yuna broke into a small smile and nodded. With one last look at each other, a flash of white erupted before her eyes, and Yuna lost consciousness. An unknown amount of time later, Yuna opened her eyes and clutched her head in discomfort. The flood of new memories felt disjointed, and she winced, trying to process them slowly, one by one. It felt like she was Yuna, Aki, and Kisara at the same time, as their memories came back to her simultaneously. All the emotions and thoughts from the three girls formed into one, and Yuna subconsciously smiled as Aki and Kisara's happiness flowed into her. I understand it may be a little overwhelming. This is the first time I'm doing something like this. It's fine, Yuna muttered awkwardly, struggling to control her emotions. Am I really okay? There seemed to be no abnormality in your body and soul. Congratulations, Yuna. Everything is okay now. I see. Yuna's shoulders sagged with relief. All the worries of her damaged soul were finally fixed. It was an overwhelming sensation, and Yuna truly found herself complete. I believe you still have some unsettled business to tend to. Ah, yes. Yuna blushed and grasped her chest. Her heart beats rapidly upon thinking about a certain man who was still waiting for her after all this time. Thank you. She bowed gratefully, and Holacti shook her head. I'm not the one who you should be thanking. This is farewell, Yunisano. I hope you may live a much more fulfilling life. With a small wave of her hand, Yuna's surroundings began to spin. By the time she realized what had happened, she was back in Kisara's tomb. Glancing around, she found herself alone. When she remembered Shadi was last seen with her, Yuna called his name, but received no response. Enveloped in this silence, she suddenly heard a loud clank beneath her and found the Millennium key resting by her foot. Picking up the Millennium item, Yuna recalled that she had used the Millennium key back during the battle against Zork Necrophades. Even after this time, the key seemed to still remember her past life and smoothly accepted her as its wielder. Feeling the cold gold surface of the artifact, Yuna wore the Millennium key around her neck like a necklace. Now, how do I get out of here? Yuna mumbled curiously and looked up at the roof. Feeling something in her back pocket, she found her Duel Monsters cards and chuckled. That's right, Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand come out. Tapping into her soul, she felt the dragon within her stir excitedly. When she lifted her head, she saw a majestic dragon covered in shimmering golden scales. Yuna's smile widened as she reached out and scratched the dragon's neck, feeling a deep connection between them. Did I make you guys worry? Yuna asked gently, and the dragon let out a low growl. It's all right now. I won't be going anywhere. Climbing onto the dragon's back, Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand roared and unleashed a bright beam, shattering the stone ceiling, and the sunlight struck Yuna's face. Whoosh! The dragon soared into the air, and the wind generated from its wings sent sand flying in every direction. Miss Sano, glancing into the distance, Yuna spotted the Ishtars, whose eyes widened with shock at the sudden appearance of the golden dragon. Yuna ordered the dragon to land, and Ishizu hurriedly approached her with concern, asking, "Did you finish your business here?" "Yes," Yuna smiled, sorry for the trouble. I'm just relieved that Miss Sano was able to find what she's looking for. Ishizu replied, will we depart now? Yuna glanced at Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand, who was observing her in silence. Thanks, but I will make my way back. Of course, Ishizu nodded in understanding. I pray that you will stay safe on your journey. Yuna smiled gratefully and climbed back on her dragon. Tapping its back, Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand took off into the sky. Its speed was much faster than any plane as we easily left the desert and reached the ocean. Staring at the sky, Yuna couldn't get the thought of Kaiba out of her head. It truly was strange. While Aki and Kisara part of her were excited, Yuna was more reserved and hesitant, unable to share the same feeling as the other two. But in the end, it was something she had to confront. Sighing deeply, Yuna gazed into the distance in a daze. What was she supposed to do? Sometime later, in the head office of Kaiba Corps, Seto stared at the paperwork sprawled on his desk. His face was a mix of anger and sorrow as he desperately tried to distract himself through his work. Snap! This was the 10th pen that broke today, and the ink was sprayed onto his hands. Sighing, he tossed the broken pen into the trash and cleaned his hands in the private bathroom of his office. Staring at his reflection through the cracked mirror, Seto clicked his teeth and called Noah, who briefly appeared on a monitor in the room. I thought I told you to get someone to replace that. He scolded while pointing at the fist print in the glass. I did, but you immediately sent them away, telling them that you needed time alone, Noah replied calmly. When was the last time you ate? Why do you care? I'm just saying, you look like you can collapse at any moment. Noah shrugged, looking into the distance. Go take a break. I canceled all your meetings for the day. Fine, Seto muttered, too tired to argue. However, before he could try to relax, his private phone buzzed, and Seto frowned. Taking the device out of his pocket, Seto froze in shock and almost dropped his phone. What's wrong? Ignoring Noah's question, Seto rushed out of the room. The previous exhaustion completely vanished from his face. Rushing out of the building, he sprinted with all his might and disregarded everything around him. After sprinting for 10 relentless minutes, Seto finally reached Domino High. The school's gates were locked for the weekend, but that didn't stop him. With a swift leap, he vaulted over the gate and dashed up the stairs, his heart pounding in his chest. He burst through the rooftop door, panting heavily. His gaze immediately locked onto the woman standing there, her silhouette framed by the sunset. Her calm demeanor contrasted sharply with the storm of emotions swirling within him. Her ocean blue hair gently flowed in the wind as she slowly turned around and met his gaze. Seto flinched as her crystal blue eyes swept over him, and her lips slowly curved into a sweet smile that made his heart flutter. Yuna, Seto gulped, and she hummed. Good evening, Seto. Yuna greeted him calmly. It's nice to see you again. Light returned to his eyes, and he muttered in a hesitant tone, Your memories? Is it back? You can say something like that. Before Yuna could finish, she was suddenly pulled into a tight embrace, and her eyes widened slightly as she felt Seto's trembling hands on her back. You're really back. Seto mumbled with bated breath, and Yuna smiled wryly. Gently, she removed Seto's hands and moved away from him. Approaching the balcony, Yuna sighed deeply with a complicated emotion. Yuna, Seto called and walked towards her, but she quickly stopped him. Just stand back, Yuna yelled, her tone almost pleading. Her expression was filled with longing and hesitation, and she grasped her chest in discomfort. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you like that. What's wrong? Seto asked, his face full of worry. Yuna bit her lips, struggling with something internally. Seto, do you trust me? Yuna asked. Seto was caught off guard by the personal question, but he nodded confidently, and Yuna smiled. Then please, listen to what I'm about to say. Yuna began, her voice steady but urgent. Without waiting for a response, she laid bare everything she had been hiding. Seto could only blink, try to process her words. Out of all the things he had expected to hear, the knowledge that she had once lived in another world was certainly not one of them. The me that fell in love with you was the Yuna that used to live in the other world, And it was only recently that we all became one person, our memories and soul merging into one. I don't understand. Seto muttered. Seto, Yuna smiled wryly. The Yuna who loves you and the current me are not the same person, but we have been combined. Knowing that Yuna is gone, do you still feel the same way? Didn't you say it yourself? Weren't you all basically the same person? Why would my feelings be any different? Seto replied softly, even if you can't feel it yourself, I know that you are still you, and that Yuna has never changed whether you got your memories back or not. Foo, foo, foo. Yuna giggled. I knew you would say something like that. But, she sighed sadly, I'm not sure I can feel the same. Even right now, my heart is beating so fast. It is going crazy, but it is because of the emotions from the past Yuna that I had inherited. So please prove to me that those feelings are really mine. Yuna shouted, bringing her hands to her chest. Prove that these emotions aren't just remnants of my past life that still linger in my body. Tossing her bag towards him, Seto caught it and found a standard Kaiba core dual disc inside. Seto, Kaiba, I challenge you to a duel. Yuna equipped her dual disc onto her, and the device came to life as the two parts snapped together, resembling an arm blade. I won't be going easy. Yuna. Seto gulped nervously, and he stared at the dual disc in the bag with hesitation. Of all those times he dueled for glory, this was the first where he might lose something much more. Anxiety plagued his heart as the fear of losing swept over him. He must admit it. Yuna was one of the strongest duelists he knows, and Seto wasn't sure if he could win. Perhaps. Seto glanced at his back pocket, where several cards rested. It was still a prototype, and he wasn't sure if it would work. However, for him to win, he couldn't even show a sign of weakness. Taking a deep breath, Seto slid the dual disc onto his wrist and inserted the new cards and his deck into the device. Regaining his composure, he stared at Yuna with his usual confidence. I won't lose. Yuna, I will defeat you. Nodding with relief, Yuna smiled softly. I hope so too. Duel, X2. As the duel commenced, the LED light on Yuna's dual disc illuminated, and she smiled. It looks like I'll be going first. Good luck, Seto. I even went through the trouble of getting something new for this. It won't matter. I'll defeat you just the same, Seto replied calmly, his mind now entirely focused on winning. Hearing his confident response, Yuna's brows arched with satisfaction, clearly pleased with his answer. Then let's begin. Yuna yelled abruptly and slid a card onto her dual disc. I summoned Kitchen Dragon Maid onto the field. Kitchen Dragon Maid, 500 tack. When Kitchen Dragon Maid is summoned, I can add Dragon Maid, Tinkhek, before discarding it from my hand. Now, I will banish Kitchen Dragon Maid and Dragon Maid, Tinkhek in my graveyard to bring out my new spirit. I summon Lady's Dragon Maid. Before Seto's eyes, a brand new maid stepped onto the field with elegant grace. She had light blonde hair styled in curls, with horns on either side of her face. Dressed in a classical maid outfit with a blue and white color scheme, she stood out from the other dragon maids with her detailed gold buttons and jewelry adorning her clothes. Lady's Dragon Maid, 3,000 defense. When Lady's Dragon Maid is summoned, I'm able to special summon Chamber Dragon Maid from my deck. Chamber Dragon Maid, 1,800 defense. With Chamber Dragon Maid, I'll add Dragon Maid Tidying to my hand, and I'll set 2 cards before ending my turn. Yuna concluded as 2 face-down cards materialized at her feet. Then it's my turn. I draw, Seto declared warily, but Yuna swiftly interrupted him. During your standby phase, I'll activate Lady's Dragon Maid's effect. By shuffling Dragon Maid, Tinkhek, and Kitchen Dragon Maid back in the deck, I will fusion summon Dragon Maid Sho. Clasping her hands together, Lady's Dragon Maid closed her eyes. In an instant, 2 Dragon Maids appeared beside her and then shot into the sky. They merged into one, transforming into a fierce yet elegant black dragon that snarled at Seto with hostility. Dragon Maid Sho, 3,500 tack. Please continue. Yuna gestured with a playful smile. Seto would have smiled alongside her, except he knew what was at stake. Very well, I'll begin. First, I activate my pot of greed to draw 2 more cards from my deck. I won't let that happen. Dragon Maid Shu, negate his pot of greed. Yuna yelled, I'll shuffle Shu back into my deck to negate your card, and by doing so, I'll summon House Dragon Maid instead. BOM. Dragon Maid Shu crashed into the ground, covering herself with her wings. As she unfurled them, she returned to her humanoid form, transforming into House Dragon Maid. The newly summoned maid eagerly clenched her fist with the broken shards of part of greed in her hands. House Dragon Maid, 3,000 attack. Seto clicked his teeth in annoyance and quickly switched his plans. I will use Melody of Awakening Dragon. By discarding my White Stones of Ancient, I can add Blue Eyes White Dragon and Blue Eyes Alternative White Dragon to my hand. Those cards. Yuna frowned and Seto smiled. They're the cards you gave me. Seto reminded her. I have always kept them in my deck, and I have never doubted your advice. I see. Yuna averted her gaze, unsure of what to say. That's really sweet. Watching her feel flustered, Seto chuckled and calmly continued the duel. With Blue Eyes Alternative White Dragon, I will be able to summon it by revealing the Blue Eyes White Dragon in my hand. Blue Eyes Alternative White Dragon, 3,000 attack. Then, I will activate Blue Eyes Alternative White Dragon's effect to target House Dragon Maid and destroy it. Following his command, the dragon fired a white beam toward the maid. I respond with Dragon Maid's Send-Off. Yuna shouted, revealing one of the face-down cards on her field. By returning House Dragon Maid to my deck, I can summon Laundry Dragon Maid instead. The beam missed entirely as House Dragon Maid vanished from sight. In her place appeared a small, young dragon maid with short blue hair, dressed in a puffy uniform. Laundry Dragon Maid, 1,600 defense. When Laundry Dragon Maid is summoned, I can send the top 3 cards from my deck to the graveyard. Yuna explained as she slid several cards into the dual disc compartment. Seto gritted his teeth. Every time he tried to make a move, Yuna effortlessly countered, widening the gap between them. However, this was something he had already anticipated. I will play the spell, trade in to discard Blue Eyes White Dragon, and draw 2 cards. Then I will summon Keeper of Dragon Magic. Keeper of Dragon Magic, 1,800 attack. Next to Blue Eyes White Dragon appeared a knight clad in full-plated light blue armor covered in spikes. He held a spear, aiming it at Yuna with unyielding silence. When Keeper of Dragon Magic is summoned, I can discard my Majesty with Eyes of Blue and add Polymerization to my hand. Then, by revealing my Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon from my deck, I can summon one of its fusion materials from the graveyard in a face-down position. I choose my Blue Eyes White Dragon. Blue Eyes White Dragon, face-down 2,500 defense. Ah, you have that too. Yuna mumbled, her eyes widening slightly. However, her expression quickly returned to its usual calm. Smiling wryly, Seto knew he needed to make a much bigger impact. I will send Blue Eyes Alternative White Dragon and Blue Eyes White Dragon to the graveyard to summon Blue Eyes Twin Burst Dragon. With a bright light, the 2 dragons merged into one, revealing a larger Blue Eyes White Dragon with 2 heads. Blue neon veins glowed all over its body, and the 2 heads roared in unison, generating a shockwave. Blue Eyes Twin Burst Dragon, 3,000 attack. I really have to stop giving you cards. Yuna commented in exasperation upon seeing the new dragon on the field. I will activate my trap, Dragon Maid Tidying. By targeting Chamber Dragon Maid and Blue Eyes Twin Burst Dragon, I can return both of them to our hands. Then I will respond with Successor Soul. I will tribute my Blue Eyes Twin Burst Dragon and Laundry Dragon Maid, and I can summon Blue Eyes White Dragon from the deck. Seto announced as the dragon he summoned left as quick as it came, and Yuna frowned while she helplessly returned Chamber Dragon Maid to her hand. Blue Eyes White Dragon, 3,000 attack. Next, I activate my Polymerization spell. By fusing Blue Eyes White Dragon and Keeper of Dragon Magic, I will fusion summon Blue Eyes Tyrant Dragon. Keeper of Dragon Magic turned into particles of light as it flowed into Blue Eyes White Dragon's wings, and the dragon howled at the new surge of power. Blue Eyes Tyrant Dragon, 3,400 attack. Now I will battle. Blue Eyes Tyrant Dragon, destroy that maid. Seto shouted, and the dragon unleashed a white beam, and Lady's Dragon Maid exclaimed before disappearing. When Blue Eyes Tyrant Dragon destroys a monster, I can set a trap from my graveyard onto my field. Seto explained calmly. I will set another card and end my turn. During my end phase, I used the white stones of ancients I discarded earlier to summon Blue Eyes Abyss Dragon from the deck. Blue Eyes Abyss Dragon, 2,500 attack. With Blue Eyes Abyss Dragon, I will add Chaos Form and Blue Eyes Chow Max Dragon to my hand. These cards are something I've been developing for a long time. This will be the first time I'm showing them to anyone. Seto explained with pride, and Yuna nodded with a small smile. Then I look forward to it. During the end phase, I will bring back my Kikinoyaba, the Moon Fong Dragon in my graveyard that I sent through Laundry Dragon Maid earlier. Yuna continued and summoned a bipedal dragon wielding a blade shaped like a crescent moon. Mika Zikinoyaba, the Moon Fong Dragon, 2,200 attack. It's back to my turn. I will play Pot of Greed to draw 2 more cards. Then I will activate the spell Dragon Shrine to send my Blue Eyes White Dragon and Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand to the graveyard. Next, by banishing Moon Fong Dragon, I summon Red Ice Darkness Metal Dragon. Red Ice Darkness Metal Dragon, 2,800 attack. With the power of Red Ice Darkness Metal Dragon, I will summon my companion, Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. RRRR. There was silence before a thunderous roar shook the rooftop. The dragon soared through the sky, its gold scales glinting vividly in the sunlight. Seto frowned as Yuna's ace card was released onto the field. When Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand is summoned, I will target the Blue Eyes Tyrant Dragon and banish it. Then, it will gain power equal to the level of that dragon, multiplied by 100. Gathering its breath, Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand fired a bright orange beam, and Blue Eyes Tyrant Dragon frantically used its wings to block the attack. I will use my ultimate creature of destruction. Seto shouted and revealed one of the set cards on his side. By choosing my Blue Eyes Tyrant Dragon, it won't be affected by effects this turn. Watching the Blue Eyes Tyrant Dragon shrugging off the attack, Yuna chuckled in resignation before immediately continuing. Then I will banish Starving Venom Fusion Dragon from my extra deck to summon Dark End Evaporation Dragon. Dark End Evaporation Dragon, 2,600 attack. In response, I will use my second trap card, Majesty with Dragons of White. By revealing my 2 Blue Eyes White Dragons and 1 Blue Eyes Alternative Dragon in the graveyard, so I could destroy 3 cards on your field. The spirits of the 3 dragons appeared behind Seto, and their bodies fearlessly charged towards Yuna's monsters. With a loud explosion, the spirits crashed into the dragons, and she frowned. That was a nice move, but it is not over yet. I will banish Dragon Maid, tidying, and summon Chamber Dragon Maid from the graveyard. Chamber Dragon Maid, 1,800 defense. When Chamber Dragon Maid is summoned, I can retrieve Dragon Maid changeover from my deck. Next, I play the effect of Dragon Maid's Stern to discard it and revive Lady's Dragon Maid. Lady's Dragon Maid, 3,000 defense. Upon being summoned, Lady's Dragon Maid can call upon Nurse Dragon Maid from the deck. Nurse Dragon Maid, 1,600 defense. When Nurse Dragon Maid is summoned, I can also revive another level 4 or lower Dragon Maid monster from the graveyard. I will choose Kitchen Dragon Maid, which allows me to add Dragon Maid Loper to my hand by sending Dragon Maid Ernest to the grave. Now, I will activate Dragon Maid Changeover, using Chamber Dragon Maid and Dragon Maid Loper as materials. I will fusion summon Dragon Maid Shu. Dragon Maid Shu, 3,500 attack. I will enter the battle phase. Dragon Maid Shu destroy Blue Eyes Abyss Dragon. With a roar, the large dragon slashed Seto's monster with its claws, and Blue Eyes Abyss Dragon collapsed in a painful howl. Seto Kaiba, 4,000 LP-3,000 LP. I will end my turn here, Yuna said as Seto drew a card. Hold on, During your standby phase, I will use Dragon Maid should a summon Chamber Dragon Maid once more from the grave. Then, with Chamber Dragon Maid, I will add Dragon Maid Hospitality from my deck. Chamber Dragon Maid, 1800 defense. Also, I can activate Lady's Dragon Maid's effect by shuffling Blue Eyes White Dragon and Starving Venom Fusion Dragon back to my deck, so I can fusion summon Cow's Star Source Dragon. Cow's Star Source Dragon, 2500 attack. When Cow's Star Source Dragon is summoned, I can target your Blue Eyes Tyrant Dragon and destroy it. The green orbs embedded in its body began to glow intensely, and with a powerful roar, the dragon unleashed a searing green laser from its jaw. The beam struck Blue Eyes Tyrant Dragon, shattering it into oblivion. When it was finally Seto's turn, he stared at the row of dragons anxiously, each having their effects. I banished the white stones of ancients in the grave to return Blue Eyes White Dragon to my hand. Then I activate the spell Chaos Form. The area around them trembled when a massive purplish portal formed beneath Seto's feet. Realizing what he was trying to do, Yuna's eyes widened with alarm. Dragon Maid Shu, stop him. Dragon Maid Shu flew towards Seto with blinding speed and transformed back into her humanoid form mid-flight, striking the portal with her fist. Instead of phasing through, House Dragon Maid's fist shattered the portal into thousands of tiny shards, and the shockwave created a large amount of wind in all directions. House Dragon Maid, 3000 attack. Knowing that it's not going to be that simple, Seto wasn't the slightest bothered as he continued his turn. I play Graceful Charity and draw 3 cards from the deck. Then I must discard 2 cards from my hand. Seto smiled. He knew that Yuna would not allow such a powerful being to touch the field, which was why his true plan was something else. Now, I will activate Ultimate Fusion by using 2 Blue Eyes White Dragons, Blue Eyes Alternative Dragon, and Blue Eyes Chaos Max Dragon as materials. I will shuffle all 4 of them into my deck to summon the Ruler of Dragons. I will fusion summon Dragon Master Magia. Dragon Master Magia, 5000 attack. When I use Ultimate Fusion, I can target up face-up cards you control up to the number of Blue Eyes White Dragon that was used as materials. I will select Lady's Dragon Maid and House Dragon Maid to destroy it. Then, in response, I will activate Dragon Maid Changeover in my graveyard to return Lady's Dragon Maid to my hand so that I can retrieve the spell from the grave. Fine, I play Dragon's Fighting Spirit, and by selecting Dragon Master Magia, I will be able to attack up to the number of times you have special summoned this turn. Since you have summoned Cow's Star Source Dragon and House Dragon Maid, I'm able to give Dragon Master Magia 2 more attacks. Dragon Master Magia, attack Cow's Star Source Dragon and Yuna directly and bring this duel to an end. Dragon Master Magia nodded, directing the massive dragon toward both Cow's Star Source Dragon and Yuna. With its 3 heads, the creature unleashed a thunderous roar and charged into battle. Seto's heart raced with excitement. If Dragon Master Magia attacked, it would be more than enough for Yuna to lose all of her life points. However, a strange feeling lingered in Seto's chest. Yuna remained eerily calm, too calm. Does she have something in mind? Seto bit his lips and desperately made sure that Yuna would be defeated this turn. I will banish my Blue Eyes Abyss Dragon from the graveyard, giving Dragon Master Magia 1000 more attacks. Dragon Master Magina, 5000-6000 attack. With this, Seto would definitely be able to win. Clenching his fists, he desperately tried to suppress his anxiety to no avail. Yuna was too calm. Smiling, Yuna tapped the button attached to her dual disc. This would have worked if it were anyone but me. When the face-down card on the field revealed itself, Seto frowned. Dragon Master Magia was prepared to negate anything that Yuna would do. He believed that no matter what her trap was, it wouldn't be able to stop Magia's attack yet. I activate Super Polymerization. By discarding 1 card, I can summon a fusion monster using monsters on both of our fields as materials. When this card is played, neither player can activate any effects in response to this card. What? Seto exclaimed in disbelief and the portal consumed Chamber Dragon Maid and Dragon Master Magia as a familiar being reappeared. I will fusion summon back my Dragon Maid Shu. Dragon Maid Shu. 3,500 attack. This is not over. When Dragon Master Magia is sent to the graveyard, I can revive Blue Eyes Tyrant Dragon back from the dead. Blue Eyes Tyrant Dragon. 3,400 attack. Blue Eyes Tyrant Dragon can attack all monsters you control. The dragon's golden wings glowed, gathering all of its innate strength. Then, it let out a massive white beam from its mouth and swiped across the entire field, and Kao's Star Source Dragon fell helplessly to the attack. Unisano, for 1,000 LP-3,100 LP. When Blue Eyes Tyrant Dragon destroys a monster through battle, I can set one trap card from the graveyard. Seto muttered grimly as he observed the devastation around them. I will end my turn here. Both have exhausted all of their arsenal, leaving only just a few cards left in their hands. Staring at Yuna's unreadable face, Seto bit his lips, knowing that this duel was going to end soon, and both of them wouldn't settle until one lost. Staring at his remaining monster, Seto felt a sense of unease. Was this enough to protect him this turn? Even then, will he be able to overcome Yuna's monsters to make a good enough attack? Seto, I will now begin my turn. Yuna's clear voice snapped him out of his worry. As you may have known, this may be it. I hope that you can survive. Not wanting to risk it, Seto instantly activates his trap. I will play Ultimate Creature of Destruction and target my Blue Eyes Tyrant Dragon, so it's unaffected by effects and cannot be destroyed by battle this turn. Very well. Then I play Dragon Maid Hospitality to bring back my Chamber Dragon Maid by sending another copy of Dragon Maid, Stern from the deck, to the graveyard. Then Chamber Dragon Maid. Allow me to add Dragon Maid Send Off to my hand. Next, I will use the spell Return of the Dragon Lords and bring back my Dark End Evaporation Dragon. Afterwards, I will also normal summon Chamber Dragon Maid. Dark End Evaporation Dragon. 2,600 attack. Finally, I activate Dragon Maid Changeover using my Chamber Dragon Maid and Dark End Evaporation Dragon to fusion summon. Starving Venom Fusion Dragon. Starving Venom Fusion Dragon. 2,800 attack. When Starving Venom Fusion Dragon is summoned, it can gain the attack of one special summon monster my opponent controls. Starving Venom Fusion Dragon. 2,800-6,200 attack. Now, I will enter in the battle phase. Starving Venom Fusion Dragon and Dragon Maid shoot attack Blue Eyes Tyrant Dragon. The two dragons rushed towards Seto's monster with killing intent. With a resounding boom, the dragons crashed together, generating a massive shockwave filled with smoke, debris, and light. Gah! Seto exclaimed as he was sent flying off his feet. Before he realized it, his vision suddenly became white. Gasp! Seto sat up frantically, and he grasped his chest. Sweat dripped down his face as he tried to remember what had happened. Suddenly, a soft hand touched his knee, and a gentle voice mumbled quietly beside his ear, "Seto, what's wrong?" Confused, he glanced to his left and saw a woman staring worriedly at him. The woman had white hair and blue eyes, and her face could be described as beautiful. Every time she blinked, her long eyelashes fluttered pleasingly, and her smile was filled with warmth. Unbeknownst to him, Seto's lips moved instinctively. "Kisara, it's you." "Yes, you were sleeping on my lap until you suddenly started sweating and groaning in your sleep." The woman, Kisara, replied with a concerned frown. "It must have been a nightmare," Seto said, and properly sat up. He could do nothing but watch as his body moved as if he were in a script. His eyes wandered to his outfit, and he found himself dressed in a blue and golden robe. "Do you mind telling me what it's about?" Kisara asked. "It's something ridiculous." Seto paused. "I dreamt about you leaving me." Foo, that is stupid. Why would I ever leave you?" Kisara giggled and held his hand, her voice tinged with affection, and Seto could feel his own body reacting as well. "That's not all. I don't know what happened, but I could feel an intense sadness. It reminded me of the thought of not being able to protect you." Seto continued, "Then, Just so when things like everything will be okay, it all came crashing down once more, and that thought of potentially losing everything again, it scares me. Kisara listened quietly, her expression unreadable. Eventually, her smile returned, and she squeezed his hand. Everyone is afraid of failing. But Seto, there's no point fearing failure if you never try. After all, if you never tried to court me in the first place, I wouldn't be here, sitting next to you. Kisara joked shamelessly. So whatever was scaring you, don't worry about it. I believe Seto can pull through. Staring at her smile, Seto felt a small flame flicker in his chest, and in the blink of an eye, Seto found himself back on the rooftop of Domino High. What was that memory? Seto mumbled to himself, unable to understand his condition. Yet the woman's words to him remained in his head, and he lifted his arm and checked his status on the dual disc. Seto Kaiba, 3000 LP-100 LP, only 100 life points left. It was such an absurdly low amount that most people would surrender, but despite the overwhelming odds, Seto found himself laughing. He couldn't shake the strange feeling that lingered in his mind. What's the point of dwelling in despair? He still had life points, meaning the duel wasn't over. He could still fight. After the battle, the effect of Ultimate Creature of Destruction will activate. Since all monsters Blue Eyes Tyrant Dragon has battled with will be destroyed at the end of each damage step. Dragon Maid Shu and Starving Venom Fusion Dragon collapsed. However, a gold light suddenly shone over Dragon Maid Shu's body, and the dragon swiftly recovered. I will banish the return of the Dragon Lords in my graveyard and protect my Dragon Maid Shu from being destroyed. Yuna explained regretfully, it was unfortunate, but only one could be saved. Thanks to Blue Eyes Tyrant Dragon, I can reset another trap from my graveyard, Seto explained, undeterred. That won't do. I will play the final card in my hand. Yuna shouted, I will play Mystical Typhoon and destroy that set card. Then I will end my turn. Nodding silently, Seto placed his hand on his deck. With a final deep breath, he drew a card. I will start by playing Card of Demise and draw from my deck until I have 5 cards. Next, I will activate Vision with the Eyes of Blue. Using its effect, I will return Blue Eyes Tyrant Dragon to my hand and summon Blue Eyes Alternative White Dragon instead. Blue Eyes Alternative White Dragon, 3000 attack. Then, with Blue Eyes Alternative White Dragon, I can target Dragon Maid Shu and destroy it. Seto yelled, and the Dragon Maid fell under Blue Eyes Alternative White Dragon's breath. Since Blue Eyes Alternative White Dragon used its effect, it could no longer attack. Yuna pointed out with a frown, what is your plan now? Well, Seto mumbled anxiously as he stared at a single card in his hand. It was still in development, and he didn't even know if this would work. But how will he know if he doesn't try? I will summon Maiden with Eyes of Blue. To Yuna's shock, a woman with white hair and blue eyes appeared on the field. She was wearing a brown dress with various blue and silver embroideries, creating a priestly-looking outfit. Maiden with Eyes of Blue, tuner level, 1, 0 attack. Maiden with Eyes of Blue. Yuna uttered in shock, Seto, don't tell me. Warning, warning. Excessive strain on the device was detected. Please remove the obstruction to prevent damage to the device. The dual disc on Seto's arm screamed mechanically, unable to handle the pressure of this unknown card. However, Seto ignored the warning and continued his turn. With this, I will summon. Using the levels of Blue Eyes Alternative Dragon and Maiden with Eyes of Blue. With their 2 forces combined, I will synchro summon Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon. Whoosh! A bright, blinding light flashed above them, and a new dragon emerged. Its entire body was pure white, with gold between its scales and armor segments. As sunlight shone through its semi-translucent wings, the dragon gave off an ethereal feeling, as if it were a divine creature that had come down from heaven itself. Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon, 2500 attack. Warning, critical levels reached and emergency deck protection mode activated. Following the warning, the dual disc quickly created a cover to protect his cards, but Seto easily ripped the components off so he could continue the duel. Electricity crackled dangerously around the device, and he gritted his teeth as if he could feel the device burning through his sleeve. Meanwhile, Yuna was staring at Blue Eye's white dragon in utter disbelief. The thought of synchro summoning had never even occurred to her, and she could do nothing but gawk in shock. Even then, it is not enough. My life points are still higher. Yuna stammered awkwardly. Which is why, Seto muttered while gritting his teeth from the pain, I will play Burial from a different dimension, bringing Blue Eye's Abyss Dragon back from the banished zone to my graveyard. That means I can banish it again, giving Blue Eye's Spirit Dragon an additional 1,000 attack. Blue Eye's Spirit Dragon, 2,500-3,500 attack. This is the end. Blue Eye's Spirit Dragon. Attack Yuna's life points directly. BLM. It was only after the machine's 10th loud beep that Seto understood what had happened. He had won, and he had achieved the goal that he had desperately strived for. Snapping out of his daze, he glanced at the dual disc. Currents crackled audibly as the well-maintained device was destroyed beyond recognition, and the device was unable to handle the strain of the new summoning method. Groaning, Seto felt an intense burning sensation, and he quickly removed his cards before tossing the broken device to the side. Thankfully, none of his dual monster cards were damaged. Seto, your arm. Rushing towards him, Yuna grasped his arm and examined his wounds. The sleeve was singed black, revealing red skin suffered from burns. Calling upon Nurse Dragon Maid, Yuna ordered the spirit to tend to Seto's wounds. The maid readily agreed and smoothly applied ointments to the burns before wrapping everything with clean bandages. Like a hawk, Yuna watched the entire process without blinking. When the treatment ended, she finally relaxed, sinking to the ground with a sigh. Finding this adorable, Seto unknowingly smiled. What's so funny? Yuna questioned, and Seto's smile quickly vanished as he tried to act maturely. Sitting alongside her, they were close enough for their fingers to touch as he stared at the broken dual disc in the distance. Was this enough? Seto asked and gently grasped her hand. Mulling over his words, Yuna placed her remaining hand over her chest as she felt her own heart thrashing wildly against her ribcage. Yuna suffered a complete defeat, and Seto did something that she thought wasn't possible at this time. It's more than enough. Yuna muttered with a small smile. It's funny. No matter how many lives I've lived, I always seem to fall for you over and over again. Blushing sheepishly, she carefully took out the Millennium key and presented it to Seto. Do you want to see what our past is like? Staring at the golden artifact in Yuna's hand, Seto anxiously reached out and grasped the Millennium key. The moment his finger touched the artifact's surface, a sharp pain assaulted his brain. It felt like he was pulled into a vacuum, and nostalgic memories were crammed into his mind. Groaning in pain, Seto clutched his head, his pupils shaking as he endured the intense sensation. It was finally some time before his breathing slowed down, and he was able to reorganize his thoughts, convincing himself that he was currently living in the present, not the past. Seto, Yuna called with concern while carefully holding him. Touching his face, Seto felt a tear drop as the woman that he loved deeply in his past life overlapped with Yuna, and he let out a quiet gasp. Is it really you? He uttered hesitantly and placed his hand over her cheek. With a tearful smile, Yuna nodded. Unable to respond, Seto tightly hugged her, fearing that the woman he still longed for after eons would disappear if he let go. You must have endured so much. But I'm here now. I'm not going anywhere. Yuna soothed gently. I'm sorry that it have taken this long. How much do you remember? Yuna asked, anxiously while sitting close. Seto paused, deep in thought. I can recall our past life together, as if it were yesterday. And that's 3,000 years ago. It's strange that people we cared about have already passed away so long ago, and there's not even a grave or a keepsake to help us remember them. Yuna, sorry, I got caught up in the moment. Like you have said, it truly felt like it was just yesterday. I don't know whether to laugh and move on or wallow in grief. She admitted with a pained expression. However, it soon transformed into a small smile. But I think I will be okay. There's other people that now cares about me. I'm also glad that Seto is here with me as well. Mumbling, Yuna averted her gaze and squirmed at her seat. Watching this, Seto chuckled and gently patted her head in comfort. Staring at her face, Seto reminisces of their times together in the past. The woman that he gave his heart to 3,000 years ago has returned. However, the sorrow Seto went through continued to bore deeply in his chest. This time, he promised to himself that this time, he won't mess it up. I love you, Seto confessed quietly enough for her to hear. I wasn't able to say it enough, and I regretted it all my life. But not anymore, and I will make sure you never doubt my feelings ever again. Stunned by his affectionate words, Yuna gawked at Seto in shock. Her body froze completely as his words kept replaying in her mind. Before Yuna realized, several teardrops dripped down her face. Embarrassed, she quickly wiped away her tears and blushed. Taking a deep breath, Yuna calmed down, and she smiled. It was a very bright smile, and her overjoyed expression was deeply etched in Seto's mind. Seto missed this feeling and forgot how addictive it was. Laughing, Yuna deliberately leaned forward, and Seto quickly caught her. I'm sorry for keeping you waiting, Yuna mumbled sheepishly, and thank you for not giving up on me. Then and now. I love you too, Seto. Leaning close, both of their lips met simultaneously. Closing their eyes, they enjoyed this moment, something that they missed. Suddenly, Seto's chest glowed, and a strange heat overwhelmed him. Before he could realize what was happening, a beam of light shot out of his body and formed into the figure of a blue-eyed white dragon. Eyes widening, he watched the blue-eyes white dragon roar before diving towards Yuna. Unbothered, Yuna raised her hand, and blue-eyes white dragon went back into a beam of light and entered her palm. Closing her eyes, she reabsorbed the spirit back in her body, and the last piece of the puzzle was placed. As Blue Eyes White Dragon's energy flowed into her, Yuna felt a surge of strength, and her appearance also showed change. Her eye color became much clearer than before while her hair lightened into a whiter shade of blue. Your appearance, Seto pointed out as Yuna ran her fingers down her hair. Blue Eyes White Dragon has always been my main spirit, and my appearance as Kisara was mainly because of that. Smiling with contentment, she stared at the sun, which was finally setting as night slowly arrived. Let's just stay like this, just a bit longer. What's the rush? We're not going anywhere, Seto questioned, and Yuna chuckled. I said a lot of rude things to some people in the past week, she muttered regretfully. I need to try to apologize to them all, so it's best if I clear my head before then. There's also school tomorrow. I understand, Seto smiled. Let's just enjoy this time. Smiling, the two leaned against each other as they felt the warmth of their body. Welcome home, Kisara, Seto muttered quietly, and Yuna turned to him with a smile. And in, together, they shared each other's warmth while gazing at the stars. Next day, Yuna's POV. Feeling the sunlight against my face, I slowly opened my eyes. Yawning, I sat up and found myself back in my bedroom. I don't remember when I fell asleep, but Seto must have carried me back home. Just imagining the scene made me embarrassed. Fortunately, I kept the house relatively clean even during my memory loss, so nothing strange was lying around. After shaking off any lingering drowsiness, I went to the bathroom to clean myself before emerging with a refreshed smile. As I was about to change, I suddenly felt two presences behind me. When I turned around, I was quite surprised to find the house dragon maid and my new spirit, Lady's dragon maid, standing quietly. Before I could even react, the two maids quickly dressed me with ease, and in mere moments, I was wearing the familiar school uniform. As they continued to fix my appearance, House Dragon Maid and Lady's Dragon Maid simultaneously reached for the hairbrush on the table. However, as their hands struck each other, a sudden chill swept through the room. Despite their smiles, I could see the electricity cackling between their eyes. The two maids tightly gripped the wooden hairbrush, unwilling to let go. Stop! I yelled when I heard the brush making an unnatural creaking noise, and I stopped the two before it exploded in our faces. Since the two refused to relent to each other, I eventually summoned Laundry Dragon Maid, who happily brushed my hair while sitting on my lap. Ignoring the two maids' jealous gaze, I continuously patted Laundry Dragon Maid's head while my mind began to wander. After unlocking my memories, the last time I used the system was to get the last few cards I needed to duel Seto. Naturally, after that I have pretty much spent up all my credits. I also no longer have any tasks left for me, as Holacti explained that the main purpose of the system in the first place was to help me adapt to this world much more smoothly with a game-like mechanic. There's really no more purpose other than to store the abundance amount of dual monster cards I have. Other than that, the reward I retrieved for beating the Trial of Memories was quite interesting. It was a single gray slip with filled hieroglyphics. Holacti explained that by tearing the piece of paper, I'm able to have a meeting with the goddess herself. Realizing how valuable this reward was, I immediately stored it into someplace safe. Even if a robber broke in, they won't think a piece of unreadable paper was anything worth stealing. Thinking of the safe place I mentioned, the doorbell suddenly rang loudly, and I called back my spirits before moving to entrance of my home. Opening the door, I watched Seto break into a small smile. "Are you ready?" Nodding, I followed him downstairs, where a car was waiting for us. I paused, and Seto noticed before stopping beside me. "Is there something wrong?" "The school isn't actually that far from where I live. How about we walk instead?" I suggested, and he readily agreed. Walking side by side, a comfortable silence enveloped us, and I found myself enjoying this moment of peacefulness. "It's just like in the past, isn't it?" He suddenly said out of the blue, and I nodded. During our lives in Egypt, Seto always escorted me to class. No matter how many times I insisted that it was fine, he still went out of his way to guide me, even if the location was far away. While dwelling on the old memories, I couldn't help but think about our relationship now. Wait, I suddenly froze as one of Aki's memories flashed briefly in my head. During the Trial of Memories, I technically was able to possess the memories of both Aki and Kisara, so it's essentially two of the same people in one place. That means Aki has seen things that Kisara couldn't, and vice versa. I remember a conversation Aki had with Priest Seto. My face turned slightly red from shock and embarrassment. I remember now. I stammered and fanned my face. "You told me that you were going to ask for my hand in marriage." Seto also stopped, and his eyes widened slightly. "That's correct. I believe I was planning to propose after defeating Thief King Bakura, but I never really got the chance." Then, my pupils darted frantically, and Seto laughed. "I have no plans on attempting again anytime soon." "Why?" I asked curiously before sheepishly waving my hands. "It's not that I'm disappointed or anything." Smiling bitterly, Seto shrugged. "I just don't think I'm ready yet." I stopped, stared at his melancholic expression, and sighed softly. "I told you already. You need to stop blaming yourself for what happened. It was my decision to sacrifice myself, so it's all right. I will try." Seto nodded. "Good." I smiled and leaned against his shoulder as we resumed our stroll. "But besides the point, does that mean you will try again in the future?" Observing at his reaction, Seto seemed unfazed and retorted, "Don't you think we're a bit too young to be talking about things like this?" "Well, I'm just a little curious, that's all. What if I propose now? Will you say yes?" Suddenly, Seto grabbed both of my hand and knelt on one knee. As he stared at me intently, being completely caught off guard, I froze and my face turned bright red as my imagination ran wild. As he reached into his pocket, I screamed inwardly. This had to be a joke, right? Right here, right now. Flick. However, before I could register what was happening, I felt a tap as Seto mischievously flicked my forehead. "Relax, I'm just messing with you. You should look at your face." Stunned by this awful prank, I don't know whether to feel angry or shame. Pouting, I quickened my pace as Seto's laughter echoed behind me. Gritting my teeth, I fanned my heated face and turned around. "You should really take responsibility for your words. Besides, I might really just say yes." This time it was Seto who flinched, and he stared at me in shock. Before he could speak up, I ran away as I enjoyed the sweet satisfaction of payback for the rest of the walk. A few minutes later, by the time we arrived at Domino High, there were already other students by the entrance. Watching in the distance, I gently rubbed against my face, and my expression returned to its usual blank state. It was more comfortable this way, as I have always shown the same blank face every time I'm at school. I also maintained this appearance during my time as Aki, so there's not really a point in changing now. Glimpsing at Seto, I noticed that his smile had also vanished, replaced by his regular, cynical frown. Grinning inwardly, we approached the gate, and heads began to turn our way. I could hear their curious whispers, but I held back a groan. "Are they bothering you?" Seto asked, and I shook my head. "I just don't understand why we're worth paying attention to. From their perspective, it may seem like we fought, but it's not until now that we made up," Seto explained nonchalantly, and I averted my gaze. Well, he's not exactly wrong to say we fought. Thankfully, when we arrived at the classroom, the gazes directed towards us lessened as the students also needed to go to their own classes. Stepping into the room, I was greeted with a tense silence as everyone observed me nervously. Sighing, I felt apologetic when I recalled the various things I said to distance myself from everyone. Approaching the front row of the classroom, I stopped by Yugi's desk, and he looked up at me in surprise. Sano, he called awkwardly. "I want to apologize," I said suddenly, catching him and his friends off guard. "I wasn't really myself." "It's okay." Yugi quickly shook his head. "We heard what happened, so it's not really your fault." Smiling awkwardly, his eyes suddenly wandered towards the Millennium key hanging around my neck. Understanding his gaze, I quietly whispered, "Meet me on the rooftop during lunch. I want to talk to you about something important." With one last glance, I left Yugi's desk and moved toward my seat. At the corner of my vision, I saw Seto gazing at me with a questioning look. Smiling calmly, I shrugged, and he frowned slightly before nodding in acceptance. By the time lunchtime arrived, I was already waiting on the roof. It wasn't long before the door opened, and Yugi appeared with an awkward smile. "Sorry for being late," he said, and I shook my head. "You're just in time. Please sit." I gestured at the chairs and desks that had been placed earlier. "Don't worry, this is not going to take long." "So, what do you want to talk about?" Yugi asked. "Before we start, could you hold this? This would make our conversation much easier." I replied, holding out my Millennium key. Confused, Yugi followed my instructions, and his finger wrapped around the Millennium key. I smiled as the artifact activated, and I slipped into his subconsciousness. When I gathered my bearings, I found myself inside a massive labyrinth filled with stairs going in various directions, leading into different rooms. From my memories, some of these rooms lead to death traps, while only one was Adam's true soul room. Thankfully, I didn't have to risk my life exploring each room as I stared at the figure walking down the stairs. "Sano, what are you doing here?" Adam questioned, surprised by my sudden visit. As we stood face to face, the pharaoh calmly scanned my body before frowning in confusion and asking, "Your soul, Kisara." "Greetings, Your Highness." I bowed dramatically before laughing. "But I guess I can no longer call you that. What happened to you?" Adam asked as we sat beside each other. Leaving nothing hidden, I calmly explained everything that had transpired in the past few weeks. Listening, Adam showed an incredulous expression, but he nodded in understanding as there had been more absurd things he had experienced during his time. Meanwhile, when this happened in Yugi's subconsciousness, Yugi tilted his head as we quietly stared at each other. Is this supposed to do something?" He laughed awkwardly while still holding the Millennium key. "Ha. Don't worry about it," I replied and put the artifact away. Maintaining my smile, I took out my duel monster cards. "Mutu, do you care for a game?" "Hey, a game." Yugi stammered in confusion upon my sudden offer. "Yep, just a simple duel." I nodded and placed my deck on the table. "You have your cards with you, right?" "Oh yeah, then let me call upon." "Hold on." I quickly stopped Yugi, who was about to reach for his Millennium puzzle. "Who said I want to duel with Adam?" "I mean with you." "All right." He sheepishly apologized. "I'm sorry. I'm just always used to having my partner duel for me." "That's fine as long as you still know how to play Duel Monster." I joked, and he averted his gaze in embarrassment. "By the way, what's the real reason for wanting to duel with me?" I find it strange that you would go out of your way for just a game of Duel Monster. That's true. I nodded. Gazing at Yugi, I tapped the table and hummed, deep in thought, trying to figure out the best way to express my intentions. Well, it's kind of some preparation. I answered, and he tilted his head. Mutu, now that Adam has discovered his name, what will happen next? I think we all know that your time for goodbyes is getting closer. For Adam to move on to the afterlife, you must gather all of Millennium items before the Pharaoh speaks his name in front of the place where all Millennium items originate, the Millennium Stone. But we still haven't gathered all of the Millennium items, Yugi muttered dejectedly, and I shrugged. You already have the Millennium Puzzle and Ring. I will also relent the Millennium Key to you. The Ishtars will give you their items as they serve the Pharaoh. With the Millennium Eye, Pegasus will hand it over after some convincing. As for the Millennium Scale, I will try to search for it, but I believe it will reveal itself soon. Yugi nodded along to my explanation. However, his pupils wavered, and he stared at me in uncertainty. Sano-san, I know it may sound rude, but I really want to know why you would go this far. Please don't misunderstand. I consider us as friends, but it felt like we were taking advantage of you. He mumbled self-deprecatingly. But it doesn't feel that way to me, I reassured with a smile. Even if you might be unaware, I benefit as well. In fact, helping you right now will also benefit me. Let me explain. When I recover my memories, as unbelievable as it sounds, I was able to remember my past lives. Laughing softly, I gently played with the Millennium Key while staring into the distance. After briefly losing in the memories, I snapped out of my daze and smiled apologetically. You could say Adam was a close acquaintance of mine. I want to at least help him enter the afterlife. I sighed quietly. So don't think too much of it. I think I understand. Nonetheless, that's still really kind of you, Sano-san. Yugi returned the smile. Then about the duel, what do you mean by preparation? Oh yes, I want to help Mutu-san prepare for something called. Meanwhile, deep inside Yugi's subconsciousness, I was sharing the same conversation with Adam, and he repeated my sentence in a confused tone. The ceremonial duel? Well, that's what I named it. I replied nonchalantly. Think of it as a rite of some sort. I see. Adam's expression turned faintly somber at the dramatic naming scheme. What does this rite entail? There's one last inscription written on the Millennium Stone. For the Pharaoh to be truly put to rest, he must first lay down his sword. I said, recounting the words spoken in the show. To lay down my sword. Adam muttered deeply and rubbed his wrist. What do I have to do? This is merely my opinion, but I think your highness would need to be defeated in a battle, which is the ceremonial duel. I said with a knowing smile, and the Pharaoh grasped his chin, deep in thought. To be defeated, Adam turned to me with a smirk. Is that why you're here? To challenge me? Foo. That sure sounds like a tempting offer, but no thanks. I shrugged. Seto would definitely want to take a shot, though. But I won't let him. I won't allow this monumental moment to be tarnished. I grabbed his hands and shouted passionately, to have the most important scene in the show ruined. Over my dead body. So who else do you have in mind? Adam asked uncomfortably. I can't think of anyone as fitting as you or Kaiba. Really? I sighed exasperatedly. Can you really not think of anyone else? Maybe someone short comes to mind? Spiky hair? Can't take a hint, no matter how much a girl was expressing her interest in him. Gee, got it. He nodded and awkwardly cleared his throat. And by that girl, you're not referring to Tia, are you? Oh dear, your highness can't tell either. I muttered while giving him a look filled with pity. Just to have you know, my life came to an untimely end, and I wasn't able to experience things like relationships. Adam tried to justify his lack of awareness, but only incited more of my sympathetic gazes. Stop looking at me like that. Yes. I laughed while Adam covered his face in a mixture of shame and embarrassment. So you're saying Yugi is the most suitable to be my opponent? Adam muttered while staring at the ground, lost deep in thought. Eventually, his face broke into a small smile. That does sound more fitting. However, his expression seemed a little complicated, and I could sense his doubt. Are you worried? I asked, and Adam sighed. No, It just feels strange. If Yugi manages to defeat me, he will be able to send me to the afterlife. However, my pride as a duelist won't allow me to give him the win. But you're also worried that he will fail? When I asked him directly, Adam gritted his teeth in frustration and averted his gaze. I know how disrespectful it is to admit this, but yes. Despite thinking he might be rebuked, I smiled and said, "You wanted Yugi to succeed, but you also feel concerned that he will lose. Doesn't that mean you care about Yugi? If Yugi really did fail, he can just try again." I continued and thought about my own situation. Deep down, I realized that if Seto weren't able to win the duel that day, I would patiently wait for him until he succeeded, and the thought of it made my face slightly heated. Anyway, Yugi isn't the type of person to be wallowing in his defeat. Sure, he may feel disheartened, but he won't be giving up that easily. Yes, you're right, Adam muttered with a chuckle. He stood up and stared into the distance. I also stood up, and with a wave of my hand, our surroundings suddenly changed to the Domino High School rooftop, where my physical body was still dueling with Yugi. The battle has already reached its conclusion. My starving Venom fusion dragon defeated his dark magician girl and depleted his remaining life points. I lost. Yugi groaned in frustration. Would you like to call it? I proposed, and Yugi stared at the table before carefully shaking his head. Now that Sano-san has told me about the ceremonial duel, there's no way I could be lazy. I have to get stronger. He insisted before staring at me apologetically. Please let me try again. You're the only one I can ask to do this. Of course, we still have a bit until lunchtime ends, I replied, reshuffled my deck, and said, I will go first this time. When the duel restarted, Adam hummed with interest before turning to me, standing beside him. By the way, how are there two of you? Since the Millennium key allows me to travel into one's subconsciousness, I can maintain a state of equilibrium where I can remain awake in the physical world and the mind world, albeit my abilities are limited in the mind world, I explained with a strained smile. It was a bit tiring, but it's not like I'm doing anything crazy in here. Right now, I'm just borrowing your and Yugi's connection so we can project ourselves like this. I see, Adam nodded, and his thoughts returned to the duels. Unfortunately, Yugi failed once more as the strategies he implemented were countered. All these moves are from Adam. I pointed it out in the physical world, and Yugi blushed. After watching my friend duel, I picked up a thing or two. But no matter what I do, I can't seem to get past you, Sano-san. Well, like you said, they're Adam's strategies instead of yours. So it's much more obvious, and it didn't help when you're using a deck that's not yours. Yeah, maybe you're right. Yugi nodded, convinced. I can help you, Mutu-san, I suggested, but I can't tonight, so let's do it next time. Sure, thank you, Sano-san. Yugi smiled brightly, and we both stood up from our seats. I will definitely win. Watching Yugi leave, Adam crossed his arms and chuckled to himself. Then I will be waiting, he said, despite the fact that his friend couldn't hear him. Turning to me, he nodded resolutely. I'm leaving it to you. With a small wave, Adam followed after Yugi before vanishing back into his subconsciousness. The Millennium puzzle on his neck briefly shone, a faint reminder of the magic that had happened earlier. I sure have my work cut out for me. I muttered to myself when I was left alone in the rooftop. However, a strange feeling settled in my chest. After all this time worrying about the events that will happen, it's finally time for the last event. While I will need to deal with dark-sided dimensions, that's still quite a while compared to now. A break. That doesn't sound so bad. I hummed playfully while drumming my fingers on the railing. Time seemed to have gone past in a flash, and before I realized it, lunchtime had ended. Suddenly, I heard a strange gurgling noise, and I blushed slightly. I had completely forgotten about eating, and I patted my empty stomach wistfully. Looks like I'm skipping lunch today. With a heavy heart, I left the roof and proceeded to my next class. But unbeknownst to me, when Seto found out that I didn't have time to eat, the entire school committee was turned upside down. That day, Domino High School's lunchtime was forever extended by 15 more minutes. A few months later, many months have passed since the conversation on the rooftop. I have spent my time helping Yugi with his deck and giving him advice based on what I remember from the show before testing his deck against mine. With each duel, I could feel Yugi getting stronger, and I found myself working harder for each win. Eventually, Yugi defeated me multiple times, making me happy that my effort wasn't in vain. Other than Yugi, I also tried to help Adam on several occasions. Although the pharaoh was more prideful compared to his counterpart, he still gratefully accepted my assistance. With my intervention, it's safe to say that the two were both more than ready for their last duel. When the preparations were ready, all of us traveled to Egypt. However, due to the massive sandstorm on the path towards the Valley of the Kings, we must travel by ship instead of plane. Standing at the dock, waiting for our ship to be ready for boarding, I stood beside Seto, and we stared at the sea. I still don't understand why we should attend this gathering of idiots, Seto commented while staring at Yugi and his friends in the distance. Our time is too precious to be wasted like this. Don't say that. It will be nice to greet the pharaoh one last time, I replied while holding his arm. Such formalities are all in the past, Seto said quietly, his face showing a slight hesitance at my suggestion. Then, instead of greeting Adam as his subjects, treat him as our old friend, I suggested, and Seto's cold expression briefly softened. All right, he nodded, and I felt a small kiss on my forehead. Rubbing my forehead with a blush, I didn't hear the footsteps approaching us until Seto blocked my vision as he snarled. Kaiba boy, if you only showed an inkling of that sincerity towards our business relationship, then we probably would have gotten along much better. Pegasus joked, and he laughed, causing Seto to scowl. I would rather die, he muttered through gritted teeth. Ignoring his blatant hostility, Pegasus shrugged and smiled before turning to me and asking, Miss Sano, how are you doing? I'm well, I replied casually while appearing on the side. Staring at the right side of his face, which was covered by his hair, I apologized. Also, I'm sorry for asking something of this magnitude. I felt like merely allowing you to attend the ceremonial duel is not enough. It's quite fine since it's Miss Sano who's requesting it. The Millennium I was never really mine in the first place, and I have had enough of my supernatural encounters anyway. Pegasus answered and glanced at Yugi, not so far away. If even in the slight chance I'm able to see my Cecilia during the opening of the Afterlife, I will take it. With a smirk, he took out the Millennium Eye from his pocket and flicked it towards Yugi as the boy caught it in a panic. As Pegasus and I continued to talk, Ishizu and Merrick arrived and informed us that the ship was ready. When everyone finished boarding the transport, Ishizu led me to a private room where we sat across from each other. These are the Millennium necklace and rod that Miss Sano requested, she said, placing the objects on the table. Thanks. I will give them to Yugi later. How about the Millennium scale? I asked curiously. We were able to contact Mr. Shoddy, and he agreed to meet us at our destination, Ishizu answered, and I nodded in satisfaction. Thanks, Ishizu. I will definitely repay you for this favor. Smiling, I carefully placed the 2 Millennium items in my bag. Sipping on her tea, Ishizu stared at me. Once it's over, let's talk soon as friends instead of associates. Yes, I quite like that. I readily agreed, and Ishizu chuckled. Then you may tell me more about the relationship between you and Mr. Kaiba. I'm quite interested in such gossip. Ah, yes. I blushed and nodded bashfully. Of course, unable to handle the lingering embarrassment, I quickly left, leaving Ishizu laughing by herself. For the rest of the journey, I spent my time anticipating the ceremony. I also checked in on Yugi and Adam, as both were extremely tense. By the time we arrived, Yugi was practically silent. Stepping off of the boat, what greeted us was a wide desert. Unbothered, Ishizu appeared at the front of the crowd and gestured for us to follow. After walking through the hot sand for 15 minutes, we spotted a cavern. Observing the old structures that remained after thousands of years, I knew we were at the right place. Without hesitation, I followed Ishizu into the cave with everyone else close behind. As soon as we entered the cavern, the torches on the side suddenly lit with a loud whoosh. For the next few minutes, the only noise was the lighting of the torches and the sound of our footsteps on the stairs. When we reached the last floor, we were greeted by a wide, empty room. In the center of the room was a large temple, and on top of it was a gigantic stone carving. The carving was shaped like a human sarcophagus and featured thousands of intricate hieroglyphics. Each section of the carving contained slots for the Millennium items. As I admired the view, a flash of light glistened beside me, and an Egyptian man appeared. Quickly hiding my surprise, I greeted Shadi. "Good afternoon, Miss Sano," he said. "I like to apologize for the sudden exit. The tomb has quite a number of traps that even stop a spirit from accessing it. It's all right, but besides that, do you have any idea why I called you here?" I asked rhetorically, and Shadi nodded. "I assume you wanted the Millennium scale," Shadi answered with a smirk. Holding out his palm, the golden scale magically appeared in his hand. Before I realized what was happening, Shadi flicked his hand, and I caught the scale in the air. "I have no reason to stop you," he said, staring at the Millennium stone in the distance. "With this, my duty will be complete. I must thank you again, Miss Sano. It seems like you are helping me once more." Taking the Millennium scale, Yugi and I slowly made our way to the top of the temple. "Are you ready?" I asked, and Yugi gulped nervously. "Please do it," Yugi muttered, and I began inserting the artifacts into the Millennium stone. One by one, I carefully placed the Millennium items into each slot, and I could feel the energy resonating in the stone intensifying. When I put the final Millennium item, the scale, in the carving's lower body, its eyes suddenly opened. Boom! A golden shock wave burst forth from the stone, and I was thrown off my feet. "Yuna!" I heard Seto scream, and I quickly gathered my bearings in the air. "Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand!" I shouted, and the dragon was summoned below me. In one swift movement, I fell onto Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand's back, and the dragon landed on the ground, sending dust flying in all directions. Getting off, I stared at the top of the temple where Yugi's figure stood. As he shielded his eyes from the bright light, his body began to warp, and we saw another figure forming beside him. "Adam!" I muttered under my breath as the light faded, and the two turned to each other in shock. "Partner!" Yugi mumbled with a complicated smile, and Adam chuckled. As the stone rises face up, a golden barrier forms around them. Seeing this, Adam smirked, walked to the barrier's end, and crossed his arms. "This is it." "Yeah," Yugi muttered. "Good luck, friend," Adam said before activating the dual disc on his arm. "Show me the result of your effort here today." "I won't disappoint you," Yugi yelled back before activating his own dual disc. This was it. My eyes gleamed, and I excitedly shook Seto's arm. As the two friends gazed at each other, both smiled eagerly and screamed in unison. "It's time to duel." X2. The ceremonial duel has begun. Nobody couldn't tear their gaze away from the major battle. "Geez, I don't know who to cheer for." Joey complained in frustration, and we nodded along. On the one hand, if Yugi wins, Adam will depart to the afterlife. However, if Adam won, he would still stay in the real world with them, which would mean Yugi would never gain his independence. "Sano-san, who do you think will win?" Tia asked curiously, and I frowned. "I'm not sure." I answered honestly. Yugi has been training really hard, but that doesn't mean Adam has been slacking off either. While I only gifted Adam a few cards, I helped Yugi with his entire deck by adding some new cards I made combined with his original deck. Just thinking of these new additions to their arsenal made me shed a tear at the cost of all my remaining credits. Thankfully, I was able to get some help from Pegasus, who also helped me develop these cards, albeit at some expense. "I will start," Yugi shouted while glancing at his hand. "I will first summon Gadget Trios." Poof! Landing on the ground were 3 little robots of the colors red, green, and yellow. On their backs were large metal gears, and the cute machines posed like a team of heroes from a show. Gadget Trios, 1100 defense. When Gadget Trios is summoned, I can add Shining Sarcophagus from my deck, Yugi declared and said. Then I will activate the spell, Shining Sarcophagus. With a deafening boom, something rectangular rose beside Yugi's feet. It was a massive sarcophagus made of gold and marble. The sarcophagus was filled with intricate designs, with the carving of the eye of Wadjet on the sides and 2 birds adorning the lid. When Shining Sarcophagus is activated, I can add a card that mentions it to my hand, and I choose the Dark Magician, the Magician of Black Magic. Then, since Shining Sarcophagus is on the field, I'm able to summon him from my hand. When the lid of the sarcophagus opened, a tall man leapt out, dressed in a combination of armor and robe. The man's black and golden attire gave him a feeling of divinity as he confidently held his magical staff. Dark Magician, the Magician of Black Magic. Dark Magician, 2,500 attack. Dark Magician? No, he looks different, Adam muttered in confusion. However, he eventually smiled with interest. Fine, bring it on. When Dark Magician, the Magician of Black Magic, is summoned, his name will become Dark Magician instead. Finally, I will set one card and end my turn, Yugi said calmly, and Adam smirked. It was indeed a surprise. It seemed like Sano had truly gone all out to help you. Adam spoke thoughtfully before smiling. But I also have some new tricks. Suddenly, the ground began to shake, and a giant coffin rose from the floor. The coffin was made entirely out of gold, carved into the shape of a human with his arms crossed. This is the king's sarcophagus, a coffin fitting for a pharaoh, Adam commented, and the eyes on the sarcophagus shone ominously. When the king's sarcophagus is activated, I can discard one card from my hand before sending one horse monster in my deck to the graveyard. The pharaoh explained enthusiastically. I'm able to activate this effect up to 4 times. I will discard 3 cards, he exclaimed, and the light in the sarcophagus's pupils glowed brighter with each tribute. This will allow me to send 3 horse monsters to the graveyard. Then, while King Sarcophagus is on the field, I can special summon these royal guards of the pharaoh back from the dead. I call upon Imesti, Habi, and Duamutef, the glory, guidance, and blessing of Horus. The sarcophagus burst open, and 3 giant warriors dressed in golden armor flew out from the blinding light. They landed loudly on the ground, and their sheer size extruded an intimidating presence. Imesti, glory of Horus, 3,000 attack. Habi, guidance of Horus, 2,400 attack. Duamutef, blessing of Horus, 3,600 attack. Now I will battle, Adam declared, and the 3 construct pupils reddened. Imesti, attack that dark magician. Then, with the effect of King's sarcophagus, I'm able to send that monster to the graveyard instead. Wielding its sword and shield, the armored statue stabbed its blade towards the mage. However, a purplish barrier suddenly blocked the attack, and sparks flew on both sides. I will activate the trap, card Dark Magic Mirror Force, Yugi shouted. When one of your monsters declares an attack on a monster that mentions Shining Sarcophagus, I can destroy as many monsters you control. Then, if Dark Magician is on the field, I can also inflict 500 damage for each monster destroyed. A bluish flame gathered in Dark Magician's palm, and he slammed his hand on the barrier. The energy exploded as the barrier completely enveloped Imesti, and the warrior dissolved into fine dust. The barrier continued to expand, striking the other 2 constructs before hitting Adam, and the pharaoh stumbled backwards. Adam, 4,000 LP-2,500 LP. Nice, Yugi landed a big hit, Joey exclaimed. But Yugi also lost his Dark Magician as well, Tristan pointed out. Just as the monsters disappeared, the king's sarcophagus suddenly dashed towards the Dark Magician and engulfed the image within. When the lid reopened, the Dark Magician was gone. I shall place down 1 card before ending my turn, Adam concluded, and a card appeared on his feet. He seemed unbothered by the disadvantage, as he couldn't control his wide smile. It's my turn, Yugi shouted seriously and drew a card. Silently, he stared at his hand, trying to figure out the best strategy to proceed. I will first play Graceful Charity and draw 3 cards from my deck. Then I must discard 2 cards. Next, I will summon Alpha, the Magnet Warrior. Alpha, the Magnet Warrior, 1,400 attack. Then I activate the field spell, Magnetic Field. While I control a level 4 or lower Earth and Rock-type monster, I can special summon a Magnet Warrior monster from the graveyard. I will revive Gamma, the magnet warrior that I've discarded earlier. Gamma, the magnet warrior, 1500 attack. Finally, I will activate magnetic induction and special summon Beta, the magnet warrior from the deck. Beta, the magnet warrior, 1700 attack. I will combine these three warriors to summon Valkyrian, the magno warrior. Suddenly, the three robots fell apart and transformed into a larger figure. Their limbs reattached to each other, forming massive limbs that attach to the mech's body. Valkyrian, the magno warrior, 3500 attack. I will enter the battle phase. Valkyrian, the magno warrior, attack Adam's life points directly. Yugi shouted, and the mech charged. Staring at defeat right before his eyes, Adam suddenly burst into laughter. His eyes gleamed a dangerous light, and Yugi felt a chill down his spine. In response to your attack, I will activate the revived Sky God. A blinding light suddenly swept through the field, and Yugi winced. When he reopened his eyes, he gasped in shock. Before him was a humongous dragon. Its body twirled and twisted like a snake as its gaze settled on the boy, and the Egyptian god unleashed a beastly growl. The revived Sky God allows me to revive Slifer the Sky Dragon from my graveyard, and we both get to draw until we get 6 cards in our hands. Slifer the Sky Dragon, 0-6000 attack. The abrupt appearance of the Egyptian god left Yugi in a daze. Adam laughed as Slifer howled menacingly at Valkyrian, and the mech was left standing awkwardly. With no choice, Yugi ordered Valkyrian to return to his side of the field. I will stop the battle phase here. Yugi gritted his teeth. However, I will play my spell, the Sword of Revealing Light, anime. While this card is on the field for the next 3 turns, you won't be able to attack me. Swords made of white sparkling light surrounded the 2 duelists, blocking all of the monsters' paths. I set a card, and my turn ends. Yugi muttered, and Slifer's body gradually dissolved into nothingness. Since Slifer, the Sky Dragon, is special summoned, it will return to the grave at the end of the turn. Adam explained before sending the card back into the discard slot. This is bad, I commented with a frown. Adam was able to instantly replenish his hand, and with how easy it was to rebuild his field. The Sword of Revealing Light may actually be worse for Yugi instead. As I had predicted, King's sarcophagus reopened, and the 3 Horus monsters re-emerged from the depth. Imesty, the Glory of Horus, 3000 attack. Habi, the Guidance of Horus, 2400 attack. Duemutef, the Blessing of Horus, 3600 attack. Ugh, Sano-san, why do you have to give Adam such strong cards? Joey exclaimed. You're clearly playing favorites here. I have no idea what you're talking about. I crossed my arms casually. I helped Yugi with his entire deck while I only gifted Adam some cards that he would like. I would agree that Adam is stronger, but he's the pharaoh after all. But isn't that just unfair? Tia asked worriedly, and I shrugged. The entire purpose of this duel was for Yugi to overcome. Why would I make this easy for him? I retorted, and she couldn't help but agree. So don't worry. If you believe you will win, then he will. As our gaze turned back to the duel, Adam boldly utilized Yugi's Sword of Revealing Light to set up his field. Knowing his strategy, all he needed to do was add the remaining Egyptian god cards to his hand, and he could summon them without batting an eye. Next, I will activate Deck Lockdown. Adam continued as metal chains appeared on their dual disc. While this spell is activated, none of us can add cards to our deck except by drawing them. With this, Yugi's shining sarcophagus was completely locked out, and Adam smirked, knowing his partner's thoughts. Now, I will sacrifice my 3 guardians and invoke my Egyptian god, the pharaoh yelled. Legendary gods of Egypt, please hear my call. In the name of every pharaoh that came before, I now beseech thee. Awaken, mighty obelisk, and rid the sacred palace of this darkness. I summon Obelisk the Tormentor. Roar! The ground before Yugi cracked, and a humongous arm burst out. Grabbing the 3 Horus monsters, the hand mercilessly crushed them before absorbing their essence. Slowly pulling itself out of the hole, Obelisk the Tormentor snarled menacingly, towering over Yugi and staring at the boy arrogantly. Obelisk the Tormentor, 4,000 attack. Since the Sword of Revealing Light is still active, I can attack, Adam said comfortably, and Yugi bit his lips in frustration. I will set 3 cards face down before ending my turn. Then it is my turn. I will start by activating card destruction. Both of us will discard our entire hand before drawing the same number of cards. Yugi exclaimed, and Adam frowned. Since we're drawing cards, it bypasses the restriction set by deck lockdown. Next, I will banish the Beta, the Electromagnet Warrior, Gamma, the Electromagnet Warrior, and Alpha, the Electromagnet Warrior from my hand and graveyard to summon my second ace, Berserkin, the Electromagno Warrior. Similar to Valkyrian, 3 robots began to attach, transforming into a much larger machine. Berserkion, the Electromagno Warrior, 3,000 attack. With Berserkion, I'm able to banish Gamma, the Magnet Warrior, and target your king's sarcophagus to destroy it. Before that, I shall activate Canopic Protector. This allows me to summon back 1 Horus monster from my graveyard. I will choose Happy, the Guidance of Horus. Happy, the Guidance of Horus, 2,400 defense. After the construct emerged from the king's sarcophagus, Berserkion raised its sword, channeling lightning that struck the coffin and enveloped in flames. Upon impact, the sarcophagus instantly exploded, and golden shards flew in every direction. Since a card left the field because of Berserkion, you have triggered the effect of my Horus monster. It allowed me to return 2 cards from the graveyard back to my hand. I will choose Slifer the Sky Dragon and King's Sarcophagus. Yugi's expression worsened, and he knew that Adam would only bring back King's Sarcophagus on the very next turn. He must do something, or else Obelisk the Tormentor contribute 2 monsters before dealing 4,000 damage to him directly and ending the duel prematurely. Finally, I will summon Silent Swordman and set 2 cards before ending my turn. Yugi muttered, his face filled with desperation. Silent Swordman, 1,000 attack. Sensing Yugi's distress, Adam hummed grimly. However, knowing his feelings, the pharaoh refused to lighten the pressure. I will start with Bounce Spell. I can take control of a face-up spell card on the field and apply its effect as though I have activated it. I will target your Sword of Revealing Light. Make it so that you can attack instead. Adam shouted as the bright swords moved from Adam's field towards Yugi and surrounded his monsters. Then, I will play King's Sarcophagus and summon back my Horus monsters. Imesty, the Glory of Horus, 3,000 attack. Habi, the Guidance of Horus, 2,400 attack. Demutif, the Blessing of Horus, 3,600 attack. In response, I will activate Ground Erosion. Yugi yelled back, at any time, I can choose to send this card to my graveyard and negate the effects of a monster in a selected monster zone. Then, the monster in that zone will also lose 500 attacks for each standby phase. This card is active. Fine, then I will enter the battle phase. Adam said as all his monsters slowly rose. Obelisk the Tormentor attacks Silent Swordsman. Roaring, Obelisk the Tormentor lashed out with its fist, sending a powerful punch towards Silent Swordman's direction. Not so fast. I will activate my second card. Turn Jump. For the next 3 turns, each player must pass their turn. Then, we shall resume play from the battle phase. In response, I shall activate my trap, Summoning Clock. I can add 1 counter during each of my standby phases. Then, I'm able to send this card to the graveyard, and by tributing 1 monster, I can special summon monsters from my hand based on the number of counters on this card. Yugi, a stopwatch appeared in the center, and its arrow began to spin clockwise. It was as if time itself had accelerated before finally stopping abruptly. With this, my Silent Swordsman will evolve, and as 3 turns pass, he will become Silent Swordsman level 3. The young soldier on the field transformed into a tall, handsome warrior. On his shoulder rests a massive blade as tall as his entire body, and he calmly stares at the Egyptian god with vigor. Silent Swordsman LV3, 2,500 attack. Your Silent Swordsman is still weaker than Obelisk the Tormentor, Adam exclaimed, and Yugi nodded with a nervous smile. That's why I will activate my ground erosion. Since 3 turns have technically passed, the Egyptian god will lose 1,500 attacks. Since it targets the field your monster is standing in, Obelisk, the Tormentor, will be affected. The ground beneath the Egyptian god warped, and Obelisk, the Tormentor's legs, sunk into the floor as if it were made of mud. The god roared ungratefully, unable to move. Obelisk, the Tormentor, 4,000-2,500 attack. Then I will cancel the attack. Adam muttered with a small frown before turning to his remaining monsters. Imesty, the glory of Horus, attacked the Silent Swordsman instead. I will stop you there. Yugi screamed frantically, his voice hoarse from the tension. I activate my final trap card, negate attack, to instantly end the battle phase. Very well, Yugi, but that only prolongs the inevitable. Glancing at his side of the field, his expression became solemn. Let's see if you could survive this. First, I play Pot Agreed to draw 2 cards from my deck. Next, I will activate the effect of Summoning Clock by attributing Habi, the guidance of Horus. I can summon monsters from my hand, ignoring its tributes equal to the number of counters on this card. Although there are 3 counters, I shall only summon 1. I call upon you, Slifer the Sky Dragon. Slifer the Sky Dragon, 0 attack. Since I have 3 cards, Slifer the Sky Dragon will gain 3,000 attacks. Slifer the Sky Dragon, 0-3,000 attack. Next, Adam shouted and stared at his 3 warriors on the field. Imesty, Habi, and Dumitef suddenly began to glow as they collapsed onto their knees. Golden smoke seeped out the cracks of their armor, and the monsters crumbled, leaving only their weapons and armor on the ground. The colder smoke floated into the air, and they began to condense into a thick sphere. Raising his hand, Adam gazed at the sphere and spoke in a loud voice. Almighty protector of the sun and sky, I beg of thee, please heed my cry. Transform thyself from orb of light and bring me victory in this fight. I beseech thee, grace our humble game. But first I shall call out thy name, winged dragon of our Screch. The sphere exploded, and everyone heard a shrieking cry, similar to a bird, scattering dusts everywhere. In its place stood a golden dragon flying in the air. Winged dragon of Ra, 9,000 attack. Slifer the Sky Dragon, 3,000-2,000 attack. This is insane. Joey laughed in disbelief. Oh, Yugi, Tia mumbled while staring at her friend worriedly. While Yugi's friends were running around in a panic, I was ecstatic to witness this amazing scene firsthand. However, I also wondered whether I would be able to survive in Yugi's situation. Glancing at Kaiba, his face was stuck in a perpetual frown, and he glared intently at the 3 Egyptian gods. Even this, I don't think it's possible to win. He muttered, and I smiled awkwardly. This is the power of the Pharaoh. I praised before directing my gaze towards Yugi. Let's see how you'll get out of this, Yugi. I mumbled to myself, the true show has just begun. 3 Egyptian gods. The mere thought of fighting against them all at once would drive anyone insane. Smiling, Adam stood proudly as the 3 monstrosities stood behind him, each one extruding a sheer presence that could not be ignored. Since the battle phase has already ended, I will pass my turn here, Adam said, and Yugi grimaced. It's my turn, Yugi replied and glanced at his hand. Since another turn has passed, Silent Swordsman LV3 will transform into Silent Swordsman LV4. Silent Swordsman LV4, 3,000 attack. First, I will activate the effect of Berserk Hunt, the Electromagno Warrior, and banish Beta, the Magnet Warrior, to destroy your king's sarcophagus. Next, I will set Valkyrian, Berserk Ion, and Silent Swordsman all to a defensive position. Valkyrian, the Magnet Warrior, 3850 defense. Berserk Ion, the Magna Warrior, 2,800 defense. Silent Swordsman LV4, 1,000 defense. I will set one card and end my turn. Yugi muttered in frustration as he was forced onto the defensive. Then it's my turn. Because I drew another card, Slifer the Sky Dragon will gain an additional 1,000 attack points. Slifer the Sky Dragon, 2,000-3,000 attack. I will immediately enter the battle phase. Adam declared, and the three Egyptian gods stirred. Obelisk the Tormentor attacked the Silent Swordsman. Obelisk surged forward, its colossal frame struggling against the thick mud that clung to its legs. Undeterred, the mighty deity seized the Silent Swordsman in its massive hands. A surge of fury erupted as Obelisk's titanic fists came crashing down, the force shattering the valiant warrior in an instant. Slifer, the Sky Dragon, destroyed Berserkion, the Electromagno warrior. With a thunderous roar, Slifer plunged from the heavens, its colossal serpentine form coiling around the mechanical soldier. The dragon's immense jaws snapped shut over Berserkion's head, crushing it with devastating force before crushing what was left within its coil, similar to that of a snake. When Berserkion, the Electromagnet warrior, is destroyed, I can target the three Electromagnet warriors in my banished zone and summon them onto the field. Yugi shouted, and three robots were formed from Berserkion's remains. Gamma, the Electromagnet warrior, 800 attack. Alpha, the Electromagnet warrior, 1,700 attack. Beta, the Electromagnet warrior, 1,500 attack. Slifer the Sky Dragon will then proceed to activate, and all of your Electromagnet warriors will lose 2,000 attacks. If any of your monster's attacks drop to 0, they will be destroyed. Gamma, the Electromagnet warrior, 800-0 attack. Alpha, the Electromagnet warrior, 1,700-0 attack. Beta, the Electromagnet warrior, 1,500-0 attack. The moment they materialized, the three robots erupted in an explosion, engulfing the battlefield in a fiery burst. When the smoke cleared, only a lone gadget trio remained on Yugi's field. Yugi's hand trembled as dread crept into his heart. His will to fight wavered, the crushing weight of the battle pressing down on him. Clenching his fists, he shut his eyes tightly, forcing back the tears that threatened to spill. What was he supposed to do? How could he possibly stand against the might of three Egyptian gods? Doubt coiled around his heart like a vice, suffocating his resolve. His arms fell to his sides, the weight of despair pressing down on him. His once burning determination flickered like a dying ember. Adam's eyes narrowed as he watched Yugi falter. His voice cut through the silence, firm and commanding. What are you doing? Are you really going to give up now? Yugi, stop giving me excuses. Adam scolded harshly. Isn't this what you wanted, to send me to the afterlife? Yes, but then keep fighting. The Pharaoh's voice thundered through the cavern, his words carrying both command and urgency. Prove to me that once I'm gone, you'll have the strength to stand on your own. Yugi's pupils trembled as the weight of Adam's words settled over him. Slowly, he lifted his head, his gaze sweeping over his friends. Their faces were filled with worry, and Yugi felt embarrassed by their overly warm concerns. Averting his gaze, his eyes subconsciously wandered towards Yuna, who was staring at him with an unreadable expression. Staring at her face, Yugi couldn't help but recall a conversation they had a couple of months ago. 2 months earlier. Would you like some tea? Yugi asked when Yuna entered his room. No, it's all right. Yuna rejected his offer, and they both sat down in the center of the room. It has been a week since Yuna visited his home. At this point, Yugi's family were accustomed to her visits, so the boy could finally avoid his mother's teasing. Already knowing what to do, Yugi handed Yuna his deck, and she quietly shifted through each card. You're on the right track, but maybe you could add some spell removal type cards? It doesn't have to be a lot, but just in case there's something pesky on the field. Yuna explained. Thanks a lot, Sano-san. Yugi smiled wryly. However, I'm also a little worried that this may not be enough. How so? Yuna inquired. Well, how should I deal with the Egyptian gods? Adam will definitely be using at least one, if not all, 3. He explained, and Yuna grasped her chin. As you may already know, there are technically 3 ways to defeat an Egyptian god card, Yuna said, raising 3 fingers. First, you can outpower the god through sheer attack power. Second, you fight a god with another god. Lastly, you can use cards that don't affect the Egyptian gods directly. Since it's pretty difficult to outpower a god, and Adam will possess all 3 Egyptian gods anyway, the third option is your best choice. Cards that affect the duelist or the field or any of the game phases can work. They all can bypass the protection effect of the Egyptian gods, and some cards can even weaken or destroy them. Yuna explained with a confident smile. So never be afraid. Yuna spoke softly. If you just remain patient and watch closely, even a god will eventually show its weakness. As he snapped out of his daze, Yugi slowed down his breathing, regaining his calm. His mind went into overdrive, and he quietly stared at the 3 Egyptian gods, searching for anything he could exploit. Then, his gaze fell upon Slifer, the sky dragon's massive, gaping jaw. Something clicked. A spark of realization flared in his mind, and in that instant, a plan began to take shape. Good. It seems you've regained your confidence, Adam observed, a hint of approval in his voice. Then I shall continue. Winged Dragon of Ra. Destroy Valkyrian, the Magno Warrior. A blinding orange beam erupted from the dragon, searing through the air with devastating force. The moment it struck, Valkyrian's armored exterior melted like wax, and its form was reduced to scrap. I will set 1 card face down and end my turn here, Adam said, crossing his arms. Let's see what you can do. Right. I will draw. Yugi yelled and nodded to himself. I will first activate my card of Sanctity, allowing both of us to draw until we have 6 cards. Frowning, Adam was caught off guard, and he stared at Yugi strangely. If you play this spell, Slifer the Sky Dragon will only get stronger. I'm perfectly aware. So draw, Yugi retorted confidently, and the pharaoh smirked. Adam, very well, I shall do as you say. Slifer the Sky Dragon, 3000-6000 attack. Next, I'm activating my burial from a different dimension. This spell allows me to bring Gamma and Beta, the Magnet Warrior, back from the banished zone to my graveyard. Next, I'm playing Foolish Burial, sending my 2nd copy of Valkyrian to the grave. Then I'm activating Magnet Reverse, targeting my Valkyrian, the Magno Warrior that was sent to the graveyard this turn, and reviving it in a defensive position. Valkyrian, the Magno Warrior, 3850 defense. When you summon Valkyrian, Slifer the Sky Dragon's effect will be activated and lower your monster's attack by 2000. That won't be happening. Yugi yelled back and activated the card that he had placed earlier. You trigger the trap card, Magnet Force. Until this end phase, if any of my rock or machine-type monsters are targeted for an opponent's effect, I can switch that target back to any appropriate monsters you control. Adam, to his shock, Slifer the Sky Dragon fired a yellowish beam from its 2nd jaw. However, instead of striking the machine, the beam was suddenly redirected towards the Egyptian gods. Slifer the Sky Dragon, 6000-4000 attack. Obelisk the Tormentor, 2500-500 attack. Winged Dragon of Ra, 9000-7000 attack. It actually worked, Joey exclaimed in excitement. The Egyptian gods are weakening. How was it possible? I thought Egyptian god cards are not affected by any effects. Tristan asked. It's simple, Yuna replied, and their eyes all turned towards her. Magnet Force does not target Slifer the Sky Dragon, but its effect. Since the effect is originally from an Egyptian god, it can bypass their protection and affect the other gods as well. To everyone's surprise, Yugi continued to move and disassemble Adam's defenses one by one. I will activate Valkyrian, the Magna Warrior's effect, to tribute it, and summon back my 3 Magnet Warriors from my graveyard in defense positions. Alpha, the Magnet Warrior, 1700 defense. Gamma, the Magnet Warrior, 1800 defense. Beta, the Magnet Warrior, 1600 defense. Once again, Slifer's ability instinctively activated before being redirected toward the three Egyptian gods, and Adam stood helpless, trapped in this absurd loop. Slifer the Sky Dragon, 4000-2000-0 attack. Obelisk the Tormentor, 500-0 attack. Winged Dragon of RA, 7000-5000-3000 attack. Obelisk the Tormentor was the first to fall, and Slifer the Sky Dragon swiftly joined soon afterwards. Their bodies crumbled like broken statues, and the pieces turned into dust. Adam watched in astonishment. In mere moments, two of the mighty Egyptian gods had been vanquished. The winged dragon of RA let out a strained cry as it dropped to its knees, its golden form dimming. The overwhelming energy it once radiated had been drained. "Nice, Yugi did it," Tia cheered. "There's only one god left." It is quite fortunate he was able to escape his predicament. But the winged dragon of RA still stood, and it's the strongest god of them all. Mara commented, "But Yugi's in a much better position now." Tia grinned. "Come on, Yugi, you've got this." Crossing his arms, Adam pinched the bridge of his nose and laughed. "You have exceeded my expectations once more. But it's not over, is it?" "You're right," Yugi returned the smile. "Let's finish it once and for all. Since I control Shining Sarcophagus, I will special summon Gandorji, the Dragon of Destruction, from my hand." The Shining Sarcophagus reopened, and a massive dragon burst out. The monster has a beautiful black body and a gold underbelly. Red orbs glowed along its joints and skin, creating a terrifying and fierce appearance. Gandorji, the Dragon of Destruction, 0 attack. When Gondora is on the field, I can pay half of my life points and destroy as many cards as possible. And if I do, they will be banished, and Gondora will gain 300 attacks for each card destroyed this way. Roaring, a red, pulsating sphere began to form at the end of its jaw. Shooting the orb into the air, the sphere exploded, creating a massive shock wave that spread through the entire field, wiping everything but the Egyptian god and dragon. Gandorji, the Dragon of Destruction, 0-2400 attack. Then, I'm able to special summon one level 7 or lower monster that mentions Shining Sarcophagus and increase its level by the number of cards destroyed. The one I will summon is Silent Magician 0, Yugi announced, and a young girl appeared on the field. She was dressed in white robes and a large wizard hat on her head, showcasing her status as a young mage. Silent Magician 0, LVL 4-1000 attack. Silent Magician 0, LVL 4-12-1000 attack. With Silent Magician Zero's effect, she can gain attacks equal to the difference of her original level multiplied by 500. Closing her eyes, Silent Magician felt a white aura surround her. Her body and outfit began to grow. In a matter of seconds, Silent Magician transformed from a young girl to a beautiful woman. Gradually, her cheerful and naive smile faded as her expression matured and became serene. Silent Magician, LVL 12-1000-5000 attack. Now, I will enter the battle phase. Yugi yelled loudly. This is the end, Pharaoh. Silent Magician, attack the winged dragon of RA. Soaring towards the sky, Silent Magician raised her wand, and lightning gathered at the gem on the tip of the weapon. TSK, I will activate the effect of Winged Dragon of RA by paying all of my life points of but 1. I'm able to increase the Ra's attack with the power I lost, Adam screamed. Adam, 2500 LP-1 LP. Winged Dragon of RA. 3000-5499 attack. Your Silent Magician is weaker, so it will be destroyed upon your attack. The pharaoh refuted as the Egyptian god chased after the magician floating in the air. Flapping its massive wings, the dragon loomed over the mage and roared, eager to tear its challenger apart. However, to the god's surprise, the lightning intensified as the white light completely blinded the room. Raising her staff, Silent Magician, the lightning concentrated into a round ball. I will activate the spell, Turn Silence, and increase Silent Magician's level 3 more times. Silent Magician, LVL 12-15 5000-6500 TAC. This is the end, Adam. Silent Magician destroy Winged Dragon of RA with Silent Burning Attack. Pointing her staff, Silent Magician fired a humongous laser. The Winged Dragon of RA shrieked as its body was completely melted through its body and continued shooting towards the pharaoh in the distance. Staring at the beam towards him, Adam sighed before closing his eyes with a smile. Well played. Olem. Adam, 1LP-0 LP. Silence swept over the field as everyone held their breath. Yugi collapsed on his knees, his lips trembling in disbelief as a single tear slipped down his eyes. I won. His muttering brought everyone out of reality, and Adam laughed. His gaze filled with pride and admiration as he stared at his friend. Congratulations, Yugi. I was thoroughly defeated. Adam sighed in relief and turned to the Millennium Stone. As if responding to his will, the stone split open, revealing a white interior filled with light. Standing before the gate of the afterlife, Adam carefully took a step before stopping. Hearing footsteps behind him, he smiled wryly as he was suddenly embraced by Tia, who cried. Do you really have to go? She asked mournfully. I understand that you have a place to return to, but I hate that the wall of light is the only thing that separates you from us. Tia. Adam muttered with a complicated expression. Stop it, Tia, Tristan mumbled with difficulty. We can't guilt-trip Adam about staying. It's his decision, and we must respect it. I know, but... T broke down in tears, and she cried. Leaning against Tristan, she wiped her face, and Adam smiled wryly. When he turned to Joey, the boy gritted his teeth, trying to control his emotions. We won't forget you. You will always be our friend. Thanks, Joey, Adam muttered in a moved tone. I will never forget you all. Thank you for everything. Adam slowly approached the light. Gradually, his outfit began to change, and he found himself in the regal robes of his time as pharaoh. As he gazed into the distance, his eyes widened in disbelief. All of his friends and companions were smiling as they waited for him. His calm expression cracked, and he bit his lips in tears. The people who had once fought with him laughed with him and smiled with him, welcoming the pharaoh with open arms. There, waiting for him, were the faces of his friends and companions who had once fought alongside him. Their smiles were warm, and their eyes filled with love and understanding. Adam's calm demeanor faltered as emotions surged within him. His heart ached as he realized that the people who had once fought, laughed, and suffered with him were now welcoming him home, their arms open wide in joyous reunion. However, before he stepped further, Adam turned around when he sensed two familiar presences behind him. So this is it. Yes. Adam nodded solemnly, and his voice tinged with finality as he handed Yuna his deck. Here, I have no use for this anymore. Yuna took the deck, her fingers trembling as she held it. Her gaze drifted towards the figures waiting for Adam in the afterlife. A small, bittersweet smile tugged at her lips as she recognized their faces. Among the waiting figures were her teacher and her friends. Her memories felt as fresh as though they had never left. The sight overwhelmed her, and before she could stop it, tears welled in her eyes. This is goodbye, Yuna whispered, her voice trembling as she hugged Adam tightly. The pharaoh awkwardly raised his hands in the air, trying to ignore the soft sensation pressing against his chest. He nervously averted his gaze from Seto's cold, piercing glare. When Yuna finally broke away, Adam quietly sighed with relief before smiling wryly. I assume both of you won't be coming with me. Well, we're thinking of staying for a while, Yuna admitted. There's still so many things we haven't done yet. Of course, Adam chuckled softly, a bittersweet smile tugging at his lips as he turned away. Goodbye, Kisara and Seto. We'll be awaiting your return. With a final, lingering glance, he took one last look at the world he had known. Then, without another word, Adam stepped forward, crossing the threshold into the afterlife. Yuna's POV. As I watched Adam leave, I took a shaky breath. Are you okay? Seto asked, and I shrugged. Seeing Shada and teacher again brought up some nostalgic feelings. I answered, smiling. But don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. Realizing I understood exactly what he was thinking, Seto coughed awkwardly before embracing me from the back. As Adam's figure vanished into the light, the Millennium Stone's glow faded, slowly losing its brilliance. Suddenly, the entire cavern rumbled loudly, snapping us out of our moment. Rocks and debris fell from the ceiling, and the earthquake created a massive sinkhole in the center of the temple. The Millennium item in the stone shook, causing shockwaves that shook the cavern, and cracks ran along the Millennium Stone. "Run!" I shouted, and we rushed down the stairs and towards the exit. However, before we could reach it, the exit was suddenly blocked by a large boulder that fell from the sky. "What do we do?" Yugi screamed in terror, and I gritted my teeth. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand, Blue Eyes White Dragon, Starving Venom, Fusion Dragon, and Dragon Maid Shu, come out. Channeling all of my available Ba, I called upon my spirits, and they appeared beside me. "Destroy the ceiling," I ordered, and in unison, the 4 dragons unleashed their breath towards the roof. Unable to withstand the attack, the roof exploded and sunlight shone through the large hole. "Everyone gets on." Under my shouts, everyone scrambled to climb onto one of the dragons' backs. Once Seto and I mounted the Blue Eyes White Dragon, I made sure everyone had enough room before signaling the dragons to take flight. One by one, we ascended from the darkened hole, breaking free into the open sky. That was too close. I muttered tiredly. If we had even stayed a bit longer, we would have been crushed beneath all that rubble. As I imagined myself suffering an unfortunate fate, I suddenly felt Seto's head behind my neck, his arms wrapping around my waist. "Is it over?" he asked. "For now, yes." Answering, I stared absent-mindedly into the distance. Although only a year had technically passed, it's safe to say this journey of mine felt painfully long. Throughout that time, I was able to smile, laugh, and cry. All these experiences will forever remain deep in my heart, but that adventure was finally coming to an end, and that feeling saddens me. Seto, for the past year, our lives have been filled with chaos. Despite how many times we both almost died, it sounds crazy, but I will miss this. I quickly shook my head and smiled wryly. "You don't have to worry. It's just a stupid rambling of mine anyway." "I think I feel the same way," Seto replied. "After all this, I will return to my normal life as the head of Kaiba Corps. However, it will be different now." "Oh yeah? And what would that be?" I teased, my voice light with amusement. Seto smirked in response, but before I could say another word, he leaned in and kissed me gently on the lips. A smile tugged at the corners of my mouth, warmth spreading through me. Though the story of Yugioh had ended, I knew at that moment that my new life was just beginning. It has been almost 2 years since the Pharaoh parted ways. Everyone's lives soon returned to normal, and their memories of Adam remained forever in their hearts. However, those memories were quickly put aside as they had to face their next challenge, graduation. With schedules filled with exams, students studied desperately to achieve the marks they wished to achieve. After a grueling week, they were finally able to relax, as their worst challenge had ended. There was only 1 week left before they graduated from high school and took their first steps into society. Bursting out of the classrooms, the students buzzed with excitement, some eager to race home, others off to their favorite clubs, and a few already making plans to hang out with friends. As he slung his bag over his shoulder, Yugi couldn't help but smile in satisfaction and turned to his best friend, Joey. "Hey, do you want to go get something to eat?" he said, glancing at Tristan and Bakura. "Do you guys want to come as well?" After each of the boys agreed, he finally asked Tia behind him, "Tia, do you want to join us?" However, she shook her head. "Sorry, Yugi, I already have plans." Suddenly, reaching out, Tia grabbed Yuna, who was walking by. "We're going to visit Duke's Cafe with Serenity." "Come on, Yuna. We can't keep Serenity waiting." Without listening to his reply, Tia excitedly ran out the door, dragging Yuna along with her. 1 hour later, "Happy birthday!" Serenity and Tia cheered, placing 2 small boxes wrapped nicely on the table. Sorry if it's a bit small. We couldn't get anything expensive, Tia explained apologetically. No, they're perfect. I will treasure them. Yuna smiled, carefully opening the gifts, which revealed a cute rabbit hairpin and a pink flower bracelet. Putting on the hairpin and bracelet, she smiled. Thank you, it meant a lot. Well, that's what friends do. Serenity smiled back and casually sipped on her drink. By the way, what did your boyfriend get you? Yes, please tell. Tia insisted, and Yuna nodded with a faint blush. She pulled out a small case from her purse and opened it, revealing a stunning necklace adorned with small, glittering blue jewels. The gems sparkled so brilliantly that they seemed almost blinding. Whoa, how much was that? Serenity muttered in a daze. I don't think I could afford it if I worked all my life. That's why I'm hesitant to wear it. I'm afraid it might break, she said with an awkward smile. What's wrong? You don't seem that excited with the gift. Serenity asked worriedly, and Yuna shook her head. Sighing wistfully, her smile faded slightly as she explained, I'm not trying to sound ungrateful. I hope that instead of gifting me something valuable, I merely want to spend a day together. That's all. Since Seto is the head of Kaiba Corps, I understand that he would be very busy. That's why. Her voice eventually trailed off before blushing in embarrassment while the two watched on with smiles. Don't worry, Yuna. That guy is basically obsessed with you. Tia reassured. Compared to the dense Yugi. She sighed and angrily stabbed her fork into the cake. Serenity and Yuna chuckled awkwardly while Tia continued to rant about her relationship status. Setting her fork down, Yuna smiled. If you keep trying, he will surely notice you. That's easy for you to say. She pouted. With you and Kaiba, I don't even know how to describe a relationship like that. What do you mean? Yuna muttered in confusion. I mean, like you guys were lovers in your past lives that were finally united after 3,000 years. That's something you hear from a romantic fairy tale. Blushing, Yuna quietly fidgeted in her seat. She couldn't help but feel embarrassed that her love life was being described too flatly. It's not that amazing. She's not wrong, you know, Serenity commented. You and Kaiba's relationship is like a fever dream. Unable to refute, Yuna smiled helplessly and sipped her drink while listening to the two lamenting about their lack of romance. By the way, Tia suddenly glanced at Yuna with a mischievous smile. Have you and Kaiba done it yet? PFFFFFFFFDT. Yuna almost spit out her drink at the sudden question, and she stared at Tia in disbelief. Pardon? You know, have you two crossed the line? Laughing awkwardly, Yuna averted her gaze, and her face reddened with shame just by imagining it. No, we haven't done anything like that. Well, why not? If you think about it, you guys are already together in the past. So it's not hard to imagine if you two would take it to the next step. Sheepishly rubbing her arms, Yuna awkwardly explained, I never thought about it before. Is that so? Well, I can't really comment on other people's relationships anyway. Playing with her straw, Tia suddenly spotted a boy in the distance. The boy has tan skin, golden eyes, and dark teal hair that spikes outward, which is typically not something you will see in a Japanese city. Hey, isn't that the new transfer student? Tia gestured with her chin. What was his name again? Yuna, it's Aigami. Ah, that's right, Tia muttered. It's strange. I can't really remember when he got here. It's like he just suddenly appeared in our class one day. Right? Yuna responded quietly. But still, he had quite a mysterious vibe about him, and I overheard some of the girls in our class taking an interest. However, I also heard some bad things. Tia said, looking at the boy with pity. Apparently, he's getting bullied by Scud and his gang. Ugh, I hate those guys. Serenity snarled with disgust. They have to be punished. Big sister, surely you can do something, right? Big sister. Serenity and Tia exchanged confused glances before turning to Yuna. Her sharp gaze locked onto Aigami like a hawk, her expression icy. The contrast between her delicate features and stern demeanor cast a chilling aura, making those nearby instinctively shiver. Big sister, Serenity called out once more, and Yuna snapped out of her daze. Sorry, I just got lost in thought for a moment. Taking a long sip of her drink, she smiled. Yes, I will report it to the school committee, Yuna explained, but Tia, in Serenity, could sense that the sincerity of that smile had never quite reached her eyes. Unbeknownst to the two girls, Yuna's shadow suddenly expanded, and the wisps of darkness shot towards Aigami. As the darkness touched the boy's shadow, it vanished. What are we talking about again? She asked cheerfully, casually changing the conversation. A few hours later, third POV. As Aigami walked through the quiet streets at midnight, he arrived at the abandoned warehouse the gangsters had told him about. He stood patiently listening. Soon, the sound of footsteps echoed in the darkness, and from the shadows, several figures emerged, each wearing a Domino high school uniform. "Oh, this boy really showed up," one of the thugs exclaimed, and they chuckled. Staring at their knives and clubs, Aigami remained calm as the leader, a short, scruffy man with red hair, Scud, snickered and flashed a camera at his face. "You sure got a cute face. It will sure make big bucks for this video," he remarked and flaunted his knife, waving it before Aigami's eyes. Unbothered, Aigami's pupils glinted coldly as he stared at the man before him. "You truly are scums on this world, and it disgusts me to share the same air as you." "Oh, what did you say?" Scud snarled and pointed his knife at Aigami's eyes. However, Aigami merely laughed and walked past the group of thugs. Standing next to the portable work lights, he sneered maliciously, "I will make sure the world I create will have no place for trash like you." Just as he was about to summon his Millennium Cube and wipe these gangsters from the face of the earth, someone suddenly snatched his wrist. Surprised, Aigami lifted his head and found himself staring at a beautiful woman with blue hair. She observed Aigami keenly before releasing him. The woman calmly scanned the group of gangsters and sighed, unimpressed by the situation. "Your name is Scud, correct? I thought I warned you about doing things like this." Her soft voice carried a hint of displeasure. "Sano-san," Scud exclaimed in shock, sweating nervously. "It's not what you think. We're just hanging out with our new friend." "That's so," the woman muttered, her brows furrowing into a frown. Her pupils observed Aigami keenly, and he subconsciously nodded along with them. "Very well, but unfortunately, your time may need to be cut short," Eunice said regretfully. "It wouldn't be good for you all to miss school tomorrow." Yes, of course," Scud agreed frantically, giving Aigami one last glance. He and his gang quickly retreated as the large warehouse door shuts behind them. Staring at the woman cautiously, Aigami quietly hid his hand behind his back, ready to summon the Millennium Cube at a moment's notice. "I wouldn't do that if I were you. However," he froze when she calmly called him out with a knowing smile, "it won't go well for either of us." "Who are you?" Aigami questioned, and his instincts screamed at him to be careful. "You may call me Yuna," she answered calmly. "I'm your classmate from school." "What do you want?" he asked, and Yuna shrugged mysteriously. "Are you an enemy?" "It depends, whether you follow through with your plan or not." Yuna smiled knowingly, and Aigami gritted his teeth. "Don't worry, I'm not looking for a fight right now. What will you do if I start one?" Aigami growled and summoned the Millennium Cube. However, Yuna seemed unbothered, and her pupils briefly flashed. Instantly, Aigami found himself surrounded by dragons of various sizes, each with an alarming amount of power. The dragons bared their teeth, growling menacingly, and each had enough strength to swat the boy like a fly. "Let's just call it here," Yuna suggested with a bright smile. To his relief, the dragons slowly retreated before disappearing into the shadows. Moving toward the warehouse door, Yuna stopped briefly and stared into his eyes. "I believe we will meet again soon. Go back to your mountain quietly, or else the next time we meet, Diva, we will be enemies." Aigami's eyes widened in disbelief as Yuna calmly mentioned his real name. With a wave, she left, and Aigami rushed out the door to chase her. However, by the time he's outside, Yuna's nowhere to be seen. Next day, Yuna's POV. Sitting at the back of the classroom, I could feel Aigami's intense gaze from beside me. Frowning, I couldn't help but feel annoyed that he could at least hide his wariness towards me instead of blatantly flaunting it in the class. It was to the point that even Tio would ask if he had suddenly fallen in love with me. However, Aigami was the least of my concerns, but Seto, although I was hoping that my interference would stop Seto from acting in the original Dark Sides of Dimensions, the event still seems to happen out of my control, and Aigami's appearance only confirms it. I tried to ignore it, but I could feel that Seto had recently hidden something important from me, and it continued to gnaw at my conscience. The most confusing question was about Seto's motive. Why would he want to bring back Adam? Surely, it's not because of his rivalry. My heart churned painfully, and I was unable to focus. As soon as school ended, I rushed to Kaiba Core and demanded to see Seto, hoping that he was at least still there. However, to my disappointment, Roland, Seto's right-hand man, greeted me. Under my intense glare, Roland sweated nervously as he apologized. "I'm very sorry, madam. Master Kaiba is currently unavailable." "Where is he?" I questioned, and Roland frantically shook his head. I'm sorry. I can't tell you that either. TSK. I clicked my teeth as my calls were left unanswered. Marching past Roland, I entered the elevator, and he hurriedly chased after me. When the elevator reached the top floor, I walked towards the large door guarded by 2 hulking security guards. Ignoring them, I pushed open the door and entered Seto's office. As I expected, it was empty, and I moved toward the desk where his computer lay. "Noah, I know you're here. Answer me." The screen eventually flickered, and the image of a boy with teal hair appeared before my eyes. "Yuna," he muttered and awkwardly averted my gaze. "Seto went to the Millennium stone burial site, didn't he?" I asked rhetorically, and his eyes widened in shock. "Wait, how did you? When did he leave?" I slapped the table in frustration, and he flinched. Realizing my irrational state, I took a deep breath and softened my expression. "Please tell me." "He only left a few hours ago." Noah mumbled, and I sighed with relief. "It looks like I'm able to catch up." "All right, thank you, Noah." I left the room, quietly passing the stunned Roland and returning to the ground floor. "Divine Dragon, Lord Felgrand, come out," I quietly muttered as the golden dragon manifested before me. "Let's go," I said, climbing onto the dragon's back as it took off into the sky. Hours later, third POV. "Seto, we got all of the pieces," Makuba shouted as the team began to extract, placing the Millennium puzzle fragments into a clear case. Pulling on the rope, Makuba and the case began ascending into the helicopter, which was waiting in the air. Nodding, Seto deactivated the dual disc and glared at Aigami in the distance. "This is goodbye," he said before retreating as well. Aigami cursed and used his quantum cube to teleport in front of Makuba. Grabbing along the rope, the two struggled desperately and tried to knock each other off and grab hold of the Millennium puzzle. Unfortunately for Makuba, Aigami was much stronger, and he pushed him away. Screaming, Makuba lost his grip and began falling down the sky. "Makuba!" Seto screamed and rushed towards his brother, trying to save him at all costs. However, before the boy hits the floor, a large figure swoops past, catching the boy in midair. Nervously opening his eyes, he found himself in someone's arms. "Are you okay?" "Big sister." Makuba opened his eyes wide with surprise, and he frantically clung to her in relief. "Stay still," Yuna instructed as she directed Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand to turn. Roaring, the dragon dived towards Aigami, still holding the rope, and the dragon sliced the rope with its sharp claws. Tisk! Aigami teleported away to safety, and Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand grabbed the box in midair. Glaring into his eyes, Yuna huffed before turning away and glanced at Seto, who was equally surprised to see her. Without wasting any more time, Seto swiftly climbed onto his Blue Eyes white dragon jet, and the aircraft took off, chasing after her. Inside Seto's office, the two Kaiba siblings stood frozen in their seats. In front of them was Yuna, whose expression was akin to a demon's. "Seto Kaiba, are you insane? If I hadn't been there in time, Makuba would have gotten hurt, or worse. Why would you bring him to something this dangerous?" Big sister, don't blame brother too much. It was I who insisted on coming. Makuba muttered with guilt. Quiet. Yuna snapped and clicked her tongue. Both of you just desecrated an ancient burial site. What were you both thinking? Let me guess, you're bringing back the pharaoh. Seto, how did you? I'm not an idiot, Seto. What else will you be doing? She pinched the bridge of her nose. Let's not even talk about how disrespectful to Adam. What I'm most mad about was, why don't you tell me? I understand that you're not trying to get me worried, but I will get equally worried if you don't tell me anything. Sorry. Seto apologized with his face lowered. Good. At least you apologized. Turning to Makuba, Yuna gestured for him to leave, and the boy lit up. Does that mean I'm off the hook? He asked, excitement flashing in his eyes, only to freeze under Yuna's withering glare. Without another word, he bolted, the door clicking shut behind him. Yuna let out a long, weary sigh and sank onto the sofa. Noticing her shift in mood, Seto hesitated before settling beside her. Without thinking, Yuna leaned into him, resting her head on his shoulder. I'm really worried, you know. Even if you didn't say anything, I can tell what you're up to for the past week. Yuna said, and Seto averted his gaze. Am I that predictable? He asked. No, Yuna said, shaking her head. It's just because I love you that much. Seto chuckled stupidly, and Yuna lightly flicked his forehead. So, why are you doing this? Seto paused before staring into the distance. Tightly grasping Yuna's hand, he recounted a story that stunned her greatly. When you died, I did everything I could to bring you back. Seto muttered, his voice slightly choked as he recalled the painful memory. I gained access to powers no mortals should ever have and created an artifact, an 8th Millennium item. I called it the Millennium Cube. The artifact tapped into the powers of the gods, allowing me to essentially bend reality to my will. Using such powers, I tried to create a world, one with you in it. But you already know how that went. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. So after the goddess provided an alternative, I abandoned that plan. I tried to destroy the Millennium Cube. However, I failed, so I buried the artifact with me, and no one was able to find it. But it seems like I was wrong. It was faint, but recently, I have felt that same power being used again. It's always a sensation in the back of my mind. It was only recently getting stronger. But why would you want to revive Adam? Yuna asked softly. That's because the Millennium Puzzle and Millennium Cube were connected in some way. The only reason it gained this much power was because of the absence of the puzzle. This theory was proven true with the existence of the pharaoh. However, with him gone, the cube will only get stronger. So that's why Adam needs to be brought back, and Millennium Cube will be weakened. Sure enough, our enemy knew the cube's weakness as well, and I was able to encounter him. Yuna crossed her arms, a knowing smirk playing on her lips. Yes, his name is Aigami. He's the new transfer student in our class, she revealed. You would have known that if you actually showed up to class. Seto exhaled, rubbing the back of his neck with a sheepish shrug. Well, it's not like I have a real reason to go. Sighing, he gently ran his finger down Yuna's hair and said, I'm sorry for keeping it to myself. I should have told you. I'm afraid of getting you involved in a mess that I started with. Seto, if you hadn't done what you did, I would never be here. Yuna reassured. We're in this together. Seeing her radiant smile, Seto felt his breath hitch. In that moment, every effort he had made felt undeniably worth it. His gaze lingered on her, but as his eyes drifted to her neck, his brow furrowed. The necklace, he murmured. Yuna shifted uncomfortably, her fingers fidgeting. I felt it was too expensive to wear casually, she admitted, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. I was afraid I might break it. She held up the box, and Seto chuckled softly. With an easy grace, he took the necklace out. Jewelry serves no purpose if it just sits in a box, he remarked. But deep down, he knew no gem could ever outshine her. Yuna let out a sheepish laugh before turning her back to him, lifting her hair. Then, will you put on for me? Seto hesitated for the briefest moment, then nodded. Carefully, he clasped the necklace around her neck. But as his fingers brushed against her skin, his breath hitched again this time, for an entirely different reason. Heat crept up his face, and he stiffened, quickly schooling his expression before she could notice the blush threatening to betray him. "You looked beautiful." Seto coughed awkwardly, and Yuna smiled. "Then, how about this?" Before Seto could react, Yuna grabbed him and pulled him toward her. The next thing he knew, they tumbled onto the couch, her warmth pressed against him. He barely caught himself, his hands bracing against the cushions, leaving him hovering just inches above her. His breath hitched. He didn't know when it had happened, but the top buttons of Yuna's blouse had come undone, exposing the delicate curve of her collarbone and the soft swell of her cleavage. His mind scrambled, fighting to stay rational even as his imagination ran wild. "Where are you looking?" Yuna muttered, her voice quieter than usual. A faint blush dusted her cheeks, her eyes both wary and expectant. Their hearts pounded, their breaths uneven, an unspoken pull drawing them closer. The air between them grew heavy with something neither dared to name, an intoxicating, unrelenting fire. Yet, when they were about to succumb to their emotions, a sharp knock on the door shattered the moment like glass, jerking them both back to reality. "Master Kaiba, may I please come in?" Seto clenched his jaw, irritation flaring at the worst possible timing. Roland's voice on the other side of the door was grating, and he gnashed his teeth in frustration. Yuna let out a wry smile, her expression a mix of apology and amusement. With a quiet sigh, she sat up, quickly fastening the buttons of her shirt. Seto exhaled sharply, his tone dripping with venom. "Come in." The door creaked open, and as Roland stepped inside, Seto fixed him with an ice-cold glare, the air in the room turning frigid. Without breaking eye contact, he gestured impatiently. "Well, spit it out. This had better not be a waste of my time." "Why?" "Yes." Roland whimpered in fear. "There's an issue with the reconstruction of the Millennium puzzle." "What? How?" Seto stood up, his gaze dangerous like an animal, and Roland felt that if he answered incorrectly, his life would truly end there. "Roland, 2 pieces of the Millennium puzzles are missing, Master K." Seto's face stiffened, his expression unreadable. Finally, after a few seconds, he spoke in a chilling voice, "Take me to it." Following Roland, Yuna and Seto entered a dim, dark hallway beneath the layers of Kaiba core. Smiling wryly, Yuna slipped her hand into Seto's palm, and she felt his seething anger lessen slightly. The automatic double doors hissed open, revealing a vast, darkened chamber. The only illumination came from the eerie glow of massive glass containment units in the center. At the heart of the room, a stark white table stood surrounded by Kaiba Corp scientists. Resting on the table, half assembled, was the Millennium puzzle, its golden pieces glinting ominously under the sterile light. Around it were several Millennium items lay scattered that was excavated from the site as well. "Have you thoroughly checked? I thought we had made sure all the pieces were collected." Seto asked, "Did you search the scientists?" "Yes. We have checked everyone in the room, and we found nothing." Roland bowed in shame as Seto felt his anger continue to rise. "Seto, please calm down." Suddenly, Yuna interrupted, "If I have to guess, it must be Aigami's doing. During the scuffle with Makuba, he probably stole those pieces at that time." Seto inhaled sharply. His piercing gaze swept across the room. "Everyone except Yuna, leave. Now." No one dared to hesitate. Within seconds, the scientists hurriedly filed out, their nervous glances lingering only for a moment before the door sealed shut behind them. Rubbing his eyes, Seto sighed deeply, his face filled with exhaustion from stress. Hugging his back, Yuna muttered, "We will find him." "How do we even start?" Seto asked with doubt. "He can be anywhere." Moving beside him, Yuna smiled and crossed her arms. "Don't worry, I'd already left starving Venom Fusion Dragon in his shadows. He's currently still in this city." "Then I will order a lockdown right away," Seto suggested excitedly. "We will make sure he won't escape this time." "Understood. While you're doing that, I will try to get in contact with Aigami's relatives. He has a sister that he's close to, and we might be able to resolve this peacefully if we get her on our side." "Very well. but I'm assigning you with a team. If things even go slightly south, they will intervene. I'm willing to do anything possible to secure the Millennium Cube. Yuna frowned before sighing. Okay, but make sure not to harm her. I don't want innocent people to be involved in this mess. Nodding, Seto entered the containment chamber before passing Yuna the Millennium Key. I believe you will need this. Thanks, Seto, Yuna replied before kissing him. Leaving no time to waste, the two began to move. A few hours later, on the night of Domino City, Aigami stood on top of a building while looking down on the crowd below. In his hand, he fiddled with the 2 Millennium puzzle pieces he managed to steal. Diva. Suddenly, a girl appeared behind him. She looked at him worriedly as Aigami quietly stared into the distance. I saw him, Sera, Aigami muttered, his expression unreadable. The one who killed our master. Don't tell me you're going to do something dangerous. Sera mumbled in concern, and Aigami smiled wryly. Don't worry, I will be all right. Here, I want you to have this, Aigami said while handing her a piece of the Millennium puzzle. In case something happens to me, I want you to hide this. Diva, we can't lose this power now for all of our sakes. Soon, we will be able to get out of here and live peacefully once and for all. Aigami reassured with a smile. That's why I must tie up some loose ends so that no one can bother us ever again. Nodding hesitantly, Aigami teleported away, leaving Sera on the rooftop. With nothing left to do, she went down and walked onto the street. Watching, Sera saw a strange amount of police officers patrolling the city, and she nervously walked past them. Hey, wait a minute, young lady, an officer said to Sera. Sera, is there something wrong? Unfortunately, this entire city is currently in lockdown as a dangerous criminal is on the loose. I must ask where you're going this late at night. The officer questioned. As Sera was unsure of what to do, she suddenly heard a voice behind her say, Sorry, officer. She's with me. Surprised, Sera saw a beautiful woman standing behind her. Gently holding her shoulders, Sera couldn't help but be captivated by her soft, enchanting smile. Frowning, the officer gradually drew his eyes towards the name tag on the woman's chest before widening his eyes in shock. Understood, ma'am. You two take care. Have a good night, officer, the woman said, walking away while holding Sera's hand. Thank you, Sera muttered gratefully. Come on, you shouldn't be wandering around at times like this, she replied softly. Do you have a place to stay? Sera remembered. After meeting up with her brother, she would have used her powers to teleport away. However, now, under the presence of the woman, she couldn't freely show her abilities. I think I should go, Sera said with an awkward smile, carefully removing the woman's hand. Please wait. However, the woman quickly grabbed Sera's hand with an apologetic smile. I want to talk to you. About Aigami. Sera's eyes widened, and she stared at her in shock. Smiling nonchalantly, the woman again grabbed Sera's hand before guiding her away. Before she realized what was happening, Sera was already sitting at the woman's dining table with a warm cup of tea in front of her. Hold on. Sera yelled frantically and stood up. Who are you? How do you know about my brother and me? Please call me Yuna. I'm your brother's classmate, Yuna explained. Did he tell you about me? Sera questioned with doubt, unable to believe that her brother would disclose private information to strangers. Ha. Yuna laughed awkwardly. No, but I've been investigating you and your friends. Wait, before you get any weird ideas, sit down and listen to what I have to say. Why should I believe you? Sera questioned cautiously. Because I wish to help all of you, Yuna answered sincerely. Unable to find a hint of a lie in Yuna's words, Sera eventually sat back down on the seat. Who are you really? Just someone who wants to settle this messy situation peacefully. Isn't that what you wanted as well? Taking a long sip of her tea, Yuna sighed. So I need your help. The powers you and your brother wield are more dangerous than you both imagine. It must be stopped, Yuna explained, and she frowned. We never intend on harming anyone. We only wish to create a new dimension so no one can ever find us. Sera justified determinedly, and Yuna shook her head. Yet Aigami has almost killed my little brother and some students in Domino High. Yuna spoke coldly, and Sera flinched at her sudden change of attitude. I can no longer believe that he doesn't mean any harm. You're lying. Sera stuttered. You have to be. I'm only telling you what I saw. But I'm telling the truth when I say that the power is dangerous, so it has to be destroyed. You don't understand. The abilities that were given to us were what helped us survive. Sera explained sadly. We were able to live peacefully in hiding. If you take it away from us, we will be helpless. Please calm down, Yuna said softly. Sera, I have no intention of hurting anyone. Kaiba can help you. We will find a safe place for you and your family to stay. That way, you don't have to go as far as to make a new dimension just to escape from everybody. We will provide you with anything that your family needs. How should I even trust you? Sera questioned suspiciously, and Yuna smiled before placing the Millennium key on the table. I will create this shadow game. During this game, I must not harm Sera and her family unless my life is threatened. Additionally, Sera must cooperate with me at all times, and I must provide safe living conditions. To win, we have to stop Diva and destroy the Millennium Cube. Upon breaking any of those rules, the cheater will lose their right eye. If you agree to these conditions, please touch the Millennium Key. That way, we will both be locked by those restrictions. Staring at Yuna in disbelief, Sera couldn't help but feel impressed and afraid by the woman's confidence. The rules seemed too unfair for Yuna because she never specified how much help Sera could provide. Why are you going this far? She muttered quietly, and Yuna chuckled. Because I'm just like you. I also don't want the people I love to get hurt. Holding out her hand, her smile widened. So what do you say? Embarrassed by her smile, Sera nervously fidgeted and averted her gaze. Finally, Sera carefully reached out and slowly shook hands. Okay, let's help each other. Great, let's start quickly. Please put your hand on the Millennium Key so the shadow game can. Yuna paused, and her smile faded, replaced with a serious expression. The roar of the starving venom fusion dragon entered her head, and she hurriedly stood up. Suddenly, the door was blown off its hinges, and Yuna quickly summoned House Dragon Maid and destroyed the large wood with her fists. Soon after, Aigami rushed in, his eyes blazing with anger upon spotting Yuna and Sera standing next to each other. Before he could reach his sister, Yuna blocked his path. You've gone too far. Aigami hissed angrily. She has nothing to do with this. Aigami, I need you to calm down. Yuna instructed cautiously, her spirit standing close by to protect her at a moment's notice. We can work this out peacefully, and all I need you to do is hand me the Millennium Cube, Yuna said. Aigami, what nonsense are you sprouting? Aigami, I can provide the home you sought for your family. I promise we will make sure no one bothers you and your family again. Yuna pleaded, so please surrender. Big brother, she promised to help. I trust her, Sera added, and the two stared at Aigami in hopes. Sera, don't tell me you believed her, Aigami scolded harshly. Enough of this. I will deal with you just like I deal with that white-haired boy. Brother, Sera screamed in shock, unable to believe what he was about to do. However, before Aigami could do anything, an object was tossed into the room. Eyes widening, Yuna hugged Sera and fell to the floor as House Dragon Maid covered them with her wings. Bang! A loud noise exploded from the stun grenade, and Aigami screamed as he was concussed from the deafening blast. Armed soldiers rushed into the home, surrounding Aigami with rifles. Aigami tried to resist, firing blindly in all directions, but he was ultimately knocked down. Gritting her teeth, Yuna stood up and grabbed the Millennium Cube off his hands. Brother, Sera mumbled in terror, and her eyes darted wildly. Grabbing her shoulders, Yuna gently soothed the young girl. Now Aigami was captured, and Sera was traumatized. Yuna sighed. Why do things never go as planned?
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.